Host hurried to the front courtyard to enjoy the gossip. You can earn up to 300 points this time. Hearing the electronic prompt, the young man on the carved wooden bed leaped up, sat straight, and quickly put on his shoes. 300 points. Xiaoba, why are you so generous this time? This gossip is huge. Host, hurry up. Good system, I knew I could count on you. With these 300 points, I can draw the grand prize. Quick, tell me what's happening in the front courtyard. Su Xiaoyu replied to the system in his mind, not delaying for a moment, as he dashed swiftly toward the front courtyard. Su Xiaoyu, an outstanding young man of the 21st century and a recent college graduate, had stayed up late reading a novel over the weekend. After muttering a few complaints about the plot, he opened his eyes to find himself transmigrated into this very body. He had transmigrated to a fictional dynasty, the Dayu dynasty. The original owner's father was the minister of the court of judicature and revision, making him the esteemed son of the minister. The original owner had been frail since birth. Last month during a banquet he was pushed into the water and drowned before he could be rescued, conveniently allowing the modern-day Su Xiaoyu to take over. Accompanying his transmigration was the system Xiaoba, which took the form of a cat. Their primary mission was simple: enjoy gossip to complete tasks. Enjoying gossip earned points which could be used to exchange for items or draw prizes. The system Xiaoba projected a scene of the front courtyard. Today is your father's birthday, as you already know. Many ministers have gathered in the front courtyard. They are all your father's colleagues and share good relations. Everything was going smoothly until His Highness the Crown Prince unexpectedly arrived. Your father's colleagues are all trembling in fear, playing dead. But that's a minor issue. The main event is that the son of your father's nemesis heard the Crown Prince was here and rushed over, intending to force a romantic encounter with His Highness. The projected image froze on a young master sneakily holding a paper packet and slipping medicine into the wine. Wow, isn't this a classic cliché from novels and short dramas? Su Xiaoyu arrived at the front courtyard and hid in the shadows, observing the young master, who was tampering with the drink. Xiaoba, which pot of wine is drugged? The system scanned the area and locked onto a wine pot held by a servant. It's in that person's hands. The one who drugged it is He Chung. His father, He Leiyu, is always at odds with your father. Naturally, his father wouldn't attend this birthday banquet, but his son has always harbored affection for the Crown Prince. Hearing of His Highness's arrival, he sneaked in, seeking an opportunity to compromise the Crown Prince and marry him. Su Xiaoyu assessed He Chung through the system's projection. He looked average, nowhere near as handsome or tall as himself, but he certainly had a lot of nerve. The Crown Prince will inherit the throne in the future, which means he must have heirs. Would the Emperor ever agree to him marrying a man? The system retracted the screen and shrugged. He wouldn't. Su Xiaoyu clicked his tongue. If He Chung had set his sights on a regular prince, he might have had a chance. But to target the Crown Prince? Where did he get the audacity? By the way, where is the Crown Prince? Let me see what kind of peerless beauty could make He Chung so obsessed. Xiaoba locked onto the Crown Prince's figure amidst the crowd, projecting his appearance on the screen. Su Xiaoyu rubbed his chin, carefully observing the image. Xiaoba, I have to admit the Crown Prince is better looking than modern male celebrities. Elegant broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs. But wait, don't you think the Crown Prince seems to be looking at me? The projection rotated 360 degrees around Chu Guani. When it reached his back, it revealed a young man in orange-red brocade, clothes facing away from him, clinging to a pillar just ahead. Su Xiaoyu grumbled to Xiaoba. This person's clothes are exactly the same as mine. Even his posture of clinging to the pillar is identical. From a distance, Crown Prince Chu Guani had seen Su Xiaoyu sneaking behind a pillar. Initially, he hadn't paid it any mind until he heard a strange voice echo, seeking an opportunity to compromise the Crown Prince and marry him. Hearing that someone intended to compromise and marry him, Chu Guani's stern face seemed to freeze into ice. He scanned his surroundings and finally followed the source of the voice, stepping right behind Su Xiaoyu. The facts proved that the voice was indeed coming from the person in front of him. Xiaoba let out a screeching wail. Host. The Crown Prince is right behind you all. The scream made Su Xiaoyu shudder. He rolled his eyes. What are you yelling for? You scare me to death. At the same time, he instinctively turned around and saw Chu Guani standing just steps away. Chu Guani looked as if he had seen right through him. A cold sweat broke out on Su Xiaoyu's back. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Su Xiaoyu let out an awkward laugh, preparing to bolt at any second. Hello there, take your time looking around, I'll be taking my leave. He had barely taken a single step when his collar was seized, choking him lightly. Cough, cough. Caught by the collar, Su Xiaoyu failed to escape. He looked back at Chu Guani, his eyes full of suppressed indignation. Did I permit you to leave? Chu Guani held his collar, his gaze bearing a faint but heavy pressure. He hadn't yet figured out who was trying to drug him, so he couldn't let this person go. Furthermore, that strange voice didn't sound human at all. It had called out host, but there was no one else around this person. How could there be two distinct voices? He was certain that the normal-sounding voice came from the young man in front of him. As for the other voice, he wasn't sure. From now on, you will follow behind me. Su Xiaoyu's face crumpled in misery. Your Highness, why are you holding on to me and not letting go? Xiaoba, what do I do now? This is the Crown Prince, I can't afford to offend him. Think of something quick. Host, you're on your own. Good luck. Stinky Xiaoba. He had been too careless. Su Xiaoyu deeply regretted not noticing Chu Guani standing behind him. Chu Guani heard their voices again, but strangely the young man in front of him hadn't opened his mouth. Where was the voice coming from? Could it possibly be his inner thoughts? That was too absurd. Though profoundly shocked inside, Chu Guani maintained a calm exterior, pretending nothing had happened. Since you know I am the crown prince, shouldn't you obediently comply? Otherwise I shall execute your entire clan. Su Xiaoyu reluctantly agreed. Yes, your highness. Xiaoba, why do you think the crown prince suddenly grabbed me and won't let me go? He's so weird. Xiaoba shook its head. I don't know. Maybe no one is accompanying him, he's a bit bored and wants you to keep him company. Following him isn't so bad. It's the perfect chance to watch up close how he Chung tries to have his way with him. Chu Guanyi slightly turned his head to look at the absent-minded Su Xiaoyu beside him, his eyes darkening. So it was he Chung who was plotting against him. This brat wanted to see him make a fool of himself. No way. The grand banquet in the front courtyard continued under the bright sunlight with the undercurrents of schemes hidden beneath the festive atmosphere. The birthday banquet commenced. Su Xiaoyu sat beside Chu Guanyi, his gaze drifting toward a minister at a nearby table. Xiaoba, do you think that man is afraid of cats? Indeed, host. He is Grand Preceptor Qian. Despite his fierce demeanor in court, bulky and imposing a single cough enough to shake the 6 ministries, he is deathly afraid of cats in private. The two chatted enthusiastically while the crown prince nearby cast a sideways glance at the Grand Preceptor opposite them, quietly enjoying the spectacle. Meanwhile, Grand Preceptor Qian himself froze mid-sip, his eyes widening as he set down his teacup and scanned the room. Who was just talking about my fear of cats? Only my own family knows the secret. Who could have possibly said it? And how could they possibly know? Su Xiaoyu thought, come on, kittens are soft, fluffy, and adorable. How can anyone not like them? Xiaoba replied, tell me about it. It gets worse. Their estate forbids even a single cat hair within a li radius. If a cat were to appear near him, he'd perform some miraculous water-walking feat and cling to a pillar for safety. Su Xiaoyu's lips curled upward as he imagined Grand Preceptor Qian, a massive man in his 40s or 50s, clinging to a pillar in terror. The Grand Preceptor's teacup shattered in his grip, tea streaming through his fingers. He sprang to his feet, searching frantically for whoever had exposed his secret, but found no suspicious souls. This was inexplicable. He had clearly heard the voice nearby, yet the speaker was nowhere to be found. Chu Guanyi watched Grand Preceptor Qian's flustered reaction with confusion. The man had been peacefully drinking tea moments before. What had provoked such sudden embarrassment? Surely he couldn't also hear that boy's inner thoughts. Impossible. Such bizarre occurrences could not possibly repeat themselves with another person. Grand Preceptor Qian rose to his feet and met Chu Guanyi's gaze. Like a carved statue, he stood frozen for 2 seconds before collapsing to his knees, with a thud, shouting, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Chu Guanyi thought your reaction is rather slow. He had been seated here for quite some time before the Grand Preceptor finally noticed him. Grand Preceptor Qian's cry of Your Highness the Crown Prince drew everyone's attention. Upon seeing Chu Guanyi, the gathered officials prostrated themselves in unison. All bow to Your Highness the Crown Prince. Chu Guanyi had merely wished to enjoy the banquet in peace. Well, eat in peace. Now this had happened. Distinguished ministers, rise. I am incognito, attending Lord Su's birthday celebration. No need for formality, and please do not inform Lord Su otherwise. His piercing glance silenced them. Trembling, the officials agreed, rose, and returned to their seats, daring not to speak loudly. Su Xiaoyu silently grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and continued chatting with Xiaoba. What do you think would happen if a cat appeared right now? Host, you would witness Grand Preceptor Qian trampling over everyone's heads, water walking across the crowd, before leaping to embrace a pillar, while screaming for help. Su Xiaoyu chuckled inwardly, already envisioning the absurd scene of that burly middle-aged man stepping on people's heads to cling to a pillar. The image was too hilarious. He nearly laughed aloud. Grand Preceptor Qian felt completely numb. Glancing around, he saw no one else reacting to his secret fear, yet the voice was undeniably real. His eyes fell upon Su Xiaoyu across the table, whose mischievous grin sparked suspicion. Noticing the Grand Preceptor's gaze, Chu Guanyi's absurd thought resurfaced once more. Your Highness, have you heard any strange voices? Chu Guanyi maintained his composure, feigning confusion. Strange voices? What strange voice did Grand Preceptor Qian hear? Grand Preceptor Qian exhaled in relief, muttering under his breath, That's good, that's good. What was that, Grand Preceptor? Chu Guanyi was now certain. Grand Preceptor Qian could also hear the boy's inner thoughts. So he was not the only one afflicted. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu cracked melon seeds, and thought, System, can you emerge from my consciousness? Yes, though merely as a phantom. Only you, host, can touch me, who others may see, but cannot interact. Su Xiaoyu conceived a bold idea. He. Grand Preceptor Qian felt a chill run down his spine, as Su Xiaoyu stared at him with a wicked, scheming expression. Host, what are you planning? Please don't cause trouble. If you ruin this, your father will give you a thorough beating. Xiaoba offered a sincere warning. Su Xiaoyu paid perfunctory mind, calculating the likelihood of his father discovering the incident. Chu Guanyi's gaze lingered on Grand Preceptor Qian as he absent-mindedly sipped tea. Honestly, he too was curious about the man's reaction to a cat. Grand Preceptor Qian lashed onto the words, Your father's birthday banquet. This so-called host, the normal one, was old Su's son. He had crossed paths with Su Xiaoyu and his elder brother on previous occasions. It was this very boy seated opposite him. This brat was the one exposing his fear of cats. Xiaoba, come out quickly. I want to see. Xiaoba had been reluctant, but curiosity got the better of it as well. Before Grand Preceptor Qian could decipher Su Xiaoyu's meaning, a tabby cat leaped from beneath the table, appearing vividly before the Grand Preceptor's eyes. Grand Preceptor Qian let out a shriek that captured everyone's attention. All eyes witnessed him spring from his stool, crying in terror like a man possessed. A cat. Remove it quickly. Startled, the attendees had barely time to react when Grand Preceptor Qian launched himself upward, trampling over their heads before flying to a pillar and gripping it desperately. Quickly drive the cat away. The crowd, bewildered by the scene, gradually understood. Grand Preceptor Qian feared cats. The tabby on the table rolled back and forth as if mocking the grown man's irrational fear. Host, look at him, ha. He actually stepped on everyone's heads to fly over and hug the pillar. Ha ha. Shall I see it, ha? This would be even more entertaining in the imperial court. The officials exchanged bewildered glances, then scanned the room for the speaking youth. Shu Guanyi's brows furrowed, using his teacup to conceal his expression. Judging by their expressions earlier, could they also hear the boy's thoughts? Were they all afflicted? How else could such a bizarre phenomenon occur? Shu Guanyi's gaze flicked towards Su Xiaoyu, who trembled violently, yet appeared outwardly calm. Ha ha. Grand Preceptor Qian shivered while clinging to the pillar. Observing the onlooker's expressions, his sole thought was that his lifelong reputation had been utterly ruined. The tabby cat on the table must be the Xiao Ba the brat had been calling. The cat lay sprawled, rolling deliberately, as if openly mocking him. And those people whispering and pointing at him. They were clearly gossiping about him behind his back. The crowd gathered, murmuring amongst themselves, yet no one could pinpoint who was laughing heartily. Host, I'll go to the palace another day and record for you the scene of Grand Commandant Qian clinging to a pillar in fear during the morning court. Good idea, Xiao Ba. Don't wait for another day. Go tomorrow. All eyes turned to Grand Commandant Qian, who was trembling as he clung to the pillar. No one knew who started laughing first, but soon others joined in. Grand Commandant Qian rolled his eyes, wishing he could simply faint on the spot. How humiliating, utterly humiliating. Just as everyone was doubled over with laughter, Su Qiaoyu's father Su Qinggong and his elder brother Su Xiaoxing arrived. Their gazes instantly locked onto Su Qiaoyu, and their scalps went numb. Hadn't they told Su Qiaoyu to stay in the back courtyard and not come out? How did he end up in the front courtyard? Taking in the scene around them, and seeing Grand Commandant Qian still clutching the pillar in the distance, a foreboding sense crept over them. The father and son exchanged a look, reading the same thought in each other's eyes. Could it be that everyone could hear Yuer's inner thoughts? Otherwise, how else could this situation be explained? Laughter continued to ripple through the front courtyard. To salvage Grand Commandant Qian's already precarious dignity, Su Qinggong and Su Xiaoxing hurriedly stepped in to defuse the situation. It took a full quarter of an hour for the crowd to settle down. Only then did the father and son notice the crown prince standing beside Su Qiaoyu. They immediately knelt to pay their respects. Forgive me, Your Highness, for failing to greet you upon your arrival. Please pardon my negligence. Rise, Lord Su. I am traveling incognito. No need for such formalities. After the exchange of pleasantries, Su Xiaoxing sidled over to Su Qiaoyu and whispered, Weren't you supposed to be in the back courtyard? What are you doing in the front? It wasn't that they didn't want him in the front courtyard. It was that they had been cursed like this lately, able to hear his younger brother's inner thoughts. And not just hear them, but have every secret laid bare. Many servants in the residence could hear his brother's thoughts. To prevent today's ministers from also overhearing and causing trouble, they had ordered him to stay in the back courtyard and not come to the front. Yet here he was after all, and sitting right next to the crown prince. Who knew if the crown prince could hear his brother's thoughts, or if his brother had said something inappropriate? Su Qiaoyu of course couldn't tell the truth. I have something to do. What could you possibly have to do? These days you never do anything serious except gossip. Indeed, lately whenever they were with Su Qiaoyu, they would stumble upon all sorts of bizarre gossip, from servants' affairs to court scandals. Nothing escaped his notice. Su Qiaoyu stealthily pointed at Grand Commandant Qian and whispered to Su Xiaoxing in what he thought was a low voice, He's afraid of cats. Did you and Dad see him hugging the pillar when you arrived? Su Xiaoxing nodded. I saw. He was scared of a cat, so he clung to the pillar. Su Qiaoyu was about to tell his brother what had just happened when Grand Commandant Qian glared daggers at him. You little wretch, say one word, and I'll beat you to death. But Su Qiaoyu, oblivious to Grand Commandant Qian's meaning, glanced at him and said, Lord Qian, is something wrong with your eyes? Why are you glaring like that? They look like cow's eyes. Su Xiaoxing never expected his brother to say such a thing. By the time he reached out to cover Su Qiaoyu's mouth, it was too late. Su Qinggong, who had been exchanging pleasantries with the crown prince, heard his son's words and was so furious his mustache bristled. This kid was definitely trying to make enemies for him. He should have chained him up in the back courtyard to prevent these disasters. Grand Commandant Qian was so angry he rolled his eyes on the verge of fainting. Shu Guanyi quickly changed the subject. It's getting late, Lord Su. Please begin the banquet. If you don't start now, your son will drive Grand Commandant Qian to death. Everyone snickered. They had all heard Su Qiaoyu's earlier words, and they realized a crucial fact. Su Qiaoyu's voice was the same as the host they had been hearing. So it was him. Su Qinggong had no choice but to start the banquet quickly, lest his son cause more trouble. As the banquet began, Su Qiaoyu sat with the crown prince on his left and his father on his right. He stole a glance at both of them, but seeing they hadn't touched their chopsticks, he muttered to Xiao Ba in his mind, Xiao Ba, what are they waiting for before they start eating? I'm hungry. I don't know, but host, be careful. The wine with the drug has been brought over. Su Qiaoyu, hearing about the drugged wine, craned his neck to look around for the flask. Where? Su Qinggong heard the words drugged wine and felt a chill down his spine, as if he could already see the Su family's tragic fate. Shu Guanyi, upon hearing about the drugged wine, pricked up his ears to listen to Su Qiaoyu's inner thoughts while signaling to his hidden guards to investigate. Over there. Xiao Ba pulled up an image The wine that had been in a servant's hand was now in a maid's. I see. I'll eat first and watch the drama later. Su Qinggong and Chu Guani searched everywhere for that maid, but since Su Chaoyu hadn't specified her location, they had no clue. The others, upon hearing Su Chaoyu mention the drugged wine, abruptly stopped the hands that were raising their cups to their mouths, setting the wine down in fear, not daring to drink. Those who hadn't drunk yet gasped inwardly and secretly poured the wine away. What's this about drugged wine? No idea. That kid didn't explain clearly, and we don't even know who it's meant to harm. Could it be aimed at the crown prince? Su Chaoyu's inner thoughts made everyone anxious, and they craned their necks to locate the drugged wine. But with over a dozen wine flasks in the hall, no one could tell which one was laced. Every flask looked suspicious. Su Qinggong called his trusted aide and ordered him to remove all the wine, thoroughly investigate it, and replace it with fresh wine. Su Chaoyu was too busy deciding which dish to attack first to notice his father's discreet actions, still eagerly awaiting Chu Guani's gossip. All the wine was quickly removed and replaced with new ones, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Now there was no need to worry about accidentally drinking the drugged wine. Everyone please eat. This wine is a fine vintage I've been saving for a long time. Do try it. Su Qinggong, seeing everyone sitting rigidly without touching their chopsticks, urged them to eat. This wine smells exquisite and the dishes are superb. Today on Lord Su's birthday, we wish you many more years of happiness. Indeed. Many happy returns, Lord Su. Su Qinggong, thank you but no thanks. Thank you all for coming to my birthday banquet. Please enjoy yourselves. Chu Guani. Su Qinggong, son, how dare you snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Xiaoba, this braised pork is tender, sweet, and not greasy. Delicious. Chu Guani. Su Qinggong, son, how dare you snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Xiaoba, this braised pork is tender, sweet, and not greasy. Delicious. Host, don't just focus on eating. The drugged wine has already been poured into the crown prince's cup. Everyone paused mid-bite and mid-sip, turning their heads stiffly toward the crown prince. So the target was the crown prince. Who was it just now who said someone intended to harm the crown prince? Drag him out and execute him. Su Qinggong's vision went dark, then dark again. Hadn't he already ordered all the wine to be replaced? How was there still drugged wine? Was the Su family doomed? He just wanted to hold a simple birthday banquet. Chu Guani set down his wine glass, also curious. The wine had already been replaced, so how could there still be spiked wine? Here it comes. The show is about to begin. Host, your father just had all the wine replaced. Su Xiaoyu turned to look at Su Qinggong, his eyes full of confusion. Why did my father suddenly replace the wine? Was the wine not good? Don't know. It couldn't be that he knew the wine was drugged, right? Hard to say. Then wouldn't I miss the scene of Chu Guani being drugged? Chu Guani really wanted to beat Su Xiaoyu to a pulp. Knowing the wine was drugged, he not only failed to warn him, but also wanted to watch him make a fool of himself. This was utterly outrageous. How audacious. Su Qinggong also wanted to beat him, but couldn't find a suitable reason. For now, he could only hastily order the wine to be replaced, and quickly have the culprit who drugged it arrested. Your Highness, you. Chu Guani picked up the wine glass and drained it in one gulp. Su Qinggong's remaining words got stuck in his throat, his knees went weak, and he nearly fell to his knees. Catching the smell of wine from the puddle on the floor, he let out a long sigh of relief, and sat down shakily. It seemed that His Highness could also hear Yuer's inner thoughts. Oh no, just now Yuer had addressed the crown prince by his given name. The Su family was doomed. Just as Su Qinggong was wondering how to save his family, he overheard Su Xiaoyu communicating with Xiaoba. Host, you can still see it. Hearing that Chu Guani would still be drugged, everyone pricked up their ears. Su Xiaoyu, didn't you say the spiked wine had already been replaced? Xiaoba had long since slipped back into Su Xiaoyu's consciousness while no one was paying attention. It circled in midair and answered. He Chung saw the wine had been replaced and secretly spiked it again. Holy shit, that was everyone's first thought. Their second thought was, whose child is he Chung? Oh, I see. Just now I saw Chu Guani already drank it, so wouldn't he soon? Su Xiaoyu took a bite of food, glanced at Chu Guani, then took another bite. Chu Guani sneered. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Su Xiaoyu's next words made everyone silently mourn for the Su family. Xiaoba, what do you think Chu Guani would look like with his stunningly handsome face when he's drugged? You'll see in a moment, host. Everyone suddenly realized that Chu Guani had drunk the drugged wine. To protect their crown prince, they had to warn him. Your Highness. You. Chu Guani stopped everyone with a single look. Su Xiaoyu, cheeks puffed with food, looked up at the whole courtyard, puzzled by them, unanimously calling out to Chu Guani. I'm fine. Eat your food. It seemed they could also hear this kid's inner thoughts. Being seasoned officials, Chu Guani's expression and attitude made everyone immediately understand that he knew the wine was drugged. Everyone, fearing anything might happen to the crown prince, dared not touch their food or wine, all focusing intently on Chu Guani's condition. At this moment, Chu Guani had mixed feelings of love and hate towards Su Xiaoyu. If not for him, he would have been drugged, and He Cheng's scheme would have succeeded. At the same time, he was furious that Su Xiaoyu, knowing about this, not only didn't tell him, but also wanted to watch him make a fool of himself. Truly hateful. While there would be plenty of days ahead, he would have plenty of opportunities to deal with Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoba, take this opportunity to find some other juicy gossip. I want to save up more points for the lottery draw. Alright, host. I've detected some gossip about the imperial censor. Please check it, host. Su Xiaoyu chewed the food in his mouth, staring into the void. Everyone followed his gaze, but saw nothing. Since they couldn't see it, they might as well listen. Gossip about the imperial censor. The imperial censor wasn't here. Perfect. Tomorrow at court they'd have a good laugh at his expense. Su Xiaoyu watched the whole thing and inwardly exclaimed, "Holy shit. Holy shit, Xiaoba the imperial censor and his wife are truly in love. All these years not a single person discovered it. What incredible disguises. Who says otherwise? The imperial censor and his wife share a deep and unbreakable bond. They're a famous model couple in the capital. Even if it were said, no one would believe it. Indeed, if the truth were told now, none of those present would believe it. Everyone, no, come on, just say it. What about the imperial censor and his wife? How do you know we wouldn't believe it if you don't say it?" Everyone felt as if they had lice crawling all over them. Having only part of the gossip, they were utterly confused and unbearably itchy with curiosity. Tisk tisk tsk. Hey Xiaoba, shouldn't Chu Guani's drug be taking effect soon? Right now he doesn't look like he's about to. At this moment Su Qinggong and Su Zhaoxing wished they could melt Su Xiaoyu down and recast him. If they could still see tomorrow's sun, they would definitely hire a Taoist priest to exorcise evil spirits. The chopsticks in Chu Guani's hand snapped in two with a crack. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his face darkened as if it could drip ink. After this matter was settled, he would definitely teach Su Xiaoyu a lesson. Su Xiaoyu couldn't hide the amused smile at the corner of his mouth. He stuffed down the last bite of food and watched Chu Guani rise, saying he felt unwell. The drug is taking effect. Su Qinggong didn't know what the crown prince had in mind, so he could only personally support the crown prince as he went to a guest room to rest. "Your Highness, what are your plans? Does this guilty official need to help?" Others also wanted to support the crown prince, but were stopped again by a single look from him. Su Xiaoyu followed behind, Su Qinggong muttering incessantly to Xiaoba. Chu Guani had never expected that although Su Xiaoyu looked quiet, his inner monologue was so loud it could drive a person crazy. Su Qinggong escorted Chu Guani to the guest room. Before entering, Chu Guani whispered a few words to Su Qinggong. Su Qinggong glanced at his son, who was ready to watch the show, and reluctantly nodded in agreement to Chu Guani's request. "My son, for the sake of our Su family, you'll have to bear a little grievance for now." As Chu Guani entered the guest room, he grabbed Su Xiaoyu's wrist and pulled him into the room. Su Xiaoyu stumbled from the pull and crashed directly into Chu Guani's arms, his nose hurting so much that tears welled up. "Ow, ow, ow, hiss, what are you doing?" With tears in his eyes, Su Xiaoyu covered his nose and glared fiercely at the man before him. "Can you compensate me if you broke my nose?" Su Xiaoyu carefully felt his nose. Good, his tall nose was still there, not broken. Chu Guani hadn't expected that a light tug would pull Su Xiaoyu over like a little chick, causing him to bump his nose. "Sorry." Su Xiaoyu stole a glance at him. Since when did the crown prince apologize? According to the novels, setting the crown prince was aloof, and above all, how could he ever be wrong? "Your Highness, aren't you supposed to rest? Why did you pull me in?" Chu Guani's gaze fell on Su Xiaoyu's reddened nose tip. So delicate, a mere bump could make him cry. Su Xiaoyu could not decipher the emotions in Chu Guani's eyes. Noting that he should have been under the influence of the drug yet appeared entirely unaffected, she asked Xiaoba, Chu Guani doesn't seem like he's been drugged." Chu Guani, overhearing Su Xiaoyu's thoughts, stiffened his expression and prepared to feign the effects of the drug when he heard light footsteps in the courtyard. Host, forget about whether he's drugged for now. He-chung is here. Find a place to hide quickly." Su Xiaoyu, upon hearing Xiaoba's warning that He-chung had arrived, visibly panicked, her eyes darting around for a place to conceal herself. Her gaze finally settled on the wardrobe. She dashed over in 3 quick steps, opened the wardrobe, squeezed herself inside, and closed the door. Just as Su Xiaoyu was ready to enjoy the spectacle, the wardrobe door opened again. Chu Guani, who should have been lying on the bed, nimbly slipped into the wardrobe and shut the door. "Move over a bit. Su Xiaoyu. No, this isn't how the plot goes. Why is Chu Guani hiding in here? If the protagonist isn't on the bed, how can I watch the drama unfold?" "Wait, you." "Shu." All of Su Xiaoyu's words were stifled at her lips, unable to form a single syllable. "Creak. System, this situation is all wrong. Is this how the plot was supposed to develop?" "Host, the plot has gone completely off the rails. It started going wrong the moment you entered this door. Damn it. Xiaoba, do you think I can still kick him out in time?" "Probably. In time." From the side, Chu Guani clenched his fists so tightly that his teeth ground audibly. He couldn't understand why Su Xiaoyu always wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Su Xiaoyu silently calculated the best position to push Chu Guani out without exposing herself. As she reached out to shove him, Chu Guani sidestepped, dodging her hand. Su Xiaoyu's push met empty air, and she stumbled forward into Chu Guani's embrace. By an unfortunate coincidence, her lips landed squarely on his. Both of them widened their eyes, staring into each other's gaze. In each other's eyes they saw shock, disbelief, and a mutual accusation of "they took advantage of me." Su Xiaoyu quickly scrambled off Chu Guani, and even gave him a shove, causing the wardrobe to rattle. "Damn it, Xiaoba, I'm not clean anymore. I was kissed by a man." "Ah." As soon as his thoughts fell, everyone sat up straight and looked over. Chu Guani sneered, "This Xiaoba deserves a reward. Didn't he like to eat his gossip?" Her internal screams were so loud they nearly deafened Chu Guani. He hadn't even complained about her, and this brat dared to be disgusted by him. Chu Guani wiped his mouth. His first kiss was gone, lost to a man. What would the court officials think if they found out? He must have been out of his mind to think Su Xiaoyu would be useful and to hide in the wardrobe with her. Now Chu Guani regretted his decision bitterly. Outside the wardrobe, He-chung entered and didn't see Chu Guani. He muttered to himself, "I clearly saw him come in. How is he not here?" As He Chung searched the room for Chu Guani, he heard a strange noise from the wardrobe and grinned. Your Highness the Crown Prince, so you're hiding in the wardrobe. Don't be afraid. I'll treat you well. Su Chaoyu heard He Chung approaching. Her hand, which had been frantically wiping her mouth, now covered her lips as she trembled all over. Ha ha ha, Chu Guani, you can't escape now. Quick, quick, take your crown prince away. Chu Guani's face turned ashen. He must have been insane to think he could turn the tables, see what He Chung would do to him, and then capture him. Now he was trapped. Even if he was going to die, he would drag someone down with him. Chu Guani grabbed Su Chaoyu's arm and gave a gentle push, sending her tumbling out of the wardrobe. Su Chaoyu's head spun. Her internal laughter came to an abrupt halt. She lay on the floor, dazed, staring directly into He Cheng's eyes. The room fell into a sudden, profound silence. Su Chaoyu cursed Chu Guani in her mind. Chu Guani, you bastard. Pushing me out like that. What kind of man are you? I curse you to be impotent forever. Chu Guani's fist hardened. His fist hardened. He, the crown prince of a great nation, had lived for over 20 years and never been cursed like this before. Su Chaoyu had called his name, laughed at his misfortune, and now cursed him. He would remember every single offense. And the braised pork she stole? Once this was over, he would teach that brat a lesson. He Chung looked from the wardrobe to Su Chaoyu lying on the floor, his voice rising. Why is it you? Su Chaoyu scrambled to her feet, dusted off her clothes, and puffed out her chest. This is my home. Why wouldn't I be here? Impossible, He Chung screeched, his face twisted with fury. I clearly saw the crown prince enter. It can't be you. Su Chaoyu didn't care about the consequences. She rolled up her sleeves and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Your eyesight is clearly failing. You might as well donate them. Drugging the crown prince in my home and trying to force yourself on him here. I'll slap you to death. Su Chaoyu swung her arm in a wide arc, striking He Cheng's face from both sides. She had wanted to see Chu Guani's drama, but that didn't mean she would let He Cheng succeed. If the crown prince met with trouble in her home, her entire family would be doomed. He Cheng's actions had put them in a hopeless position. She had originally planned to wait for the critical moment, then charge in with people to rescue Chu Guani. Now look at this mess. The thought made Su Chaoyu furious. She channeled all her strength into her hand and slapped He Chung across the face. Chu Guani, hidden in the wardrobe, hadn't expected Su Chaoyu to suddenly take action. After a moment of hesitation, he pushed open the wardrobe door and emerged. His shadow guards were supposed to act only at the critical moment, but now their job was saved. I'll beat you to death, you dog. Drugging the crown prince is one thing, but couldn't you have taken him somewhere else to sleep with him? You dare to harm our Su family. I'll kill you. Su Qinggong returned, saw his son hitting someone, and shuddered in fright. Luckily, the crown prince was unharmed. Maybe their Su family could be saved. You are stop. Let your father handle this. Su Chaoyu delivered the last slap, then hopped over to Su Qinggong, crying out, ouch, ouch, dad, my hand is about to break. He Cheng's face is so thick, it hurts so much. I should have used my shoe to slap him. Su Qinggong gently cupped Su Chaoyu's reddened palm, blew on it, and said, I'll have the servant bring you some medicine later. Why did you have to do it yourself? You could have let the servants handle it. After soothing Su Chaoyu, Su Qinggong summoned the servants to tie up He Chung, who had already fainted on the floor. Chu Guani fell silent. He looked at Su Chaoyu, thin as a chick, but she had surprising strength, even knocking someone unconscious. Your Highness, are you all right? Chu Guani glanced at Su Chaoyu's reddened palm and replied in an unreadable tone, I'm fine. Xiao Ba had planned for a heroic rescue, but look how it turned out. Xiao Ba sighed. Host, there's a saying, imagination is beautiful, reality is harsh. Don't be sad. There will be other opportunities. Chu Guani sneered, opportunity. I cannot possibly give you an opportunity. Guards, seize this assassin who dared to attempt my life. He Chung, unconscious, was taken away by the crown prince's guards. This piece of gossip was over. Su Chaoyu was still thinking about the points. Xiao Ba, how many points do we have now? Host, the previous 200 points plus the current 140 points equals 340 points. No, wasn't it said that this gossip session would give a total of 300 points? How come it's only 140 points? Xiao Ba called up the panel and showed him the gossip about Grand Commandant Qian, and the Imperial Censor gave 40 points, and the gossip about Crown Prince Chu Guani gave 100 points. There's still more gossip to come, and judging by the time the front courtyard is about to have the next piece of gossip. Hearing that there was more gossip, Su Chaoyu turned around without any hesitation and headed to the front courtyard to eat the gossip. Su Qinggong and Chu Guani hurriedly followed. The former feared Su Chaoyu would cause more trouble, while the latter thought that since his own gossip had been consumed by everyone, he wanted to eat others' gossip as well. Su Chaoyu's legs churned so fast that Su Qinggong, holding up his robe, chased after him out of breath. You brats, slow down, slow down. Chu Guani followed behind them unhurriedly. He was very curious about what kind of gossip made Su Chaoyu so impatient. Father, if we're slow, we won't get fresh gossip. Su Qinggong really wanted to reforge him. In the past, he used to tease cats, walk dogs, and fight crickets, never doing anything serious. He either wandered aimlessly or went out drinking with disreputable friends. Now he stopped going out, but he's become possessed. It was one thing that they could hear his thoughts, but the problem was that his thoughts were all about gossip and eating melons all day. If it were just the family, it would be fine, but today the crown prince was also present, and they had offended him. Why was his life so bitter? Su Chaoyu hurried as fast as he could and managed to catch up. As soon as he arrived at the front courtyard, a maidservant led a woman towards them. Su Chaoyu asked Xiao Ba, whose gossip is this? And why is it a woman? Xiao Ba stammered, Host will know in a moment. Su Chaoyu's mind was full of gossip, and he didn't notice Xiaoba's oddness. The maidservant brought the woman before Su Chenggong and reported softly, "Master, this young lady says she wants to see the young master." Su Chaoyu was taken aback, pointing at himself, "Looking for me?" The woman, upon seeing Su Chaoyu, rushed straight towards him. "My lord, I have finally found you." The woman's voice rose. The crowd, who had been secretly glancing over, now openly stared. "What do you think is going on with this woman? She looks like she's crying quite miserably. Could it be that the Su boy did something shameful, and she's come to confront him?" Su Chaoyu was certain he had never seen her before, and the original owner's memories also contained no trace of this woman. Xiaoba, what's going on now? Who is this woman?" Su Chaoyu's thoughts sounded. Su Chenggong saw his son's puzzled expression and realized he truly did not recognize the woman before him. Xiaoba's eyes flickered, answering evasively, "Host, after you fully consume this gossip, the remaining points will be credited." Only then did Su Chaoyu notice Xiaoba's strange behavior. He squinted and interrogated Xiaoba, "Judging by your expression, you're definitely up to no good. Is this woman coming for me?" As soon as his thoughts fell, everyone sat up straight and looked over. Chu Guani sneered, "This Xiaoba deserves a reward. Didn't he like to eat his gossip? Now he was eating gossip about himself. How satisfying." Su Chenggong and Su Chaoxing exchanged a glance, reading the same message in each other's eyes. Surely the brat wouldn't have done that, would he? Xiaoba covered his face with his little short paws and said gloomily, "It's the host's gossip." Su Chaoyu immediately burst into curses. "You damn thing. If you had told me earlier it was my gossip, I would have handled it privately. Look now, so many people are watching. Where's my face? Where's my reputation?" Xiaoba poked his two fingers together and muttered softly, "The host's face was lost long ago." If the situation hadn't been so dire, Su Chaoyu would have scolded Xiaoba to death. He dodged the woman who was rushing at him and hid behind Su Chaoxing. Hey, don't come over here. I don't know you at all. Don't try to frame me." Upon hearing Su Chaoyu's words, the woman was first stunned, then pinched her handkerchief and sobbed. "Boo-hoo, young master, you are so cruel. You promised to marry me. How can you deny it now? Since that night a month ago, I have been thinking of you day and night. I am even carrying your child in my womb. How can you be so heartless?" Hearing the woman's words, accusing gazes fell upon Su Chaoyu. Su Chaoyu was so angry that steam seemed to rise from his head. He hadn't done this, and he wouldn't admit it. "You say it's me, so it's me. I ask you, on which night, and at what time did you meet me and do that kind of thing?" The woman answered without hesitation. "On the 18th of last month at the Red Garment Pavilion during the evening hours of 7 to 9 p.m. You requested me, and you even said you would redeem me." Su Chaoyu stiffened his neck and said righteously, "Then it wasn't me. That night, I was punished by my father to kneel in the ancestral hall. I couldn't have been at the Red Garment Pavilion." The woman hadn't expected that Su Chaoyu was being punished to kneel that night. She stammered a couple of times, and then continued, "That night was you. If you don't want to acknowledge the child in my womb, you can't just make up lies." Su Chenggong and Su Chaoxing remembered that night. Su Chaoyu was indeed kneeling in the ancestral hall and had no time to go out. "Miss, you have indeed mistaken him. My brother angered our father that night and was punished by kneeling. At that time our mother had a big quarrel with father. He simply couldn't have gone to the Red Garment Pavilion." At this moment a minister attending the feast spoke up. "I remember this incident. At that time my son came out from the Su residence and told me that the Su boy had torn old Su's official robe, causing old Su to punish him by kneeling." Su Chaoyu looked at the minister who had spoken. It was the father of his good friend. He shot him a grateful look. "See, I have witnesses here. You are definitely slandering me." The woman unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning slightly white. She quickly changed her story. "I remembered wrong. It was the night of the 16th. Yes, the night of the 16th. Su Chaoyu came out from behind Su Chenggong, hands on his hips. "Are you sure it's the 16th? The woman was almost uncertain from his questioning. Her breathing became shallow and rapid, her chest heaving. After thinking for a moment, she nodded firmly. "It was the 16th at the hour of Su." "Then it's unfortunate. That evening I had an upset stomach from bad food and was in pain. I called the renowned physician from Huichun Hall to diagnose me. If you don't believe me, you can invite the physician from Huichun Hall." Su Chaoyu pressed on relentlessly. "Let me ask you again, is there a mole on my left chest or on my right chest?" At this point the woman's forehead was sweating. Her eyes darted, unable to look straight ahead, glancing around. After stammering for a long time she answered, Then it was the night of the 19th. "The mole on your chest is on the left. Are you sure?" Su Xiaoyu was full of confidence, a smug grin on his face. His glance at the woman seemed to say, "You're done for. This woman was here to extort money." Su Chenggong knew his son would never do such a thing. Though he was a bit of a playboy, he wouldn't stoop to such despicable behavior. "Speak. Who sent you? How dare you frame my son?" Men seize her and interrogate her. Upon hearing she would be arrested, the woman collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant, as she muttered over and over, I'm finished. Xiaoba, stop playing dead. Come out. Whose child is that woman carrying?" Xiaoba popped out from a corner. "Returning to the host, it belongs to the prime minister's son. He resents you, which is why he framed you." Su Xiaoyu seethed with rage, steam practically rising from his head. He rolled up his sleeves, planted his hands on his hips, and began cursing. "What the hell? So he's the prime minister's son. Does that make him superior? How dare he use a woman to frame me? Host, stop cursing. Why are you actually swearing? Control your mouth." Su Xiaoyu was in the heat of his rage, spewing an endless stream of curses, and he didn't hear a single word Xiaoba said. Everyone shivered. They never imagined Su Xiaoyu's prowess in verbal abuse was so formidable. Chu Guanyi vowed this was the filthiest language he had ever heard in his life. This Su Xiaoyu truly redefined his understanding of foul language accumulated over 20+ years. He had come here intending to eat a meal, but ended up consuming gossip instead. Su Xiaoyu continued his verbal assault, while the woman clutched his robe begging for mercy. My lord, spare my life. I know I was wrong. Please grant me this one pardon. Su Qinggong and Su Xiaoxing pulled the woman away from their son. You dare come to our door and frame my son, yet you expect us to forgive you. Impossible. Men, take her away and hand her over to the magistrate. Spare my life, your honor. I'll never dare again. As her pleas faded into the distance, Su Xiaoyu grabbed a nearby teapot and chugged water. Father, that person sent by the prime minister's son framed me. Chu Guanyi had no doubt about Su Xiaoyu's words, but he couldn't let on that he believed so easily. You say the prime minister's son did it, so it was the prime minister's son. Do you have any evidence? Your Highness, the crown prince may go investigate. Su Xiaoyu asked Xiaoba inwardly. Xiaoba, where is the evidence that the prime minister's son framed me? Returning to the host, it is hidden inside the 10th book on the second shelf of the bookcase in his study. Chu Guanyi signaled to the guards who had been following at a distance, and quietly instructed them to investigate. Inside the 10th book on the second shelf of the bookcase in his study. With those words from Su Xiaoyu and Xiaoba, everyone immediately understood. Good. Father will send someone to investigate. Rest assured I will settle this score for you. Su Xiaoyu remembered he had been tricked by Xiaoba earlier, and anger surged within him. If not for being unable to get his hands on Xiaoba, he would have dragged it out and beaten it to a pulp long ago. Su Xiaoyu had been eating others' gossip for 2 months and never expected it would land on his own plate. If Xiaoba had spoken up earlier, he wouldn't have let everyone feast on his scandal in public. He, Su Xiaoyu, could eat others' melons, but absolutely no one could eat his. Xiaoba, how many points do I have now? Xiaoba knew he was in a furious state and responded nervously. The host's points have reached 500. Would the host like to draw a prize? Draw it. If I don't get something satisfactory, I won't hesitate to cancel our bond. Su Xiaoyu gazed at the lottery panel floating in the void. The wheel spun and eventually stopped, pointing to truth powder. Su Xiaoyu frowned at the truth powder. What is this thing? Didn't I want peerless martial arts? Why give me this junk? Tell me, did you tamper with the lottery? Xiaoba felt genuinely wronged. Host, how could I possibly tamper with the lottery? We guarantee its fairness and impartiality. Su Xiaoyu cursed inwardly but accepted the truth powder. The others noticed him looking into empty space and followed his gaze, seeing nothing. What do you think that truth powder is for? You fool, just by its name it's obviously a powder that makes people tell the truth. This stuff is great. Earlier, while they discussed the truth powder, a grumbling, Su Xiaoyu marched toward his room. The day's gossip was consumed, it was time to rest. Chu Guanyi reached out and grabbed him by the collar. Did I give you permission to leave? Once again Su Xiaoyu found his throat pinned. He stared at the prince with an expression that said the man owed him 8 million. Your Highness, do you have something to say? You'd better actually have something to say, or I'll come dancing at your bedside tonight, and dance on your grave once you're dead. Though no one understood what dancing meant, they sensed it wasn't a good thing, and silently remarked in their hearts that Su Youth has guts. Chu Guanyi made a momentous decision. If Su Xiaoyu knew many things others didn't, could he not be utilized to extract information Chu Guanyi wished to know? For instance, who in the court was embezzling military funds? Or who was secretly colluding with others? Starting today you will follow me. Wherever I go you go. Su Xiaoyu wore a confused expression. Was the prince all right? He reached out to test Chu Guanyi's forehead. No fever then. What nonsense are you spouting? Being forced to follow Chu Guanyi felt worse than a death sentence. He still wanted to live a comfortable, lazy life. Following Chu Guanyi meant walking on thin ice, living in constant fear, and never knowing what tomorrow would bring. Chu Guanyi slapped away his hand from his forehead, barely restraining his fury. Su Xiaoyu, if you want to die, just say it. I'll grant your wish. Su Qinggong and Su Xiaoxing trembled violently, terrified the crown prince might actually eliminate Su Xiaoyu. Your Highness, my son is naturally mischievous and ignorant of propriety. Keeping him by your side might only bring trouble. Perhaps. Chu Guanyi interrupted Su Qinggong, who was still trying to rescue his son. Lord Su, this matter is settled. Rest assured, as long as he doesn't commit treason, I will spare his life. The sky seemed to collapse for the Su father and son. From this moment on, the lives of their entire family rested in the hands of their worthless son. I refuse. Let's reason this out. I have many flaws, you absolutely can't stand them. Let's drop this matter. After speaking, Su Xiaoyu prepared to slip away, but 2 figures in black blocked his path. Since you refuse a toast, I have no choice but to force you to drink the penalty. Su Xiaoyu executed a smooth pivot and dropped to his knees before Chu Guanyi, a sycophantic grin spreading across his face. Your Highness, the crown prince, look at you. I was only joking. Give the order, and I shall obey. Everyone had expected Su Xiaoyu with his fiery temper to resist to the death. Who would have guessed he surrendered after a single word from the crown prince? Xiaoba, do you have any dirt on this despot prince? I want to laugh him to death. If Chu Guanyi hadn't been able to hear Su Xiaoyu's inner thoughts, he truly would have been deceived by his devout expression. Fine. Where is his little notebook? Su Xiaoyu had disrespected him and called him a dog of a crown prince. Write it down. Write it all down. Su Qinggong wished he could drop dead on the spot. He had only wanted to hold a birthday banquet properly, and now look what had happened. What on earth was going on? Su Xiaoyu had asked Xiao Ba to dig up gossip about Chu Guani, and Chu Guani naturally would not let him have his way. Su Xiaoyu, why haven't you gone to pack your things, and come with this prince to the Eastern Palace? Chu Guani met Su Xiaoyu's murderous glare, and the lingering displeasure in his heart dissolved on the spot. Su Xiaoyu truly wanted to land 2 solid punches on Chu Guani's smug face. Is the crown prince so amazing? Xiao Ba chose that moment to twist the knife. Host, here the crown prince really is amazing. Su Xiaoyu now wanted to obliterate Xiao Ba as well. Shut up. Yes, your highness. Su Xiaoyu ground his teeth, his ferocious expression no different from a fierce little puppy, trying its best to look intimidating. By the time Su Xiaoyu finally finished packing after dawdling for ages, the banquet had already dispersed. From Su Qinggong and his son Chu Guani learned about the matter of being able to hear inner voices. Then it is settled. If his inner thoughts prove helpful, this prince will reward him handsomely. As long as he does not plot rebellion or betray the state, this prince will spare him. With Chu Guani having said that Su Qinggong and his son could no longer refuse, they could only agree with tears in their eyes. Su Xiaoyu entered the parlor and saw them discussing something unspeakable. He was just about to prick up his ears and eavesdrop when the two, as if by tacit agreement, shut their mouths and stopped. Fine. What is there that I, an esteemed VIP user, cannot hear? Xiao Ba, are they kicking about me? They did not understand the two expressions VIP and suits you about me, but they could roughly grasp the gist. To stop Su Xiaoyu from thinking any more things he should not say, Su Qinggong interrupted his inner voice. Once you enter the Eastern Palace, you must observe the rules. Never say what must not be said, and don't even think it. Do you hear me? Su Xiaoyu nodded with suppressed grievance. I know, father. Forbidding me to speak is one thing, but what the hell is don't think? Can they actually hear my thoughts? The three of them, we really can. Chu Guani rose to his feet, shot Su Xiaoyu a sidelong glance, and said flatly, let's go. Su Xiaoyu looked imploringly at his father and elder brother, but the father and son remained unmoved. There's no love left. Absolutely no love left. My father and big brother have abandoned me. Xiao Ba started playing music. You abandoned me, then smiled and walked away. Snowflakes drift, the north wind howls, and heaven and earth are one vast desolation. Su Xiaoyu stamped his foot in fury. Stop playing. Turn it off, turn it off. Are you trying to make me die of anger? Xiao Ba protested aggrieved. Host, wasn't I just matching the mood? Seeing Su Xiaoyu deflated, Chu Guani was in an excellent mood, and a smile appeared on his usually cold face. Su Xiaoyu beckoned the attendant behind him to follow, then sat in the carriage and gossiped with Xiao Ba. Quick, dig up some dirt on Chu Guani. I'm going to spread it around so everyone knows his embarrassing stories. Xiao Ba was searching for gossip about Chu Guani when, before it could report to Su Xiaoyu, Chu Guani's guard came to summon him. Young master Su, his highness invites you to share his carriage. Su Xiaoyu did not want to share a carriage with him. The very sight of Chu Guani made his stomach churn with anger. He lifted the carriage curtain and answered with a wooden face. Please go back and tell the crown prince that I'm sleepy and need to sleep. I snore when I sleep and it will disturb the crown prince, so I won't go. Chu Guani heard Su Xiaoyu's words. A mouth at 37 degrees Celsius uttered words at minus 20 degrees. Since he refuses to come, drag him out and give him 30 strokes of the cane. FCK. Su Xiaoyu's inner curses were so filthy that even Xiao Ba could not stand to listen. To avoid being caught in the crossfire, Xiao Ba hid in Su Xiaoyu's consciousness and trembled. Host, your temper is running too hot. You should drink some loofah soup to cool it down. The fist resting on Chu Guani's knee kept clenching. To ferret out the secret, he endured. Still cursing inwardly, Su Xiaoyu climbed down from his carriage and boarded Chu Guani's. The carriage rolled slowly along the street, and Su Xiaoyu cursed the entire way without repeating a single phrase. More than once, Chu Guani nearly could not restrain himself from striking him dead with a single palm. Gradually, Chu Guani noticed that it had become much quieter. He turned his head and saw Su Xiaoyu already asleep against the carriage. No wonder it had gone quiet. Su Xiaoyu woke up just as the carriage came to a halt. Are we there? Su Xiaoyu lifted the carriage curtain and was met with the gate of the Eastern Palace. Thinking that he would have to live in the Eastern Palace from now on and trail after Chu Guani like a shadow, he felt life was no longer worth living. Fuqian, have someone prepare Fuhua Hall. Young master Su will reside in the Eastern Palace from now on. Serve him well, and do not be negligent. Fuqian looked up and saw a young master in red-orange brocade approaching as wilted as an eggplant struck by frost. Yes, your highness. By the way, your highness, the emperor sent word a while ago asking you to go to the imperial study upon your return, saying there were matters to discuss. I know. After changing clothes, Chu Guani thought of Su Xiaoyu. Fuqian, tell Su Xiaoyu that he will enter the palace with me shortly. Fuqian had already been astonished that Chu Guani had suddenly brought someone back. Now he was even going to take that person into the palace with him. As shocking as if their crown prince had said, I have someone I like. Yes, your highness. Fuqian silently pushed his dropped jaw back into place and helped Chu Guani finish changing. The young eunuch waiting outside caught Fuqian's meaningful glance and immediately went to relay the order. Su Xiaoyu had no interest in the Eastern Palace. Thinking about the days ahead, he shed wide noodle tears. Xiao Ba, think of a way out quick. I don't want to stay here. It's too oppressive. Host, I can't do anything either. You little good for nothing, what use are you to me? Young master Su, the crown prince requests your presence. A young eunuch's voice came from outside. Su Xiaoyu had wanted to sleep for a while and then wake up to eat, but that dog of a crown prince was not acting like a human. I know. Su Xiaoyu followed the young eunuch with heavy steps, as if his vital essence had been drained, more lifeless than a zombie. Chu Guani felt perfectly at ease whenever Su Xiaoyu was unhappy. Hurry up and keep up. Su Xiaoyu hung his head and rolled his eyes fiercely. Vile feudal society. The whole way was silent, not even an inner thought. Chu Guani glanced at him several times, but Su Xiaoyu kept his head lowered and gave no response. Could it be that he had bullied him too hard, and he was shedding little pearls? A grown man? Surely not. When Chu Guani reached the imperial study, he tilted his head slightly and instructed Su Xiaoyu stay outside and behave yourself. After saying this, he instructed Fuquan at his side, keep an eye on him out here. Don't let him cause trouble. The inner voice that had been silent all the way reached Chu Guani's ears once more. Dog of a crown prince. Chu Guani snorted coldly, flicked his broad sleeves, and strode into the imperial study, without seeing Fuquan staring wide-eyed and trembling all over. Fuquan calmed himself and patted his chest to soothe his nerves. He must have misheard just now. How could there possibly be a voice cursing the crown prince? Chu Guani bowed to the emperor and said, Father, what business do you have with me? The middle-aged man seated at the head slowly set down his brush and gazed at his son, who stood as straight as a green bamboo. His face, bearing a striking resemblance to Chu Guani's, was stern and solemn. His voice was deep as he said, News from the northern border reports a shortage of provisions. I am to urgently allocate silver, gather grain, and dispatch men to deliver them. Chu Guani frowned. Weren't military funds and grain just sent? The emperor let out a long sigh. True, but the intricacies of this matter need not be spelled out for you. There must be embezzlement of military funds and provisions. Chu Guani was about to ponder, but then recalled that there was ready intelligence right outside the door. After a moment of deliberation, he spoke. Father, I have something to report. The emperor, thinking Chu Guani was referring to the matter of official corruption, motioned for him to continue. Today, while visiting the minister of the Grand Court, I inadvertently discovered that I could hear the thoughts of his youngest son. Even now, Chu Guani found the matter utterly incredible. The emperor leaned forward and reached out to touch Chu Guani's forehead, murmuring to himself, No fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Hearing the thoughts of others. How could that be? Could his son be hallucinating from exhaustion? Perhaps you should take a good rest. Chu Guani knew he wouldn't believe it and didn't intend to waste words. All the officials present at the time could hear it. If you don't believe me, Father, summon Su Xiaoyu and test it. He wasn't sure whether the emperor could hear Su Xiaoyu's thoughts, but he could use this opportunity to test it, making it convenient to obtain information from Su Xiaoyu in the future. Chu Guani summoned Su Xiaoyu. Outside the imperial study, Su Xiaoyu sat listlessly on the steps, drowsy. Fuquan heard the eunuch call for Su Xiaoyu and hurried over to urge him. Young master, Su the crown prince requests your presence in the study. Su Xiaoyu lifted his eyelids, his clear eyes filled with drowsiness. What does he want now? Is he unhappy unless he's tormenting me? Su Xiaoyu just wanted to sleep well, but why were there always so many things disturbing him? At first Fuquan thought he had misheard when he caught Su Xiaoyu's thoughts. But the inner voice came one after another, and there was even a strange voice responding to Su Xiaoyu's thoughts. He once thought he was ill, but it turned out to be true. He really could hear Su Xiaoyu's thoughts. He wondered if His Highness could hear them too. If he could, then the words Su Xiaoyu had just spoken against the crown prince. Fuquan dared not imagine. He quickly drove away the thought, and urged Su Xiaoyu into the study. Young master Su, His Highness must have something important to discuss. Please do not delay. Su Xiaoyu regretted for the umpteenth time coming out of his courtyard today, just to eavesdrop on gossip. If he hadn't listened to gossip, he wouldn't have met Chu Guani, and he wouldn't have become Chu Guani's little follower living in the Eastern Palace. Xiao Ba, is there any regret medicine I can take? No. Then can we turn back time to my father's banquet? Host, this isn't available either. Su Xiaoyu's heart was as cold, as ice colder than the snow of midwinter. With a deadpan face, he asked Fuquan, Eunuch, aren't you feeling guilty saying that? Fuquan shook his head. Young master Su, what do you mean by that? I'm a pleasure seeker, not exactly famous in the capital, but still among the top. Do you think the crown prince would have any serious business with me? How could Fuquan know? He just said some nice words to persuade Su Xiaoyu not to vent his resentment and anger the crown prince and the emperor, lest he never see the sun of tomorrow. Su Xiaoyu entered the study reluctantly, keeping his head bowed, and tried his best to appear respectful to avoid being beheaded by the emperor. This miserable life, he couldn't endure another day. From the moment Su Xiaoyu entered, the emperor's gaze fell upon him, scrutinizing him carefully. Feeling the pressure of the superior's gaze upon him, Su Xiaoyu's forehead beaded with fine sweat. So this was the so-called presence. It was truly terrifying. He wanted to go home, boo-hoo. Su Xiaoyu stood still, bowed to the two men, and knelt on the ground, his small eyes darting around. The emperor truly didn't believe that Chu Guani could hear Su Xiaoyu's thoughts. How could such a mysterious thing happen? The emperor, Your Highness, didn't you say you could hear this boy's thoughts? He's been in here for a while, and I haven't heard a single word. Chu Guani hadn't heard anything either, and he was also puzzled. Based on Su Xiaoyu's temperament, shouldn't he be muttering something to Xiao Ba by now? Su Xiaoyu had been kneeling for a long time without hearing the emperor tell him to rise. He stealthily looked up and saw the father and son exchanging meaningful glances. Chu Guani gestured for the emperor to wait a little longer, then turned to look at Su Xiaoyu, who was kneeling on the ground, sneaking a peek. Caught off guard meeting Chu Guani's eyes, Su Xiaoyu gave an awkward laugh and lowered his head again. Xiao Ba, what's up with the emperor? I've been kneeling here for ages, why hasn't he told me to get up? The sudden voice of thoughts entered the emperor's ears. His eyes widened and he pointed at the young man on the ground, trembling, almost fainting from the shock of this strange occurrence. The emperor, he really can hear his thoughts. Chu Guani, did I not deceive you, father? It took the emperor a quarter of an hour to digest the fact that he could hear Su Chaoyu's thoughts. Chu Guani graciously allowed him to stand. Rise first. Su Chaoyu reached out to him. Your Highness, my legs are numb. Please help me up. Chu Guani suppressed the urge to strike him and signaled to the eunuch, who quickly stepped forward to help him up. Many thanks. Su Chaoyu grimaced, unable to stand steadily, rubbing his sore knees. The numbness made him want to sit on the ground. Xiaoba, I can't feel my legs. Host, rest assured your legs are still there, just numb. They'll be fine in a moment. Do you assist him know what leg numbness is, eh? Hearing Su Chaoyu's thoughts was already shocking enough, but now hearing a strange voice that didn't sound human was even more incredible than seeing a ghost. The emperor's eyes were as wide as bells, staring at Su Chaoyu like a fool. Mother, I've seen a ghost. Su Chaoyu stood there like a zombie, and the entire study was silent, quiet enough to hear his own heartbeat. What's the matter? They're all silent. What does that mean? Didn't they say they had something to see me about? Are you dead? If not, make a sound. Hearing Su Chaoyu's rebellious thoughts, the emperor slammed his hand on the table and roared, insolent. Su Chaoyu was startled, his brain not yet reacting, his knees went weak, and with a thud, he knelt to the ground. Damn muscle memory. Su Chaoyu didn't understand what he had done wrong. Since entering, he had only spoken a few words and nothing else. Why was the emperor suddenly angry? Su Chaoyu wanted to stand up, but his legs were uncooperative, both painful and weak, unable to rise at all. Xiaoba, what's wrong with the old emperor? Maybe he didn't drink his loofah soup and got a bit hot-tempered. At this moment the emperor was like an enraged bull, panting heavily, his eyes red with fury, wishing he could charge forward and headbutt Su Chaoyu to death. Chu Guani, fearing that his father emperor might be so angry that something bad would happen, stepped forward to pat his chest and comforted him in a low voice. Father emperor, do not be angry. We still have questions to ask him. Su Chaoyu, bearing the emperor's murderous glare, swallowed hard, frantically thinking whether he had done something wrong to anger the emperor. Xiaoba, I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Is the old emperor venting his anger on me? Host, you didn't say anything wrong. It should be something they discussed earlier that made the emperor angry. Su Chaoyu rubbed his aching knees. He wanted to stand up, but feared the emperor's anger, so he remained kneeling, cowering like a quail. What were they discussing before I came in? What could make the old emperor so angry? Xiaoba licked his paw and stretched. Not long ago the Northern Front asked them to send some grain and fodder, and today they sent another message requesting more. Su Chaoyu stared blankly at the patterns on the floor, wondering how they were made. Didn't they just send some? Why send more? Could it be that someone embezzled? Otherwise there's no explanation for sending grain and then requesting more so soon. Hearing Su Chaoyu's thoughts, Chu Yuanji's anger subsided by half. The father and son silently listened to his thoughts, hoping to find out who the corrupt official was. Someone did embezzle, and they embezzled more than half of it. Su Chaoyu cursed a national expletive. Damn it, that's a lot of embezzlement, isn't it? Isn't that seeking death? Xiaoba, lying in Su Chaoyu's consciousness, yawned and tapped the keyboard in front of him with his little paw, continuing, exactly, and now it's been discovered. The emperor is definitely angry about this, not with the host. The emperor, actually it does have something to do with him. The emperor gave Chu Guani a look. He knows all of this. Chu Guani, I told you, your majesty, but you didn't believe me. Now he believed. After a long silence, without hearing any more thoughts, the father and son cleared their throats and said to the eunuch beside them, quickly help young master Su up and offer him a seat. Su Chaoyu was so grateful that he almost kowtowed to the emperor. His knees were aching, his legs were numb. If he had to kneel any longer he would really collapse there. Thank you, your majesty. Su Chaoyu sat down shakily on the stool, finally feeling revived. The emperor, still wanting to know who the embezzler was, asked him casually. Young master Su, since the crown prince brought you into the palace, you must have some extraordinary abilities. Now that someone has embezzled military grain and pay, who do you think it is? At that moment Su Chaoyu was calculating what time dinner would be and what delicious food there would be. Suddenly being called upon, he was still dazed. Off. Ask me. He knew jack shit. Was the old emperor out of his mind? He was just a playboy. Was it appropriate to ask him such a question? Besides, wasn't this kind of question classified? It wasn't right to ask him, was it? Your majesty, how could I possibly know who embezzled? I'm just a playboy, you. Are you out of your mind? Xiaoba, do you think the old emperor might be looking for an excuse to kill me, to kill my whole family? At this thought, Su Chaoyu's clear eyes filled with terror, and he began to imagine the emperor killing him. To prevent Su Chaoyu from scaring himself to death, Chu Guani quickly spoke up. I and his majesty have discussed for a long time without reaching a conclusion. Asking you is to see if you can give us some inspiration. Su Chaoyu carefully examined Chu Guani's expression, or it didn't seem like a lie. He relaxed a little. Your Highness, you flatter me. How could I possibly know? As long as you can give us inspiration, I can promise you a small favor, as long as it's not excessive. Hearing this, Su Chaoyu immediately perked up, pinching his thumb against his index finger. Just a tiny bit of help, and that's enough. Yes. Su Chaoyu thought it over and realized that the crown prince's promise was more valuable than silver. Agreeing to it was definitely not a loss. Xiaoba, quickly take a look who embezzled the military pay. The drowsiness now reached Xiaoba. Xiaoba stretched again, his voice becoming more languid. All right, host. His little paws tapped on the keyboard, quickly finding the information Su Chaoyu wanted. The military pay and grain were embezzled by Li Huai. Li Huai. Su Chaoyu's handsome brows knitted together. Who is he? He is Li Huai. Xiao Ba was being mischievous for once. Su Qiaoyu looked helplessly at the lazy Xiao Ba in his consciousness. Stop messing around and just say it. The father and son exchanged a glance. They had thought of everyone except Li Huai. They had suspected every person who escorted the grain, but never imagined that the one they least suspected was the culprit. Li Huai was known for his integrity as an official. How could he embezzle military grain and pay? Impossible. Su Qiaoyu's thoughts must be false. The emperor subconsciously denied Su Qiaoyu's thoughts, trying to push the words out of his mind. A corner of the neatly spread Xian paper on the table was gripped by a large hand, wrinkled and crumpled. Chu Guani also stood frozen, his brows furrowed and pressed together, his lips tightly shut. For a moment, he doubted the truth of Su Qiaoyu's thoughts. The father and son quickly composed themselves, appearing as usual. Deep pinch marks were left on the palms of their hands, hidden in their sleeves. The emperor signaled to Chu Guani with his eyes, "Is his information accurate?" Chu Guani, he knows that the Grand Commandant Qian is afraid of cats. This is something that probably no one in the court knows, but his thoughts knew it clearly. What do you think, Your Majesty? Xiao Ba's electronic voice, continued Li Huai, is the official in charge of escorting the grain and military pay. In everyone's impression, he is an upright and incorruptible official praised by all who meet him. In reality, he is more corrupt than anyone in the court. To avoid suspicion, he wears the same court robe year after year, and he doesn't allow his family to spend extravagantly. In short, he pretends to be poor so that everyone believes he is an honest official. He embezzles money but doesn't spend it, just keeps it as decoration. Su Qiaoyu was very puzzled. Even if he wanted to pretend there was no need to go to such lengths was there. As for him, if you say he is timid, he dares to embezzle military pay. If you say he is bold, he is afraid of being discovered, and thus pretends so convincingly. Su Qiaoyu was speechless. Then what was the point of all his effort? He was just bored. Xiao Ba's words made the emperor feel a bit embarrassed. The old emperor had already sent people to investigate before you came. They found no clues. Guess why? The emperor pricked up his ears, wanting to hear what this strange thing called Xiao Ba would say. Xiao Ba saw the text on the virtual computer screen and spoke up before Su Qiaoyu could ask. He investigated everyone, but never Li Huai. If he had treated everyone equally and investigated him too, there would definitely be clues. Su Qiaoyu looked up at the emperor and almost couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, it's not the old emperor's fault. Li Huai pretended to be poor so convincingly that the old emperor was fooled by him. Chu Guani, thinking of Li Huai's usual appearance, excused the emperor, it's not father emperor's fault. Li Huai's act was too convincing, he fooled everyone completely. The father and son exchanged glances in silence. Shouldn't they thank Li Huai for pretending to be poor and not spending the embezzled money? The emperor waved to the eunuch beside him and whispered, go send someone to investigate Li Huai. Investigate thoroughly and carefully. Be sure to find evidence of his embezzlement of military salaries. Hearing the emperor's order to investigate Li Huai, the eunuch looked up in surprise. Seeing there was no joking intent, he bowed and retreated. Su Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then examined their expressions before cautiously proposing, why don't you investigate everyone involved in the grain transport? Perhaps there will be some clues. He placed particular emphasis on the word everyone, hoping these two would be perceptive enough to understand his meaning. The emperor cleared his throat and scratched his heated face. Master Su is right. All officials and soldiers must be investigated thoroughly. Chu Guani was about to ask where Li Huai had hidden the embezzled silver and grain when he heard Su Xiaoyu's inner thoughts laughing uncontrollably. The emperor held back again, and before he could explode, Chu Guani interrupted. Su Xiaoyu, where do you think Li Huai would hide the stolen seals and grain? Su Xiaoyu's inner laughter abruptly ceased. Chu Guani subtly rubbed his ears. If the laughing continued, he would go deaf, and Su Xiaoyu would be splattered with blood right there. Su Xiaoyu shrank his neck. Just now a cold chill ran down his throat, as if a blade were resting against it. Meanwhile, in the Su residence, Su Qinggong and Su Zhaoxing were seized by a sudden cold dread, a feeling not unlike pacing back and forth at the gates of the underworld. Father, do you think our son won't cause trouble in the Eastern Palace? Son, he might not create scandals, but his inner thoughts are another matter entirely. Both father and son envisioned the worst and felt their world darken. Their prospects seemed utterly bleak with no glimmer of hope. They could only pray their son or younger brother wouldn't harbor any treasonous thoughts. The entire family's fate rested entirely on this one person. Meanwhile, the emperor suppressed his urge to have Su Xiaoyu torn apart by 5 horses, forcing a smile as he looked warmly at Su Xiaoyu, eager to hear what he would say. A chill ran down Su Xiaoyu's back. Before he could fully process what was happening, a heavy thud echoed through the room. It was only then that Su Xiaoyu realized his knees were throbbing with sharp pain. Your Majesty, have I done something wrong? Why does he smile like a ghost? The emperor's expression instantly turned grim, as Su Xiaoyu had put it, wearing a death face. Look at him, now giving me that same death glare. Tell me, does your imperial family suffer from some illness? Or perhaps they're masters of Sichuan face changing? Chu Guani shared that same expression, as did the aging emperor. If Su Xiaoyu hadn't been referring to his own father, Chu Guani would have laughed out loud. The emperor repeatedly cautioned himself inwardly, I cannot kill him, I cannot kill him. He is useful. Do not grow angry, do not grow angry. Should illness strike from rage, none shall suffer in my place. I am not old. I am merely in my early 40s this year. I am not old. Watching his father nearly succumb to frustration from Su Xiaoyu's antics, Chu Guani took a deep breath and interrupted those inner thoughts. You have committed no fault. Your Majesty grew angered by thoughts of corruption. Su Xiaoyu regarded him skeptically. Xiao Ba, why does Chu Guani seem to grind his teeth? He looks as though he wants to devour me. Chu Guani was infuriated beyond measure, unable to comprehend why Su Xiaoyu harbored such reckless inner thoughts, without any fear whatsoever. To call him by name, to call his father the old emperor. To say his father wears a corpse-like face appearing as ghastly as a specter. Any single one of these transgressions alone would merit capital punishment, yet he continued to provoke them time and again. Chu Guani forced a change of subject. You still haven't told me where Li Huai would hide the grain and military provisions. He would hide them in. Su Xiaoyu caught himself mid-sentence, realizing something was amiss. Xiaoba were supposed to be melon-eating systems, right? Xiaoba responded with confusion. Indeed, is there a problem? A massive one. Our role has shifted from mere observers to information providers, supplying them with clues. They're treating us as tools. Xiaoba slapped his thigh in realization. You're right, host. If I didn't know they couldn't hear your inner thoughts, I'd believe he's genuinely trying to extract information from you. Chu Guani and the emperor's hearts pounded violently, rising to their throats, but upon hearing Xiao Ba's voice their hearts settled back into place. How perilous. That moment almost led them to deduce the correct answer. To prevent Su Xiaoyu from growing suspicious, Chu Guani rephrased his question. Su Xiaoyu, if you were Li Huai, where would you hide the stolen seals? Su Xiaoyu had already received the information from Xiao Ba, and upon hearing Chu Guani's question, he relayed what he knew. If I were Li Huai, I would dig a hole in the northwest corner of my bedroom to hide them, or alternatively purchase a small courtyard and bury them there. The father and son exchanged knowing glances once more. Su Xiaoyu's thoughts raced like an untamed horse, spiraling uncontrollably toward increasingly transgressive territory. Master Su's unconventional thinking merits a reward of 100 taels of silver, the emperor declared, then nudged his son beside him. Crown Prince, don't you think 100 taels might be insufficient? Upon hearing the word silver, Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up brilliantly, his features curving into crescent shapes, as delight overflowed from his voice. Thank you, your majesty. The emperor thought he had worried too soon. Given his reaction, perhaps I've been too generous. Would offering 50 taels less suffice now? Chu Guani's first instinct was that his father still hadn't witnessed Su Xiaoyu's full capacity for verbal assaults. Father, he would curse through 18 generations of our ancestors. The emperor reluctantly abandoned the thought. If Su Xiaoyu's inner monologue proved accurate, 100 taels was hardly generous. Once the embezzled funds were recovered, a proper reward would be necessary. Su Xiaoyu accepted the 100 taels from the eunuch, his smile so wide his teeth vanished from view. Xiaoba, I'm wealthy now. When the opportunity arises, I'll take you out to see the world. Host, you're magnificent. A rumbling sound interrupted their exchange, causing both father and son to turn toward its source. Xiaoba, it's so late. When will the crown prince return? I'm starving to death. Soon. Bear with it, host. Su Xiaoyu surveyed the study, noting how meticulously clean everything was. Save for a teacup on the desk, there were no refreshments, not even cleaner than his own face. If you don't feed me soon, I'll make a scene. I'll cause chaos throughout the palace. The emperor, fearful Su Xiaoyu might actually overturn the palace, quickly spoke up. It's getting late. Master Su has been most helpful today. Prepare a full imperial banquet and send it to the eastern palace for him. Delugo informed the imperial kitchen to prepare it promptly. Hearing about the food, Su Xiaoyu straightened his bent posture immediately. Thank you, your majesty. Delicious food, delicious food. I wonder how the palace cuisine tastes. They say it's unparalleled. I'm truly fortunate today. Chu Guani caught his inner thoughts, and sensed he might have found leverage over Su Xiaoyu. Not certain, let me observe further. Before Su Xiaoyu could settle into the eastern palace, a eunuch arrived with news that the imperial banquet had been served. Startled, he burst out a cry and dashed toward his quarters, leaving Chu Guani behind. Calling over his shoulder, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I'll eat first. Do continue with your matters at your leisure. Chu Guani didn't bother with him. After all, he had just done them a great favor, so he let such behavior slide. Su Xiaoyu saw the table laden with dishes, and promptly sat down to eat. At noon he had been too busy watching the drama to eat well, and the afternoon had kept him busy as well. He had long since been starving, his stomach almost touching his back. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Xiaoyu asked the palace attendants to draw water for a bath. Once he lay down on the bed, within only a few minutes he had already gone to sleep. In his dreams, Su Xiaoyu was lying on his modern bed with the air conditioner running and a TV drama playing, feeling wonderfully at ease. As soon as the takeout he ordered arrived, he immediately got out of bed to go eat it. He had just peeled a bowl of crayfish and was about to eat it all in one mouthful when he heard someone calling him. Master Su, wake up quickly. The crown prince is about to attend morning court, and he has named you to accompany him. Su Xiaoyu groggily opened his eyes and replied, not going. Then he turned over and went back to dreaming about eating crayfish. Fu Qiuan was so anxious he stamped his feet, then personally went over to wake him. Master Su, you had better get up quickly. The crown prince is already waiting for you. Su Xiaoyu told Xiao Ba to put earplugs in for him, and continued sleeping. No matter how Fu Qiuan called, he would not wake up. Fu Qiuan had no choice but to order the young eunuch beside him to take Su Xiaoyu's clothes, roll Su Xiaoyu up in the quilt, and carry him to Chu Guani. Chu Guani saw Su Xiaoyu rolled in the quilt by the young eunuch with only a fluffy head sticking out. He was sleeping like a log despite being jostled all the way. He simply did not wake. He really is something. Since he won't wake up, just carry him there. Chu Guani flicked his sleeves and walked off, first the young eunuch carrying Su Xiaoyu behind. All the way to the golden court, Su Xiaoyu slept fitfully, every bounce making him feel sick. Xiaoba, why is this bed always shaking? Su Qiaoyu groggily opened his eyes and saw a patch of azure sky and a few white clouds. Huh, the roof is gone. Su Qiaoyu struggled to get up, but he was wrapped up like a glutinous rice dumpling flopping on the young eunuch's shoulder like a fish on the shore. He flailed so wildly that the young eunuch nearly lost his grip and dropped him. Oh, help! I don't taste good, don't eat me. Chu Guani stopped and looked back. Su Qiaoyu was struggling desperately like a fish on a chopping board. The next second the fish, Su Qiaoyu, fell from the young eunuch's shoulder. The two young eunuchs went pale at once and hurriedly reached out to catch him. If this young master got hurt, their good days would be over. Chu Guani's expression turned grim. He stepped forward and reached out to catch Su Qiaoyu. Before Su Qiaoyu could figure out what was happening, a wave of weightlessness swept over him. The next moment a pair of firm, powerful arms caught him securely. Su Qiaoyu could even hear his heart thumping wildly. Xiaoba, I'm scared out of my wits. I'm about to pee myself. Chu Guani heard Su Qiaoyu's inner thought, and his face cracked inch by inch like plaster. He was scared into peeing himself over such a trivial matter. Su Qiaoyu, you're disgusting. He jerked his hands back abruptly. Su Qiaoyu felt the weightlessness again, and before he could cry out, he landed heavily on the ground. The summer quilt was thin, so the fall hurt Su Qiaoyu so badly that his face went whiter than winter snow. Pain shot through his backside. Su Qiaoyu curled up, tears bursting forth from the pain. Ow, ow, ow. My backside is going to split into 8 pieces. Su Qiaoyu rolled around on the ground like a worm, trying to wriggle out of the quilt that trapped him. Chu Guani could not bear to look. He raised his foot to continue toward the golden court, but just one step and his ankle tightened, and he stumbled forward, splat, onto the ground. The eunuchs and guards around him knelt down in unison at the sight. Fu Chuan hurried over to help him up. Oh dear, your highness, are you all right? Chu Guani swore that in all his years he had never been so embarrassed. Su Qiaoyu, do you want to die? Su Qiaoyu shrank his neck, not daring to look at him. But thinking he was the one in the right, he stuck his neck out and said, I didn't mean it. Who told you to drop me? You were going to leave without even a word of apology. Don't you have any decency? Chu Guani took a deep breath, forcing down the anger churning in his chest, and stood up with Fu Chuan's support. Looking down at Su Qiaoyu squirming out of the thin quilt on the ground, he truly wanted to grind him under his heel. Holding his sore backside, Su Qiaoyu staggered to his feet, muttering curses in his heart. Is Chu Guani out of his mind? He had already caught me, so why did he have to throw me to the ground? Couldn't he just put me down gently? What sin did I commit in my past life to run into him? Host, is it possible you don't know what sins you committed in your past life? Scram. Chu Guani barely suppressed the urge to kill, then flicked his sleeves hard and stalked off. Su Qiaoyu rolled his eyes and turned to head toward the eastern palace. However, a demonic voice echoed down the palace path, carry him to the golden court. Su Qiaoyu had barely taken 2 steps when 2 young eunuchs, one on each side, seized him and carried him along behind Chu Guani. Hey, what do you think you're doing? What are you doing? In broad daylight under the open sky, where are you taking me? I'm not even dressed. Isn't it improper to take me out like this? Hey wait, really no clothes? At least let me put on something. Su Qiaoyu's annoying voice rang endlessly in Chu Guani's ears. His patience was nearly exhausted, so Fu Chuan hurriedly signaled the young eunuchs to silence him. The 2 young eunuchs, looking miserable, hoisted Su Qiaoyu between them while trying to dress him. Su Qiaoyu knew he could not escape, so he accepted his fate. Xiaoba, hurry and dig up some gossip on that dog of a crown prince. I want to laugh at him to death. Before Xiaoba could speak, Chu Guani ordered Fu Chuan, in a moment, get him some food from the imperial kitchen. Also bring a chair. He can sit outside the golden court. When Su Qiaoyu heard about food, he smacked his lips, and recalling last night's imperial dishes, grew hungry. Xiaoba, that dog of a crown prince doesn't seem so bad after all. Forget it, I'll hear his gossip next time. Fu Chuan, walking behind Chu Guani, exhaled in relief. Good heavens, he had nearly heard something he should not have. Chu Guani had no sooner entered the golden court than Emperor Chu Yuanji followed him in. Father and son tacitly avoided mentioning last night's affair and proceeded with the morning court as usual. Outside the hall, Su Qiaoyu sat on a chair, leisurely eating the dishes sent from the imperial kitchen, perfectly delighted. Xiaoba, what do you think would happen if I let a cat in there now? Xiaoba's voice penetrated the golden court and reached everyone's ears. Hehehe, you would witness Grand Commandant Qian perform a live monkey climbing a tree act on the spot. When Grand Commandant Qian heard the demonic voices of the man and his system, he instantly recalled what had happened at the Su residence yesterday. He stood rigid, legs trembling uncontrollably, while inwardly, he kept reassuring himself that was a fake cat, it could not hurt him. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Whatever happens, he must not climb a pillar in the great hall. The ministers, hearing Su Qiaoyu's thoughts for the first time, cast uneasy glances around, trying to see who could be saying such useless things in the great hall, only to find that none of the voices present matched the one they had heard. Forget it. If Vice Director Qian really climbed the pillar on the spot, the old emperor would hold it against him. Better to wait and watch another time. Vice Director Qian nearly knelt and kowtowed to Su Qiaoyu, thanking him for sparing his life. Chu Yuanji silently observed the ministers below. Some remained utterly composed while others whispered among themselves, glancing left and right. Clearly they could also hear Su Qiaoyu's thoughts. Host is truly kind. The strange voice spoke again, and the ministers who had heard Su Qiaoyu's thoughts for the first time immediately changed expressions. Could this place be harboring something unclean, some sort of spirit? Otherwise, why would such strange voices echo through the hall? Is that so, little 8? Got any gossip for me? Indeed, master, a new task has just appeared. Would you like to undertake it? Su Chaoyu finished his last egg, clapped his hands, and said, Tell me, what task is this? The son of Grand Tutor Ning will be tricked into a brothel tomorrow and contract a venereal disease. You must prevent this from happening. Successfully stopping Grand Tutor Ning's son from entering the brothel will reward you with 150 points. The news drew everyone's gaze to Grand Tutor Ning. Grand Tutor Ning's weathered face flushed crimson. He refused to believe his son could be so foolish as to be tricked into a brothel. Besides, this voice, wherever it came from, might not even be telling the truth. He wouldn't believe it anyway. Those who had heard Su Chaoyu's thoughts believed it implicitly, having witnessed his powers firsthand the previous day. A colleague beside Grand Tutor Ning nudged him with his elbow and whispered, This voice speaks the truth. Do not dismiss it. Impossible, Grand Tutor Ning blurted out, raising his voice before catching himself and lowering it again. My son would never be so stupid as to be tricked into a brothel, and Chu Yuanji cleared his throat, cutting off the whispered conversations. My fellow officials, does anyone else have matters to report? The hall fell silent. Chu Yuanji desperately hoped for nothing more to be reported, so he could gather information from Su Chaoyu. If there is nothing else, we shall dismiss. Before Chu Yuanji could finish, a minister stepped forward, raised his tablet, and announced loudly, Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Enemy spies are eavesdropping outside the hall. I beg your Majesty to have them arrested and severely interrogated. Outside the hall, Su Chaoyu sneezed, rubbed his nose, and muttered, Who's cursing me? Suddenly, he clutched his ears, his face contorted in agony. Little 8, are you trying to kill me? Can you turn that alarm down? Little 8 had suddenly sounded the alarm, nearly shattering Su Chaoyu's eardrums. Host level 1 alert. Minister Jia just accused you of being an enemy spy and is urging the emperor to arrest you. Su Chaoyu froze, suddenly feeling the sunlight far too bright. Who? Minister Jia. He's the spy. His whole family are spies. F his face. Does he have a tumor growing on his neck? If not, just slice it off. Spewing foul stench everywhere while the old emperor stays silent. Why is he scrambling to show off? Does the emperor not know who the real spies are? He just wants to appear clever, doesn't he? F. Su Chaoyu cursed increasingly vilely in his mind, his handsome face flushing red with anger, twisting restlessly in his chair as if seated on pins. The guard beside him watched in confusion, unable to understand why someone who had been perfectly fine moments ago had suddenly gone mad. Minister Jia, caught off guard by the cursing voice in the imperial court, shouted without hesitation, How dare you? Who is speaking such filthy words? Chu Yuanji jolted so violently, he nearly fell from the dragon throne. Fortunately, everyone's attention was fixed on Minister Jia, so no one noticed. The voice showed no sign of stopping despite Minister Jia's thunderous reprimand continuing to heap abuse upon him. Su Chaoyu had already been in a foul mood, dragged out of bed before dawn, and on top of that, Chu Guani had slammed him to the ground. The pain in his rear still throbbed. All his frustration poured onto Minister Jia. Chu Yuanji recalled the words his son had spoken the previous night. He would curse their ancestors 17 generations back. He had thought it an exaggeration then, but now he saw it was far from excessive. Su Chaoyu cursed Minister Jia so viciously that his face cycled through shades of green, white, red, and purple. Minister Jia's eyes rolled back, his hand clutching his chest on the verge of collapsing. His colleagues supported him on either side, offering comfort. Old Jia breathed deeply. Don't anger yourself. It's not worth ruining your health over this. Besides, you were the one who called him an enemy spy first. He has every right to curse you back. Exactly, just let it go. It's only words. They won't cost you a single bite of flesh. Minister Jia could barely catch his breath and wanted to throw both men out. Was this comfort? This was salt rubbed into his wounds. Summon the imperial physician, quickly. Fearing Minister Jia might collapse right there in the court, Chu Yuanji hastily ordered a eunuch to fetch the doctor. Tiger showing its claws, are they? Little 8, dig up everything. Tear him apart. Received, host. Little 8's furry paws tapped furiously across the keyboard, quickly uncovering Minister Jia's scandals. The courtiers had no idea what Su Chaoyu intended, their attention entirely consumed by the man teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The lad looked so clean-cut and well-behaved. Nobody would have guessed he could curse someone into oblivion. Better not provoke the young master of the Su family in the future. The grand hall descended into chaos. Chu Yuanji massaged his temples, dismayed at how a proper morning audience had deteriorated. Chu Guani seized the opportunity to slip out of the golden hall. Spotting Su Chaoyu nearby, lounging in a chair with one leg crossed over the other, he began to question whether bringing him to the early morning audience had been a mistake. Host Minister Jia has a peculiar habit. He likes to get up in the dead of night and eat the skin he picks from his feet. Little 8's sudden voice pierced Chu Guani's ears before he could brace himself. By the time he realized what she had said, it was already too late. Ugh, a grotesque image flashed through Chu Guani's mind. Minister Jia scraping and devouring foot skin in the middle of the night. His stomach churned violently. Ugh, it wasn't just Chu Guani. Fu Quan stationed near Su Chaoyu along with the ministers in the hall, and Chu Yuanji himself retched in synchronized unison. Minister Jia, who had been on the verge of fainting, shot upright, as if awakened from death's door. He turned to his colleagues and saw their eyes. A mixture of horror and revulsion, as though he were excrement. They all kept their distance. Ugh, Minister Jia's worldview crumbled. Trembling, he staggered to his feet, mentally murdering Su Chaoyu 1,000 times over. I don't listen to that person's nonsense. How could I possibly eat foot skin? Minister Jia couldn't fathom it. He had kept this secret hidden so well, not even his own wife knew. How could that strange voice possibly know? Even more alarming was the fact that not a single voice in the court matched that strange sound. Who was it? Who had dug up his darkest secret? Chu Guanyi now deeply regretted bringing Su Xiaoyu to the Golden Hall. He had originally hoped to use Su Xiaoyu's inner thoughts during the morning court session today to uncover which ministers were still corrupt, which was why he had brought him along. Who could have imagined? Using those inner thoughts, he had successfully thrown the entire court into chaos. It was a complete mess. Chu Guanyi had no intention of listening to more disgusting revelations like the footskin incident, and he opened his mouth to stop him, only to be a step too late. And that wasn't even the worst of it. He also had a habit of licking the hand he used to wipe himself. Xiao Ba continued his relentless barrage of revelations, successfully disgusting everyone who could hear his inner thoughts. Su Xiaoyu's mind was spewing scandalous details, and the sound of retching echoed throughout the hall. The guard stationed at the entrance heard the relentless gagging and retching, utterly confused by the commotion, and before long some of them couldn't resist joining in. Su Xiaoyu was already so nauseated that he had vomited up his breakfast, and he desperately wished he could grab a blade and slit Xiao Ba open right then and there. Xiao Ba paid no mind to Su Xiaoyu's retching and pressed on, and there's more. He often gets it on his hands when wiping so. Stop talking, stop talking. Su Xiaoyu failed to suppress him in time, and upon hearing yet another revolting remark screamed inwardly for it to stop. Chu Guanyi's face had turned the color of bruised jade, as if even his intestines had turned green with disgust. Xiao Ba clamped his mouth shut, bewildered. He hadn't finished yet. Why was his host stopping him? Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu was vomiting so violently that poor Fu Quan beside him was suffering on two fronts, enduring both a mental attack and a physical one. Fu Quan hurriedly summoned a young eunuch to clean up Su Xiaoyu's vomit, then glanced toward Chu Guanyi, and tears streaming down his aged face rushed over in long strides. Your Highness. Chu Guanyi raised a hand to stop him. Take him away, quickly, as fast as you can. With that, he returned to the Golden Hall, where Su Xiaoyu was still dry heaving. Fu Quan supported him and guided him toward the Eastern Palace. Wait, where are you taking me? Fu Quan brushed the nauseating images from his mind. Lord Su, the Crown Prince, ordered me to escort you away. Please come with me for now. Su Xiaoyu couldn't fathom what crazy impulse had seized Chu Guanyi this time, but being allowed to leave was more than welcome. Besides thinking of Xiao Ba's mission, he would have ample opportunity to formulate a proper plan once back. They returned to the Eastern Palace in a brisk walk. Once back in his room, Su Xiaoyu sat down with Xiao Ba to gossip about Grand Tutor Ning's son. Ning An recently made a new friend who simply said a few flattering words, and Ning An immediately considered him a kindred spirit. In reality, that friend only saw him as a walking purse. Tomorrow's invitation is nothing more than a scheme to swindle his money. He even recruited several women for him and drugged his wine, causing Ning An to be taken advantage of by those women. And he ended up catching a shameful disease in the process. After hearing all of this, Su Xiaoyu got a clear picture of what kind of person Ning An was. Foolish and gullible. Xiao Ba, I want to go out tomorrow. Do you think Chu Guanyi will agree? I don't know. Ask him when he returns. If he refuses, we'll slip out quietly. Su Xiaoyu sat at the desk, propping his chin on his hand. Glancing toward the doorway, he spotted Fu Quan standing rigid as a post, and called him inside. Eunuch Fu, I plan to leave the palace tomorrow. Fu Quan grimaced and bowed. If it weren't for the Crown Prince's orders to keep a close watch on Lord Su, he would never have volunteered for this duty. Once the prince returned, he should assign someone else. He still had to attend to the Crown Prince himself. And what had possessed the prince last night to send Su Xiaoyu's servant back home? Wouldn't it have been better to have someone properly attend to him? Lord Su, you must report this directly to the Crown Prince. I simply cannot make decisions on my own. Su Xiaoyu knew he had no authority to decide. He was merely testing the waters. If Chu Guanyi would let him leave the palace, all the better. If not, he would have no choice but to sneak out. I just want to ask, do you think the Crown Prince would agree to let me leave tomorrow? Well, I truly cannot say. Fu Quan wanted to say the Crown Prince would never agree, but feared offending Su Xiaoyu and triggering yet another round of disgusting inner revelations. Would he ever survive this? Never mind, never mind. Go on about your duties. I'll rest a while longer. Su Xiaoyu yawned. I'm exhausted. Your Crown Prince dragged me out of bed when I hadn't even finished sleeping. Truly heartless. Once Fu Quan exited, Su Xiaoyu lay back on his bed and confided in Xiao Ba about tomorrow's plan to leave the palace. What he did not realize was that someone had been overhearing every word of his scheme from start to finish. Meanwhile, at court, Chu Yuanji dismissed his ministers, his stomach churning at the memory of what Xiao Ba had revealed. Crown Prince, after you return, questioned Su Xiaoyu thoroughly about which ministers in the court are still accepting bribes and engaging in corruption. Chu Guanyi had no desire to see Su Xiaoyu, but gathering intelligence through his inner thoughts was far more efficient than investigating bit by bit. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to meet with him. Yes, father. The father and son discussed court matters for a while longer. The moment Chu Guanyi returned to the Eastern Palace, Fu Quan appeared at his heels. Fu Quan relayed everything he had overheard from Su Xiaoyu's inner thoughts. Your Highness, Lord Su plans to leave the palace tomorrow to visit young Master Ning of Grand Tutor Ning's household. Chu Guani lifted his teacup with slender fingers, took a few measured sips to settle the nausea in his stomach, and pondered silently, recalling the earlier revelations. Fu Quan remained quietly obedient, withdrawing to instruct the imperial kitchen to prepare some light congee. Let him go tomorrow. Assign someone to follow him closely. Once he is finished, bring him back immediately. Ensure his safety above all. No mistakes are acceptable. Yes, Your Highness. Shall I also assign 2 palace attendants to serve Lord Su? It suddenly occurred to Chu Guani that he had dismissed Su Xiaoyu's servant back home the previous afternoon. He currently had no one attending to him. Go and arrange for 2 capable attendants. Grant him any reasonable request without hesitation. Yes. When Su Xiaoyu finally stirred again, it was nearly noon, and lunchtime was approaching. Su Xiaoyu pressed a hand to his stomach. All the food he had eaten that morning had been expelled, and now his belly was growling loudly. He could have slept a little longer otherwise. He opened the door to find 2 young eunuchs standing on either side. They immediately bowed upon seeing him. Greetings, Lord Su. We have been assigned by Supervisor Fu to attend to you. Su Xiaoyu had been lamenting the absence of his servant, and this conveniently solved his problem. Perfect. I'm hungry. Go find something to eat. Yes, my lord. After satisfying his hunger, Su Xiaoyu went to find Chu Guani to ask about leaving the palace. Chu Guani could guess the reason for his visit without even needing to think. Let him in. Su Xiaoyu strode in swaggeringly and offered a perfunctory bow. Chu Guani almost wanted to reprimand his disrespectful attitude, but recalling Su Xiaoyu's inner thoughts, he held himself back. He had plenty of time ahead to correct that behavior. There was no rush. Without looking up, Chu Guani said, I was about to send for you, yet you came first. Very well, come grind the ink for me. Su Xiaoyu paused, swallowing his urge to curse. Remembering that he was currently dependent on Chu Guani and had requests to make his hand clench tightly within the folds of his wide sleeve. Chu Guani heard the soft grinding of teeth and noticed that his inner thoughts had fallen eerily quiet. Clearly he had anger, but dared not express it. Su Xiaoyu recalled that he had a favor to ask of him, so he had no choice but to endure it. When I find the right opportunity, I will make him pay dearly. Chu Guani let out a cold sneer inwardly. He would never allow Su Xiaoyu to seize any chance. Su Xiaoyu picked up the ink stick beside the inkstone and began to grind. This ink stick is terrible. I have been grinding for ages, yet there is still no ink. Chu Guani truly could not understand whether Su Xiaoyu was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. Any person with a hint of sense knows that water must be added when grinding ink. Without it, how could ink possibly form? Su Xiaoyu, do you intend to drive me to a nervous breakdown? Host, might there be a possibility that water needs to be added when grinding ink? Su Xiaoyu paused his grinding motion, his gaze drifting to the teacup nearby, and lifted it to pour water into the inkstone. I certainly know that. Did he not just say so? I am doing this deliberately to anger him. Although Su Xiaoyu was not a native of ancient times, he possessed the common sense that grinding ink required water. Su Xiaoyu's hand trembled and most of the water from the teacup spilled out. The inkstone was nearly overflowing. Oh no, I poured too much water. Chu Guani. He was now certain. Su Xiaoyu was not deliberately provoking him, but was simply truly foolish. Watch me achieve miracles through brute force. Su Xiaoyu gripped the ink stick and ground it with frantic speed, but his excessive force caused the ink water to splash out of the stone. Your Highness the Crown Prince, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Chu Guani's gaze fell upon Su Xiaoyu's hands grinding ink, watching as the water inside gradually darkened and then began to spill outward, staining the nearby paper black. Speak. Chu Guani had been restraining himself for an unbearable length of time. If you spill one drop more, I will make you drink it all. Su Xiaoyu's grip on the ink stick was so tight, he feared he might snap it in two. His inner voice rang out sharply, do you really think I won't splash this ink all over your face? Chu Guani steeled himself for the possibility of ink being splashed onto his face, only to hear Su Xiaoyu say, I need to leave the palace tomorrow. This throne. He had already given his consent for Su Xiaoyu to leave the palace, and had instructed Fu Quan to convey the news, yet it appeared Fu Quan had not yet informed him of this matter. There is no obstacle to your leaving the palace. As long as you do not anger me today, you may depart tomorrow. Su Xiaoyu had expected the prince to devise elaborate schemes to make things difficult for him, never imagining the condition would be so simple, merely not provoking him. Was that not easy? He only needed to remain in his room, and certainly would not provoke the prince. Very well, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Having spoken, Su Xiaoyu set down the inkstick and prepared to return to his quarters when Chu Guani called out to him, did I grant you permission to leave? Today you will remain by my side. Nowhere else are you to go. Su Xiaoyu nearly cursed aloud. He is targeting me. Xiaoba, he is absolutely targeting me. How can a grown man be so petty, smaller than the eye of a needle? Host, he is the Crown Prince. Aside from the Emperor, none holds greater authority, and all who serve him treat him with utmost reverence. Given your attitude toward him, is it any surprise he grows angry? Su Xiaoyu returned to the desk in a huff to continue grinding ink. So you're saying this is my fault? Xiaoba dared not agree, lest Su Xiaoyu verbally annihilate him until his circuits failed. I did not say host was wrong. What I mean is that the Crown Prince is far too particular, extremely difficult to serve. Chu Guani's newly lifted writing brush snapped with a crisp crack, breaking into two pieces. Though he did not understand the term going out, the way they spoke it left no doubt it carried a negative meaning. Never mind. Since I need his approval to leave the palace tomorrow, I suppose I must bear this hardship. Xiaoba, find us some melons. Su Xiaoyu kept his eyes fixed on the inkstone, his grinding motions gradually slowing. Chu Guani heard no inner voice from Su Xiaoyu and felt a trace of dissatisfaction. Why had his mental commentary ceased? His slender fingers curled and tapped the desk, the crisp tapping sound breaking Su Xiaoyu's gossip session. Grind the ink properly. Su Xiaoyu shot him a withering glance, but continued grinding while on his virtual screen, the words Chu Guani appeared. Oh my, I never expected him to have worn girls' clothing in his childhood. Haha, are there pictures? I must see them. The sudden inner voice sent a chill down Chu Guani's spine, a dire premonition rising within him. Host, I am still searching, but have not found anything yet. Very well. Let me know when you find something. I cannot picture him as a soft, tender child dressed in girls' clothing. His mother longed for a daughter, but he was born a boy. Thus she secretly dressed him in girls' clothing to satisfy her regret over not having a daughter. They did not mention a name, but Chu Guani's instincts told him it was him. Fu Quan, who waited nearby, had not caught the name and was exceedingly curious. Who was it that wore girls' clothing in childhood? Su Xiaoyu's expression grew increasingly sinister. He Xiao Ba, should he dare provoke me again, I will expose the matter of him wearing girls' clothing in his childhood to the world, and see where he finds the face to appear. Fu Quan hissed, what a vicious scheme. Chu Guani, what he said sounds exactly like me. As for who could harbor such profound malice towards Su Xiaoyu aside from himself, no one else. Su Xiaoyu, Chu Guani interrupted his gossip. What matters do you have to attend to tomorrow outside the palace? Su Xiaoyu was about to devour another piece of gossip when Chu Guani's voice brought him back to reality. I had already arranged to meet a friend tomorrow for leisure. It would be rude to break that promise unannounced, so I must go to keep my appointment and inform him that I shall be unavailable for some time. Had Chu Guani not been able to hear Su Xiaoyu's inner thoughts, revealing that his true purpose was to find the son of Grand Tutor Ning and prevent him from visiting the pleasure quarters, he would have almost believed the excuse of going out to play with friends. Who would have guessed you value your words so highly? Su Xiaoyu glanced at Chu Guani, who was bowing his head to review memorials, and stopped grinding. Xiaoba, I have a strong feeling he is mocking me, but I lack evidence. Host, he is praising your reliability. He is not insulting you, is he? Chu Guani had no idea how this Xiaoba interpreted his words as praise, for he was clearly being sarcastic. Never mind. I shall take it as a compliment. Honesty and trustworthiness are the most fundamental qualities of a person. Have you achieved them? Chu Guani's all-seeing gaze made Su Xiaoyu feel slightly uneasy. Of course. I am a model youth of the 21st century. Chu Guani did not understand his bizarre phrasing and asked no further questions, returning his focus to the memorial in his hands. His father had truly resorted to every conceivable excuse to avoid reviewing memorials, funneling them all to him for processing. Su Xiaoyu, curious about the contents of the memorials, leaned forward to peer at them. Xiaoba, it turns out memorials do indeed contain matters unrelated to state affairs. Xiaoba appeared from somewhere with a cup of milk tea in hand and sipped contentedly. Host, have the videos not all explain this? When ministers wish to remind the emperor of their presence, yet lack substantial matters to report, they submit greeting memorials merely to maintain visibility. Chu Guani, overhearing their inner voices, felt a growing irritation. These ministers were truly idle beyond excuse. Reform was necessary, absolute reform. As they say, anyone with ambition wants to be the emperor. But once you become emperor, you rise earlier than the roosters and sleep later than the dogs. What's the point? Just for power and wealth. Exactly. Think about it. With supreme authority, who would dare to bully you? With money, would you still tough it out when you're sick? Su Xiaoyu sighed, the speed of his ink grinding slowing down. I know all that, but I still prefer to be free and do as I please. Look at this man here. The work he does, isn't it worse than being a beast of burden? Xiaoba laughed heartily. Host, you're right. From dawn till dusk, even beasts of burden have rest days, but he doesn't. 365 days a year working overtime every day. Haha, even oxen and horses get time off. How miserable. Chu Guani didn't understand the term overtime, but he could guess. As for the beasts of burden they mentioned, he interpreted it as being worked like a draft animal. Working like a beast of burden. Was that for others? The work he did, was it for someone else? It was for the country, for the people. Chu Guani thought it over and found that what Su Xiaoyu and Xiaoba said seemed to make some sense, to the point that he couldn't come up with a defense for himself. Exactly. Look, ordinary people work from dawn to sunset, then go home to eat, wash up, and sleep. But the emperor, he's still reading memorials and handling state affairs. Before the people even wake up, the emperor has to get up for the morning court. In winter, the people can rest well and resume work in spring. He was done. He was the crown prince now. These memorials were not his to approve. His father, the emperor, was still on the throne. This should be his father's work. He wouldn't do it anymore. He was going on strike. Think about his younger brothers, each in their fiefdoms. What do they do in their fiefdoms? Eat, drink, and enjoy themselves, handle a few fief matters, and that's it. And he's a beast of burden. Why does a sudden pang of bitterness strike? Chu Guani slammed the memorial down on the table, startling Fu Chuan beside him. He was done. He was the crown prince now. These memorials were not his to approve. His father, the emperor, was still on the throne. This should be his father's work. He wouldn't do it anymore. He was going on strike. Su Xiaoyu pretended to grind ink, his small eyes secretly observing Chu Guani. Fu Chuan, send all these memorials back to His Majesty. I have more important matters to attend to now. Chu Guani beckoned Fu Chuan over, gesturing for him to step forward, while looking at Su Xiaoyu, signaling with his eyes for him to move away. Su Chaoyu had a bit of rebellion in him. He pretended not to understand Chu Guani's hint and continued to dip his head grinding ink. I want to see what you're going to say behind my back. It must be something bad about me. Chu Guani really wanted to crack open his skull to see who had the leisure to badmouth him. Did he think everyone was like him, badmouthing others in their heart every day? Fu Qiuan understood the hint and immediately sent someone to return the memorials to Chu Yuanji. Oh, the beast of burden has risen. He knows how to resist now. Chu Guani got up and walked toward the imperial garden. Su Chaoyu didn't want to go with him. He remained standing there grinding ink. Can't see me, can't see me. Follow me or you won't get any dinner tonight. Su Chaoyu only wanted to go back to his room to sleep and read some storybooks, not to run around with him everywhere. It was exhausting. Coming. A weary voice came from behind. Chu Guani's lips curled up. I can still handle you, can't I? Once they reached the imperial garden, Su Chaoyu headed straight for the pavilion, plopped down, and collapsed onto the table, pretending to be dead. Chu Guani remembered he still needed to get information from Su Chaoyu, so he followed and sat down. Su Chaoyu, you live outside the palace. Are there any interesting happenings? Su Chaoyu's mouth was dry, and he didn't want to talk, but considering his identity, he had to speak. Yes, your highness. What would you like to hear? Tell me something interesting. He still remembered yesterday at Su's residence, when Su Chaoyu had gossiped about the imperial censor. At that time his inner thoughts hadn't made clear what had happened in the censor's family. Now he was looking for an opportunity to ask him. Su Chaoyu immediately thought of sharing the gossip with him, his clear eyes sparkling with light. Chu Guani had known since yesterday that Su Chaoyu was not bad-looking. His appearance ranked first among the noble young masters. Compared to military officers, Su Chaoyu's facial features were softer, more resembling his mother. Let me tell you, you know that Chancellor Qian is afraid of cats. The imperial censor and his wife are deeply in love. That's common knowledge in the capital. Guess what relationship his wife had with him before they got married? Chu Guani did know this much. His wife was an orphan. When the imperial censor was traveling to the capital for the imperial examinations, he happened to meet her, fell in love at first sight, and later they married. Su Chaoyu wagged his index finger left and right. No, that's all fake. Guess again. Chu Guani really couldn't figure it out. Seeing Su Chaoyu's smug expression, he wanted to find the answer from his inner thoughts, but unfortunately his thoughts didn't reveal it. Xiaoba Chu Guani could rack his brains and still wouldn't figure it out. Post this kind of thing no one would figure out. True, their relationship is quite explosive. The most explosive thing Chu Guani could think of was, are they cousins by blood? No, not that. It's even more unimaginable. Chu Guani really couldn't guess. I can't figure it out. Just tell me directly. Su Chaoyu poured a cup of water to moisten his throat and began to tell the gossip. When the imperial censor was young, he was still studying at the academy. At that time he had a very close relationship with his classmate and friend, so close that they slept in the same bed. When Su Chaoyu got to this point, Chu Guani roughly guessed the relationship between the imperial censor and his wife. As time went on, the imperial censor and his classmate gradually developed feelings. When their parents found out, they naturally disapproved, so the two eloped together. Chu Guani then guessed what happened next. Did they succeed in eloping? Did his wife cross-dress as a woman and accompany him to the capital for the examinations, and has it been like that ever since? Su Chaoyu took a bite of the pastry on the table, crumbs sticking to the corner of his mouth. The first part is wrong. Chu. They didn't succeed in eloping, they were caught by their families. Later they settled down, telling their families that they no longer loved each other. Chu. Their families, seeing that they hadn't contacted each other, gradually relaxed their guard. It was only when they traveled to the capital for the examinations that they reconnected. Chu Guani had considered many possibilities, but this one he never expected. And then what? Fu Qiuan, standing nearby, nodded along, eager to know how they eventually ended up as they were now. Then that wife of his didn't pass the examination. He went home and told his family he wanted to do some small business in the capital and wouldn't study anymore. His family believed him, so he stayed with the imperial censor, cross-dressed as a woman, and became his wife. Their children were also orphaned foundlings. After hearing this, the two of them didn't know what to say. Fu Qiuan couldn't help asking, so their families still don't know about this. Su Chaoyu finished another piece of pastry and took a drink of water. They don't know. Otherwise, how could they live peacefully? His wife would send letters home occasionally, sending back some silver, telling his family that he was doing well and not to worry. Sometimes he would even visit. His family didn't think much of it and believed him. Chu Guani thought of his purpose and asked quietly, how did you come to know all this? Su Chaoyu paused mid-bite and offered a casual excuse. I happened to encounter a servant from the censor's household and overheard them talking. The excuse was clearly flawed. Neither Chu Guani nor Fu Quan believed it for a moment. It was riddled with holes. Then what do you think of their character then? Su Chaoyu swallowed his pastry, picked up another, and said non-committally, not bad, I suppose. They were so wrapped up in their romantic affair that once the censor returned home, he spent all his time with his wife. He barely had a chance to even consider rebellion. Chu Guani. Fu Quan, so he saved his neck purely because he's love-struck. Xiaoba, look. Even the crown prince has nothing to say. No sane person would have thought of that. Chu Guani gathered his thoughts and continued, anything else? Of course. Whose gossip would you like to hear next? The plate of pastries on the stone table was quickly emptied. Is there more? I'd like some. Fu Quan glanced at Chu Guani, who nodded and immediately instructed the young eunuch behind him to fetch some from the imperial kitchen. Do you know why the Minister of War had such red swollen eyes during morning court last month? Chu Guani's mind raced as he speculated uncertainly. He claimed he was studying military strategy texts throughout the night. Could that be another fabrication? Did he cry? Su Xiaoyu wiped crumbs from his lips, which glowed a vivid red reminiscent of the rose bushes in the imperial garden. Yes, he did. Can you guess why? Had a quarrel with his wife. Su Xiaoyu shook his head. No, take another guess. Fu Quan ventured. Could it be that something dear to him was broken? Close. The Minister of War is fond of gardening, especially his peonies. His wife's dog destroyed them, chewing and digging through them. He cried the entire night. Then when he confronted her, she gave him a sound beating. Huh, just for that. The Minister of War was almost two. Fu Quan continued, though his wife did make him a meal to comfort him afterward. Su Xiaoyu stared wistfully in the direction the young eunuch had departed. Who told you she cooked for him? Fu Quan was confused. Didn't Mr. Su just say his wife gave the minister a bamboo shoot stir-fry? Ah, that bamboo shoot stir-fry is not the culinary dish. Can you guess what it means? Fu Quan muttered under his breath. Why does the young master always make people guess? This servant can't figure it out. Could it be that his wife beat him up? Su Xiaoyu applauded. Wow, no wonder you're the crown prince. That sharp mind of yours, no one can match it. Chu Guani felt no pleasure at the praise. Instead, he suspected Su Xiaoyu was mocking him. His wife took a small bamboo rod and beat him soundly until he howled in pain. Fu Quan sighed. That's truly miserable. Chu Guani thought indeed it was wretched. His beloved flowers destroyed by a dog, and instead of comfort his wife beat him. Truly miserable. Then what do you think of the Minister of War's character? I've never interacted with him. How would I know? Chu Guani posed another question difficult for Su Xiaoyu to answer. Then how did you come to know about the Minister of War's incident? Su Xiaoyu's eyes darted back and forth, clearly searching for an excuse. Chu Guani didn't expose him, but let him fabricate freely. I heard it from his. Before Su Xiaoyu could finish, Chu Guani interrupted. From his servant, and you happened to meet them on the street. Su Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. Xiaoba, how did he know what I was going to say? Is he some kind of mind reader? Chu Guani was thoroughly disgusted by him. Why do you care so much? I just know. If you want to listen, listen. If not, forget it. Why so many questions? You dare speak to me, the crown prince, in such a manner? Do you truly think I wouldn't punish you? Su Xiaoyu suddenly remembered he was the crown prince, and they were in ancient times, not the modern era. I dare. You're the crown prince. Whatever you say goes. Xiaoba, I want to give him a slap. Host, calm down. He's the crown prince. Don't do anything foolish. Chu Guani watched coldly as he communicated with Xiaoba, angry, yet unable to take any action against him, which somehow lifted his spirits considerably. When the pastries were brought over, Su Xiaoyu's resentful expression immediately brightened, and he quickly picked one up to eat. Su Xiaoyu had realized that chatting with Chu Guani could drive one to anger. To avoid giving himself heart disease, he decided to stop talking to him. After a long silence with no response from Su Xiaoyu, Chu Guani, who still wished to ask about court matters, spoke up. You haven't answered my question yet. I've said it. I'm not acquainted with him and don't know his character. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Humph. Chu Guani feared he might lose control and strike Su Xiaoyu dead, so he took a deep breath and restrained himself. There would be time later to question him further. Not far from the pavilion, a woman in magnificent palace attire peeked around a rose bush. Liang Yue, who is the crown prince speaking with. When has the palace ever permitted an outsider to enter? Liang Yue, the maid, also peeked and recalled the gossip circulating through the palace. Returning to your eminence, it should be young Master Su Xiaoyu, the youngest son of the Minister of the Court of Judicature and Rehabilitation. The Empress cautiously held a rose branch to shield herself, lowering her voice. Why is he in the imperial garden, and why is he with the crown prince? I heard yesterday that the crown prince brought young Master Su into the palace. The specific reason is unclear to this servant. It said that during this morning's court session, the crown prince even took him to the golden throne hall, had him wait outside, and Fu Quan served him delicacies. The Empress's delicate brows furrowed. You said the crown prince never shows interest in anyone. Could it be that he has feelings for this young Master Su? It shouldn't be. This servant will investigate later. His Highness shouldn't have preferences for men. Liang Yu almost didn't believe her own words, for the crown prince had never tolerated bringing a man or woman into the palace, much less letting them stay at the Eastern Palace. Suspicious, very suspicious. Go investigate and ask the Emperor. He might know. Yes, Your Majesty. Su Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his back and turned to look, but saw nothing. Strange. I have a feeling someone was plotting against me just now. Chu Guani heard his muttering, wondering who would dare to plot against him. Inside the imperial study, Chu Yuanji sat before his desk, glaring at the memorials before him like an angry pufferfish. His trembling hand pointed at the memorial. What does he mean by this? Does he expect me to review it myself? The young eunuch below answered honestly. Returning to the Emperor, His Highness said he has important matters to attend to and requested Your Majesty to review the memorials. Chu Yuanji thought of Su Qiaoyu and restrained himself. After all, he still needed to extract information from Su Qiaoyu, and getting that information relied on his son. Are they in the Eastern Palace? When I departed, I overheard His Highness say he intended to visit the Imperial Garden. His Highness and Master Su should have gone there. Chu Yuanji waved his hand and dismissed the young eunuch, then rose to his feet and paced back and forth in the Imperial study. After much deliberation, he decided to go to the Imperial Garden and investigate. He wanted to personally observe what Su Qiaoyu was thinking. Let us go find the Crown Prince. By the time Chu Yuanji arrived at the Imperial Garden, he spotted the Empress from afar, hiding behind a rose bush and peeping. The Empress. A sudden voice from behind made the Empress jump in terror. Are you trying to scare me to death? Scares like that can literally kill a person. The Empress shot him an angry glare, pressed a hand to her chest, and turned to face Chu Guani. By the way, how is your son? And what about that Su family brat? The Empress was genuinely worried that Chu Guani might be turning gay, so she couldn't help but ask. I forgot to mention it. That Su boy knows numerous secrets. Both your majesty and the crown prince can hear his thoughts, and so can the ministers in court. Chu Yuanji, fearing the Empress would not believe him, launched into a lengthy explanation recounting the events of that morning's court session. When the Empress heard about Su Chaoyu eating toenail calluses and wiping himself with the same hands still covered in filth, she nearly gagged. Haha, even you're disgusted. The Empress pounded him with her fist, never forgetting to lower her voice. You want to die? Why speak of such revolting things? I'm only telling you because I feared you wouldn't believe me. Shut up. As for Chu Yuanji's claim that he could hear Su Chaoyu's thoughts, the Empress believed it was complete nonsense. She had lived for nearly 40 years and had never once heard of someone being able to read another's mind. She suspected Chu Yuanji's brain had been addled by too many court sessions. The couple turned around and locked eyes with Su Chaoyu's curious gaze. Both of them nearly lost their souls. They could hear their own heartbeats accelerating, and a chill spread through their limbs. Your Majesty, what are you doing here? Su Chaoyu had accidentally glanced behind him and noticed figures lurking behind the rose bushes. Recalling the sudden chill he'd felt on his back, he deduced someone was spying on him. He approached silently, only to find Chu Yuanji grappling with a sumptuously dressed woman. Chu Yuanji instinctively wanted to bellow, guards, seize him, but swallowed the words at the last moment and rephrased. I was looking for the Empress. After responding, Chu Yuanji suddenly realized he was the Emperor. Why was he answering Su Chaoyu's questions like a commoner? Such behavior made him appear guilty. Xiaoba, the old emperor, is acting suspiciously. He must be hiding something shameful. The mental voice rang out, and the Empress had not missed Su Chaoyu's facial expression. The voice belonged to Su Chaoyu, yet Su Chaoyu had not opened his mouth to speak just now. Then the voice she had just heard, the Emperor's words about Su Chaoyu's inner thoughts, was genuinely Su Chaoyu's mental voice. Was it a ghost? Was the Emperor telling the truth? Could he truly hear Su Chaoyu's thoughts? Host, those two were secretly watching you just now. I knew it. Upon receiving this answer, the Empress's eyes widened in shock. Like someone who had seen a ghost, she took a violent step backward, blinked hard, and shook her head, attempting to dispel the illusion. After hearing Su Chaoyu's inner thoughts, Chu Yuanji carefully observed the expressions of those around him. At that moment, he resembled a victorious rooster, chest puffed out, strutting about with triumphant smugness as he looked at the Empress. Chu Yuanji, see, I told you it was true. Empress, I can hear it too. Chu Guani suddenly felt somewhat distressed. So many more people could now hear Su Chaoyu's thoughts. Would this truly not cause problems? Su Chaoyu looked at Chu Yuanji, then at the Empress. One looked as though he'd seen a ghost, the other as though he'd won the lottery. Could this married couple both be abnormal? Xiaoba, it turns out no emperor is completely sane. Speaking of emperors, do you have any emperor gossip? Chu Guani and the Empress's gazes instantly snapped toward Chu Yuanji. The latter's triumphant expression instantly transformed into a deathly pale face. The mother and son stifled their laughter, pretending they hadn't heard Su Chaoyu's inner thoughts, while tilting their ears to listen carefully. Chu Yuanji had already witnessed Su Chaoyu's extraordinary abilities. His inner thoughts were not charges of crime, but rather your most shameful secrets. Take the toenail-eating incident, for instance. Ugh, host, I have found the old emperor's gossip. Xiaoba's voice sounded like a death warrant. Beads of sweat beaded on Chu Yuanji's forehead. To prevent his embarrassment from being exposed to the world, he chose to interrupt Su Chaoyu. If Su Chaoyu was determined to uncover his embarrassing secrets, then Chu Yuanji would rather the boy had waited until the dead of night. Su Chaoyu, are you and the crown prince admiring flowers in the imperial garden? Su Chaoyu had not yet had the chance to see the gossip Xiaoba had sent. Interrupted by Chu Yuanji, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon his quest for gossip. Yes, I came here with the crown prince to eat melon, not to admire flowers. Su Chaoyu's tongue slipped, and he blurted out the truth. When it came to eating melon, it was human nature, and neither Chu Yuanji nor the Empress was exempt. Tell us what gossip you have. Su Chaoyu thought he had misheard. He looked at the couple's eager, thirsting eyes and realized he had not imagined it. The old emperor and the Empress both wanted to hear the gossip. Your Majesty and Her Majesty wished to listen as well. The couple nodded in unison. Tell us. Su Chaoyu could only recount the gossip he had previously shared with Chu Guani, interspersing it with the story about Minister Jia eating toenail calluses at midnight. During this retelling, Chu Yuanji and the Empress displayed vivid and animated expressions. This excitement got Su Chaoyu carried away, and his tongue slipped again, spilling Chu Yuanji's embarrassing past. And I also have gossip about your Majesty. Let me tell you, when he was young, he loved setting off firecrackers the most. Once during the new year, he wanted to blow up his textbooks with firecrackers so he could blame the explosions and avoid studying. As Su Chaoyu spoke these words, all three of them vaguely sensed something was wrong, though none could pinpoint exactly what. Just as the young emperor was about to light the firecracker, his father entered and called for him. Fearing punishment, the young emperor sat down hard onto the firecracker. In the next instant, it exploded with a loud bang. By this point, all three had realized the truth. They looked at Chu Yuanji's rigid expression. Could the emperor being described be none other than their own father-husband, the emperor of Yue Kingdom, Chu Yuanji himself? At that moment smoke billowed directly from beneath the young emperor's bottom. His father was utterly stunned. It was only when the emperor covered his rear and howled in pain that his father realized what his son had done. He laughed despite his anger, and the emperor's rear was burned, requiring a month of recuperation. After finishing his tale, Su Chaoyu giggled gleefully. Mid-laughter, he noticed the atmosphere shift dramatically. He carefully replayed his own words in his mind, and the smile gradually faded. The smile transferred to the author's face. He had just told the emperor's childhood embarrassment right in front of the emperor himself, his son, and his wife. When Shu Yuanji realized that Su Chaoyu was referring to himself, he was simultaneously furious and mortified. Before he could open his mouth to stop the boy, Su Chaoyu had poured out everything like beans from a bamboo tube. As a result, Shu Yuanji had lost both face and substance, suffering the greatest humiliation before his son and wife. His eyes bulged with rage, and he wanted to punish Su Chaoyu immediately. But then he remembered that Su Chaoyu had never specified which country or which emperor he was describing. If he retaliated now, it would be tantamount to confessing guilt. Therefore, he could hardly vent his anger openly. Su Chaoyu wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. Looking at the emperor's expression, he felt as though the man wanted to tear him apart with 5 horses. Determined not to die at 20, Su Chaoyu's mind raced as he pretended nothing was wrong and interjected. "Do you know who he's referring to?" The 3 of them stared at him intently, putting enormous pressure on him, so he quickly said, "It's the emperor of our neighboring country." Shu Yuanji's murderous glare softened considerably. The mother and son exchanged doubtful glances between Su Chaoyu and Shu Yuanji, but neither spoke to ask if what Su Chaoyu said was true. It was Shu Yuanji who spoke up. "Is it true?" Su Chaoyu wouldn't dare claim otherwise. He hurriedly admitted, "True, truer than pearls." Shu Yuanji had no intention of believing his nonsense. The whole story was clearly designed to deceive the empress and the crown prince. What Su Chaoyu described matched his own childhood experiences precisely. Even if the same incident had happened to someone else in this world, no one could possibly replicate every detail so perfectly. Xiaobai nearly didn't see tomorrow's sun. "Host, stay calm. You've already talked your way out of it. No problem." With those words spoken, it became clear that Shu Yuanji was the one who had been blown up. The teacup in Shu Yuanji's hand was nearly crushed. Su Chaoyu rubbed his chilly neck and quickly changed the subject. "It's getting late. My father is calling me home for dinner." "Well then, Your Majesty, Empress and Crown Prince, I should head back. See you later. Ideally, we never see each other again." Su Chaoyu took off running the moment he finished speaking. None of the 3 stopped him. They simply watched him disappear into the distance like a gust of wind. Once he was far enough away, Empress Yu Fengxiao burst out laughing. "Ha ha, I never expected you to be so mischievous as a child, getting your bottom blown up by firecrackers. Ha ha." Chu Guangyi barely contained his laughter as he rose to take his leave. "Father Emperor, this son has matters to attend to and must withdraw." Shu Yuanji's face burned with embarrassment, and he waved him away dismissively. Barely 10 meters from Chu Yuanji, Chu Guangyi finally broke and started laughing outright. Chu Yuanji deeply regretted having sought out Su Chaoyu for gossip in the first place. The attending eunuchs struggled to suppress their laughter, unable to find an excuse to leave, forced to hold it in. Suddenly a thunderous roar split the sky. Su Chaoyu. Yu Fengxiao laughed until she could barely bend over, pounding the table. Chu Yuanji's dignity was completely shattered this lifetime. Flushing crimson, he swept his sleeve and strode out. Su Chaoyu retreated to his room and buried himself under the covers, muttering continuously, "It's over, it's all over. Xiaoba, quick, check how many days I have left. Host, don't be afraid. The old emperor isn't someone who kills carelessly." Su Chaoyu climbed out of bed, rushed to the desk, grabbed a brush, and began writing a letter in crooked, uneven strokes. The letter explained that he had accidentally revealed the emperor's secret in front of the monarch, the empress, and the crown prince, and asked whether the emperor would have his head. The young eunuch guarding the door noticed Su Chaoyu frantically searching the room as if the sky were falling, and approached to ask, "Master Su, are you looking for something?" Su Chaoyu clutched the eunuch's hand as though he had found a long-lost relative, pressing the letter into it, and earnestly pleading, "Please deliver this to my father. If that is impossible, then to my elder brother will suffice. You must give it to one of them. I beg you." The eunuch agreed and exited to deliver the letter, but once out of Su Chaoyu's sight, he quietly made his way to Chu Guangyi's study instead. "So he knows to be afraid after all." Chu Guangyi chuckled at the letter's contents, refolded it, and slipped it back into the envelope. "Go deliver it." Only then did the eunuch leave the palace to deliver the letter as instructed. When Su Zhaoxing received the letter, he assumed his younger brother simply missed him. But after reading it, he let out a sudden gasp, rolled his eyes back, and fainted dead away. He could have sworn his great-grandmother was beckoning him from below, telling him to come down quickly and keep her company. The attendant standing nearby scrambled to catch him. "My lord, my lord." Once Su Zhaoxing regained consciousness, he immediately rushed to find Su Qinggong. But when he finally saw him, he froze. His own father had fainted too. Su Chaoyu had no idea the family was in chaos because of his letter. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, worrying that Chu Guangyi still had not approved his request to leave the palace the next day. "Hey, what's your name?" "This servant's name is Ji Chun, my lord." "How may I serve you?" "Ji Chun, go ask the crown prince if I may leave the palace tomorrow." Ji Chun agreed, and went to find Chu Guangyi, who was in a favorable mood, and immediately granted permission. Satisfied with the answer, Su Chaoyu lay back down, planning to take a short nap before dinner. After eating, he was reading a storybook in bed, when Fu Quan sent someone to fetch him, saying Chu Guangyi wanted to see him. Reluctantly, Su Chaoyu went to find Chu Guangyi, wondering what the crown prince could possibly need at night. Your Highness, did you call for me, eh? After thinking it over, it seems inappropriate for me to be busy with state affairs while you sleep in your room. You should assist me with the paperwork. Su Chaoyu barely contained his rising fury. He had already angered the emperor today, and was unsure whether he would keep his head. He simply could not afford to provoke the person in front of him. As you say, Your Highness. Chu Guangyi had not specified how he was supposed to assist, so sleeping right there would count as helping in Su Chaoyu's mind. Su Chaoyu found a chair, sat down, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. After a long while, without hearing any inner thoughts from Su Chaoyu, Chu Guangyi looked up, searched for him, and finally spotted him dozing off in the chair. Su Chaoyu. Half asleep and about to meet the Duke of Zhou, Su Chaoyu reluctantly said goodbye and opened his eyes. Your Highness, what is it? I have results on the military pay embezzlement case I asked you about last night. Rubbing his eyes to clear his head, Su Chaoyu replied, You're quick, Your Highness. Would you like to hear it? Yes. Worried he might miss anything, Su Chaoyu dragged his chair closer to Chu Guangyi. Please go ahead, Your Highness. As Su Chaoyu leaned in, a faint fruity fragrance drifted into his nostrils. You're wearing incense. That's a sachet my mother made, fruit-scented, quite lovely. Smell it. Su Chaoyu tugged his sleeve forward for Chu Guangyi to sniff. To his own surprise, Chu Guangyi leaned in and inhaled. The fruity aroma grew even richer. The fresh fragrance lifted his spirits considerably. The scent is pleasant. Why wasn't Madame Su at the mansion yesterday? From the corner of his eye, Su Chaoyu caught sight of memorials on the desk, their dense characters making his eyes strain. My mother's parents missed her, so she went to visit them. By now she should be returning soon. No wonder he had not seen Madame Su the day before. Weren't you going to tell me about the embezzlement? Why ask about my mother? Your father's birthday was yesterday, and Madame Su was absent. I was merely curious. Chu Guangyi set aside the memorial and picked up another one to read. After investigation, the embezzler is Li Huai. The location where he hid the silver is exactly where you said. They also found he privately bought a small courtyard to store the silver, and the embezzled silver was barely touched, all confiscated. Su Chaoyu was not surprised at all. He had given precise locations, so it would be strange if they hadn't found it. Chu Guangyi turned his head to look at him. Are you a fortune teller? You even know where Li Huai hid the silver? Su Chaoyu stiffened all over, his eyes darting around, making countless small gestures in a second. I was just guessing blindly. Didn't expect my luck to be good, and I hit the mark. I'd better not be so specific next time. You're indeed quite lucky. Next time I have matters, I'll still ask you. As long as the information is accurate, both I and the emperor will reward you heavily. He needed to make Su Chaoyu proactively provide them with information and not let him develop other thoughts. Su Chaoyu found it somewhat strange. Was Chu Guangyi trusting him a bit too much? Shouldn't this information be secretly investigated? Isn't it inappropriate to tell him? After thinking it over, he decided it would be safer to have a life-saving talisman. Nothing else mattered as much. Your Highness, last night you said that if I gave you inspiration, you would promise me a small favor. Look, now you found the embezzled silver. That's a major piece of news, right? I'm not greedy. Oh, just give me a death exemption gold token. Chu Guangyi laughed in anger. He put down the brush in his hand, turned sideways, and looked at Su Chaoyu, who was showing two small white teeth with a half smile. You call that not greedy? The death exemption gold token is not something you can easily obtain. Su Chaoyu fully understood the importance of the death exemption gold token. Tonight he was determined to get one, so that if the old emperor wanted to kill him, he could use it to survive. I know this is too good for me. How about this? In the future, if your Highness wants to know anything, I'll tell you everything I know. Deal? Chu Guangyi tapped his index finger lightly on the table, nodded after a few seconds of silence. You said it. From now on you must tell me everything you know. If you conceal anything, I have the right to take back the death exemption gold token. Deal? Su Chaoyu happily hummed a song in his heart. His eyes curved into crescent moons, and the corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears. When will you give me the death exemption gold token? I'll give it to you tomorrow. To prevent you from going back on your word, we'll sign a contract tomorrow. Chu Guangyi's words extinguished Su Chaoyu's good mood. I'm a man of honor. How could I go back on my word? It's you who shouldn't set a trap for me. Chu Guangyi, unruffled, watched him stomp in anger, completely helpless, and could only grit his teeth secretly. His mood greatly improved. I am the crown prince of this nation. Do I disdain to be a person who breaks his word? You'd better be. Su Chaoyu sat down on the chair, huffily closed his eyes, and went to sleep. In this life, he wanted to be a parasite. Eating, drinking, and sleeping were his daily compulsory courses. Chu Guangyi still had state affairs to attend to, so he left him alone. When he put down the memorials and turned his head, Su Chaoyu was already asleep. It was now early summer, and the weather was getting hot. Su Chaoyu's forehead was beaded with fine sweat. Was he starved for sleep in his past life? Grabbing every free moment to sleep, Su Chaoyu opened his eyes again, awakened by Xiao Ba. Host, hurry up and get up, or you'll be late. Su Chaoyu slowly got up, washed up, had breakfast, and headed straight to the palace gate. Behind him followed Ji Chun, and a shadow guard was also following in the shadows. Xiao Ba, are you sure the mission target will pass by this road? 100% sure. Host, you must remember his face well. Su Chaoyu sat at a small stall, quietly waiting for Grand Tutor Ning's son to pass by. He had already eaten 3 bowls of wontons, but still no sign of Ning'an. His patience was wearing thin. Host, he's coming, he's sneaking over. Following Xiao Ba's hint, Su Xiaoyu looked over and saw a man about his age sneaking in this direction, heading for the brothel to his east. Xiao Ba, come out for a moment. Run over to Ning In and stop him, then I'll legitimately go over and strike up a conversation with him. Host, the word strike up a conversation isn't used that way. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Do you think I don't know that strike up a conversation is used incorrectly? Xiao Ba darted out from under Su Xiaoyu's feet, charging straight toward Ning In's feet. It was an illusory shadow that others couldn't touch at all. Ning In bent down, lowered his head, and walked forward. When Xiao Ba appeared at his feet, he simply walked around it. Su Xiaoyu seized the opportunity and deliberately crashed into Ning and knocking him to the ground. Ouch! Ning In had sneaked out behind his father's back, let alone heading to a brothel. With a guilty conscience, he didn't dare to make a fuss after being knocked down by Su Xiaoyu. Watch where you're going. Su Xiaoyu picked up Xiao Ba and apologized sincerely. Sorry, my cat suddenly ran over. I was afraid it would get lost, and in my haste I accidentally bumped into you. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Ning In dusted off the dirt on his clothes, looked around, and said, I'm fine. Maybe we should still go to the clinic and have a look. That collision was quite severe. Let me take you to see a doctor. Without waiting for Ning In's consent, Su Xiaoyu hefted him up and called to Ji Chun. Ji Chun, come quickly and help me support this young master to the clinic. Ji Chun didn't know Su Xiaoyu's intention. He had received orders, he just did what Su Xiaoyu told him to do without asking. So the two of them, ignoring Ning In's, dragged him to the nearby clinic. I said I don't need it. What are you doing? Ning In's face turned pale, his legs flailing nonstop. Fear surged into his heart, giving him a burst of strength to break free from the two. Su Xiaoyu, anticipating his breakaway, grabbed his clothes and shoved him into the clinic, which was only a step away. Bang! Su Xiaoyu followed into the clinic and quickly closed the door. Everyone inside the clinic looked over. Doctor, I accidentally bumped into my friend just now. It was quite serious. Please come quickly and have a look at him. The strong herbal scent in the clinic made Su Xiaoyu instinctively hold his breath. He didn't like the smell of herbs at all. The old doctor finished with the patient in front of him, walked over unhurriedly, and watched the two struggling. Ning In was well aware that his fall looked serious, but was actually minor. He didn't want to see a doctor. His friend was still waiting for him at the brothel. He looks fine, full of ox-like strength. No need to check. The doctor saw Ning In struggling fiercely. How could he look injured? Moreover, Ning In looked terrified, clearly afraid of the young man. Fine. He fell to the ground. How could he be fine? Please take a closer look. Su Xiaoyu used all his might to hold on to Ning In, but the old doctor, unflustered, stroked his beard, clasped his hands behind his back, and returned to his seat. I've been practicing medicine for decades, ere I can tell that he's fine, healthy as an ox. Su Xiaoyu didn't care whether he was like an ox or not. What he wanted was to stall for time and prevent Ning In from entering the brothel. I'll be honest with you, doctor, he simply can't perform. I urged him to see a physician, but he's been hiding his illness and refusing treatment. You have to save him. His lifelong sexual happiness rests in your hands. Ning In's innocence was being slandered for no reason. Flushed with anger, he raised his voice to defend himself. You're talking nonsense. I don't know you. You dragged me into this for no reason. What exactly are you trying to do? Do you believe I'll report you to the authorities? Su Xiaoyu released him, wiped the sweat from his face, and explained in a low voice, don't be shy. I'm doing this for your own good, Ning In. You must not go to the pleasure house. It's dangerous. Ning In was utterly bewildered. He had tolerated this man suddenly bumping into him. He had tolerated being dragged into the clinic. But being told he couldn't perform, that he could not tolerate. Who do you think you are? I don't know you, and on top of that you're going around smearing my reputation. What do you mean by this? Besides, I'm going to the pleasure house to meet a friend. How could that be dangerous? The old physician shot a glance at the medicine apprentice. The apprentice pushed the two young men out of the clinic. Young masters, our clinic still has patients to treat. Please go discuss your business somewhere else. Not wanting to be entangled with Su Xiaoyu, Ning In set off toward the pleasure house. Hey, don't go. Listen to me, that friend of yours wants to harm you. The other day he was discussing with a woman at the pleasure house how to swindle your money and then make you catch a filthy disease. You absolutely must not go. Su Xiaoyu's words were half true and half false, and Ning In had almost believed him. Stop spouting nonsense here. My friend would never harm me. He's been very good to me. Ning In shook off Su Xiaoyu's hand, his delicate face filled with anger. I don't know who you are, or why you're trying to ruin the bond between Brother Tan and me. If you keep pestering me like this, I'll report you to the authorities and have you arrested. First, listen to me. I've been watching you for days. Today marks exactly 30 days since you met that friend of yours, right? Seeing Ning In's resistance, Su Xiaoyu went straight to the matter between Ning In and the man surnamed Tan. Ning In looked at him warily. Anyone could find that out if they investigated carefully. Then what about this? He said you were the best friend he'd ever had. He told you his family was in the silk business, booming and earning a fortune every day, and asked if you wanted to go into business with him. He also said that once you made big money, your father would see you in a new light. Am I right? Ning In stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded, his pupils trembling. They had exchanged those words in very low voices, and in a private room at that. Even if someone had been eavesdropping, it would have been impossible to hear. How do you know all this? How else could he know? He had Xiao Ba as his trump card. Xiao Ba could dig up anything, as long as it was gossip. To be honest, I also know a little divination. To keep your life from being ruined, I've paid a considerable price. Ning In believed most of what Su Xiaoyu said. You say Brother Tan is going to swindle my money and harm me. Is that true? Su Xiaoyu nodded. It's true. Honestly, I didn't want to meddle at first, but when I heard he meant to harm you, I really couldn't bear to see you fall into his vicious hands. So I came specifically to stop you. If you want to know whether he's really out to hurt you, play along with his scheme and test him. If he doesn't harm you, all the better. If he truly means to, you can still escape the disaster. Ning gazed into Su Xiaoyu's clear, earnest eyes and inexplicably found himself believing him. Fine. If he truly intends to harm me, I won't let him off. And if you intend to harm me, I won't let you off either. Su Xiaoyu flashed him a row of small white teeth. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Now the first thing you need to do is buy medicine. Buy medicine? He was in perfect health. Why would he need to buy medicine? He's going to drug the wine you drink and make you sleep with a woman carrying a filthy disease, Su Xiaoyu said, giving him a meaningful look. Buy the antidote and take it first so you won't fall into the trap. Dumbfounded Ning and nodded, feeling that what Su Xiaoyu said made a great deal of sense. Su Xiaoyu went back into the clinic, sidled up to the old physician, and asked in a low voice, Doctor, do you have an antidote? One for that kind of drug? The old physician understood at once. Yes, I do. How much do you need? There are 2 of us. How much would you recommend? The old physician instructed the medicine apprentice to bring the medicine, a small porcelain bottle. There are 6 pills inside. Take one at a time. If it's severe, take 2. 10 taels of silver. Su Xiaoyu took a silver ingot from his pouch and handed it over. To make certain there was no mistake, he asked again, if I take it before being drugged, will it work? How long does the effect last? It works 6 hours. Thank you, doctor. Su Xiaoyu immediately poured out a pill and popped it into Ning An's mouth. Come on, let's go see Tan He's true face. With swaggering bravado, Ning An and Su Xiaoyu headed toward the pleasure house. The old physician shook his head and muttered, young men these days. They stepped into the pleasure house. It was somewhat quiet inside. Most of the girls were resting, and a few, yawning endlessly, stood in the main hall to greet them. I've already arranged to meet a friend. No need for you to attend to us. Ning An dodged the hand a girl extended and walked stiffly, arms and legs moving awkwardly in sync, toward the private room they had agreed upon. Su Xiaoyu followed behind him, and they entered the private room together. Someone was already waiting inside. Seeing Ning An bring in a stranger, he was taken aback. The instant Su Xiaoyu saw Tan, his swaggering bravado wilted. Xiaobai, you never told me. Tan He is 188 meters tall and as strong as an ox. The Tan He before them was towering, his arms thicker than Su Xiaoyu's thighs. His muscular body was wrapped in cloth, straining the garments. A single casual finger could topple Su Xiaoyu. Host, you still have backup. Don't be afraid. Su Xiaoyu now wanted to chop Xiaobai in half with his bare hands. He turned to Ji Chun behind him and quietly instructed, sneak out and find the officers. My life is in your hands. When the officers arrive, act at the right moment. Understand? Ji Chun nodded solemnly. Su Xiaoyu had briefed him about today's matter on the way out of the palace. Now they were clearly no match for the other party, so summoning the officers was the safest course. Su Xiaoyu raised his voice. Go, buy a few jugs of good wine, then go to Zhuxiangju and order some fine dishes. Having received the order, Ji Chun went downstairs and ran toward the government office. Tan He looked Su Xiaoyu up and down. The fabric of his clothes was not something ordinary people could afford. His skin was fair and delicate, and his features were handsome. Clearly he was a scion of a wealthy family. Ning An, why did you bring an outsider? Now that Ning An knew Tan He meant to harm him, he grew so nervous he could barely speak clearly. Su Xiaoyu smiled at him. Brother Tan Xiaoan and I are sworn brothers. My surname is Su. I heard he recently made a good friend, so I begged him to bring me along to meet you. I also heard that Brother Tan's family is in business. Brother, I was thinking the same. After hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, Tan He laughed smugly. To tell you the truth, my family is in the silk business. The business earns a fortune every day. During this time in the capital, I've netted 10,000 taels. Su Xiaoyu put on an ingratiating smile. To be honest, Brother Tan, my family is also in business. My elder brother handles all the family business, and my parents don't think much of me. When Xiaoan mentioned you, I thought I'd like to go into business with you. Once I make money, my family will surely stop looking down on me. Su Xiaoyu displayed a touch of reluctance and disappointment at just the right moment, and Tan He believed his words almost instantly. Tan He rubbed his thumb and index finger together a few times, an air of arrogance in his expression. No problem. But business requires capital, doesn't it? Otherwise, how will you make money? Hearing the mention of money, the ingratiating smile on Su Xiaoyu's face gradually transformed into unease. To be honest, Brother Tan, I'm not favored in my own family. All I have on hand is 100 taels saved secretly. You see. Upon hearing that Su Xiaoyu had only 100 taels, disdain immediately flashed across Tan He's face. But then he thought, even a small mosquito is still meat. 100 taels could sustain him for several days. He quickly masked his disgust. Fine. 100 taels it is. But 100 taels won't yield much profit. You'll need to be prepared. Su Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. I understand. I'll earn little by little, and the more I earn, the more you'll earn as well, Brother Tan. Ning An sat to one side, playing the part of an invisible bystander. Watching how Su Xiaoyu's few words instantly dispelled Tan He's suspicions, he silently gave his friend a mental thumbs up. Tan He took a sip of wine, his greedy gaze sweeping over the two of them, as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. So when do you plan to invest? Su Xiaoyu patted his chest. I've brought the 100 taels today. I can start right away. The smile on Tan He's lips deepened. He set down his wine cup and poured wine for both of them, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Su Xiaoyu and Ning An exchanged glances. So far Ning An hadn't sensed anything amiss. But recalling what Su Xiaoyu had said about drugging the wine in front of him now looked as poisonous as hell itself. He couldn't bring himself to take a single sip. Come, let us toast to your impending wealth and freedom from your family's contempt. Su Xiaoyu hesitated for 2 seconds, then picked up his cup. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily twice, and his hand trembled slightly as he lifted the wine. Oh no, he had been so focused on feeding Ning and the antidote that he'd completely forgotten to take his own. Panic, but stay calm. He'd find an excuse to step out and take it soon enough. Su Xiaoyu composed himself and clinked cups with Tan, he draining the wine in one gulp. Seeing him drink, Ning and did the same. As long as he had a companion in this, everything would be fine. Hey, I told him to fetch better wine. It's been so long, and he still hasn't returned. Brother Tan, you two carry on. I'll go check. Su Xiaoyu seized the excuse of Ji Chun's delayed return to slip outside and take the antidote. Tan, he didn't care what Su Xiaoyu was doing below. The thought of the money he was about to extort from them put him in excellent spirits. Su Xiaoyu quickly swallowed the antidote. He had nearly paid with his life. He wondered whether Ji Chun had managed to summon the guards by now. Fearing something might happen to Ning and Su Xiaoyu didn't dare linger outside for long. When he returned, he saw Tan he force-feeding wine to Ningen. Ningen had already consumed 3 cups and was clearly on the verge of intoxication. Only now did Su Xiaoyu remember. They had forgotten to buy hangover medicine. Brother Su, come taste this. This is the most famous liquor here, Pear Blossom White. You won't find it anywhere else. After force-feeding Ning and Tan, he turned his attention to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu's tolerance for alcohol was modest, a few more cups, and he'd be intoxicated as well. If both of them passed out tonight, they'd both be finished here. Brother Tan, we can drink later. Tell me about the business. I know absolutely nothing about this. Tan, he kept pouring without pause. What's the rush, Brother Su? Let's talk while we drink. The wine cup was forcibly pressed against Su Xiaoyu's lips. Under Tan he's relentless gaze, he had no choice but to drain it. Damn Tan, why is he staring at me like that? Now I can't even secretly pour the wine out. Xiao Ba's tiny paws clicked rapidly across the keyboard. Master, rest assured. I will protect you. Ningen shook his head, trying to dispel the dizziness brought on by intoxication. He had already begun hallucinating. He couldn't drink anymore, or he'd be in serious trouble. Xiao Ba, my life is in your hands. Do you have an electric baton? If Tan he tries to lay a hand on me, I'll zap him. Yes, master. One activation costs 1 point and lasts 1 hour. Su Xiaoyu nearly cursed aloud. Can't you give me a discount? Master, the shop does not negotiate. He reached out and blocked the cup being forced toward his mouth again. Brother Tan, if I keep drinking I'll lose consciousness. Haven't we still business to discuss? Tan he interrupted him, his gaze sweeping over Su Xiaoyu's body from head to toe. He placed his hand over Su Xiaoyu's, his tone slow and deliberate, dripping with ill intent. What's the hurry? There's plenty of time. We can talk slowly. A wave of revulsion washed over Su Xiaoyu and his heart sank. He withdrew his hand subtly and poured himself a cup of tea, feigning innocence. Brother Tan young and ran away from home without his family's knowledge. If he's gone too long, they'll come searching. We should finalize the business matters as soon as possible. Tan he seized Su Xiaoyu's wrist tightly, his expression turning ferocious. I said there's no rush. Look at you, soft skin, delicate features, far more handsome than Ningen. It would be a tremendous waste not to savor you properly. Ningen, sitting to the side, instantly sobered up halfway. The words Su Xiaoyu had whispered to him earlier flooded back into his mind. His entire body trembled, but he forced himself to hold back his terror and intervened to stop Tan he. Brother Tan, we haven't finished discussing our business yet. What are you? Tan he gripped Su Xiaoyu's wrist, even tighter, his true nature fully exposed. I'll tell you the truth. I laced this wine with spring breeze dew. Save your breath. Let me properly savor the taste of a wealthy young master. Ningen collapsed onto the floor in a dead faint. Su Xiaoyu exchanged words with Xiao Ba and obtained an electric baton, shaking off Tan he's grip and slamming the baton into him. Tan he glanced at the black electric baton jabbed into his body, puzzled about where it had appeared from. But he didn't care much. The guy surnamed Su was as skinny as a chick. He could poke him with a single finger. A wooden stick. Useless. Su Xiaoyu didn't see Tan he dropping unconscious from the electric shock. Instead, he himself became visibly panicked. Xiao Ba, why isn't the baton working? Master, you didn't turn on the switch. Su Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon the switch on the baton. Sure enough, it hadn't been activated. Just as his thumb pressed down on the switch, Tan he's hand seized his wrist again. The next moment, electric current surged from the baton, causing Tan he to convulse wildly. But it wasn't only Tan he who shook. The electric sparks danced between the baton and Su Xiaoyu's body as well. The crackling current flowed back and forth between them. Su Xiaoyu's eyes rolled back, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Inside Su Xiaoyu's consciousness, Xiao Ba transformed into a screaming chicken. Master, turn off the switch quickly. Do I look like I can? Turn it off. Ningen, watching the two of them suddenly appear stricken with a terrible illness, had no idea how to help. The remaining half-intoxicated state vanished in an instant, fear replacing it, leaving him clearer-headed than ever before. Brother Su, I'll save you. Ningen sprang to his feet and reached out to push Tan he away. It was because Tan he had touched Su Xiaoyu that they ended up in this mess. Tan he, oh heavens, distinguished the faithful from the treacherous. Su Xiaoyu, eyes rolling back, kept making ah-ah sounds. Hearing Ningen's words, he struggled to muster the strength to stop him. Don't come over e. But he spoke too slowly. Ningen had already reached out to push Tan he, only to fail to move him, and instead become another victim of the electric shock. Ning An was utterly stupefied, never having encountered such a situation before. The sensation now rendered him completely immobile, accompanied by a numbing pain that was even more agonizing than his father's disciplinary slaps. Xiao Ba, scrambling in a fluster, hastily withdrew the electric baton. The current ceased, and all three fell stiffly to the ground. Having been subjected to the electric shock for the shortest duration, Ning An lay on the ground for a moment to recover. When the numbing pain subsided, he crawled to his feet and went to support Su Xiaoyu. "Brother Su, how are you? Can you still walk?" Su Xiaoyu had nearly met his end, lying on the ground, unable to move, his speech faltering. "Can't move." Beside him, Tan He was foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Remembering what had just happened, Ning An angrily strode over and kicked him fiercely twice. Unsatisfied even after that, he delivered a final vicious stomp to Tan He's crotch. Tan He, who had been breathing more out than in and was already greeting his ancestors, now let out a painful whimper at the kick, rolled his eyes back, and passed out cold. Fearing he might regain consciousness, Ning An intended to help Su Xiaoyu up, but lacked the strength and nearly collapsed onto him. At a loss for ideas, Ji Chun, who had gone to summon the officials, finally arrived. He entered with a group of officers, and the first thing they saw was Ning An half kneeling on the ground supporting Su Xiaoyu. Ji Chun's mind buzzed, turning blank. He stood frozen, staring at Su Xiaoyu lying on the ground, his fate unknown. It was over. His own life was as good as finished. Ning An waved at him. "Come help me lift him up." Ji Chun steadied his nerves. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu's chest was still rising and falling, he suddenly felt his life might be safe after all. After helping Su Xiaoyu up, Ning An told Ji Chun to take him to see a physician while he stayed behind to explain the situation to the officers. Ji Chun wasted no time, carrying Su Xiaoyu on his back and rushing toward the medical hall. The Crown Prince had ordered him to take good care of Master Su, and now Master Su was half dead. He would likely face many lashes upon returning. Xiao Ba was now cowering in a corner, listening to Su Xiaoyu scold him. "You know, if you had put away the electric baton sooner, I would have suffered less. And that Tan He, I damn." Su Xiaoyu ranted about Tan He for a long while, growing angrier the more he thought about it. He decided to go home later and complain to his father, letting his father properly educate Tan He. "Nothing serious, he'll be fine after some rest." The physician's words did not reassure Ji Chun. "Doctor, please take another look. My master was perfectly fine, then suddenly collapsed unconscious. Something must be wrong. Please examine him again." Su Xiaoyu thought, "Actually, it wasn't sudden. I was being shocked for quite a while." The physician stroked his beard, unhurriedly returned to his seat, and said, "Don't worry, your master is sturdy. He's fine. He'll be all right after some sleep." Ji Chun had no choice but to wait beside Su Xiaoyu, hoping he would wake up soon. Although Su Xiaoyu was unconscious, his chest rose and fell steadily, his breathing was even, and he seemed more like he was asleep than in any danger. A quarter of an hour later, Su Xiaoyu slowly regained consciousness. Though his body was unconscious, his mind remained alert, and he had heard everything happening around him. Seeing him awake, Ji Chun let out a long sigh of relief. "Master, you're awake. Do you still feel unwell?" Su Xiaoyu shook his head, got off the bed, and said, "Let's go. Find Ning An, and also find my father." Su Xiaoyu walked with swift steps. Ji Chun, certain that he was truly fine, trotted behind him. When they arrived at the flower pavilion, the officers were escorting Tan He to the government office. Ning An, following behind, saw Su Xiaoyu in good health and joyfully ran over. "Brother Su, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Did Tan He confess everything? He was stubborn and refused to talk, spouting nonsense, instead saying we came to seduce him. Su Xiaoyu nearly lunged forward to beat Tan He after hearing that. He had to find his father. Absolutely had to find his father. "If I don't finish him off today, I'll take my brother's surname." With that, he turned and went to find the head officer. After exchanging a few words, the officers led the group toward the Dali Temple. All the way to the Dali Temple, Su Xiaoyu said to the guard at the gate, "I'm looking for my father. Please inform him, sir." The guard at the gate didn't doubt him for a moment and immediately went inside to find Su Chenggong. Su Xiaoyu was no stranger to them. He was a frequent visitor at the Dali Temple. Before long, Su Chenggong hurried over. Seeing Su Xiaoyu standing there safe and sound, the worry that had hung over him since yesterday finally eased. "You brat, weren't you? How did you get out?" Hadn't he angered the emperor? He had been waiting since yesterday, waiting for the imperial order to punish them. "I came out with his permission," Su Xiaoyu said, pointing at Tan He with a face full of rage. "I came to find Ning An, but he harbored ill intentions toward us and tried to bully me. Are you going to handle this or not? He nearly made it so you'd never see me again." Ning An nodded vigorously from behind. "Brother Su is right, he tried to bully us. Brother Su almost lost his life." Su Chenggong had initially thought Su Xiaoyu was causing trouble, but he never expected his son to be filing a complaint. "What?" Su Chenggong exploded in an instant. If he weren't in his official robes, he would have charged forward to beat Tan He senseless. "He tried to bully you. Bastard, do you think you can bully my son?" Su Chenggong shouted into the gate, "Someone, take him in and interrogate him thoroughly." "Yes, sir." Several constables rushed out from inside the Dali Temple and quickly escorted Tan He inside. Su Chenggong inspected Su Xiaoyu from head to toe, making sure he hadn't suffered any harm. After giving a few instructions, he turned and entered the Dali Temple. The officers summoned by Ji Chun exchanged bewildered glances, exchanged a few polite words with Su Xiaoyu, and then left. Meanwhile, Ning An stood there like a wooden post, his mind occupied by only one thought. Brother Su is the son of the minister of Dali Temple. The matter was resolved perfectly. Su Xiaoyu asked Xiao Ba, is the mission complete? Perfectly completed, host. The points have been credited. Su Xiaoyu was busy checking his points and didn't notice Ning An's expression, which looked as if he had seen a ghost. Had he heard and seen correctly? Su Xiaoyu hadn't opened his mouth just now, yet he had spoken. And there was a strange voice answering him. He must have misheard. It was definitely the alcohol from the flower pavilion still clouding his senses. He must have misheard. Haha, points secured. Just a little more, and I can buy items or try my luck at the lottery. If Ning An could still comfort himself with the thought of being drunk now, he saw with absolute clarity that Su Xiaoyu hadn't moved his lips, yet he heard Su Xiaoyu's voice. Damn that Tanhe. I'm going to badmouth him thoroughly to my father and make sure he suffers all 108 tortures. Host, your father has already started the interrogation. Then he won't see the light of day again. Ning An listened to the conversation between Su Xiaoyu and Xiao Ba and came to a conclusion. He had drunk so much that it had damaged his brain. The drug in the wine was causing hallucinations. Brother Su, you've done me a great favor today. I'll remember your kindness. It's getting late, I need to go home. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Su Xiaoyu still wanted to brainwash him, urging him not to trust others so easily. When the man said he was leaving, Su Xiaoyu assumed it was just because today's events had frightened him. After bidding him farewell, Su Xiaoyu headed straight for the Su mansion. Upon returning home, Su Xiaoyu went to Su Chaoxing's courtyard to find him. As he entered the yard, he saw his elder brother listlessly emerge from his room with dark circles under his eyes, as if drained of vitality by a succubus. Brother, were you out thieving last night? Upon seeing Su Xiaoyu, Su Chaoxing darted over like a gust of wind, nowhere near the dispirited state he had been in moments ago. What exactly did you do yesterday? Is the emperor truly going to have our family executed? That was a good question. Su Xiaoyu himself had no idea. Brother, I don't know either. I just mentioned that the emperor was once burned on the backside by a firecracker when he was young. But I didn't say it was our emperor. From the look on his face, he seemed ready to eat me alive, so I'm not sure if the emperor will order our heads chopped off. By the time Su Chaoxing realized what Su Xiaoyu had said, it was already too late. The emperor's secret had been blurted out so carelessly by his younger brother. Shh. Do you have a death wish? Su Chaoxing covered his mouth, lowering his voice. With that loose tongue of yours, our Su family is doomed sooner or later. Belatedly realizing his mistake, Su Xiaoyu nodded vigorously to show he understood. Ji Chun, standing nearby, wished he could have been deaf. This was not something he should have heard. He realized that being with Master Su carried too great a risk. He might end up meeting his ancestors at any moment. Su Xiaoyu exchanged a few more words with Su Chaoxing, then took a carriage to visit his friend. Having finally managed to leave the palace and uncertain when the next opportunity would come, he decided to make the most of his time. Master, where would you like to go? Ji Chun noticed that the carriage was not heading back to the palace and spoke up. I'm going to hang out with my buddies. Your crown prince finally allowed me to leave the palace. I have to enjoy myself a bit. Ji Chun's face fell. Gathering his courage, he tried to stop Su Xiaoyu. Master, I'm afraid you can't go. Su Xiaoyu turned to look at him. Why not? The crown prince said you should return to the palace as soon as you're done. Su Xiaoyu bared his teeth like a grumpy puppy. Is he? He stopped mid-sentence, barely avoiding saying something he shouldn't. Does he live by the sea? Ji Chun, you need to be flexible. Can't you just say I was busy with matters, and that's why I'm late? Ji Chun couldn't imagine the consequences of lying to Chu Guani. Summoning his courage, he tried to dissuade Su Xiaoyu. Master, if I lie, His Highness will not spare me. He then lifted the carriage curtain, looked around, and leaned in to whisper. His Highness has also sent others to watch you. Please return to the palace immediately. A chill ran down Su Xiaoyu's spine. Since leaving the palace, he hadn't seen anyone else, yet Ji Chun spoke so convincingly. He dared not gamble on whether someone was indeed lurking in the shadows. After a moment of hesitation, he finally turned the carriage toward the palace. Along the way, he bought a great deal of food, leaving Ji Chun staggering under the burden of countless packages, each step arduous. Fortunately, they had the carriage. Otherwise, Ji Chun might have collapsed on the road. Back at the Eastern Palace, Su Xiaoyu dove into his blankets, ready to catch up on sleep. But the next moment, Ji Chun entered to call him. Master, His Highness requests your presence. Su Xiaoyu resignedly dragged himself out of bed and went to find Chu Guani. Does Chu Guani have to see me idle? Host, the Crown Prince has long said you are to be his attendant. Think about it. Have you fulfilled your duties as a proper attendant? Su Xiaoyu puffed out his chest and said with absolute conviction, how could I, Su Xiaoyu, be an attendant? Who does Chu Guani think he is? Xiao Ba kept silent, knowing that arguing with him would only invite a scolding. By now, Chu Guani had learned of what happened after Su Xiaoyu left the palace. When the shadow guard reported that the three of them had suddenly started convulsing as if struck by a violent illness, it piqued his curiosity. Did you see clearly? Was there anything unusual before they started convulsing? The shadow guard carefully recalled the scene in the flower pavilion, his tone uncertain. Master Su suddenly produced a black rod, as if by magic. He lightly tapped Tan He with it, and soon both Master Su and Tan He began convulsing. After a while, Master Ning reached out to push Tan He, and he too started convulsing. Could it have been caused by that black rod? Chu Guani thought of the voices he could hear from Su Xiaoyu's mind, and the strange Xiao Ba. Producing a black rod out of thin air no longer seemed so extraordinary. As he pondered, Fuchuan announced, Your Highness, Master Su has arrived. Chu Guani waved the shadow guard away. Let him in. Su Xiaoyu, grumbling inwardly, gave a perfunctory bow upon entering. Your Highness, you summoned me. No particular reason. I just don't want you to be idle. Su Xiaoyu, I'll fight you. Xiaoba, give me a bottle of DDV. I'll poison him. You bastard, don't use your status to bully me. I'll kill you today. Su Chaoyu roared in his mind, and Chu Guani couldn't help rubbing his ears, which were nearly deafened, feeling greatly amused. Did you have fun leaving the palace today? Chu Guani wanted to extract information about the black rod. That rod could render people incapacitated. If used on the battlefield, it might be a game-changing weapon. Su Chaoyu reminded of Tan He fumed. It was alright. He resolved to write to his father instructing him to show no mercy to Tan He and to use every means at his disposal to deal with him. Chu Guani cut straight to the point. I heard you were suddenly struck by a strange ailment. Are you feeling better now? Su Chaoyu was baffled. What strange ailment? He didn't know he was sick. Your Highness, I am perfectly fine. No illness. Chu Guani knew that Su Chaoyu's convulsions were not caused by disease, but he couldn't say that. The Shadow Guard said you convulsed for a long time, and Ji Chun eventually took you to a physician. If you are unwell, you should have the imperial physician examine you. Su Chaoyu's face darkened. At the mention of this, his anger flared, and he wished he could go back and slap Tan He 100 times. That was no strange ailment. Su Chaoyu gritted his teeth. Your Highness must not slander my reputation. Then he remembered that Ji Chun had said there were others watching. So it was true. Su Chaoyu couldn't explain further. He couldn't clarify how the three of them had been electrocuted, so he glossed over it vaguely. But Chu Guani pressed on, not a strange ailment. Then what was it? Why did you suddenly convulse as if afflicted? The fury boiling in Su Chaoyu's chest threatened to erupt. He desperately wanted to use that fire to burn Chu Guani alive. Crown Prince of the realm. His words were too harsh. What did he mean by suddenly convulse as if afflicted? Your Highness, that is my private matter, and I am not at liberty to disclose it. Seeing that Su Chaoyu's gaze was murderous, Chu Guani stopped asking. I also wanted to ask you. The Shadow Guard said you carried a black rod. Could you lend it to me for a look? Your Highness, with all due respect, you might better spend your time on matters of state and the welfare of the people. Chu Guani sighed dramatically. Alas, I was thinking that if you lend it to me, I would grant you a golden token of immunity from execution. Xiaoba, this is a threat, a blatant threat. Host, don't get angry. I have a black stick here, give it to him. After saying this, Xiaoba placed the black stick into Su Chaoyu's wide sleeve. Su Chaoyu gripped the stick, his desire to knock him dead reaching its peak. Chu Guani, hearing Xiaoba say he would show him the black stick, felt a surge of anticipation. He wanted to see that black stick that could cause sudden illness. Your Highness, if you wish to see it, that's not impossible. But as we agreed before, I provide you with information, and you give me a pardon. Now if you want to see the black stick, the terms must be renegotiated. Su Chaoyu was certain that Chu Guani had already known about the electric baton for a long time. He wasn't foolish. The Shadow Guards could describe the electric shocks and convulsions, and by analyzing the sequence of events, it was obvious that the electric baton was the cause. He knew about the electric baton, but not its details. The black stick Xiaoba gave him was similar to the electric baton. Giving it to him wouldn't be a loss. Let him study it slowly. Chu Guani pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Agreed, but you cannot make excessive demands. Deal? I want you to promise not to punish me with the board at will, nor to impose arbitrary penalties. All right. Fearing he might exploit loopholes, Su Chaoyu wrote it down and had him sign, seal, and stamp it. Chu Guani complied with each step. Here, this is the black stick your Highness wished to see. A black plastic stick resembling the electric baton was pulled from Su Chaoyu's sleeve. Chu Guani had only heard from the Shadow Guard that it was a black stick about the length of a forearm with unclear details. He didn't know it was a fake. He took it in his hand and examined it closely. It felt neither like wood nor metal, a material he had never seen before. It seemed Su Chaoyu truly had the help of divine artifacts. He wondered if these divine artifacts could be used in the military. I'll return it to you the day after tomorrow. You must be tired, go back and rest. Su Chaoyu was more than happy to leave. He didn't want to stay there a moment longer. Being with him could shorten his life by 10 years. For 2 consecutive days, Su Chaoyu stayed in his room, not stepping out, eating and sleeping in leisurely comfort. Chu Guani studied the black stick for 2 days, but couldn't figure out how to use it. Are you sure this is the stick Su Chaoyu used? The Shadow Guard carefully observed the black stick in Chu Guani's hand. Your Highness, I'm not certain. I was too far away to see the details. From a distance, this stick looks similar to the one at that time. Chu Guani thought it over and understood. This stick was likely a fake, not the original one. It made sense. He had never seen a stick of such material that could cause sudden illness. Su Chaoyu's possession of it must mean it was a divine artifact. Su Chaoyu, afraid of handing over the divine artifact, had used a fake to fool him. Unexpectedly, he has some brains. He dismissed the Shadow Guard and instructed Fuchuan, summon Su Chaoyu, saying, I am returning his black stick. At that moment, Su Chaoyu was lying in bed reading a picture book with 2 basins of ice beside him and Ji Chun fanning him with a palm leaf fan. A cool breeze surrounded him. Su Chaoyu sighed in comfort, took an ice-chilled fruit from the basin, and bit into it, feeling refreshed all over. This is the good life. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of a young eunuch outside the door shattered his good mood. Young Master Su, His Highness requests your presence. Su Chaoyu was extremely reluctant. It was nearing noon, and the heat was like a giant steamer. Going out would dry him out. Oh, I'll be right there. Xiaoba, won't he be satisfied until he kills me? It's over 30 degrees today, and the Eastern Palace is so large. Won't I get heat stroke going there? Xiaoba immediately recommended a product from the shop. Host, take a look at this. It can keep you cool in the sweltering summer. Only 100 points. Then you can go out without fearing the heat. Su Chaoyu looked at the folding fan on the virtual screen, highly skeptical. Xiaoba, are you fooling me? Isn't this just an ordinary folding fan? Xiaoba raised its little paws and waved them left and right, its round eyes squinting, its chubby face full of pride. Host, your inside is shallow. This fan has the same function as an air conditioner. It can adjust the temperature. Once you turn it on, the wind it blows is cool. Even without fanning, just placing it nearby the area within 3 meters of you will be cool. Su Chaoyu didn't believe it. Xiaoba, what you're saying is too miraculous. Let me try it. If it's as you say, I'll buy it. Xiaoba generously bought it with its own points. Host, I paid for this myself. After you try it, you have to pay me back the points. Of course, would I cheat you? Can this fan produce cool wind continuously? Does it need charging? It charges via solar energy. Half an hour of sunlight a day gives you 24 hours of use. It's absolutely worth it. After sending Ji-chun away, Su Chaoyu couldn't wait to take out the fan. Examining it, he saw small buttons beside it marked with temperature, wind speed, and a small display screen. Su Chaoyu turned it on and tried it. A cool air enveloped him, much more refreshing than the wind from the ice basins. Not bad, just as you said. With this, I'm not afraid to go out. Let me test it outside. Satisfaction guaranteed. Su Chaoyu dressed and opened the door. Usually opening the door would bring a wave of heat that made you sweat. But now he felt the same comfortable coolness. I'll never fear the heat again when going out. Su Chaoyu walked cheerfully toward the study, with Ji-chun following 2 meters behind, exactly within the cool aura. Ji-chun blinked, thinking he might be mistaken. He deliberately stopped, and a wave of heat hit him, nearly scorching him. He hurried 2 steps closer to Su Chaoyu, and the heat vanished, replaced by coolness. Even cooler than ice. Ji-chun didn't believe it, and stopped again, only to be met with the same deadly heat. Following Su Chaoyu again, it became refreshingly cool. Ji-chun, as if seeing a ghost, whispered to Su Chaoyu, "Young master, don't you feel a chill around you?" Su Chaoyu flatly denied it. "Really? I don't think so. It's like a steamer outside." Ji-chun, are you mistaken? Was he mistaken? If young Master Su were truly hot, why wasn't there a single bead of sweat on his forehead? Ji-chun couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking. For now, staying close to him was cool and comfortable, so he would enjoy it. As for the rest, young Master Su wouldn't harm him, would he? All the way to the study, Su Chaoyu didn't sweat a drop, his face full of smiles. "You summon me, your highness." Su Chaoyu, now holding the signed and sealed document, didn't even bother with formalities. Chu Guani pointed to the stick on the table. "Your stick. Return it to you." Su Chaoyu looked at the stick, stepped forward, and picked it up. Although this stick had nothing special, he didn't want to let Chu Guani off easily. "Oh, is that what this is about?" As Su Chaoyu drew near, Chu Guani clearly sensed a chill emanating from him. Without revealing his awareness, Chu Guani rose and approached. His perception was correct. Su Chaoyu was indeed surrounded by a noticeably cold aura. Could this be the work of yet another divine artifact? Just how many surprises did Su Chaoyu still have in store? This prince summoned you to the Eastern Palace, not so you could eat and sleep around. 2 days of rest should be sufficient, correct? Come grind the ink. In an instant, Chu Guani understood how to make use of Su Chaoyu. Keeping him by his side as a living ice pack was a masterstroke of efficiency. By using Su Chaoyu as a cooling agent, he could save ice during the day and reserve it for nighttime use, ensuring continued comfort after dark. Su Chaoyu's good mood was instantly shattered. Damn it, he makes me uncomfortable when he doesn't cause trouble. Host, if worse comes to worse, just hit him with a stick. Let him experience the taste of an electric shock. Su Chaoyu rolled his eyes at Xiaoba. Are you stupid? If I did that, would he let me off the hook? Xiaoba's words ignited a glimmer of hope in Su Chaoyu. Host, don't forget. The Crown Prince granted you a death exemption token and promised not to punish you. If you shock him with electricity, can he possibly renege and penalize you? Chu Guani's hand froze mid-stroke. What manner of thing was this electric shock Su Chaoyu had mentioned? Could it be akin to the lightning that struck from the heavens? Lightning could kill a man outright. If Su Chaoyu used such power against him, would he not be reduced to charcoal? By then, even the death exemption token in Su Chaoyu's possession would prove useless. Puzzled by Su Chaoyu's so-called electric shock, yet unwilling to appear overly suspicious, Chu Guani set down his wolf hair brush and looked up at Su Chaoyu, who stood beside him, deep in thought, contemplating whether to shock him. Su Chaoyu stopped dawdling and grind the ink. Coming back to his senses, Su Chaoyu lazily picked up the ink stick and began grinding. His mind, however, remained preoccupied with Xiaoba as they plotted how to deliver an electric shock to Chu Guani. Better let it go for now. This might arouse suspicion. When I find the right opportunity later, I'll definitely shock him properly. Hearing that Su Chaoyu had decided against shocking him, for the moment at least, Chu Guani secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Guani recalled the affairs discussed during recent morning audiences and asked him, "Today we received news from the south. Frequent flooding has submerged numerous villages. His Majesty is preparing grain supplies for delivery to the southern regions. Who do you believe would be suitable to lead this mission?" Su Chaoyu was lost in thought, rhythmically but absently grinding the ink. "Your Highness, how would I know such matters?" Chu Guani knew precisely what Su Chaoyu was about to say and interrupted him. "You previously signed an agreement with this prince. I obtained information from you, and you received the death exemption token. The token has already been delivered to you, yet now you wish to renege on your word." Su Chaoyu's remaining perfunctory words lodged in his throat. Chu Guani's words were entirely just. Only moments ago, Su Chaoyu had been contemplating that avoiding trouble was the wisest course, and had simply forgotten about this arrangement. "It is impossible for me not to know. I was merely jesting with your Highness. Please give me a moment to think." Chu Guani cast him a sidelong glance and returned to the memorials in his hands. His father truly was insufferable. Half of the memorials Chu Guani had carefully reviewed, in return were sent back again, supposedly to provide him with valuable exercise and preparation for his future duty of inheriting the throne. Even his father's laziness was wrapped in such noble rhetoric. Before Su Chaoyu could ask Xiaoba, the latter had already proactively begun gathering intelligence. From gossip and rumors, one could often glean quite useful information. Host, here are several candidates who would be quite suitable. Take a look. Su Chaoyu carefully examined the information displayed on the virtual screen. After much deliberation, he decided that General Cheng should be the one to go. However, he could not simply voice his choice outright. He needed to write it down so Chu Guani could make the selection himself. Your Highness, may I borrow your paper and brush? Su Chaoyu snatched the wolf hair brush from Chu Guani's hand, smearing ink all over his palm in the process. Fu Quan immediately produced a handkerchief and wiped the ink from his hand. Su Chaoyu then grabbed a stack of paper from nearby and, standing beside the desk, began writing while leaning over the surface. Chu Guani leaned forward, curious to see what Su Chaoyu was writing. What came into view were characters that were crooked and uneven, varying in size with inconsistent ink density and missing strokes, like dog scratches across the page. Chu Guani's lip twitched. He knew Su Chaoyu was a privileged idler who shunned study, but surely this went too far. Even he could not be this inept at writing. Every character he wrote was missing essential strokes, though Chu Guani could guess at some of them. Su Chaoyu, can you not even recognize your own writing? It is bad enough that your characters are hideous, but nearly none of them are correct. Chu Guani could no longer restrain himself. The characters on the paper made his eyes ache and his heart pang. It was clear that Su Chaoyu needed to practice calligraphy. Your Highness, you well know I am but a careless heir. Writing a single character requires dozens of strokes. It is far too taxing. Please bear with my efforts. Su Chaoyu, as a modern person, had never encountered traditional characters. He could recognize some, but could not write them, so he could only produce modern simplified Chinese. As for the original host, he was a notorious idle young master, familiar with characters, but utterly incapable of writing them. Su Chaoyu had once seriously wondered whether the original host was truly the biological son of Su Qinggong. How could a family of scholars produce such a reckless heir? It took Su Chaoyu considerable effort to transcribe the information Xiao Ba had provided him. A single sheet held barely 20 or 30 characters, each resembling a zombie-like shamble. When compared to the memorials beside him, the sight was almost unbearable. Chu Guani nearly wished to gouge his own eyes out. He had never before encountered such atrocious handwriting from Su Chaoyu. Setting down the bristled brush, Su Chaoyu found his fingers stained with a broad smear of ink. He reached for the cloth Fu Quan had prepared and wiped his hands. Your Highness, these are several officials suitable for escorting the grain supplies. Please review them. Chu Guani had no desire to look. He had previously believed that one of the court ministers possessed the ugliest handwriting, but compared to Su Chaoyu's, even those characters seemed remarkably beautiful. I cannot decipher a single character you have written. Chu Guani raised a memorial to shield his eyes, concealing the dog scratch characters. He simply did not wish to look. Su Chaoyu picked up the paper and examined it closely. Every character was perfectly legible. How could you not understand? Your Highness is extraordinarily brilliant. You would certainly recognize them. Chu Guani truly had no inclination to look. Not only were the characters missing strokes, but they were also twisted and smudged into an indistinguishable mass, making recognition nearly impossible, let alone accounting for the missing strokes. Su Chaoyu glanced once more at Chu Guani's handwriting. The characters were vigorous and precise, each perfectly proportioned, with even ink application and consistent sizing. Under such comparison, his own writing appeared pitiful by contrast. He rubbed his nose, smudging ink onto it, and admitted in a weaker voice, "It cannot compare to your Highness's." Chu Guani thought to himself, this is not a matter of mere comparison. It is entirely incomparable. Very well, I shall rewrite it myself. Su Chaoyu crumpled the paper in his hand and tossed it onto the ground. That will suffice. Chu Guani's slender fingers gently picked up the bristled brush and carefully smoothed the hairs, murmuring, what a wasteful desecration. This had been a premium wolf hair brush gifted to him by his father on his 6th birthday. Seeing it now mishandled and sullied by Su Chaoyu brought him genuine distress. Chu Guani set aside the 2 ink-soaked sheets and prepared to begin writing. Glancing at Su Chaoyu, he thought, why did he seem somewhat endearing? What was that about? Speak. Grand Tutor Ning serves the throne with loyalty and devotion. Aside from his tendency toward contrarian debate, he is otherwise reliable and can be trusted with the grain transport. However, should danger arise along the way, he may struggle to adequately protect the supplies. Compared with the other officials, General Cheng had one thing they lacked: martial arts. On the road south, there would be mountain paths, and it was hard to avoid bandits and robbers along the way. With him there, they could resist the bandits better. Su Chaoyu briefly relayed the information. Chu Guani did not quite understand it. The grain escort had soldiers, and they could resist bandits just the same. But General Cheng was highly skilled in martial arts. With him present, they could indeed resist bandits better. It was not as if no civil official had ever escorted grain before and all of them had made it through without incident. Why then did Su Chaoyu want General Cheng to go this time? Whatever the reason, what Su Chaoyu was doing could not be wrong. Even so, why do you favor General Cheng? Su Chaoyu silently thought, why else? Tell you that bandits would strike halfway, and that bandits from 2 mountain strongholds would join forces to seize the grain. If he actually said that, Chu Guani would ask him how he knew. He had no answer, so he could only make up some excuse. Think about it. The south is flooded, and the people have no grain to eat. If bandits come to seize the grain, a military officer would have the advantage. Chu Guani had already gotten the answer from Su Xiaoyu's inner thoughts, so he said no more. This prince understands. I will consider it. Su Xiaoyu saw that he had taken it to heart, and added another reminder: if you are really worried, you can also send another person along, so that they can consult each other when anything happens. This prince knows. Chu Guani glanced at Su Xiaoyu, who was staring longingly at the plate of pastries on the side, and his words were colder than winter. Hurry up and grind the ink. Su Xiaoyu's face stretched long. Reluctantly, he picked up the ink stick and ground the ink. Even Zhou Bapi would have to concede defeat in front of you. Chu Guani had no idea what a Zhou Bapi was, but coming from Su Xiaoyu's inner voice, it was certainly not a compliment. Only when Su Xiaoyu's wrist was nearly worn out did Chu Guani let him stop. All right, this is enough ink. Go brew a cup of tea. Su Xiaoyu rubbed his wrist. Hearing that he was being asked to brew tea, he jumped 3 feet in the air. You want me to brew tea? I have never even brewed tea for my own parents at home, and you want me to brew tea? At a single look from Chu Guani, Su Xiaoyu immediately lost his nerve. Fine, I'll go. He had no sooner left than Fu Chuan, receiving a signal from Chu Guani, fell in behind him. You want me to brew tea? Fine. I'll brew you a proper pot. Su Xiaoyu did not notice Fu Chuan following openly behind him. He casually picked up a container of tea leaves, and without caring how much, dumped it into the teapot, and poured in boiling water. He turned around, and nearly bumped into Fu Chuan's arms. Su Xiaoyu suddenly felt a bit guilty, unsure whether Fu Chuan had seen anything. Chief Steward Fu, is something the matter? Fu Chuan smiled genially. His Highness was afraid that young Master Su would not find the tea room, so he specially ordered this servant to accompany you. I am grateful for His Highness's concern. He is clearly here to spy on me. Don't think I don't know. Fu Chuan was still smiling, thinking to himself, you really guessed right. Su Xiaoyu carried the teapot back, returned to Chu Guani's side, and eagerly poured tea for him. Chu Guani looked at Fu Chuan. Fu Chuan shook his head to indicate that the tea was fine. Su Xiaoyu saw the exchange between the two, sneered coldly in his heart, and quietly waited to see the joke unfold. A faint, unfamiliar scent mingled with the tea's fragrance. Chu Guani held it to his nose and sniffed, but the strange smell seemed to have vanished again. Perhaps it was his imagination, he thought. He blew gently on the tea and took a sip. As the tea went down, a fiery sensation spread from his tongue throughout his mouth, and even his throat burned as if scorched by fire. Chu Guani's tears streamed uncontrollably, his mouth flooded with saliva, and the spice irritated his windpipe, making him cough. Cough. In just over 10 seconds, Chu Guani's whole face was flushed red from the heat, sweat began to pour out, and he completely abandoned his dignity, hissing endlessly. He even fanned his mouth with his hand, hoping to ease the burning. Fu Chuan rushed about in a panic, his originally smiling face now full of tension. He shouted at the top of his voice to the young eunuchs outside to fetch water. Quick, bring water. Summon the imperial physician. Su Xiaoyu stopped Fu Chuan and handed over a glass of milk. Don't worry, he's fine. He was just spiced. Let him drink some milk and he'll be all right. Chili extract had been added to the tea. Xiaoba had bought the chili extract from the system mall. It only burned the mouth. Once it reached the stomach, it would not irritate the stomach or intestines. It was purely a mouth burn. If the chili extract could actually burn the stomach and intestines, Su Xiaoyu would not have dared to add it. Otherwise, it could easily harm his stomach and intestines. If that happened, even with a golden immunity badge and Chu Guani's promise, he would not escape punishment. He was only angry that Chu Guani kept tormenting him, so he did it to get back at him. Chu Guani's tongue was completely numb from the spice, and his words came out slurred. Why you dare twick fifth prince? I'll beat you, fat hall. If you dare torment this prince again, this prince will beat your father. He could not beat Su Xiaoyu, but could he not beat his father and his elder brother? I won't dare. I was just angry that you are always tormenting me, so I paid you back. It only burns your mouth and throat. It will pass in a moment, and a little milk will make it stop right away. Chu Guani accepted the milk and drank it. The spiciness in his mouth gradually eased, and the remaining heat faded little by little. Xiaoba, do you think he will go back on his word and have me beaten with a board? Host, don't be afraid. I have a cushion here. If you put it over your backside, it won't show, and it won't hurt. If he really does beat you, I'll give you the cushion to use. Xiaoba, you're so good to me. Tell me, if I lost you, how could I go on living? Chu Guani was so angered by Su Xiaoyu's inner voice that he laughed. He was the crown prince, and Su Xiaoyu actually dared to torment him like this. If he could not have him beaten with a board, could he not think of other ways to torment him? This prince sees that you are usually quite idle. From now on, you will study calligraphy. While this prince handles state affairs, you will practice calligraphy at the side. When this prince rests, you rest. Su Xiaoyu's eyes flew wide open, and written all over them was, what nonsense are you saying? His face was full of disbelief. Your Highness, you are busy with a myriad of state affairs. Do not trouble yourself over me. Let me go back and practice slowly. Would it not be improper to disturb your Highness here? Fu Chuan promptly ordered the young eunuchs to bring over a table and a chair, and according to Chu Guani's instructions, placed them beside his desk. Young Master Su, if you please. Serves you right for bullying our prince. Now you have gone and gotten yourself trapped, haven't you? Su Xiaoyu's face turned green. He still wanted to make one last-ditch struggle. I actually cannot use a writing brush, but I write very well with a charcoal pencil. Really, can't we skip the calligraphy practice? Chu Guani's mouth was still a little spicy, his lips still burning. Then choose for yourself an empty stomach or calligraphy practice. Perfect. His vital point had been seized. Perhaps there is a third option. Chu Guanyi looked at him coolly, asking what the third option was. I choose neither an empty stomach nor calligraphy practice. Huh. Chu Guanyi laughed in anger. Su Xiaoyu, don't you forget what you said in front of my imperial father. Later my imperial father wanted to give you 80 strokes of the board, and it was this prince who stopped it. If you don't want the imperial father to beat you to death, you may keep bargaining with this prince. I feel so wronged, Xiaoba. I am so wronged. Can I poison him to death with a bottle of paraquat? Host, if you do that, you'll be finished too. Anyway, I will be a hero again in 18 years. But your family does not wish for that. Su Xiaoyu slumped. Like an eggplant hit by frost, utterly hopeless. Knowing there was no saving him, Su Xiaoyu stopped struggling and resignedly sat before the desk, his face as bitter as a winter melon, reluctantly picking up the writing brush to just go through the motions. 2 seconds later, a pair of strong hands covered Su Xiaoyu's warmth, spreading across the back of his hand. A drop of ink fell on the rice paper, blooming into an ink blot that refused to fade. Su Xiaoyu looked up and found that Chu Guanyi, who had been sitting beside him, was now standing behind him, leaning over. No, wait, what are you doing? Su Xiaoyu eyed him warily, as if ready to strike him dead if he dared to make any improper move. Practice calligraphy. That scrawl of yours will not improve no matter how much you practice. I will teach you. Su Xiaoyu turned away and rolled his eyes. Fu Quan immediately pointed at him and reported, Your Highness. Su Gongzi just rolled his eyes. Su Xiaoyu suddenly looked up at Fu Quan, surprised that this man was such a snitch. Chu Guanyi took a deep breath. Su Xiaoyu, do you want to be beaten? He certainly did not, so he glared at Fu Quan and bent down to write. Hold the brush steady, keep your hand steady, sit properly. Su Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon the paper, his mind drifting far away. Chu Guanyi's words entered one ear and quickly exited the other, leaving not a single word registered. After finishing his instruction, Chu Guanyi discovered that someone had drifted off. Su Xiaoyu. If not for the signed agreement that prevented him from punishing Su Xiaoyu, he would have given him a thorough beating. Su Xiaoyu returned to awareness and pretended he had been listening all along while actually glancing at what Xiaoba had recorded. I remembered everything. Why did Your Highness call me? Chu Guanyi let out a cold sneer. Then tell me what is pressing and lifting. Su Xiaoyu recited mechanically from Xiaoba's notes. Pressing and lifting involves using the wrist to control the brush pressure, creating variations in stroke thickness. The person behind him remained silent for a long moment. Su Xiaoyu could not help but turn his head and found himself gazing into Chu Guanyi's complicated eyes. Unable to interpret that look, he instinctively touched his face. Is there something on my face? Chu Guanyi shook his head. Nothing. Since you have remembered it all, begin practicing. If you do well, you will enjoy good food. If not, steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. His greatest passions were eating and being a salted fish, a useless layabout. Now he could not even be a salted fish, and his food was gone too. What was the point of living anymore? Xiaoba, get me a bottle of DDV first. I want to poison myself. Host, stay calm. If he will not feed you, you can buy food from the shop. The prices are fair and honest. What you do not deceive children and the elderly, but you do deceive a vigorous young man like me. That remark left Xiaoba nearly speechless. Host, that is not what I meant. You have seen the prices in the shop yourselves. 10 points is enough to sustain you for 2 or 3 days. Tell me, is that not reasonable? Su Xiaoyu ignored him. Even if it was cheap, points still had to be spent, did they not? His hard-earned points had to be used where they mattered most. Crown Prince, this is excessive, is it not? I came to your eastern palace, and you will not even give me a proper meal. Chu Guanyi sat up straight and returned to his chair. Otherwise, would you practice calligraphy seriously? After these few days together, Chu Guanyi had roughly understood Su Xiaoyu's nature. Eat, sleep, wake up, and eat again, and when sleep refused to come, read those nutritionless storybooks. His days were more carefree than Chu Guanyi's own. He had brought Su Xiaoyu to the Eastern Palace to obtain useful information from his inner thoughts, not to coddle a salted fish. His words successfully stumped Su Xiaoyu, though he would never admit it. Of course I would. Do not underestimate me. Then prove it with action. Huffing indignantly, Su Xiaoyu gripped the writing brush and began to write with earnest concentration. I will make Chu Guanyi understand that I, Su Xiaoyu, can definitely write well. A barely perceptible curve touched Chu Guanyi's lips as he picked up his brush and continued reviewing memorials. After a cup of tea, Chu Guanyi turned his head to glance at Su Xiaoyu beside him. That very someone who had boasted about writing well was now nodding off, his head bobbing up and down. The brush prodded the paper, spreading a large stain of ink, and the brush bristles had gone completely frayed. Chu Guanyi took a deep breath. He had known this fellow would never practice properly, but he had not expected him to last even half an hour. Fu Quan, he whispered to Fu Quan, tonight's meal for Su Xiaoyu will be steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Fill him up, and there will be no other dishes. Yes, Your Highness. Fu Quan suppressed a smile. He had watched Su Xiaoyu slow down after writing only 3 characters, going from full of confidence to now completely defeated and fighting sleep with rolled back eyes. Thud. Su Xiaoyu ultimately could not resist the drowsiness. His head sank, and he fell asleep on the desk. Where does he get so much sleep? Sleeping all day will his mind not grow dull? Fu Quan was equally curious. If he himself had to sleep 8 or 9 watches a day, he certainly could not manage it. Master Su is simply accustomed to sleeping this way. Is Your Highness still feeling unwell? Aside from a lingering spiciness in my mouth, I am fine. Fu Quan refilled his tea. Your Highness should drink some tea. Master Su is remarkably bold, daring to tease even the crown prince. Chu Guanyi took a sip of hot tea. The remaining bit of spiciness in his mouth seemed to grow more pronounced, then quickly faded again. He is bold precisely because he knows I dare not punish him. Fu Quan detected something unusual in Chu Guanyi's placid expression. Suppressing the strange thoughts rising in his heart, he stepped forward to grind ink. Your Highness, shall I summon the imperial physician to examine you? No need. I have no other discomfort, there is no need to call the physician. Another cup of tea passed, and Chu Guanyi reached out to tap Su Qiaoyu's desk. The thumping sound was extraordinarily loud in the quiet study. Chu Guanyi had expected Su Qiaoyu to wake upon hearing the tapping, but to his surprise, Su Qiaoyu began to snore. The snoring was soft, accompanied by even breathing, reducing both men beside him to silence. Su Qiaoyu, get up immediately. Stop pretending to sleep. His response was nothing but snoring. Fu Quan's eyes lit up. Leaning close to Su Qiaoyu's ear, he whispered, Master Su, the imperial kitchen has sent a full banquet. If you do not rise soon, your highness will devour it all. The moment the words fell, Su Qiaoyu sprang upright, eyes still unopened, shouting, take me to eat quickly. The study fell utterly silent. Where is the good food? Where is it? Su Qiaoyu scanned the study several times, but saw no imperial banquet. He thought he must have been too drowsy and had not seen clearly, so he looked again, but still nothing. Only then did he turn to Fu Quan beside him, staring in disbelief. You deceived me. Do you have any idea I was this close to eating hot pot with fried chicken, cola, and milk tea? Because of you, all my delicious food has vanished. You must compensate me with good food. Su Qiaoyu not only failed to receive any compensation from Fu Quan, but was also graciously rewarded with steamed buns and pickled vegetables. When he thought of all those delicacies from his dream, he simply couldn't bring himself to eat. He managed a couple of bites of the steamed bun before shoving the rest away, stormed back to his room to sleep. If I'm going back to my room to write to father and accuse you of abusing me. Chu Guanyi showed no fear. Go right ahead. Let's see if your father dares to come to my palace to settle this with me. Su Qiaoyu remembered he was the crown prince. His father could do nothing to him, which only fueled his anger further. Back in his room, Su Qiaoyu bit the bullet and spent his points on fried chicken and hot pot. Before long, the entire room was filled with the fragrant aroma of the bubbling broth. Phew, this is truly satisfying. Meanwhile, Chu Guanyi kept thinking about how Su Qiaoyu hadn't eaten properly and worried something might actually happen. But then he remembered Su Qiaoyu had that strange shopping mall system where he could conjure up delicious food, so he probably wouldn't starve after all. Yet he worried Su Qiaoyu would feel too attached to his precious points to actually use them for food. After wrestling with the dilemma, he finally had the kitchen prepare a bowl of noodles with 2 slices of meat to send over to Su Qiaoyu. As he approached the door, the sounds of enthusiastic eating drifted through, followed by an intoxicating spicy aroma seeping through the cracks. Having already eaten his fill, Chu Guanyi suddenly felt a fresh wave of hunger creep in. The summer heat had completely destroyed his appetite, yet the spicy fragrance drifting from Su Qiaoyu's room was making him desperately want to taste just a few bites. Deciding to head back to the room, without hesitation, Chu Guanyi pushed the door open and was immediately hit with an even stronger wave of spicy aroma that instantly awakened his appetite. Su Qiaoyu heard the door and turned to see Chu Guanyi's wolfish gaze fixed on the copper pot sitting on the table. Instinctively, he threw his arms around the table, glaring ferociously. What do you think you're doing? Although he knew the food came from Su Qiaoyu's mysterious shop system, he decided to play ignorant. Where exactly did these foods come from? I've already ordered that no one will bring you anything to eat. Who did you bribe to deliver them? Chu Guanyi pressed his questioning with a cold face, but his eyes kept drifting toward the hot pot despite himself. Inside the pot, the red broth bubbled vigorously, sending waves of aroma his way. The table was covered with plates of raw ingredients, though most he didn't recognize beyond a few vegetables. Mind your own business where it came from. It's mine. None of that stealing or robbing nonsense. It belongs to me. Su Qiaoyu guarded the table with both hands, determined not to share. This was bought with his own hard-earned points. He wasn't about to let this wretched man benefit from it. You have no connections in the Eastern Palace. Would anyone bring you food? And where would you hide all of this? It's hot outside, yet nothing has spoiled. Chu Guanyi's questions cut straight to the point, leaving Su Qiaoyu stammering without an answer. Anyway, it's mine, not the Eastern Palace's. Su Qiaoyu kept one hand on the table, while the other snatched chopsticks, pulling a piece of fish cake from the pot. He dipped it generously in sesame sauce and stuffed it into his mouth, hissing from the scalding heat, but utterly unwilling to pause. Fu Quan stood nearby, swallowing hard, his eyes completely glued to the hot pot, entirely unaware of Chu Guanyi's signals. Fu Quan snapped to attention, understanding the unspoken command instantly. Men, Lord Su has stolen Eastern Palace provisions without authorization. Confiscate everything. Upon hearing this, Su Qiaoyu's face flushed with fury. He sprang to his feet and positioned himself in front of the table, blocking their path. Chu Guanyi, this is mine. I acquired it legally. You have no right to confiscate my hot pot. Hot pot. So that was what they called cooking food fresh in a pot. These items of yours will be thoroughly investigated to determine their source. Seize them. 2 young eunuchs grabbed Su Qiaoyu, who struggled and kicked furiously, desperate to prevent the hot pot from falling into Chu Guanyi's hands. I'll fight you to the death. Despite his desperate thrashing, Su Qiaoyu couldn't break free. He could only watch helplessly as they carried the hot pot away, leaving not a single leaf of vegetable behind. Wah! The moment Chu Guanyi stepped out of the room, the sharp whistle of a boiling kettle rang out. Turning back in surprise, he found Su Chaoyu weeping. What startled him even more was to see the chief eunuch serving the emperor arriving at that very moment. Watching Su Chaoyu sob as if his family's ancestral graves had been desecrated, he felt a pang of reluctance. She ventured cautiously, "Your Highness, what's happened to Lord Su?" Before Chu Guani could respond, the weeping Su Chaoyu jumped in first. "He won't let me eat. He's confiscating the food I bought myself. Wah, I can't live like this. Chu Guani is bullying me. Wah." The chief eunuch wasn't blind to the lingering aroma of the hot pot. Glancing at the young eunuchs carrying the pot, then at Chu Guani, he sensed something amiss. Could the crown prince truly be coveting Lord Su's food? And Lord Su had just openly addressed the crown prince by name, yet the crown prince showed no reaction at all. "Well, Lord Su, your highness must have had reason for this. Perhaps you should." Su Chaoyu barely contained his shock upon hearing the chief eunuch's side, with Chu Guani his eyes widening, so much his crying momentarily stopped. Tears clung to his eyelashes, threatening to fall, while streaks of tears marked his flushed cheeks. Against this backdrop, Su Chaoyu resembled fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering, a sight that made Chu Guani's heart skip a beat. "Chief eunuch, do you hear yourself? He's the one bullying me. What am I supposed to do? Show him understanding." Su Chaoyu sniffled, his fragile appearance intensifying. "He forced me to write calligraphy and denied me food. Wah, I worked so hard to acquire these delicacies, and he confiscated my hot pot out of sheer gluttony. Even in court, I'd be in the right." Though the chief eunuch didn't grasp the meaning of court, he could clearly perceive Su Chaoyu's mounting frustration and sorrow. Meanwhile, a vein throbbed at Chu Guani's temple as he retorted, "Do you take me for a glutton coveting your hot pot? You bribed palace staff, and I merely enforced the regulations." Su Chaoyu's lips trembled with rage, refusing to believe a single word from the shameless crown prince. Wah, the teapot mode activated once more. Su Chaoyu cast pitiful, tearful glances at Dashi, like an abandoned stray dog seeking shelter from the rain beneath an eaves. Dashi's heart softened at the sight, wanting to intercede, but fearing the crown prince's displeasure, he deflected the conversation instead. "Your Highness, the Emperor sent me to convey a message to you. What say you?" Chu Guani exchanged a glance with Fu Quan and departed the room with Dashi. The moment Chu Guani was out of earshot, Fu Quan signaled the young eunuchs to swiftly gather the dishes. "Quickly take them down for thorough investigation." Su Chaoyu wailed uncontrollably. Had the palace staff not known it was him crying, one might have mistaken the sound for a slaughtered pig. "You surnamed Chu, I'll fight you to the death." Remembering his hard-earned points spent on provisions that barely made it to his lips before falling into Chu Guani's grasp, Su Chaoyu channeled his grief into fury, breaking free from the young eunuch's restraint and charging toward the distant Chu Guani. Oh, this time Chu Guani didn't even turn around. He knew Su Chaoyu wouldn't dare harm him. With the hot pot secured, his objective was accomplished. He would have Fu Quan procure finer delicacies from the imperial kitchen as compensation. Suddenly Fu Quan's vision blurred. A gust of cool wind swept past, and a massive black rat hurtled straight toward Chu Guani. He cried out in alarm, causing everyone to turn around. "Your Highness, be careful." Fu Qiuan hurriedly chased after to protect Chu Guani, but the enraged Su Zhiyu, now exerting all his strength, moved with astonishing speed. There was no catching up. Before Chu Guani could react, a powerful force surged through his body, causing him to stagger 2 steps and fall to the ground. A sharp pain shot through his lower back. He couldn't help but gasp, lying prone and not daring to move. The sudden scene left everyone frozen in place. 2 seconds later, a chorus of exclamations erupted. "Your Highness! Are you all right, Your Highness? Oh dear, is Your Highness injured? Fetch the imperial physician at once." Su Zhaoyu, having accomplished his mission, watched Chu Guani tumble to the ground, feeling a great sense of relief. He possessed the gold medal of immunity and the pardon letter granted by Chu Guani, so he wouldn't be executed. At worst, he'd receive a good beating. It was worth it. "You wouldn't let me eat, and even confiscated my hot pot." Humph. Su Zhaoyu then dashed back to his room, closing and locking the door in one smooth motion. "Ha ha, you dog of a crown prince, now you've got your comeuppance. Xiaoba, did you see him fall? Ha ha, wasn't it like he fell flat on his face? Host is amazing. Host is mighty. I want him to know that I, Su Zhaoyu, am not to be trifled with." Chu Guani's face darkened. He was now both hot and in pain, sweat soaking his sideburns. With the support of Fu Qiuan and the steward, he slowly stood up. Returning to his bedchamber, the imperial physician was already waiting. Chu Guani, supporting his waist, slowly sat down and let the physician take his pulse. Young Master Su collided with His Highness's lower back, and His Highness was in such pain he couldn't get up. "Please examine His Highness quickly to see if he's hurt." After a thorough examination, the diagnosis was he had sprained his lower back. Chu Guani's greatest humiliation in this life was bestowed upon him by Su Zhaoyu. He had trained in swordsmanship and martial arts without ever spraining his back, yet one bump from Su Zhaoyu, and it was sprained. Thinking that he had even worried about Su Zhaoyu going hungry, specially ordering the kitchen to make noodles and delivering them personally, he silently cursed his own foolish kindness. Fu Qiuan, tell the kitchen and the imperial kitchen that no food is to be sent to Su Zhaoyu today, even if he asks for it. "Yes, Your Highness." "And what about tomorrow?" Chu Guani's hand holding the tea paused. "We'll discuss tomorrow then." Thinking of the suffering he had endured, Chu Guani gritted his teeth and added, "Fu Qiuan, bring that bowl of noodles back to me. I'd rather feed it to the dogs than let him have it." On the other side, Su Zhaoyu noticed an extra food box in his room. He vaguely recalled that it had been brought by the young eunuch attending Chu Guani. Filled with curiosity, he stepped forward and opened it. Inside the food box was a bowl of noodles topped with several slices of meat. It looked quite appetizing. Xiaoba, what do you think he means by this? Bringing me noodles. Xiaoba's tail tip flicked back and forth, manifesting as a translucent shadow, encircling the food box twice. Is he afraid you'll go hungry, so he's bringing you food? Su Xiaoyu wouldn't believe Xiaoba's words. Would he be that kind? I bet his shadow guards knew I was eating hot pot and deliberately came to snatch it away from me. One bowl of noodles can't offset the hatred of him stealing my hot pot. With that, Su Xiaoyu picked up the noodles and began to eat. As he swallowed the last mouthful of soup, a knock sounded at the door. Jichuan pushed open the door, bowed to Su Xiaoyu, and said, "Young master, the crown prince's attendant has come to retrieve the food box." The sight of Su Xiaoyu holding the bowl greeted them. The young eunuch who had come for the noodles fell silent as he stared at the empty bowl. He had no choice but to take the empty bowl back to report. He ate quite quickly. Never mind, you may withdraw. Chu Guani hadn't expected Su Xiaoyu to actually eat the noodles, and at such a speed. After the imperial physician applied acupuncture, Chu Guani felt a bit better. Today he would definitely teach Su Xiaoyu a lesson. Fuchuan later have Su Xiaoyu come here to continue his calligraphy practice. You stand guard, and if he dares to sleep, strike his palms. This was a task Fuchuan relished. Su Xiaoyu had injured his master, so he would get his revenge. Yes, your highness. Chu Guani began to examine the hot pot, and following Su Xiaoyu's example started to cook ingredients in it. The flavor completely conquered Chu Guani. He ate one bite after another, savoring the taste. Su Xiaoyu saw off the young eunuch and instructed Jichuan to guard the door and alert him if anyone came. Jichuan didn't know what Su Xiaoyu was planning but didn't dare ask, and simply nodded to indicate his understanding. Su Xiaoyu asked Xiaoba to bring out fried chicken, and Kola leisurely munching on the fried chicken. Fortunately, he hadn't brought out the fried chicken earlier, or it would have been lost as well. Delicious. If I hadn't eaten hot pot and couldn't eat fried chicken, it would have all ended up in Chu Guani's stomach. Host, I think you hit the crown prince quite hard. Will he be all right? Su Xiaoyu continued munching on the fried chicken without pausing and replied to it, his physique is as sturdy as an ox. What could happen? At most it's just a bruise. Xiaoba thought about it and agreed. Host's current body wasn't as strong as the crown prince's. In its view, host's strength was like a kitten bumping into someone. After finishing the fried chicken, Su Xiaoyu intended to sleep, but then Fuchuan arrived. Su Xiaoyu could tell with his toes that Fuchuan's visit definitely meant trouble. Fuchuan smiled ingratiatingly. Young master, Su, his highness orders you to go to the study to practice calligraphy. He knew it. Chu Guani was up to no good. He had just bumped into him, so the dog of a crown prince was definitely going to make things difficult for him. Sure enough, here it was. Su Xiaoyu wanted to say no, with dignity, but when under someone's roof, one has to bow. I understand. To avoid Su Xiaoyu taking a dislike to him and dragging him into trouble, Fuchuan kept a distance of 5 meters. Unfortunately, he didn't sense the cold aura emanating from Su Xiaoyu. On the way to the study, Su Xiaoyu's resentment could almost solidify. He decided to write a letter to his father that evening begging him to rescue him from this fiery pit. Your Highness, young master Su is here. Su Xiaoyu unceremoniously sat down on a chair, not even glancing at Chu Guani. He picked up a brush and began practicing calligraphy with a semblance of seriousness. Xiaoba, find some gossip, preferably about that dog of a crown prince. Xiaoba immediately started searching for gossip. Chu Guani gave Fuchuan a look signaling him to leave the study so he wouldn't hear anything inappropriate. His dignity could no longer withstand Su Xiaoyu's antics. Fuchuan left the study and Xiaoba found another piece of gossip about Chu Guani. Host, here's the gossip about the crown prince for your perusal. Before Su Xiaoyu could look at the gossip, Chu Guani interrupted. Su Xiaoyu, you have injured me. The emperor has already learned of this. He has ordered that you go to the Golden Throne Hall tomorrow to receive punishment. Su Xiaoyu's hand paused in writing, and he looked up at him. That's because you first refused to give me food and stole my hot pot. I only lightly bumped into you. It's your own old bones that can't take a bump. Don't slander me. Besides, everyone knows I'm in poor health. You're strong and robust. If you claim I injured you, no one will believe it. They'll only think you're bullying me. He spoke with righteous indignation, then continued scribbling aimlessly on the paper. Chu Guani fell silent. What he said was indeed true. Su Xiaoyu was physically weak, a fact he had confirmed after investigation. Many courtiers saw you injure me, and the imperial physician can confirm my injury. What explanation do you have? This is your territory. Naturally, you have the final say. Whatever you say goes. Su Xiaoyu had not slept all afternoon, his eyelids so heavy he could barely keep them open. The ink on the paper smudged into messy blotches again and again. Fu Quan struck Su Xiaoyu's hand repeatedly with a ruler, the force just right to sting but not injure. Even so, it could not keep Su Xiaoyu awake. In the end, even Fu Quan's strikes to the palms proved futile. Su Xiaoyu collapsed onto the desk and slept soundly, oblivious to all around him. Summon the imperial physician to examine him and determine whether his constitution is truly frail. Yes, my lord. The imperial physician arrived promptly, and after taking Su Xiaoyu's pulse confirmed that his health was somewhat weaker than that of an average person. Young Master Su's condition is not unfamiliar to me. His constitution was delicate from birth, and in childhood, he fell gravely ill. It was said he nearly did not survive, requiring nearly a month of treatment before he pulled through. Since then, his constitution has remained frail. Chu Guani cast a glance at the deeply sleeping Su Xiaoyu beside him and lowered his voice. Is there any remedy? The physician sighed. It is difficult to cure completely, though not a dire matter. Young Master Su simply suffers from excessive drowsiness. He tends to catch colds in autumn and winter and suffers heat stroke in summer. With proper rest and nourishment, these symptoms should ease over time. Then prescribe him medicine and ensure he rests properly. Understood. Upon returning to the Imperial Medical Bureau, the physician immediately prepared a medicinal prescription for Su Xiaoyu and had it delivered. Chu Guani instructed Fu Quan to find a young eunuch who understood basic medical principles to handle the decoction of Su Xiaoyu's medicine. What kind of trouble have I brought home? After finishing his final memorial, Chu Guani prepared to rest, but Su Xiaoyu showed no signs of waking. Fu Quan removed Chu Guani's outer garment and whispered, "My lord, shall I have someone carry young Master Su back?" "There is no need. Moving him back and forth would likely disrupt his sleep. Let him rest here tonight." Fu Quan stole a glance at him. It had only been a few days, yet their young master was already showing such concern for Su Xiaoyu. Though the young master sought information from Su Xiaoyu, there were other ways to obtain it, yet he showed such indulgence toward him. After bathing, Chu Guani glanced at Su Xiaoyu motionless at the desk and waved for Fu Quan to leave. The dim candlelight illuminated Su Xiaoyu's fair, delicate face. His long lashes resembled two small fans casting tiny shadows beneath them as the candlelight fell upon them. Sleeping Su Xiaoyu appeared unusually docile, quiet, and still like a kitten. "I must have wronged you in my past life, which is why you torment me so in this one." Chu Guani gently lifted Su Xiaoyu and placed him on the couch, carefully tucking the blankets around him. The next morning, Chu Guani rose and went straight to where Su Xiaoyu slept. The young man remained in the same position from the night before, having not moved at all. No wonder he eats and sleeps all day long. Even so, he would need to rise early today. Su Xiaoyu, wake up for breakfast. Su Xiaoyu stirred slightly, forcing his eyes open. "Leave some for me to eat later," he mumbled before closing his eyes and falling back asleep. Chu Guani threw off the covers and forcefully roused him. "If you don't eat now, there will be no breakfast later." Still half asleep and struggling to keep his eyes open, Su Xiaoyu replied, "Then I won't eat." Fu Quan, take him along for the morning court session. Unsure which word roused him, Su Xiaoyu suddenly gained enough clarity to leap upright and tumble off the couch. Ouch! Su Xiaoyu rubbed his sore backside and looked around, realizing this was not his own room. "Where am I?" Chu Guani, already dressed, accepted the mouthwash. "My bedchamber." It dawned on Su Xiaoyu that Chu Guani was present and had apparently been the one to wake him earlier. Oh, he recalled how the day before Chu Guani had forced him to practice calligraphy, and every time he dozed off, Fu Quan would strike his palms with a ruler. He had even dreamed of the punishments throughout the night. Chu Guani gave Su Xiaoyu no time to complain. "Hurry and get ready. Accompany me to morning court." The young eunuchs nearby swarmed around Su Xiaoyu, surrounding him completely. Some removing his clothes, others wiping his face and combing his hair. They were thorough beyond measure. Be gentle. He who's tickling my waist. It's too ticklish. Don't touch my ears. It's ticklish." Amidst Su Xiaoyu's mix of frustration and laughter, they quickly finished grooming and dressing him. "You have only 15 minutes to finish breakfast." Chu Guani's voice reached Su Xiaoyu's ears like a curse, and all his complaints were reduced to ashes by Chu Guani's relentless pushing. He felt like a puppet with strings, doing whatever Chu Guani commanded. He was genuinely exhausted. Before leaving for court, a young eunuch brought a bowl of medicine for Su Xiaoyu to drink. He took 2 steps back, the bitter herbal scent making him gag. What are you doing? What is this? Are you trying to harm me? The physician says your constitution is weak and you need proper care. If you take this regularly, the winters will be easier on you." Su Xiaoyu shook his head vigorously and pinched his nose, refusing to drink. "It's not a terminal illness. I really don't need to drink this. My health is fine, truly. And don't you have morning court to attend? Let's hurry along. Being late would not be good." He moved toward the door first, but the eunuchs outside blocked it, preventing him from leaving. Chu Guani picked up the medicine bowl and stepped closer. "Drink this and I'll reduce your calligraphy practice by 1 hour today. That way you can sleep an extra hour. What do you say?" Remembering yesterday's calligraphy practice made Su Xiaoyu feel on the verge of collapse. Chu Guani's offer was quite tempting. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely." Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but gag again, tears welling in his eyes. 2 hours of agonizing calligraphy versus a few minutes of terrible medicine. It was a choice to be made. "I want candy, or candied fruit will do." Fu Quan gestured to the palace servants, and 2 young eunuchs approached carrying bowls of candy and preserved fruits. Su Xiaoyu encouraged himself. Taking medicine was better than calligraphy practice. Bracing himself, Su Xiaoyu lifted the bowl, pinched his nose, and downed the bitter decoction in one go. After swallowing the last drop of medicine, Su Xiaoyu grabbed a piece of candy and stuffed it into his mouth. Setting down the bowl, he picked up a candied fruit and chewed on it, finally washing it down with 2 large bowls of water to neutralize the bitter taste. "You shall ba, even DDV tastes better than this." "Host, come on, this won't kill you. DDV can actually kill people." "Host, I have strawberry-flavored candy. Want some?" "Yes, give it to me quickly." The next moment, 2 strawberry candies appeared in Su Xiaoyu's palm, hidden within his sleeve. "Xiao Ba is the best to me." Su Xiaoyu quickly unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth while nobody was watching. "Fruit candy really does taste better. The bitterness in my mouth is gone immediately." Chu Guani observed all of Su Xiaoyu's actions, and at the same time a faint strawberry fragrance drifted toward him, the sweet aroma making one want to taste it. Strawberry-flavored candy. Was it tastier than the sweets they consumed? Throughout the journey, Chu Guani hadn't shed a single drop of sweat, a fact that Fu Quan beside him also noticed. This morning was exceptionally cool, like an autumn morning, refreshing and thoroughly comfortable. Su Chaoyu stood at the entrance of the Golden Throne Hall, just as he had done last time, waiting for someone to bring him a chair. Chu Guani grabbed his collar and dragged him inside, while Su Chaoyu stumbled 2 steps to keep up. What are you doing? Weren't you supposed to wait outside? Why are you bringing me in? Su Chaoyu struggled twice, but could not stop Chu Guani from pulling him forward. When did I ever say to wait outside? You are attending court with me today. Su Chaoyu stopped struggling and reached out to tickle his armpit. Are you serious? I am not an official. How can I attend court? Chu Guani let him tickle him since he was not ticklish. Whether or not I come is up to Father Emperor. Su Chaoyu, I despise all of you with power. Hearing that it was the Emperor's decision, Su Chaoyu obediently followed him into the Golden Throne Hall. The ministers inside the hall saw Chu Guani and bowed to him, but upon recognizing the person he was dragging, their faces showed curiosity as they whispered among themselves. They soon learned that Chu Guani was dragging Su Chaoyu, the youngest son of the minister of Dali Temple. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is where court affairs are discussed. It may be improper to bring a commoner inside. Su Chaoyu, who never attended court, knew full well that he could only enter the Golden Throne Hall for important matters, or if he held an official position. Otherwise, he would be fiercely criticized. Though forced to enter, this was not justification for those old men to attack him. Investigate him. Received. The indignant ministers immediately fell silent. There was no other reason. They recognized the voice from a few days ago, the one that revealed the Grand Tutor Ning's son went to a brothel, was deceived, and contracted a shameful disease. Those ministers who did not know soon realized the voice belonged to Su Chaoyu. Their gazes toward him ranged from those eager to watch the drama unfold to ones wanting to tear him apart. Master, the drama begins. Su Chaoyu stood at the front of the Golden Throne Hall beside Chu Guani, his eyes filled with excitement for the spectacle. The speaker was Meng Youchong, Minister of Rights. He had a habit, farting during every morning court session. They say silent farts are the stinkiest, and that is exactly him. The named Meng Youchong stiffened in disbelief, staring at Su Chaoyu ahead. The ministers around Meng Youchong suddenly understood. No wonder they smelled that awful odor every day at court. It was like someone had soiled their pants. Never would have guessed it was you, Meng Youchong, letting out those silent farts. Meng Youchong loved his wife's stir-fried soybeans, but eating too many gives one gas. So he farted during every morning court, and the affected ministers suspected everyone except him. Ha ha. Xiaoba ridiculed mercilessly. Su Chaoyu sneaked a glance at Meng Youchong, laughing just as wildly inside as Xiaoba was. Ha ha. The ministers, smelling the stench, probably thought someone had defecated their pants. Getting bombarded by foul gas every day must have picked up quite a flavor, right? Ha ha. The moment the voice fell, the ministers raised their sleeves to sniff left and right, as if they really smelled the stench. Ugh. Yuck. The ministers who had not caught the odor subtly backed away, waving their hands in front of their faces with looks of disgust. How utterly disgusting. Meng Youchong's aged face flushed green and red, glaring viciously at Su Chaoyu. If not for the Crown Prince being present, he would have charged over and slapped him to death. Su Chaoyu met his murderous glare with a grin, making a silly face at him. Stupid. Meng Youchong's face immediately flushed with rage, pointing at Su Chaoyu and sputtering, you, without being able to form coherent words. That dog Crown Prince bullying me is one thing, but can you really bully me? Master is so mighty and domineering. But why do I sense something odd about the atmosphere? It is a bit strange. Could they have smelled the odor and realized Meng Youchong was the source? Meng Youchong's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The surrounding ministers fell silent for a moment, debating whether to help Meng Youchong up. After all, he could unleash a foul fart at any moment, and anyone who touched him risked being soaked in the stench, a thought that made them recoil. Chu Guani calmly ordered Fu Chuan outside to fetch the imperial physician, stepping even farther from Meng Youchong. Why did he suddenly faint? I just made a face. Surely that is not worth fainting over. Is he really that offended? Indeed, his fainting makes no sense. Soon the physician arrived to examine Meng Youchong, pinching his philtrum twice before he slowly regained consciousness. Minister Meng should eat fewer soybeans. Consuming too many is not beneficial. The physician's words confirmed what Su Chaoyu had suspected about his gossip. When Meng Youchong met everyone's gaze, blood rushed to his head, and he fainted again, eyes rolling back. The physician was taken aback and quickly took his pulse. What is wrong with this man? By the time Meng Youchong woke again, Chu Yuanji had arrived. Seeing the chaos, he asked, what is going on here? Su Chaoyu chuckled. What else could happen? Your ministers discovered Meng Youchong farting during morning court, and it was especially foul. Chu Yuanji's composed expression shattered completely. What nonsense. Farting during morning court. And especially foul. Bold. From now on, no farting during court sessions. Especially stinky farts. Chu Yuanji looked toward the Crown Prince, whose good son nodded, confirming that Su Chaoyu's inner thoughts were true. Chu Yuanji closed his eyes tightly, longing to escape this Golden Throne Hall filled with foul farts. His Golden Throne Hall had been tainted. Begin court. To avoid vomiting on the spot, Chu Yuanji hurriedly started the morning session. All the ministers knelt and cried, "Long live the emperor," while Su Chaoyu stood beside Chu Guani, mimicking his bow. If there is business, report it, otherwise court is dismissed. Chu Yuanji silently pleaded inside. He did not want to stay another second. Meng Youchong stepped out of line and announced loudly, "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present." Seeing it was Meng Youchong, Chu Yuanji instinctively held his breath, afraid of catching a whiff of the stench. "Your Majesty," he Meng Yuchang pointed at Su Chaoyu. A commoner dares to enter the Golden Throne Hall. It is improper. Please your majesty punish him severely. Meng Yuchang had nothing left to lose. His reputation was already ruined, so he might as well drag Su Chaoyu down with him. Su Chaoyu countered calmly. Am I the foolish one, or are you? I was brought in by the crown prince. Naturally he or the emperor approved it. Who else would want to come? This place, even a dog would not want to come to. Everyone. Meng Yuchang did not even look at Su Chaoyu bowing as he waited for Chu Yuanji to give him justice. Chu Yuanji still hoped Su Chaoyu's inner voice would reveal something. How could he possibly punish him? Furthermore, Su Chaoyu had entered the Golden Throne Hall with his own approval, so there was no way he would be punished. Su Chaoyu attending morning court was approved by me. Previously when we raided Li Huai and uncovered the embezzled military funds, it was all his idea. I specifically permitted him to attend court. The ministers were stunned. They had considered that the crown prince might bring Su Chaoyu to court, but never expected the emperor would also agree. Another minister stepped forward while Xiao Ba automatically began to dig up gossip. Your Majesty, although young Master Su has merited recognition for his investigation into Li Huai's corruption case, would it not be improper for him to attend the morning court session? Chu Yuanji cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiaoyu, eager to see what scandal the Minister of Personnel would unveil. Preferably something that wouldn't be utterly crude and offensive. Disgusting. Though Su Xiaoyu harbored no fondness for attending morning court, he refused to let these worn-out old men harry him. None could lay hands on him except his own family. Xiao Ba's mechanical voice reverberated throughout the Golden Throne Hall. The Minister of Personnel stiffened, cold sweat streaming down his face. He had originally dismissed the notion that Su Xiaoyu could possibly uncover his secrets, yet now an ominous sense was steadily intensifying. Master, this is quite the colorful piece of gossip. Pray prepare yourself. Su Xiaoyu had little desire to listen, and at the crack of dawn his companion seemed determined to unload every disgusting secret upon him. Must you seek out only such revolting tidings? At this hour I might well retch. By no means was Su Xiaoyu alone in this sentiment. Everyone present heartily concurred with his assessment. Master, this particular piece of gossip is hardly revolting, merely a touch unpleasant. How trivial a transgression. Su Xiaoyu's curiosity finally overpowered his reservations, and he acquiesced to hear it out. Speak then. Xiao Ba rubbed his paws together and launched into the revelation. Minister of Personnel Chen Jingji performed some notable deed last summer. I wonder if you can guess what it might be. Su Xiaoyu had no inclination to speculate, maintaining an imperturbable expression. I will not guess. Yet in those fleeting 2 seconds the assembled courtiers busied themselves constructing elaborate scenarios around what scandal Chen Jingji might have committed. Still something rather unpleasant it seemed. Surely not some crude matter involving excrement once more. Could it involve soiling himself? Or perhaps losing control of his bowels? Amidst the courtiers' assorted conjectures the truth was finally revealed. His father had suffered from a troubled stomach and retreated to the privy. While he was still engaged in the depths of that chamber, Chen Jingji had hurled something into the latrine pit. Su Xiaoyu surveyed the assembly and noted the heavy silence that had fallen. He interrupted Xiao Ba's revelations. Xiao Ba, why has everyone suddenly grown quiet? I have no idea. Upon hearing Su Xiaoyu's suspicion, the courtiers immediately snapped back into their formal attendance mode. Chu Yuanji remained preoccupied with the scandal and quickly interjected. Minister Chun, my decision to permit Su Xiaoyu to attend morning court was made after careful deliberation. Let us not revisit this matter. Chen Jingji reflected upon Su Xiaoyu's inner thoughts, and was now entirely convinced that both Su Xiaoyu and that Xiao Ba truly possessed knowledge of his secrets. He opened his mouth to protest further, but Chu Yuanji's piercing glance silenced him. Unable to speak, Chen Jingji returned to his place. Xiao Ba continued. Where were we? You mentioned he had tossed something into the latrine, Su Xiaoyu prompted. Precisely. His father, unaware of what was happening, was still suffering through a particularly fierce bout, when suddenly a tremendous explosion sent him into a state of utter terror. Your Majesty, General Cheng has sent word that his grain supply convoy encountered bandits along the route. These ruffians proved rather formidable. Had it not been for your Highness's recommendation of General Cheng to escort the provisions, the entire force would likely have been destroyed. A certain minister, eager to hear the gossip, yet fearful of Su Xiaoyu discovering their silence, once more found themselves in a predicament. Under the emperor's tacit permission, they pretended to deliberate state affairs, while secretly straining to catch Su Xiaoyu's revelations. What happened? Did the latrine explode? Exactly. Chen Jingji had tossed a firecracker into the dung pit. When it detonated, it blasted half the contents, including what his father had just produced, everywhere. The assembled courtiers, imagining the scene, were seized by retching. Fearing Su Xiaoyu might notice their distress, none dared make a sound. Chen Jingji felt the weight of his colleagues' stares upon him, his weathered face burning crimson. There was method to his madness, he reminded himself. Steeling his resolve, he squared his shoulders, though the flush on his face showed no sign of fading. His father was so startled, he barely had time to pull up his trousers before bolting from the privy, covered head to toe in excrement. Gods, you needn't be quite so graphic, Su Xiaoyu groaned. Xiao Ba's cackling proved sufficiently grating that several courtiers found themselves massaging their ears. To make matters worse, his father's stomach remained in turmoil, so he sprinted, while simultaneously suffering another eruption, a humiliation beyond measure. Still he disregarded his filthy state, and scanned the area for any suspicious figures. Can you guess what happened next? No. Chen Jingji's son had happened to be using the latrine at the time, witnessing the entire explosive incident. Fortunately, he escaped unsoiled. The old man, however, mistakenly believed his grandson was responsible. All present were left utterly bewildered. Old Chen's son certainly bore unfortunate timing. Ha ha ha, the chosen scapegoat. Others may endanger their fathers, but Chen Jingji managed to implicate both his father and son in one stroke. Truly a remarkable double achievement. Ha ha, picture it, old Master Chen chasing his grandson around, beating him half to death, while Chen Jingji frantically attempted to deflect blame. The old man, convinced of his grandson's guilt, nearly beat the boy to death. Chen Jingji meanwhile remained silently triumphant in his schemes. Every eye upon Chen Jingji carried layers of meaning, some watching with glee, others disapproving of his latrine explosion, and a few openly condemning. Yet Chen Jingji held his head high. He had his reasons for what he had done. Neither Chu Guani nor Chu Yuanji could have fathomed that someone nearing 40 would resort to childish tricks like detonating a privy. To make matters worse, he had even compelled his own son to bear the blame. Had they recalled correctly, his son had turned 16 the previous year, essentially a man by now. How could such a youth have been capable of such an act? The old man should have considered this more carefully. Something doesn't add up. Chen Jingji appears to be around 40 himself. How young is his son then? A mere child. Not so, master. His son is already 17. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu's astonishment only deepened. 17. And 16 last year. At such an age, did his grandfather never consider that he might not be the one responsible? Xiaoba explained, why suspect anything? That grandson of his spends his days engaged in nothing but juvenile mischief. Merely the day before Chen Jingji detonated the latrine, the boy had pulled a similar prank. Thus old Master Chen harbored no suspicions whatsoever. Having absorbed this information, Su Xiaoyu found himself at a loss for words to describe the Chen family. His son had been truly unjustly accused this time. The resemblance between father and son was undeniable. One could only surmise the boy had inherited his father's nature. Master, do you suppose you could guess why Chen Jingji chose to act thus? Upon hearing Xiao Ba's voice, all present held their breath, eager to learn the motivation behind Chen Jingji's actions. Yet Su Xiaoyu's inner thoughts nearly betrayed them once more. Why have these wizened old men fallen silent again? Chu Yuanji promptly intervened. The Crown Prince has demonstrated profound foresight and rendered meritorious service. General Cheng's protection of the grain supplies constitutes yet further merit. Reward shall be duly bestowed. The minister returned to his position, and the assembled courtiers chanted in unison, Your Majesty is wise. For the following 2 minutes, Su Xiaoyu's thoughts fell perfectly still, allowing him to listen intently to their proceedings. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is now 25 years of age. It is time he takes a crown princess to ensure the royal lineage continues. Chu Yuanji remained preoccupied with the reason behind Chen Jingji's latrine explosion and failed to notice what the minister below was saying. What was going on? Do tell me quickly. Su Xiaoyu observed them continuing their discussion of state affairs and turned back to Xiaoba. Could it be that old man Chen beat Chen Jingji? Was that why he did it to his father? Xiaoba shook his head. No. The minister at the back nudged his colleague and whispered, Why do you think Minister Chen would blow up the latrine and his father too? What else could it be? Filial impiety, of course. Could you do such a thing? Absolutely not. Everyone asked themselves the same question, and the answer was unanimous. They could never do such a disgusting thing. Su Xiaoyu really couldn't figure it out. Give me a hint. It has to do with his wife. Chu Guani, multitasking to the extreme, said, My marriage is not something for you esteemed officials to worry about. When the time comes, I will marry naturally. Has it to do with his wife? Could it be that his father made his wife angry, and he wants to vent for her? Impossible. How could those old fossils blow up the latrine to vent for their wives, because their fathers angered their wives? I believe him blowing up his wife with shit, but blowing up his father. Are you kidding? Everyone thought the same as Su Xiaoyu. The father just made his wife angry, right? I believe him blowing up his wife with shit, but blowing up his father. Are you kidding? Everyone thought the same as Su Xiaoyu. The father just made his wife angry, right? Just go back and coax his wife properly. How could he possibly blow up his father with shit to vent? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yet the next second, that crazy fact-checker named Xiaoba said host is right. It's because his father made his wife angry. To vent for his wife, he was thinking of how to do it. Coincidentally, the day before his son had blown up the latrine, so he took the opportunity when his father was using the toilet and threw in a large firecracker. Su Xiaoyu was silent for 2 seconds, then mentally gave a thumbs up. I respect him as a real man. He's my idol from now on. If my father ever makes my wife angry, I'll do the same. Not only that, I'll blow up anyone who offends me. Chu Guani shuddered, feeling that Su Xiaoyu would indeed blow him up with shit someday. Even Chu Yuanji on the throne inexplicably felt a chill and unconsciously looked at Su Xiaoyu. He had a premonition that Su Xiaoyu was capable of such a thing. He was the emperor after all. Su Xiaoyu wouldn't blow him up with shit, would he? All the ministers fell silent at that moment. Su Xiaoyu's thought was simply brilliant. From now on, if anyone displeases me, I'll secretly send someone to blow them up with shit. I'll disgust them to death. I'll even specially choose New Year's time to do it. Host, when it comes to being a demon child, you're second. Su Xiaoyu asked curiously, who's first? Xiaoba pulled up a video for Su Xiaoyu to watch. First is of course Chen Jingji's son. Please watch the VCR. In the video, Chen Jingji's son, instead of sleeping in the dead of night, was hiding outside someone's bedroom, holding a sack. The sack was croaking goo gua goo gua. He pushed open the door, tossed the toads and frogs from the sack into the bedroom, and then locked the doors and windows. Wow, what a little devil, truly a little devil. In the second video, his son caught a bug, and while no one was watching, put it into the food. In the third video, his son, while his grandfather was using the latrine, used a lit wooden stick to reach up from under the pit and burn. And so on and so forth. He is the undisputed demon child. No wonder his son taking the blame isn't unfair at all. All eyes once again fell on Chun Jingji. The gaze all conveyed the same meaning: look at the fine son you've raised. Chun Jingji was also troubled. He and his wife had indeed taught their son, while yet for some reason his son was incorrigibly naughty. Chu Yuanji's gaze at Chun Jingji held something that others didn't have. Admiration. Su Xiaoyu wasn't mistaken, it was admiration. Admiration for what? For Chun Jingji, saying he wouldn't let the emperor attend court. Is the old emperor crazy? He said he wanted me to attend court, and now he looks at Chun Jingji with admiration. I admire your big head. Chu Yuanji, I'm wronged. I'm more wrong than Doi. To protect his reputation, Chu Yuanji felt he had to clear his name. I have heard that Minister Chun is deeply devoted to his wife, and I greatly admire that. However, there are some things that should not be done in the future. Chun Jingji, upon receiving Chu Yuanji's praise, straightened his back. Thank you for your praise, your majesty. I shall remember it. All the ministers disdain. So what if he was praised by the emperor? What's there to be proud of? Su Xiaoyu looked at the erratic Chu Yuanji and complained again. Seriously, why is he praising Chun Jingji for being good to his wife again? Praising out of the blue, without any transition. Chu Yuanji's face darkened. So no matter what he said, it was wrong. Probably the emperor didn't sleep well and his mind is muddled. Host, don't mind him. The melon isn't finished yet. Do you know how Chun Jingji's father talked about his wife? It can't be because of the child, can it? Exactly. Old Master Chun was disappointed that his son didn't live up to expectations. The day before Chun Jingji blew up the latrine, hadn't his son also done the same? The old man was almost blown up with shit, and thus became angry. He said to his wife, look at the fine son you've raised. His wife replied, the fault of a child's upbringing lies with the father. Father, it's not entirely my fault. The old man said, Jingji is busy with official duties. You are the one who raised the child. If you didn't teach him well, who else is to blame? The ministers present all nodded in agreement with old Master Chun. After all, women stayed home to raise children while they were busy with state affairs and had no time to manage. If the child was poorly educated, it was naturally the woman's fault. Bullshit. The child isn't just the wife's responsibility. Poor education is the fault of both parents. Blaming everything on the woman is incompetence. Only such men shift all blame onto women. Ha, shameless. Right, shameless. Chun Jingji returned home that evening and, as expected, was shut out of the bedroom. He slept in the study for the whole night. After learning the reason from the servants, he plotted all night and finally blew up his father with shit to vent his anger. What a real man. I admire him. In the whole country, only Chun Jingji would dare to do this right. The ministers were puzzled. Even if the father made his wife angry, could he really do such a thing? He could have just talked it out with his father properly. Who says otherwise? Marrying Chun Jingji was indeed the right choice. As the saying goes, the life you live with a different person is simply not the same. This is what a real man is. Chu Yuanji nodded in agreement. A man should be good to his wife. The other ministers dismissed it, considering Chun Jingji a coward. To treat his own father like this for his wife was nothing short of treasonous filial impiety. Speaking of which, what's up with his son? Did he really give birth to a demon child? Su Xiaoyu knew that children could be mischievous, but at 16 or 17, still being so naughty seemed a bit off, didn't it? His son just doesn't like the old man and deliberately bullies him. Tell me more. Chun Jingji, upon hearing this answer, began to recall what his father usually did. Why did his son dislike his father so much? When he was young, the old man wanted his daughter-in-law to bear another grandson. Chun Jingji's wife didn't want it, so the old man scolded her again. Chun Jingji defended his wife. After learning about this, he argued with his father at length. Then Chun Jingji told his son that if grandpa ever made mom angry, he should help mom get back at him. His son remembered that. Whenever his mother was unhappy, it must be because of grandpa, so he targeted his grandfather specifically. He wasn't like that with others, he was relatively normal. That's not Mo1, that's love for mother. What a good child. It has to be this way. When the wicked father-in-law bullies the daughter-in-law, someone must deal with him. All the ministers looked at Chun Jingji with even more disapproval. How could he tell his son to target his grandfather? This was utterly unfilial. He should be properly educated to respect and love his grandfather and never be rude to him. Chu Yuanji's gaze toward Chun Zheng grew doubly appreciative. He would promote Minister Chen another day. Su Xiaoyu's small eyes darted around, utterly baffled as to why these old fogies always remained silent. And the old emperor too. Wasn't this the morning court session? Could silence alone solve state affairs? Shall bother so strange? Is it right to stay silent during the morning court and not discuss state affairs? The old emperor doesn't speak either. Only then did everyone realize that they had forgotten to discuss state affairs again while indulging in gossip. Your Highness, when His Majesty was your age, you could already recite poetry. It's time for you to take a crown, princess. Chu Guani's face turned cold. He turned to the minister, urging him to marry, his voice as icy as frost, making people shiver. I have said when the time is right, I will marry. Su Xiaoyu covered his mouth and yawned. The classic marriage pressing scene had arrived. Too bad there were no melon seeds to snack on. Chu Guani leaned close to Su Xiaoyu and said in a low voice, help me convince them to stop mentioning marriage, and from now on I'll give you food. I won't punish you by withholding meals anymore. Su Xiaoyu lazily glanced at him. This condition didn't seem bad. After all, the food in the imperial kitchen was quite tasty. If he kept being denied meals, he couldn't keep spending points to buy food every day. Deal? Don't forget to write it down when you get back. Chu Guani gritted his teeth. Did he look like someone who would break his word? Fine. Su Xiaoyu instructed Xiaoba, that marriage-pushing one. Expose him. The minister who had urged marriage shuddered, and to avoid having his shameful secrets dug up by Su Xiaoyu, he cowardly changed the subject. Your Highness is right. This minister overstepped. Your Highness may choose when to take a crown princess. Su Xiaoyu blinked. He hadn't even said anything yet. Why did the man change his attitude so suddenly? No more marriage pressing. Wouldn't that make him look useless? Maybe he should still make an example of him. Host, the gossip is here. The electronic voice made everyone prick up their ears. The minister who had just urged marriage, Yang Zhongming, wished he could turn back time and take back his words. And the crown prince was utterly unscrupulous. Yang Zhongming felt the gazes of his colleagues ready to watch the show and decided to deflect the trouble. Your Highness, it was Minister Lu who told me that if I urged you to take a crown princess, he had a way to make his daughter the crown princess, and I would be well rewarded. The named Minister Lu became visibly nervous, sticky sweat seeping from his palms. He lowered his head and stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the floor, shifting uneasily. Your Majesty, please see clearly. This minister never said such a thing. Yang Zhongming made it all up. No one present was a fool. The position of crown princess had been vacant for long, and how many officials with daughters had not coveted it? Minister Lu happened to have a daughter. The fact that Yang Zhongming could utter those words proved that Minister Lu had indeed spoken to him. Otherwise, how would he dare say such a thing in court? Chu Guani, born into the imperial family, and the crown prince himself, knew best the thoughts of these ministers. If you gentlemen have such talent, why not apply it to state affairs? Instead of staring at me, stare at the lower officials, and make them do more practical work. As for the position of crown princess, you'd better stop thinking about it. I don't fancy any of your daughters. The other officials who had daughters now glared fiercely at Lu and Yang. If Yang Zhongming hadn't spoken out in front of the crown prince wouldn't have said that he didn't fancy any of their daughters. And Lu Mao, did he think he was the only one with a daughter? He wanted his daughter to be crown princess, and even tried to scheme. Now look at the mess. Su Xiaoyu was a little unhappy. He hadn't even opened his mouth to speak, and the two old fogies had already started tearing into each other. The marriage pressing was resolved, but would that dog crown prince still honor the condition he had just proposed? Is the condition still valid? If you dare say it's not, I'll expose you right now. Chu Guani didn't expect these old fogies to be so afraid of Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu had only thought about exposing Yang Zhongming, and Yang Zhongming immediately wilted. It seemed Yang Zhongming had some serious secrets. Of course it's still valid. But how were you planning to persuade Minister Yang? Su Xiaoyu chuckled, a glint of light sparkling in his eyes, his expression radiant and bright. I know a little secret about him that no one else knows. I just need to remind him, and he'll definitely stop pushing for marriage. Chu Guani was curious about the secret. What is it? Su Xiaoyu pretended to be profound, stroking his non-existent beard. That's a separate price. What do you want? Haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I do. Then I'll definitely fleece you well. Su Xiaoyu's mischievous demeanor made Chu Guani chuckle involuntarily. Fine. Take your time. Chu Yuanji watched helplessly as his good son and Su Xiaoyu whispered to each other. It must be about Yang Zhongming's secret. Why else would his son be smiling? Couldn't they speak louder so that he, the emperor, could hear too? He would pay not listen for free. Above, he was scratching his head impatiently, while below they were chatting and laughing. And there were those tearing each other down and accusing each other. Chu Yuanji hadn't gotten any gossip and was a little displeased. Seeing the two ministers arguing, his face instantly fell. He slammed the armrest of the dragon throne and roared, "Enough!" The ministers below instantly fell silent, standing still like quails. What has the morning court become? If there is nothing more, then dismiss the court. He also wanted to find Su Xiaoyu for some gossip. Half a minute later, a minister stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Speak. Today, foreign merchants suddenly appeared in the city, inquiring about various things. I sent men to follow them for several days and learned that they were most interested in court affairs. Your Majesty, should we keep a close watch on them? At this news, the hall first fell silent for a moment, then broke into discussion. Your Majesty, this matter is no triviality. Their inquiries about court affairs must have a purpose. I beg your Majesty to order secret surveillance. We second the motion. Chu Yuanji looked at Chu Guani. Crown Prince, what do you think? Father, I think while we watch them, we should also find out their true intentions. If they are merely interested in the culture of Yuan cannot just arrest people. But if their intentions are impure, we can detain them in time. As Chu Guani spoke, he still listened carefully to Su Xiaoyu's thoughts lest he miss any important information. At that moment, Su Xiaoyu wasn't paying attention to their words at all. All his focus was on his points. He had used all his previous points on the lottery. The few points he had saved up over the past few days were not enough. If he wanted to draw again, he needed more gossip. Xiaoba, are there any simple tasks? I have too few points. I want to draw the lottery. I want a peerless martial art. He had used all his previous points on the lottery. The few points he had saved up over the past few days were not enough. If he wanted to draw again, he needed more gossip. Xiaoba, are there any simple tasks? I have too few points. I want to draw the lottery. I want a peerless martial art. Host, there are no tasks at the moment, but I have some gossip. Want to hear it? Yes. Su Xiaoyu was still waiting for Xiaoba to spill the tea when a cool sensation appeared on his hand. He instinctively grasped it and curiously pulled his hand out from his sleeve. A piece of watermelon suddenly appeared in his palm. Chu Guanyi beside him and Chu Yuanji on the dragon throne both turned their gaze toward the watermelon in Su Qiaoyu's hand. The sweet fragrance rushed into his nostrils. Chu Guanyi was certain that Su Qiaoyu had arrived at court without carrying anything. It must have been Xiao Ba who gave it to him. Su Qiaoyu quickly hid his hand back into his sleeve, glancing around nervously to see if anyone had noticed. Fortunately, no one had seen. What are you doing? Why are you giving me a watermelon? In the middle of the court, how am I supposed to eat this? Xiao Ba complained resentfully, but I asked the host whether he wanted to eat melon. The host said yes, so I gave him the melon. Su Qiaoyu rolled his eyes, exasperated. Clarify yourself. It's eating watermelon, not eating gossip. Be more precise. Oh, if the host won't eat it, I will. Su Qiaoyu swallowed hard. Don't eat it all. Save some for me. I'll have it when I get back. All right then. Su Qiaoyu looked up and met Chu Yuanji's affectionate gaze. For some reason a chill ran down his spine. Your Majesty, is something wrong? Yes. Later you and the Crown Prince should come to the imperial study. As soon as the words fell, the ministers exchanged bewildered glances. There was only one reason to summon Su Qiaoyu to the imperial study, to extract their secrets from him. What a sinister scheme. If they merely harbored embarrassing secrets, that would be one matter. It would only cost them face. But some of these secrets could cost them their lives. Huh. Why the imperial study? I was hoping to return and enjoy some good food. The pastries from the imperial kitchen are sweet, yet not cloying. I crave them. Chu Yuanji's smile grew even more benevolent. I had the imperial kitchen prepare some pastries. Taste them and tell me what you think. Upon hearing about food, Su Qiaoyu's eyes lit up. Yes, Your Majesty. No problem, Your Majesty. Delicious treats, I come to indulge you. Since there are no other matters, the audience is dismissed. As Su Qiaoyu prepared to follow him, Chu Guanyi caught his arm and reminded him to bow in respect. What a bother. After the court session ended, Chu Guanyi led Su Qiaoyu toward the imperial study while pressing him about Yang Zhoming's secrets. You claim to know something about Grand Minister Yang. What is it? Before Su Qiaoyu could speak, Chu Yuanji suddenly turned his head, startling him. We'll discuss this in the imperial study. He couldn't let the crown prince secretly share information with Su Qiaoyu behind his back. He needed to hear it himself. Is he ill? Why did he suddenly turn his head? He nearly gave me a heart attack. Chu Yuanji barely restrained his urge to strike, vowing that he would find an opportunity to punish him eventually. Where had his little notebook gone? Write it all down, every single offense. Oh, what's with that expression? Chu Yuanji noticed his sullen, defiant look and suddenly felt compelled to tease him. What expression? That was just a startled look. Su Qiaoyu lied with a straight face. Your Majesty, you turned around suddenly and scared me. Compensate me for my emotional distress. Compensate you, my foot. I haven't even settled scores with you yet, and now you're demanding compensation for mental anguish. I'd say your expression wasn't one of fear, but rather the urge to beat me up. Congratulations, you're right. Too bad there's no prize. He actually wanted to strike him. Chu Guanyi struggled to suppress his laughter from the side. Indeed, as long as one didn't provoke him, Su Qiaoyu was quite amusing. Fearing his father might explode with rage, Chu Guanyi quickly intervened. Father, let us hasten to the imperial study, he whispered near Chu Yuanji's ear. Don't you wish to hear about Grand Minister Yang? Chu Yuanji snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and strode off. Chu Guanyi urged Su Qiaoyu to hurry along, but when he didn't hear any movement after a moment and looked back, Su Qiaoyu was squatting on the ground. I can't walk anymore. My legs and feet ache and my stomach is growling. We've only walked a few steps. From the Eastern Palace to the Golden Throne Hall, I've been standing for most of the day. My legs have been aching for ages. I won't move another step unless you figure something out. Fu Quan, catching the signal, summoned 2 young eunuchs who hoisted Su Qiaoyu onto their shoulders and carried him toward the imperial study. Must we resort to such undignified methods? Su Qiaoyu lay limp as a log across the 2 eunuchs' shoulders, bouncing with each step until nausea overwhelmed him. I think I'm going to be sick. Why do you have so many complaints? True to form, Su Qiaoyu amused others even as he suffered. He gagged, twice his vision swimming. It's clearly your method that's flawed. Chu Yuanji, who had been pacing back and forth waiting for the 2 and growing restless, doubled back and noticed Su Qiaoyu's ashen complexion. What's wrong? His source of information could not be compromised, or where would he find the minister's secrets? Such rapid retrieval was simply too convenient to lose. I can't walk anymore. I'm hungry, my feet and legs ache, everything hurts. Su Qiaoyu gazed pitifully at father and son, hoping their consciences would stir and one would carry him the rest of the way. Why do you cause so much trouble? Then just let me go home. I won't be an eyesore to you there. Father and son spoke in unison. Impossible. Chu Yuanji rubbed his throbbing temple. Carry him. Upon hearing that Chu Guanyi would bear him, Su Qiaoyu instantly broke into a wide grin, baring his small white teeth. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. He sprang to his feet and leaped onto Chu Guanyi's back. Having a human mount was truly superior. How many in the entire Yuan dynasty could claim to have been carried on the Crown Prince's back? Hardly any. Chu Guanyi caught Su Qiaoyu steadily, noting how light he was, featherweight as a chick. Yet he ate so much and rarely moved around. Where did it all go? Xiao Ba, look at this. I've made something of myself. Host, you're magnificent. No wonder you're the host. Having the Crown Prince carry you. They'll be terribly envious when they hear this. When we return to the Eastern Palace, I'm telling my father and the others about this. Upon arriving at the imperial study, a young eunuch promptly brought a stool for Su Qiaoyu. Su Qiaoyu plopped down onto the stool, sinking into the chair as his eyelids drooped heavily. Su Qiaoyu, weren't you hungry? The imperial kitchen has prepared fresh pastries. Would you like some? Upon hearing about food, Su Qiaoyu, who had been on the verge of meeting Uncle Zhou in his dreams, immediately sprang awake. Yes, I will. Sweet pastries were placed on the table. Su Qiaoyu picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth. He had risen early, felt too drowsy to eat breakfast, and had barely touched his meal. After all this commotion, what he'd eaten earlier hadn't even sustained him. Chu Guani paid him no mind, instead discussing state affairs with Chu Yuanji. When he glanced over again, a stack of empty plates sat on the small table beside Su Qiaoyu. The scent of steamed buns still lingered in the air. Burp, so satisfying. Father and son could barely bear to look at him. Preoccupied with the gossip about Yang Zhongming, Chu Guani asked, "Can you tell me about Grand Minister Yang's secret now?" His delicate white hand still carrying the aroma of buns spread open as his thumb and index finger rubbed together. Certainly. The meaning was unmistakable. Payment first, then the gossip. Chu Yuanji did not understand Su Qiaoyu's meaning and looked toward the crown prince. Father Emperor, information such as his comes at a price in silver. Chu Guani patted through his sleeves but could not find even half a tael of silver, so he turned to his father. Father Emperor, I have not brought any silver on me. Perhaps you could give it to him. Chu Yuanji agreed, who would hand out valuable information for free. He immediately instructed his chief steward to bring 50 taels of silver. Half of what was given last time. Is the emperor truly this stingy? Not bad, actually wealthier than Qin Mo's hen next door. Chu Yuanji felt a sting of grievance. Though he was emperor and possessed wealth, it was hardly abundant. The national treasury had always been strained, and giving less meant the common folk in the south could afford an extra meal. Fetch another 50 taels for him. I shall deduct your father's salary in full one of these days to make up for it. Every last bit. All of it. Having secured the silver, Su Qiaoyu sipped his tea with satisfaction and asked Xiao Ba to pull up the gossip on Yang Zhongming. Good heavens, who would have guessed? At his age, he actually managed to pull off something like this. Is this the distortion of human nature or the collapse of morality? Father and son leaned in, straining to listen. Chu Yuanji felt as though thorns pricked his skin. Unable to hear the full story, he was utterly restless. Lord Yang has a full brother. You both know about this, correct? The father and son nodded. Does this have something to do with his brother? Su Qiaoyu glanced at the screen and clicked his tongue twice before continuing. Both brothers have a son and their ages differ by barely 2 months. They are both 14 now. But here is the twist, neither child is biologically their father's. Chu Yuanji faltered, unable to process what he had just heard. What do you mean? Are you saying both children belong to someone else entirely? Did both sisters-in-law carry on affairs and bear other men's children? Precisely. Chu Guani knew that children naturally bore some resemblance to their parents. Had Lord Yang and his brother not noticed their sons did not look like them? Neither man raised any suspicion, for children resembling their mothers is perfectly natural. But here comes the crucial part. Guess who their true fathers are? Su Qiaoyu's mysterious manner only fueled their curiosity. Chu Yuanji mentally grumbled that he and Xiao Ba were both fond of making people guess, yet his imagination ran wild nonetheless. Chu Yuanji, are the children from a servant in the household? Su Qiaoyu, no. Incorrect. Chu Guani, could it be Lord Yang's own father? Su Qiaoyu gave Chu Guani a surprised glance. Surprising, you guess well. Unfortunately, it is not his father. Father and son spoke in unison. Then whose are they? This matter traces back 16 years before Lord Yang entered official service. He had a beloved woman, but his family forced him to marry another for the sake of his career. Their marriage was initially civil and their life tolerable enough, until his brother wed. The day after, Lord Yang laid eyes on his sister-in-law and was utterly stunned. Can you guess what happened? Chu Yuanji instinctively asked, what happened? Could the sister-in-law be the woman he once loved? Su Qiaoyu slammed the table in praise. Your Highness is sharp. She is indeed the woman he formerly cherished. Chu Yuanji, huh? Isn't that delightfully absurd? Chu Yuanji understood the word, but the absurdity Su Qiaoyu described was far beyond anything he had imagined. At first, Lord Yang kept his distance from his sister-in-law, pretending not to know her. She and Lord Yang's brother shared little affection, for their union was arranged by parents much like his bond with his wife. As time passed, and the family saw each other constantly, feelings between Lord Yang and his sister-in-law began to bloom. Meanwhile, the brother, aware of the emotional distance between his wife and elder brother, gradually grew close to his sister-in-law as well. Father and son fell silent. Could any human being orchestrate such a situation? Wasn't this complete chaos? Chu Yuanji's expression turned grotesque. So all four of them concealed the truth from one another and sired children for each other. Exactly. Because Lord Yang and his brother resembled each other, the children they bore also shared certain features. The child born to the sister-in-law and Lord Yang bore some resemblance to Lord Yang's brother, while the child born to Lord Yang's brother and the sister-in-law somewhat resembled Lord Yang himself. Thus no one grew suspicious. What a tangled web of family intrigue. No wonder Lord Yang had forbidden Su Qiaoyu from revealing this in court. Once exposed, the scandal would far eclipse any crude jests about flatulence in the hall. It would utterly shatter every minister present. Chu Guani felt a wave of nausea. He could not fathom. If he truly loved his sister-in-law, why had he not fought to marry her? At its core, he had sacrificed love for career advancement, and upon reuniting with her, he had committed such immoral acts. Truly disgusting. Father Emperor, should such a person still be retained? Chu Yuanji was troubled. One who could commit such a scandal and violate morality left him wondering whether such a man would prove unreliable in other matters as well. Even if we dismiss him, we must have a proper pretext lest we provoke the dissatisfaction of the ministers. Chu Guani immediately thought of Su Chaoyu. Su Chaoyu, do you know any other details about Lord Yang? At that moment, Su Chaoyu had no interest in gossip. Having drunk too much water that morning, he now needed to relieve himself. I do not know. Where is the latrine? I need to use it. Chu Guani was at a loss for words and summoned Fu Quan to escort Su Chaoyu to settle this urgent matter. On his way back, Su Chaoyu encountered a lovely young woman. Curiosity getting the better of him, he approached and asked, Miss, you are so beautiful. Are you a princess? Empress Yu Fengxiao studied the boy carefully and recognized him as the child from the Su family, the one whose thoughts she could hear. Such a sweet tongue. I am no princess, oh, I am the empress. You must be Su Chaoyu, correct? Su Chaoyu's clear eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized her. Empress? Not at all. You look more like the crown prince's elder sister. Yu Fengxiao could not help but laugh. All women appreciated compliments, and hearing someone call her beautiful would keep her in high spirits for days. Is that so? Absolutely, I am always honest. Xiaoba, what remarkable luck did the old emperor strike to marry such a fine empress. Standing beside her, they looked nothing like a couple. They looked more like father and daughter. Hearing Su Chaoyu praise her in his thoughts, Yu Fengxiao's eyes curved into crescents of delight, and she found him ever more pleasing. You are truly a good child. What brings you here? Su Chaoyu produced a strawberry candy from his sleeve. Miss, try this candy. It is strawberry flavored and most delicious. The wrapper featured a cute cartoon strawberry. Thank you. Yu Fengxiao unwrapped the candy, and its sweet fragrance made her unable to wait before placing it in her mouth. The rich strawberry flavor flooded her palate, and her mood turned as sweet as the candy itself. You are most welcome. Su Chaoyu watched the empress with a bright smile. This was a godsend alliance. He would hold on to it tightly. Should Chu Guani bully him in the future, he would have a powerful protector. Ha. No wonder the crown prince grew up so handsome. He takes after you, sister. His Majesty is truly blessed to have married a wife like you. Each sister, that Su Xiaoyu called out, made Yu Fengxiao smile brighter, her eyes curving like those of a warm, approachable older sister. Sister, may I come play with you in the future? I'll bring you tasty treats. All right. If you want to come, you're welcome anytime. In order to cling to this powerful patronage, Su Xiaoyu spent 2 points to buy a small jar of fruit candies from the system mall. Sister, this is for you. Fruit candies with all sorts of flavors. This one's apple, this one's grape, this one's orange. Inside the transparent glass jar were colorful little candies, exquisite and pretty. And you know even the crown prince doesn't have these. Please don't tell His Highness I gave them to you, or he'll snatch my candies again. On hearing this, Yu Fengxiao thought her son actually snatched things from Su Xiaoyu. Her first reaction was disbelief. Her second was that Su Xiaoyu looked obedient and honest, so he couldn't be lying. He snatched things from you. It's not exactly snatching. Yesterday he made me practice calligraphy, but I just couldn't get it right. He gave me steamed buns to eat. When I went back to my room and tried to cook hot pot on my own, he took it all away without a word, and I nearly went hungry. Yu Fengxiao was genuinely astonished. She never imagined her son would do such a thing. It's not that I'm being stingy. The hot pot was too spicy, and His Highness has never eaten anything that spicy. If he suddenly ate something like that, his stomach would hurt. After hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, Yu Fengxiao grew even fonder of him. I'll talk to him about it when I get the chance. If you want to eat something, just tell the imperial kitchen to make it for you. The palace won't begrudge you a meal. Thank you, sister. Sister is the best. In the imperial study, the father and son had waited and waited, but Su Xiaoyu never returned, so they went out to look for him. From afar, they saw Su Xiaoyu walking and laughing together with the empress. Empress, how did you end up with him? I ran into him on the way. I like this child Xiaoyu. In the future, he can come and keep me company whenever he has time. The first half was said to Chu Yuanji, and the second half to Su Xiaoyu. When Chu Yuanji heard Yu Fengxiao praise Su Xiaoyu and even invite him to visit, he couldn't help but take a few extra looks at him. In just this short while, what had Su Xiaoyu done to make her like him so much? Comparing them like this, the old emperor and empress sister really do look like father and daughter. Chu Yuanji. What the hell? Father and daughter? What father and daughter? Since when were they father and daughter? They were husband and wife. A real genuine husband and wife. Chu Guani looked at his father's darkened face, then at his mother's beaming smile, and he began to understand just how Su Xiaoyu had won her over. Host, you're right. They really do look alike. The empress looks around 20, but the emperor looks over 50. How does she maintain herself? Xiaoba's words made Chu Yuanji's expression grow even darker with a storm brewing on the horizon. Shushu. Why is the old emperor's face even darker? He looks furious. Did I provoke him? Xiaoba, no. It must be male menopause. His emotions are unstable. Su Xiaoyu, or maybe he's having his man period. Su Xiaoyu and Xiaoba, ha. I'll have them torn apart by horses and executed by slow slicing. They said he was old. Unforgivable. They dared call him old. Utterly unforgivable. Yu Fengxiao was grinning from ear to ear, but sensing that her husband was about to lose it, and fearing he might haul Su Xiaoyu out to be beheaded. There would never be another child this amusing. She hurriedly soothed him in a low voice. Why are you making a fuss over a child? Could it be that I'm not beautiful? Chu Yuanji said sulkily, but he said I'm old. Oh, isn't that just the truth? Come now, be magnanimous. You're the emperor. Chu Yuanji. He felt even more aggrieved. Chu Guani kept his eyes lowered and his mind closed, not daring to make a sound, afraid that one wrong word would anger his mother. Su Xiaoyu pretended to be frightened and hid behind Yu Fengxiao. Sister, the emperor is so scary. He wouldn't hit me, would he? Yu Fengxiao shot Chu Yuanji a glare. The latter felt wronged. He hadn't done anything, hadn't said anything, so why was he being glared at? Su Xiaoyu, I'll deduct your father's entire salary. What sister? You should call her empress. These words from Chu Yuanji made the smile on Yu Fengxiao's face fade considerably, and her gaze at him seemed to carry knives. Chu Yuanji instinctively shrank his neck. He hadn't said anything wrong, so why was Xiao Xiao angry? Empress sister is so young. She should be called sister. Chu Yuanji said crossly, she's the same age as your mother. If anything, you should call her aunt. Su Xiaoyu glanced at the empress before him. The gentle, soft-spoken woman was now radiating low pressure, a violent storm about to break. Xiaoba, how did this emperor even manage to marry empress sister? Women love hearing compliments about their beauty and youth. Instead, he tells me to call her aunt right in front of her. If you ask me, empress sister just hasn't taught this emperor a proper lesson. Exactly. The emperor's emotional intelligence is hopeless. If only he'd followed up with a compliment. My empress is the most beautiful woman in the world. Empress sister wouldn't be making him sleep in the study tonight. Chu Yuanji was so infuriated by their back-and-forth inner monologue that he nearly had a heart attack. He never said the empress wasn't beautiful. Was this brat just determined to make his life miserable? If looks could kill, Chu Yuanji and Su Xiaoyu would have died countless times by now. Even Xiaoyu knew to say sweet things, but this old fool hadn't uttered a single pleasant word. How had she ever even fallen for him back then? Chu Guani sighed. His father must have been stunned silly by Su Xiaoyu, right? Could he please use his brain for once? Mother-father only meant that you are young and beautiful. He didn't mean anything else. This morning a court official angered him, so his mind is still muddled, and he didn't express himself well. Father. Chu Yuanji received the look from his son and forced a fawning smile as he scrambled to explain, Xiao Xiao, you are the most beautiful woman under heaven. Gentle and lovely. No woman in the world can compare to you. Only then did Yu Fengxiao's expression soften. Humph. Empress sister, how do you usually maintain your beauty? Do tell me so I can pass it on to my mother, and she can learn from you too. That way my mother will be the second most beautiful woman in the world. With a single sentence, Su Xiaoyu had Yu Fengxiao beaming again. Oh, I don't do anything special. What a sweet-talking child you are, unlike some people. Some people. Had he committed some heavenly crime? Why was Su Xiaoyu doing this to him? Chu Guani truly felt his father was beyond saving. Mother, something amusing happened at court today. Determined to latch onto Yu Fengxiao's good graces, Su Xiaoyu shoved Chu Guani aside with his hip, hooked his arm through Yu Fengxiao's, and said with a bright smile, Empress sister, I heard a piece of news you won't believe. You know Minister Yang Zhongming, right? His household is in complete chaos. Shoved aside, Chu Guani was full of question marks. He was her biological son, wasn't he? Why did Su Xiaoyu look more like her real child? The father and son exchanged a glance, reading the same thought in each other's eyes. They could not let Su Xiaoyu stay in contact with her. Otherwise their family standing would drop to last place, and that outsider Su Xiaoyu would be first. To maintain their standing in the family, the father and son flanked Yu Fengxiao on both sides, attempting to squeeze Su Xiaoyu away. Su Xiaoyu clung tightly to Yu Fengxiao's arm, refusing to give them any opening. Sister, let me tell you, you're just too kind. That's why the emperor acts without restraint. In our household, if my father angers my mother, he's not allowed into the bedchamber. She sends him straight to sleep in the study. To get back into the room, my father always prepares a washboard himself, kneeling before the bed for at least an hour until my mother's anger subsides, and she lets him come to bed. And that's not all. He's knelt on gravel on thorny twigs and copied the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. There's nothing you can imagine that he hasn't done. Yu Fengxiao's red lips parted slightly, astonishment filling her eyes. Your father loves your mother so much. Chu Yuanji wanted to strangle Su Xiaoyu. The boy was deliberately sowing discord between him and his wife. Chu Guani couldn't get a word in, listening to Su Xiaoyu's ceaseless incitement for the empress to discipline the emperor. Empress, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just making things up to please you. Hearing Chu Yuanji's doubts, Su Xiaoyu immediately offered evidence. If you don't believe me, summon my elder brother and ask him. Won't that clear things up? Chu Yuanji seized the opportunity. Why not have your mother come instead? What's the point of calling your brother? My mother is visiting her natal family. I don't know if she's back yet. My father would deny it for the sake of face, but my brother is different. He'll tell the truth. Who knows if you two are colluding? Su Xiaoyu snorted coldly. He could see it now. The old emperor simply didn't like him. Sister, if you don't believe me, wait until my mother returns. I'll have her teach you some tricks, show you what the new 3 obediences and 4 virtues really mean. Yu Fengxiao was puzzled. They had memorized the 3 obediences and 4 virtues since childhood. Did they need teaching? Su Xiaoyu could tell from her expression that she thought the 3 obediences and 4 virtues were meant only for women. Sister, the 3 obediences and 4 virtues aren't just what you know. There's also a version for men. The 3 obediences: follow your wife when she goes out, obey her commands, and blindly agree when she's wrong. The 4 virtues: wait patiently while she dresses up, remember her birthday, endure her scolding, and be generous with spending. These are the new 3 obediences and 4 virtues. the true standard for a good man. Chu Yuanji's face turned ashen. If he didn't still need information from Su Qiaoyu, he would have chopped him up and fed him to the dogs. Listen, what absolute rubbish was this? Since when were there 3 obediences and 4 virtues for a husband? Yu Fengxiao pondered for a moment. What Xiaoyu said made sense. She cast a glance at Chu Yuanji, whose back went cold. After over 20 years of marriage, he knew exactly what she was thinking. Xiao had clearly taken Su Qiaoyu's nonsense to heart. Xiaoyu. Su Qiaoyu interrupted Chu Yuanji. Sister, shall I sing a song for you? Oh, Xiaoyu knows how to sing. Of course. I often sing for my mother. When the green carp comes, I hear the distant spring stream shatter and catch the scent of newly bloomed begonia blossoms. Su Qiaoyu's voice wasn't breathtaking, but it was perfectly in tune. For someone hearing a modern song for the first time, his singing was pleasant. Xiao Ba thoughtfully provided him with the lyrics and accompaniment. With the music, the 3 of them became entranced. Can it melt away the half-life of snow and wind you've endured on your journey? Chu Yuanji was in high spirits. He had investigated Su Qiaoyu and knew he was frail and a rake, but he hadn't expected him to sing, and a song none of them had ever heard. The melody seemed to evoke 2 women who had been neighbors since childhood, enjoying the begonia blossoms together in spring, picking fresh pears in summer and autumn, and brewing tea with snow in winter, accompanying each other through the seasons, confidants to each other. As they grew up, they went their separate ways, meeting rarely and parting often, sustaining their longing only through a single short letter each year. One rainy night many years later, she sat alone by candlelight and in a daze seemed to hear a familiar knock at the door. She yearned for her old friend's return to brew another pot of tea with begonia snow to dissolve the half-life of wandering hardships. Xiaoyu sings beautifully. I had a friend like that when I was young. Later she married far away, and we exchanged letters every year. She always wrote that she was doing well. I wonder how she is now. Yu Fengxiao's gaze drifted to the pear tree nearby, which had always stood in the imperial garden. Now looking at it, she seemed to see 2 women picking pears together and brewing tea with melted snow. She also recalled the times she and her friend had sneaked through a dog hole to go out and enjoy the wild fields. When Shiyu broke a vase, she asked her friend to take the blame. When the friend's mother arranged a marriage, she didn't like Shiyu, found a way to get her out of it. Sister, are you thinking of your friend? Xiao Ba, can you find any information about sister's friend? Let me look. Yu Fengxiao's distant gaze snapped back at the sound of Su Qiaoyu's inner voice. The pear tree before her was laden with green fruit. Can you? Yu Fengxiao started to speak, then remembered it was Su Qiaoyu's thought and swallowed the rest. Tell me, is she doing well now? She looked at him, hopefully desperate to know about her friend. Host, I found it. Su Qiaoyu glanced at the virtual screen, which displayed her situation. After reading it, Su Qiaoyu didn't know whether to speak. The conflicted expression on his face made Yu Fengxiao's heart plummet. She staggered back a step, and Chu Yuanji caught her around the waist. Xiao. Su Qiaoyu saw her expression and knew she had misunderstood. He quickly explained, Sister, don't worry. That sister will be fine. He didn't know how to tell Yu Fengxiao that her friend was actually in a very bad state. Yu Fengxiao calmed down and pressed, How is she now? Xiaoyu, whatever you say, I believe you. Su Qiaoyu looked into her determined eyes, then at the father and son beside him, both staring intently, silently, urging him to speak quickly. She might be very well, or she might be very unwell. Su Qiaoyu emphasized the words, very unwell, hoping they would catch the implication. The phrase, very unwell, made Yu Fengxiao's eyes fill with pain. She had no idea how bad, very unwell, could be, especially since her friend always said she was doing fine in her letters. Chu Guani instructed Fu Chuan behind him, send someone to investigate. If necessary, bring her back. Yes, Your Highness. Chu Guani gently comforted Yu Fengxiao, Mother, don't worry. Your friend will surely be fine. I've already sent people to find her. Take heart. Host, should you tell the Empress that her friend moved to Tsuzhou 6 months ago? It's hard to explain. Let them find out themselves, otherwise they'll look useless. The 3 exchanged glances, and Fu Chuan, catching the hint, went to issue the order. Su Qiaoyu reassured her, Sister, don't worry. Everything will be all right. Yu Fengxiao steadied herself. She was merely very unwell, still alive. And being alive was the best outcome. Ever since Su Qiaoyu thoroughly exposed the meddling ministers in the court yesterday, the looks directed at him were all different. Most ministers still disapproved of Su Qiaoyu attending the morning court, but since he knew their secrets, they dared not say anything more and could only swallow their dissatisfaction. Su Qiaoyu was so drowsy he could barely keep his eyes open, wanting to sleep, but with nowhere to lie down. His half-closed eyes inadvertently noticed a pillar right beside him. He leaned back and fell asleep in an instant. The morning court was unusually quiet. Without Su Qiaoyu's inner thoughts, some ministers found it a bit dull. However, a few noticed that Su Qiaoyu had fallen asleep, and their minds began to stir. Your Majesty, Su Qiaoyu holds no official position, and it is already inappropriate for him to reside in the Eastern Palace. Now attending court, and even sleeping during the session. This is outright disrespect to Your Majesty. I beg Your Majesty to impose a severe punishment. Chu Yuanji certainly wanted to punish Su Qiaoyu, but not for sleeping in court. It was because of the words Su Qiaoyu had spoken to Yu Fengxiao the day before. Last night he had wanted to be intimate with Yu Fengxiao and coax her a bit, but he couldn't even get past the front door. He ended up sleeping in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Emperor's own bedchamber. Throughout the entire night, Chu Yuanji tossed and turned without a wink of sleep. The reason was simple, it was all because of what Su Qiaoyu had said to Yu Fengxiao yesterday, which had led to him being unable to sleep with his wife. Catching a glimpse of Su Chaoyu sleeping soundly against the pillar, the small flame of anger in Chu Yuanji's heart grew hotter and hotter, and the more he looked at Su Chaoyu, the more irritated he became. He rose from the throne, walked down the steps, and came before Su Chaoyu, delivering a resounding slap to his head. Su Chaoyu's head buzzed, and he opened his eyes in utter confusion, his gaze filled with who am I, where am I, what just happened? Xiaobao, did I just feel like I got a huge slap? Host, you're not wrong. The old emperor just came over and gave you a big slap. Hearing this, Su Chaoyu thought, how could he take such a beating lying down? Seeing the look in Chu Yuanji's eyes as if he wanted to tear him apart, Su Chaoyu let out a wail and burst into tears. The sound was so loud it startled the ministers. Wah wah wah, Su Chaoyu covered his face with one hand, and the spot where he was hit with the other, crying loudly as he ran out. I want to go home. I want to tell my father you hit me. Claiming to look for his father, he actually headed straight for the imperial garden to find Yu Fengxiao. The one who hit him was the emperor, so seeking his father was useless. The most effective person was of course the empress. With his target locked on Yu Fengxiao, Su Chaoyu asked Xiaobao for eye drops, put them in his eyes, and ran forward crying, pretending not to know Yu Fengxiao was there. Hearing the sobbing, Yu Fengxiao thought it was the sound of a kettle boiling. Turning around, she saw Su Chaoyu running toward her, with tears streaming down his face. She asked with concern, Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Su Chaoyu looked up as if startled, and the tears in his eyes fell like broken pearls pattering down. Sister. Su Chaoyu hurriedly wiped his tears with his sleeve, forcing a smile. Sister came to the imperial garden to see the flowers. Am I disturbing you? Unaware of the truth, Yu Fengxiao was heartbroken seeing him cry so sadly. What happened? Who bullied you? Was it the crown prince? Su Chaoyu avoided her eyes. No, it wasn't his highness. It wasn't him, it was the old emperor. I was sleeping soundly when he came up and slapped me. It hurt so much. My head is still buzzing like there are little bees flying around. Host, rest assured, aside from the pain, there's nothing else wrong. Su Chaoyu silently cursed Chu Yuanji in his heart, and Yu Fengxiao happened to overhear it. She used a little bit of her brain to figure out what had happened. It was the emperor, wasn't it? Su Chaoyu put on a look of surprise, his voice even softer than before. No, it wasn't the emperor. Tell me what happened. Yu Fengxiao vaguely saw a red finger mark on Su Chaoyu's left forehead, and her anger blazed. Su Chaoyu sniffled, his eyes red like a pitiful little rabbit. It's nothing. The emperor told me to attend court, but my body failed me, and I fell asleep during the session. It's all my fault, I made the emperor angry. It's only right that I got hit. Yu Fengxiao ordered a palace maid to fetch some ointment. The red mark on Su Chaoyu's forehead had become even redder. Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. It hurts like hell. Xiaobao, are you sure I'm really okay? Why is my head still a bit dizzy? Host, don't worry. The old emperor's strength was just right. Stunning, without hurting the brain. You're in a dazed state right now, just relax. Feeling dizzy is normal. Hearing Su Chaoyu's inner thoughts, Yu Fengxiao was both angry and heartbroken. She truly hadn't expected that a man in his 40s or 50s would strike a child so hard. He was becoming more and more childish with age. Besides, little Su at home was treated like a treasure by his parents. They wouldn't even dare to touch him. But this emperor, look at what he did to the child. The cool ointment was applied to the reddened area instantly, soothing the burning pain and bringing much relief. Thank you, sister, I don't feel any pain now. Just a little dizzy. Summon the imperial physician to take a look at Xiaoyu. Yes. Su Chaoyu stopped the palace maid who was about to fetch the physician. No need to call the imperial physician. I'm fine. I just didn't sleep well this morning, and my head feels a bit heavy. I'll be fine after I go back and sleep it off. Seeing that Su Chaoyu absolutely refused to let the maid go, Yu Fengxiao had no choice but to give up. Sister, try this strawberry cake. It's delicious. Su Chaoyu spent points from the shop to buy a small piece of strawberry cake for her. Yu Fengxiao had eaten a fruit candy yesterday, and its flavor was indeed better than any candy she had ever tasted. Now the fragrant cake made Yu Fengxiao quite eager. Thank you, Xiaoyu. The rich fruit flavor of the candy was so addictive, and this cake looks absolutely delicious too. Su Chaoyu smiled, the remnants of tears still glistening in his reddened eyes, making him look utterly pitiful. Sister, let me know when you finish it, and I'll make more for you. It's hot now, so the cake can't be left out. You should eat it quickly, or it will spoil and become inedible. Alright, I'll eat it now. Su Chaoyu couldn't help covering his mouth as he yawned. After returning from the imperial garden yesterday, he hadn't slept much all day. Last night, Chu Guani inexplicably insisted on practicing swordsmanship with him before bed, claiming it was for exercise. Did Chu Guani not know his physique? He was not cut out for exercise. He was only suited for eating and sleeping. But Chu Guani refused to let him off, dragging him to practice sword for an hour. Su Chaoyu was so exhausted he turned into a puddle of mud, unable to muster any strength. This morning he had to get up early and couldn't wake up fully. Coupled with the excessive exercise last night, his whole body ached, and he hadn't slept well. That's why he couldn't help but fall asleep during the morning court. Su Chaoyu lay on the stone table, watching Yu Fengxiao eat the cake. Within half a minute he had successfully joined Duke Zhou in dreamland. Yu Fengxiao glanced across at Su Xiaoyu halfway through her meal, and discovered he had already fallen asleep. Looks like this child is utterly exhausted. The palace maid behind her spoke in a hushed whisper about what she had overheard. Your Majesty, last night the crown prince had Master Su practicing swordplay until his hands could barely lift from sheer fatigue. This morning he was summoned to rise at dawn again. No wonder he couldn't stay awake and dozed off the moment his eyes closed. Yu Fengxiao's eyes betrayed a trace of disapproval. Those two truly know how to torment people. Little Yu is such a sweet child. How could they treat him so mercilessly? The maid Liang Yue spoke up in defense of Chu Guani. Your Majesty the Crown Prince does this for Master Su's own good. Master Su's constitution has always been frail. The imperial physicians noted his tendency toward excessive sleepiness and frequent illness. The sword practice was intended to strengthen him. Yu Fengxiao knew Chu Guani meant well, yet she still could not fully agree. That is no excuse for such rough treatment. Physical training must proceed gradually, especially when little Yu's health is already delicate. Pushing too hard will only wear him out further, won't it? Your Majesty speaks with reason. Glancing at Su Xiaoyu's peaceful slumber, she could not help but wonder how exhausted must he be to fall asleep, sprawled across a table. The more I observe this child, the more fond I become. His words are pleasing, his manner so proper and sensible. He knows how to bring a smile to one's face, and he even knows how to make cakes. He is far superior to that father-son pair. The palace maid said nothing, merely covering her mouth to stifle a chuckle. Ever since encountering Master Su the previous day, their Majesty had been smiling far more often than before. The Emperor and the Crown Prince were both consumed by state affairs that brooked no delay, leaving them with no spare time for companionship. Alone in the inner palace, she found herself profoundly bored. Yet Su Xiaoyu's lively chatter and amusing tales always managed to draw laughter from her, lifting her spirits considerably. Before long, father and son arrived, catching sight of Su Xiaoyu sprawled sound asleep across the table, while Yu Fengxiao sat opposite him, absorbed in her book. Empress. Chu Yuanji's thunderous voice sent a tremor through Su Xiaoyu's body. His eyelids fluttered twice as though stirring toward consciousness, yet the exhaustion was simply too profound, and he remained fast asleep. Yu Fengxiao signaled for silence with a gesture, then rose and strode over. Grasping one by each hand, she twisted their ears and dragged them away. Can't you two see little Yu is sleeping? Don't you know to keep your voices down? The father and son winced in pain, crying out, it hurts, easier now. Mother, it was father's loud voice. You should twist father's ear, why are you twisting mine as well? Yu Fengxiao reprimanded him in a lowered voice, so I shouldn't mention you when he's the one at fault. You know little Yu's health isn't strong. Couldn't you have gone easier on him? Look at how worn out he's become. Casting sidelong glances at Su Xiaoyu snoring away on the stone table, both father and son desperately wished to shake him awake. What kind of potion has Su Xiaoyu been pouring into your ears that you defend him so fiercely? Had he not known Su Xiaoyu to be Su Qinggong's son, Chu Yuanji would have sworn he was actually her own child. Chu Guani was equally bewildered. If memory served, he himself was his mother's biological son, was he not? Yu Fengxiao tightened her grip slightly, and Chu Yuanji howled in agony. Little Yu is obedient and sensible, speaks so pleasantly, unlike you. Chu Yuanji bristled at the comparison, but as Yu Fengxiao pressed harder, his defiance crumbled. What was wrong with him? He stood above all others, ruler of an entire nation. What did Su Xiaoyu have to compare? Other than being somewhat useful, what else does he have? And as for you, little Yu's constitution is frail, so stop tormenting him. If you wish for him to exercise, you must proceed gradually. Do you understand? Father and son chorused in unison, we understand. Yu Fengxiao released them. If I discover either of you bullying little Yu again, just wait and see. The palace attendants in the distance silently lowered their heads, pretending deafness and blindness. This marked the first time the Emperor and the Crown Prince had been reprimanded by the Empress over someone else. Though the Emperor often made the Empress angry in ordinary times, a sincere coaxing would quickly mollify her. But having been scolded on another's behalf, Master Su was likely in for a harsh reckoning. Hurry along and get out of my sight. You're never here due to endless business, yet when little Yu voluntarily comes to keep me company, you find fault with everything. Chu Yuanji genuinely wished to spend more time with Yu Fengxiao, but state affairs were overwhelming. The fact that he could make it to her each evening had already required him to expedite his schedule considerably. This was only possible because he had delegated over half his administrative duties to his son, who otherwise he would have no chance to rest, forced to labor around the clock across all 24 hours of the day. Xiao, I wish I could accompany you, but there is simply too much state business. It cannot be helped. Yu Fengxiao understood, yet confinement within the palace walls all day left her profoundly lonely, and without close friends outside the gates, she had no desire to venture out. Now that Su Xiaoyu willingly kept her company with conversation and made her laugh, she was prepared to shield him regardless of whatever intentions he might harbor toward her. Moreover, Su Xiaoyu's eyes were clear and his thoughts pure. His innermost voice had never harbored any design to harm her, so she was willing to give him a chance. Chu Yuanji felt uneasy leaving them alone together, lest Su Xiaoyu say something that would once again deprive him of restful sleep. Have Yizer remain here. I would like to question him about certain matters. Before Yu Fengxiao could respond, Chu Yuanji hurried away in grand strides, leaving mother and son standing in place. Chu Guani eagerly welcomed the chance to stay, for it meant he would not have to deal with those detestable state affairs. Yu Fengxiao's irritation flared at the sight of him. Stay away from me. Neither you nor your father is worth anything. Chu Guani. What on earth had Su Xiaoyu told his mother? Su Xiaoyu slept as if the world had ended, only opening his eyes again when numbness coursed through his feet, legs, and arms. Xiaobao, why can't I feel my body at all? He attempted to raise his hand, but his arm seemed disconnected from his body, refusing to obey. He moved his legs, still no response. Host, do not worry. It is merely numbness in your limbs. Su Xiaoyu screamed, inwardly merely numb. I cannot move at all. My entire body feels as though struck by electricity, both numb and painful. And you as a system, would you understand what limb numbness even means? Xiaoba did not understand, nor did he wish to. Picking at his nose, it replied, I do not understand. Su Xiaoyu attempted to shift his posture, but his body seemed entirely severed from his brain's signals, completely unresponsive. Come help me at once. I am suffering terribly. As soon as the words left his lips, a pair of firm, capable arms lifted Su Xiaoyu, allowing him to lean against them. A wave of tingling pain coursed through his body. Feeling someone support him, he assumed it was Xiao Ba, and gritted his teeth as he looked up, only to meet Chu Guani's amused, mocking gaze. Damn it, he's laughing at me. Thank you, Your Highness. Unable to control his limbs, Su Xiaoyu slumped against Chu Guani, feeling the dense needle-like pains spreading throughout his body. Host, I will expose him. The smile on Chu Guani's lips stiffened for an instant, then his teeth clenched in resentment. Indeed, Su Xiaoyu was not worthy of his leniency. Awake. How do you feel? Su Xiaoyu deeply regretted napping on a table. Wouldn't finding a proper bed have been far better? Not well at all. My entire body is numb. Might I trouble Your Highness for a favor? Chu Guani took a step back, and Su Xiaoyu's entire body lurched backward. The sudden sensation of weightlessness drew a cold sweat across his back. What the hell? That wretched crown prince actually frightened me. If I weren't completely numb right now, I'd definitely slap you. Chu Guani chuckled coldly. Now you can't move. You're like a fish on the chopping block at my mercy. A foreboding sense rose in Su Xiaoyu's heart. He wanted to escape, but couldn't. I want to flee, but I can't get away. Xiao Ba voluntarily provided the voiceover. Su Xiaoyu had no mind to argue with him. He watched Chu Guani warily while trying to move, attempting to get off him. Why am I still so numb? After struggling for a long time and managing only a slight movement, Su Xiaoyu broke out in a cold sweat. Even the cooling fan at his waist proved useless. Help you. I'm not a good person, so I can't help you. Chu Guani continued to step back. At the critical moment, Su Xiaoyu managed to grab the edge of the table, preventing himself from falling. That was close, that was close. That damn dog of a crown prince nearly made me fall. Su Xiaoyu shifted his body, supporting himself on the table as he stood. The numbness gradually receded, much lighter than before, and he could barely move. What else can I call you but a dog? Taking advantage of someone's weakness. Despicable. Chu Guani laughed in anger. He had come kindly to help him, and this was how he treated him. Su Xiaoyu instantly put on a bullied expression, staggered forward, and grabbed Chu Guani's sleeve. Your Highness. Chu Guani snorted coldly, gently brushing away Su Xiaoyu's extended hand, and the latter fell to the ground following his motion. Chu Guani. A roar came from behind. Chu Guani shuddered and instinctively turned around to see his mother, the Empress, approaching hurriedly, her face full of anger. Yu Fengxiao had gone to look at the flowers in the distance. When she returned, she saw the scene of her son pushing Su Xiaoyu away. Chu Guani realized belatedly that Su Xiaoyu must have seen his mother coming over, deliberately grabbed his sleeve, and then fell to the ground to frame him. Mother, it was he who fell down on his own, not your son. Chu Guani, I saw it clearly. It was you who pushed Xiaoyu. Are you still trying to make excuses? Su Xiaoyu looked tense and hurriedly explained, Elder sister, it wasn't His Highness who pushed me. I lost my footing myself. Please don't blame His Highness. Yu Fengxiao helped Su Xiaoyu up from the ground and saw that the palm of his hand was red. Her anger flared even more. You don't need to cover for him. I saw everything. He did it on purpose. Come, let's go over there. Su Xiaoyu looked back at Chu Guani with a provocative smile. No wonder so many villainesses in novels loved this trick. It was really satisfying. Chu Guani was so angry he felt his lungs would explode. He had come kindly to help him, and yet he was falsely accused. He couldn't deal with him now, but once they returned to the Eastern Palace, he would be in his hands, at his mercy. That night back at the Eastern Palace, Chu Guani waited until midnight, but Su Xiaoyu still hadn't returned. He sent someone to inquire, and learned that Su Xiaoyu had been sent home by his mother, the Empress. Chu Guani was so angry, he couldn't sleep all night. Su Xiaoyu had lunch in the palace, and then Yu Fengxiao arranged for him to be sent out of the palace and home. Once home, Su Xiaoyu went straight to his room and fell asleep. He didn't come out of his room until dinner time. When he went to eat, he learned that his mother had already returned. Mother, you're back. I've missed you so much. Su Xiaoyu rushed over and threw himself at her. Lu Shiyu stumbled from the impact, but fortunately, Su Qinggong steadied her from behind, otherwise both mother and son would have ended up on the ground. Weren't you at the Eastern Palace? When did you come back? Su Qinggong was still somewhat surprised to see Su Xiaoyu. Over the past few days, he had been worried that Su Xiaoyu might have offended the emperor or others in the palace. He had been frowning all day, but today, seeing him safely back home, he breathed a sigh of relief. I came back at noon. The Eastern Palace is no place for a human to live. The Crown Prince doesn't give me food, and he forces me to attend the morning court. I'm so sleepy. I fell asleep during court, and the emperor gave me a big slap. My head is still buzzing. Hearing this, the three immediately felt pained, but they couldn't speak ill of the emperor and the Crown Prince. They pulled Su Xiaoyu over and examined him thoroughly. Are you going back to the Eastern Palace? You look thinner. How could they not give you food? Lu Shiyu's eyes were filled with worry. She immediately ordered the kitchen to add 2 more meat dishes that Su Xiaoyu liked. Whether I go back or not depends on whether the Crown Prince will send someone to fetch me. Of course, Su Xiaoyu didn't want to go back, but he couldn't stop Chu Guani from taking him to the palace. Xiaoba, if it really comes to it, I could hide at my maternal grandfather's house. It won't help much. If His Highness wants you to return, he can catch you no matter how far you run. Su Xiaoyu was completely out of ideas. I'm tired. Let it all end. Old Su, why don't you go talk to the emperor? Our son is frail and can't take this kind of abuse. If this continues, he'll be worn out. Su Qinggong looked at the listless Su Chaoyu and thought no matter what the emperor said, even if it meant defying the imperial decree, he would not let him go to the palace. Alright, I'll go see the emperor tomorrow and talk to him. Hearing that his father was going to fight for his freedom with the old emperor, the light returned to Su Chaoyu's eyes. At dinner that evening, Su Chaoyu ate an extra bowl, so full he couldn't walk. Finally, he acted spoiled and had Su Chaoxing carry him back to his room. Once home, Su Chaoyu slept much better than at the Eastern Palace. The next day, when he opened his eyes, Su Chaoyu saw the inside of a carriage. He must be dreaming. He'd sleep a bit more. Wake up and get ready for morning court. The demonic voice sounded in his ear. Su Chaoyu pretended to be dead and didn't get up. Since he won't get up, just carry him into the Golden Throne Hall. Su Chaoyu sat up and glared at Chu Guani. Your Highness, why do you keep clinging to me? I'm just a good-for-nothing. What use am I to you? Chu Guani gave him a deep look. If he were useless, would he tolerate him this much? Because the information you gave was useful and your ideas are unique. To me, of course, you are useful. Su Chaoyu's face fell. So that was the reason. But at his father's birthday banquet, he hadn't said anything, had he? Then how did Chu Guani fix his attention on him? Su Chaoyu dressed, hoping his father could make it clear to the old emperor and keep him from entering the palace. Even if his father failed, he would have to work on the empress. After morning court, he would find an opportunity to go see the empress and give her a good dose of the story. Xiaoba, if anyone picks a fight with me at court today, I'll expose them directly. Even the old emperor. I'll make all his scandals public and give her a good dose of the story. Xiaoba, if anyone picks a fight with me at court today, I'll expose them directly. Even the old emperor. I'll make all his scandals public. Su Chaoyu entered the Golden Throne Hall and was surprised to find his father there. Su Qinggong, seeing his son appear in court, widened his eyes in shock. Wasn't his son sleeping at home? How did he suddenly appear here? Su Chaoyu looked like a bitter gourd. He too wanted to know how he ended up in the carriage to the palace when he was sound asleep at home. The father and son stared at each other for a long time. The ministers gradually fell silent, almost forgetting that Su Chaoyu's father was the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. He had been busy handling a case some time ago and hadn't attended court, so they hadn't had a chance to talk to him. Now that he was at court, they would definitely have a good chat with him after the session. Chu Yuanji wanted to give Su Chaoyu a resounding slap the moment he saw him. He was the source of all evil. But he did not dare do anything to Su Chaoyu because the empress had once again shut him out of the bedchamber, leaving him alone and sleepless through the night. If he made things difficult for Su Chaoyu again today, it would not be as simple as a sleepless night alone. After a chorus of "Long Live the Emperor," the morning court began boring as ever. When Chu Yuanji saw Su Qinggong, he remembered that he had forgotten to order a deduction of Su Qinggong's stipend. He would find a chance to deduct it later. Also, was his son having an eye spasm? Why did he keep blinking so much? If he was ill, he should have the imperial physician treat him. Chu Guani had been signaling his imperial father with his eyes for a long while, until his eyes were nearly cramping, but his imperial father simply did not catch his meaning at all. Imperial father, in a moment Su Chaoyu is going to expose your scandal. It is not that your son did not warn you. You missed it yourself. Su Chaoyu's inner voice sounded again, and the ministers' voices presenting memorials grew much quieter. Xiaoba, why can't they give us a stool to sit on during morning court? These past 2 days have worn me out. My legs hurt, my feet hurt, and I don't want to stand anymore. Can I sit on the floor? Host, if you sit on the floor, the old emperor might give you 2 more slaps. Su Chaoyu touched the spot where he had been hit yesterday, anger flaring. I'll find a chance to give him 2 slaps as well. My head still hurts a bit. Su Qinggong's vision darkened again and again. His son's inner voice was a bit too audacious. No wonder the emperor had given his son a slap. If he were in the emperor's place, he would have given one too. That said, he still felt sorry for his son. It was truly good-tempered of the emperor not to exterminate the 9 generations. No, he could not let Yuer stay in the palace any longer, otherwise the extermination of the 9 generations would only be a matter of time. No, what if he does exterminate the 9 generations? Won't my father, mother, and eldest brother be finished? Forget it, I'd better bring up his childhood. Hearing this, Chu Guani, in order to prevent his imperial father's sterling reputation from falling into Su Chaoyu's hands, spoke up to interrupt imperial father. A sudden roar startled Su Chaoyu, who was beside him, and successfully cut off the unfinished inner voice. The entire civil and military court was just about to get the emperor's scandal, so Chu Guani's sudden interruption was a great pity. Chu Yuanji broke into a cold sweat. His shameful secret had almost been made public. The look he shot at Su Chaoyu wished he could chop him into minced meat. Su Qinggong also broke into a cold sweat. Although he did not know exactly what Su Chaoyu was going to say, the phrase, the emperor's childhood, definitely meant the emperor's childhood scandal. Whether the gossip was ripe or not, once it was said, the entire court would know, and then his whole family would have to go down to meet great-grandmother. What a scare. What is that damned crown prince throwing a tantrum for? Su Qinggong's vision went black, he staggered and nearly fainted. Son, if you want to die, we don't want to die yet. Can your inner voice give it a rest? Your Majesty, Su Qinggong said, lips trembling and voice shaking. Your Majesty, my worthless son holds no official position and is truly unfit to attend the morning court. I beg your Majesty to let my son leave the Golden Throne Hall. The ministers looked at Su Qinggong as if enjoying a joke. They had tried to persuade the emperor, but the result was that Su Chaoyu had stripped them completely bare. Now was Su Qinggong going to be stripped too? Exactly. Hurry up and let me leave. This place doesn't suit me at all. The ministers were dumbfounded. Su Qiaoyu's inner voice was not what they had expected. Not sure. Let's listen a little longer. When everyone heard Su Qinggong's words, their first reaction was that Su Qiaoyu would expose him in his inner voice. But after hearing Su Qiaoyu's inner voice, they were surprised, yet found it quite reasonable. After all, that was his own father. Su Qiaoyu would naturally side with his father. Chu Yuanji and Chu Guani exchanged a glance. So far, Su Qiaoyu's inner voice had proved useful, though most of it was gossip. Minister Su allowing Su Qiaoyu to attend the morning court was a decision I made after careful deliberation. Minister, rest assured. Su Qinggong could not rest assured. Su Qiaoyu's inner voice was far too rebellious and treasonous. He feared that one day, when the emperor was displeased, he would send them down to meet their great-grandmother. Your Majesty, my son. Chu Yuanji cut him off. Minister Su, there is no need to mention this matter again. I have my own plans. The light in Su Qiaoyu's eyes was extinguished. He still needed to find Emperor's sister and cling tightly to that powerful thigh. That was the true way. His mother made delicious pastries. He would have his mother make some and send them to Emperor's sister to build a good relationship. That way, even if the old emperor and the crown prince bullied him, he would not be afraid. Xiaoba, one of these days, let's go blow up the palace latrine. If you won't let me have peace, I won't let them have peace either. I'll keep watch for you, host. We'll set it off specifically when the old emperor is using the toilet. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Chu Yuanji fixed a murderous glare on Su Qiaoyu. If you dare blow me up, I'll blow up your father. I am a man of my word. What I say goes. The ministers cast looks at Su Qinggong, half worried and half eager for the show. See, the emperor is about to deal with Su Qiaoyu. Let's see what you'll do now. Chu Guani sighed. Su Qiaoyu's audacity truly knew no bounds. But on reflection, he could understand. Su Qiaoyu was only thinking to himself. Under normal circumstances, how could others know what he was thinking? Perhaps the ministers in the hall were all cursing them in their hearts. Forget it. After court, I'd better persuade imperial father to calm down and not hold it against Su Qiaoyu. And that damned crown prince. When he is asleep in the middle of the night, I'll put mice and cockroaches into his bed. Host, I have some here. You don't need to catch them. Chu Guani. Forget it, I'll just let imperial father chop off his head. The ministers watching the show, ha ha ha, Su Qiaoyu has offended both the emperor and the crown prince at once. His life is as good as lost, and the Su family is finished. Let's find some gossip to enjoy. Xiaoba, pick a random, unlucky fellow. When the ministers heard Su Qiaoyu wanted to dig up gossip, everyone in the hall shuddered silently, repeating, don't expose me, don't expose me. Under the minister's tense anticipation, the unlucky victim was successfully selected. Zhao Jingren. Which one is he? Xiaoba pulled up an image. Su Qiaoyu took one look. Wasn't this his good friend's father? How could he expose him? When Zhao Jingren heard his name, his heart instantly dropped from midair and went splat, dead. His boy and Su Qiaoyu were good friends after all. Couldn't he spare him just once? Even if he had to be exposed, couldn't it wait until there were fewer people around? His archenemy heard Zhao Jingren's name and was gleeful. Look, being on good terms with the Su family didn't stop Su Qiaoyu from stripping you bare, did it? Before they could celebrate for long, Su Qiaoyu's inner voice slapped them in the face. Xiaoba, that's really not fair. How could we expose Uncle Zhao? When the archenemies heard Su Qiaoyu's inner voice, their glee instantly turned into ashen faces. If we're going to expose anyone, it should be my father's archenemies. Got it. I'll expose them right now. When they heard they were about to be exposed, the archenemies visibly panicked, each wishing they could shrink their heads, and so Su Qiaoyu wouldn't notice them. Is it too late to get on good terms with the Su family now? Zhao Jingren heard this and immediately raised his head and puffed out his chest. See, there were benefits to being on good terms with the Su family. You all just wait to be stripped bare, huh? When I get home, I'll have to properly praise my good son. From now on, I must treat Su Qiaoyu even better. Tonight, I'll treat old Su to dinner. Host Qi Jihe is your father's archenemy. He has some juicy gossip. The name Qi Jihe rolled his eyes and fainted dead away. Surrounding colleagues gasped, Lord Qi. Lord Qi, what's wrong with you? Chu Yuanji calmly sent a palace maid to summon the imperial physician while wondering what scandal Qi Jihe could possibly have that would make him faint at the mere mention of being exposed. Su Xiaoyu glanced back, looking at his father with confusion. Father, what happened to him? He fainted at the most convenient moment. If I didn't know he couldn't hear my inner thoughts, I would think he fainted deliberately because he heard I was going to expose him. Su Qinggong and the others wore smug expressions, delightfully watching their rivals' faces contort with disgust, like they had swallowed something foul. Don't think I won't expose you just because you're unconscious. It's because you oppose my father every morning court session that I'll make your shameful secrets known to all. Qi Jihe lay on the ground, his facial muscles twitching, eyelids fluttering, showing every sign of about to awaken. He had originally intended to use this opportunity to disrupt Su Xiaoyu's inner voice and prevent him from speaking, but never expected that Su Xiaoyu would still want to expose his secrets even after seeing him faint. Tisk Qi Jihe and his son actually have feelings for the same woman. The ministers were shocked. Everyone looked at Qi Jihe on the ground with gleaming eyes. Father and son fond of the same woman. If this woman were to enter their household, should they address her as a concubine or a daughter-in-law? Tell me, doesn't Qi Jihe look like he's in his late 50s, nearly 60? Host, Little Ba interrupted. Qi Jihe is only 45. That's not the point. At his age, he still visits brothels. Can he still perform? All eyes fell upon Qi Jihe's companions. Veins pulsed wildly on Qi Jihe's forehead. Were these people without any shame? Why are you looking at his companions? His companions are perfectly fine. Little Ba also expressed his amazement. Just 2 nights ago, Chi Jiha was sleeping with the top courtesan of Hangi Pavilion. He told her she was the woman he loved most in his lifetime, that his wife at home couldn't compare to her in any way. Yu the courtesan also said he was her favorite man in her life. Chi Jiha believed her, and even promised to redeem her, asking her to remain chaste for him. The courtesan was deeply moved. The moment he left, she immediately turned around to serve another man. And what a coincidence. His son went to the brothel the next evening, and also chose her as his courtesan. Chi Jiha's eyelids trembled more violently, his face continuously twitching, his hands clenched tightly at his sides, as if he were about to leap up and beat Su Jiayu severely. One minister whispered to his colleague beside him, "Do you think Lord Qi knows he and his son are sharing the same woman? He probably doesn't know, otherwise how could he allow his son to continue seeing the courtesan?" His son also said the same words as his father, claiming he would marry her someday, and asking the courtesan to remain chaste for him. As soon as he left, the courtesan continued receiving guests. She even complained to her sisters, saying the 2 men were reckless and finished in no time at all. She had never seen men faster than them. Hearing this, someone burst out laughing, followed by one laugh after another, leaving Su Jiayu completely bewildered. Chi Jiha on the ground had been pretending to faint, but upon hearing the courtesan's words about his inability, he fainted for real out of shame and anger. Hey, what are these old men laughing about? What were they saying earlier to make them laugh like this? Su Qinggong took a deep breath. Son, don't forget, I'm among them too. The old men you mentioned include me as well. A minister stepped forward to present a memorial. Your Majesty, as the weather grows increasingly hot, might I ask if your Majesty plans to retire to the summer palace for relief? Many ministers secretly hoped he would indeed go to the summer palace, so their secrets would remain intact. Xu Yuanji clearly thought of the same point. Although Su Jiayu's inner thoughts were rather irritating, being able to enjoy some gossip during every morning court session was quite nice. This matter will be discussed another time. Hearing everyone discussing matters, Little Ba continued to expose gossip. Originally, the courtesan didn't know about the relationship between the two at first. After accidentally finding out, she told no one, since she had served many men, and if just one of them redeemed her, her future would not be poor. So far, neither Chi Jiha nor his son knows about this. Tonight, Chi Jiha's son plans to redeem the courtesan, and within a few days, Chi Jiha will discover the truth, leading to a rift between father and son. All eyes fell upon Chi Jiha again. The unconscious Chi Jiha had not heard Su Jiayu's inner voice, and everyone had no intention of telling him, because they wanted to see the scene of Chi Jiha discovering his son with the courtesan. Little Ba, on which exact day will Chi Jiha find out? I want to go see it. Everyone perked their ears to listen carefully, even lowering their voices during discussions. A month later, after morning court, he will discover it upon returning home. I'll definitely go watch closely when the time comes. Not only did Su Jiayu want to watch, other ministers also planned to go see it. Even Xu Yuanji and his son intended to come and enjoy the drama. Poor Chi Jiha on the ground had no idea, still in a coma. Your Majesty, the imperial physician has arrived. The chief eunuch received the message from a junior attendant and whispered to Xu Yuanji, "Let the physician examine Lord Qi." Yes. The physician, upon receiving the order, walked to Chi Jiha's side to take his pulse, muttering inwardly, "In the past 2 days, the number of times he has been summoned to court to treat patients has exceeded that of the past few years combined." After taking the pulse, the physician took out silver needles and inserted them into Chi Jiha's body twice. Chi Jiha slowly began to awaken. Meeting everyone's expectant gazes, he rolled his eyes again, about to faint. The physician seized the opportunity and inserted another needle, preventing him from fainting. Chi Jiha cursed the physician inwardly for meddling. Didn't he see that Chi Jiha didn't want to be treated? "Your Majesty, Lord Qi is fine." Xu Yuanji waved his hand to dismiss the physician, and out of humanitarian concern, asked Chi Jiha a couple of polite questions. "Lord Qi, are you unwell? If you feel unwell, please do not push yourself." After speaking, his gaze fell upon Chi Jiha's companions. Chi Jiha's aged face turned red and purple. After a long pause, he managed to choke out, "This minister is fine." Su Jiayu and Little Ba made snide remarks. This old man must have indulged too much in such affairs, making him physically weak. Otherwise, why would he faint so easily? Host, their family has a hereditary condition. It has nothing to do with frequency of indulgence. Everyone's gaze toward Chi Jiha changed once more. Pity and anticipation for the drama. Damn, I never expected Lord Qi to be congenitally impaired. That's not all. His son and grandson are also impaired. Does this mean every male in their family is impaired? Hearing the surrounding gossip, Chi Jiha let out a sudden gasp and collapsed again. The words of the imperial physician reached the ears of the surrounding ministers, who inquired, "What does it mean that Lord Qi is not well?" The entire hall fell silent, waiting to hear what the physician would say. "It means he is impotent, congenital, and incurable." Everyone inwardly gasped, shocked that little Xiao Ba had been telling the truth. Could it even diagnose illnesses? They wondered where the great Xiao Ba was hiding. Was every move they made being watched by it? From now on, they would have to be more careful and avoid doing anything embarrassing. Lord Qi is truly pitiable. At least I'm not like him. The once solemn and dignified hall now buzzed with discussions about potency, with each minister boasting about his own virility. Xu Yuanji was at a loss for words. This was the Golden Throne Hall, not a place to debate potency. Mind your manners. Lord Qi is unwell. Let him retire for now. Does any other minister have a matter to present? Shu Yuanji interrupted the chatter, eager to finish the morning court and return for breakfast. His stomach was still empty. Xiaoba, can you print out the gossip about Qi Jia? I want to paste it all over the streets and alleys. Of course, host. I'll print it right away, but it'll cost 2 points. You can print as much as you want. Su Xiaoyu refused outright. Forget it. I'd rather save my points for the lottery. I want to draw the supreme martial art so that the old emperor and that dog of a crown prince can't bully me anymore. Then they'll be at my mercy. Shu Yuanji and his son, I think you've lost your mind. Everyone else, I think you've lost your mind. When Xiaoba heard the word supreme martial art, its gaze wavered. It dared not look at Su Xiaoyu and shrank into a corner, scratching its paws. Host, I need to tell you something. Don't be angry. Su Xiaoyu snapped out of his fantasy, fixing a murderous glare on Xiaoba. Say it first, and then I'll decide whether to be angry. Xiaoba's demeanor clearly showed guilt. It was definitely hiding something big from him. Well, host, you probably won't be able to draw the supreme martial art. Su Xiaoyu took a deep breath, suppressing the fury surging within him. Why? Xiaoba curled itself into a ball and replied weakly, the shop has removed the supreme martial art from the shelves. Host probably won't be able to draw it. Silence, answered Xiaoba. The entire Golden Throne Hall fell quiet. No one was happier than Shu Yuanji and his son. This meant that Su Xiaoyu's plans for rebellion were doomed. Ha ha ha. Heaven truly favored them. Who removed it? Have them come out. Xiaoba silently went to fetch the system to take the blame. 3 minutes later, the system that had delisted the supreme martial art appeared in Su Xiaoyu's consciousness. So you're the one who removed the supreme martial art? Yes, it's me. The supreme martial art had never been bought by any man, so I took it down. Su Xiaoyu unleashed a torrent of curses. The system being cursed, that was utterly bewildered, unable to understand why Su Xiaoyu had suddenly started swearing. It wanted to curse back, but didn't know how. The entire Tongzi stood there in confusion, turning to look at Xiaoba, who was shrinking in the corner like a quail. Did you call me over just to be scolded? Xiaoba replied with righteous indignation, my host has always wanted the supreme martial art, and you took it down. Of course my host is angry. Besides, you're the one who removed it. If he's not going to curse you, is he supposed to curse me? The other party was left speechless by Xiaoba's words. With a dark expression, it listened to Su Xiaoyu's scolding. Finally, AI couldn't bear it any longer and interrupted. Su Xiaoyu, stop. Isn't it just the supreme martial art that you want? I'll gift you a set. But don't come crying later. Su Xiaoyu calmed down as if he hadn't just been the one swearing like a jerk. I won't regret it. The Tongzi let out a cold laugh and went back. Before leaving, it looked at Su Xiaoyu as if he were a pervert. Within 2 minutes, Su Xiaoyu received a manual titled Supreme Martial Art. Seeing the supreme martial art he had wanted, Su Xiaoyu eagerly opened it. After reading one page, the smile on his face vanished. He turned another page, closed the book in disbelief, and checked the cover. It indeed said Supreme Martial Art. So what was going on with the contents inside? Shu Yuanji and his son had watched Su Xiaoyu's expression change from start to finish. Hadn't he just obtained the supreme martial art? Then why did his face look as if he had swallowed a fly? Xiaoba, is this the supreme martial art I wanted? Xiaoba came over to look. After seeing the contents, the entire Tongzi's expression turned extremely peculiar. It flipped through several pages, but none of them matched what Su Xiaoyu had wanted. Host, I don't know what's going on either. It really does say supreme martial art on the cover. Su Xiaoyu thought back to what that Tongzi had said earlier, don't come crying later. So it had known what was inside. It had also said no man wanted it. All of this proved that the so-called supreme martial art was nothing good. Su Xiaoyu was so furious that everything went dark. He wished he could tear the book to shreds, and indeed he tried. But no matter how hard he tore, the book was as tough as steel and wouldn't rip. Xiaoba, return it for me. Host, that Tongzi just sent me a message. It says it can't be returned. Su Xiaoyu was about to tell Xiaoba to put the supreme martial art away, out of sight, out of mind, when the next second the supreme martial art turned into a streak of light and drilled into Su Xiaoyu's body. Damn it! Get out! Su Xiaoyu leaped as if stung by a hornet, then frantically slapped his body, muttering, don't come near me, like a man possessed by a plague. Everyone watched Su Xiaoyu as if he were a circus act with a hint of schadenfreude. Xiaoba, what's going on with him? How did it drill into my body? Make it come out quick. Xiaoba looked at him with a complicated expression. Host, once it's in, it can't come out. That means you now possess the supreme martial art. Hearing that Su Xiaoyu had acquired the supreme martial art, everyone took a step back, afraid of being caught in his attack. At the same time, they wondered what kind of martial art could be obtained so suddenly. Don't martial arts all require training? But then again, considering they could hear Su Xiaoyu's thoughts, suddenly acquiring a supreme martial art didn't seem so strange. Su Xiaoyu stared at the void in despair, imagining the changes he would undergo as described in the book. He wished he could turn back time and never take that book. No wonder no man wanted it. What man would want such a transformation? He wanted to file a complaint. Complaint, the contents of the book do not match the title. Xiaoba, I want to die? Host, don't lose heart. Look at it differently. Maybe it's not such a bad thing. Not a bad thing. Su Xiaoyu's inner scream was so loud that everyone covered their ears. Chu Guani was genuinely curious about what the supreme martial art actually was to make Su Xiaoyu so despondent. Judging by Su Xiaoyu's reaction, it was clearly not the supreme martial art they had imagined. Xiaoba, bring on the destruction. Give me explosives. I want to blow up this world. No one gets to live. Su Xiaoyu crawled in the shadows, screaming, beating his chest, roaring, and attacking indiscriminately with filth. After the morning court, Su Chaoyu, exuding an aura of "don't come near me or you'll die," followed Su Qinggong, intending to leave the palace and return home to sleep. The chief steward of the emperor hurriedly intercepted Su Qinggong, saying, "Lord Su, young master, Su His Majesty requests your presence in the imperial study." Su Chaoyu, already in a foul mood, felt an overwhelming urge to blow up the cesspool upon hearing that Chu Yuanji wanted him in the imperial study again. "Yes, thank you for making the trip, steward." Su Qinggong dragged the reluctant Su Chaoyu toward the imperial study while admonishing him to behave and mind his expression. "Father, I understand." Upon arriving at the imperial study, Chu Yuanji and Su Qinggong discussed state affairs while Su Chaoyu seized an opportunity to slip away and visit Yu Fengxiao. By the time Chu Yuanji remembered Su Chaoyu, the latter was already coaxing Yu Fengxiao into a radiant smile. Meanwhile, a spy sent by Chu Guani to search for someone reported that Yu Fengxiao's friend had been found. The friend had suffered much, but would return in a few days. Yu Fengxiao couldn't help praising Su Chaoyu. "Xiaoyu, you're truly a lucky star." Su Chaoyu beamed at her and made a small request. "Sister, my mother has returned. I miss her. Could I stay home for a couple of days to keep her company?" Yu Fengxiao was very curious about the mother Su Chaoyu often mentioned. Over the past few days, she had heard him speak of her many times, always with a joyful smile. This made Yu Fengxiao want to see what kind of woman his mother was. "Of course you may. But the emperor and the crown prince will likely not agree." Su Chaoyu looked dejectedly at the snacks on the table, picked up a piece, and began to eat. "I will speak to the emperor. You can spend these 2 days at home with your mother." Hearing Yu Fengxiao's words, Su Chaoyu immediately brightened, his clear eyes narrowing into 2 small crescents. "Thank you, sister. You are the most beautiful and kindest sister I have ever met. What a silver tongue you have. Any girl you court in the future will surely be charmed senseless." Su Chaoyu smiled and said nothing, intending to tell her a couple of jokes, but then Chu Yuanji arrived with Su Qinggong. "Su Chaoyu." Su Chaoyu swiftly moved behind Yu Fengxiao, looking at him triumphantly. "Su Chaoyu, did I give you permission to wander off?" Su Qinggong wiped the cold sweat from his brow, silently praying that the emperor would spare his son's life. "I met sister on the way and came to keep her company. Your Majesty, do you not wish for me to chat with sister?" Chu Yuanji was furious, nearly choking. Su Chaoyu's mouth was always twisting the truth, making him look bad in Xiao Zhao's eyes. Su Qinggong's legs turned as weak as boiled noodles. If not for the young eunuch supporting him, he would have collapsed to his knees. His son addressed the empress as what? Sister. His life was hanging by a thread. "Your Majesty, let Xiaoyu rest at home for a couple of days. You've worn him thin these past few days." Chu Yuanji wanted to say no, but his lips moved without forming words. Su Chaoyu took a cup of chilled fruit tea from his sleeve, its red and yellow fruit pulp making a delightful sight. The transparent glass cup was covered with bubbles, and the clear fruit tea, paired with the fruit, lifted one's spirits. "Sister, I made this fruit tea. It's not very sweet, cool, and perfect for now." Su Qinggong watched as Su Chaoyu, like a magician, produced a cup of fruit tea from his sleeve. The tea exuded a cool vapor, looking delicious, and the empress's attitude toward his son seemed quite favorable. "Not sure. Let's observe further." His son hadn't even given them any fruit tea. Su Qinggong felt a pang of jealousy. Chu Yuanji looked from the fruit tea to Su Chaoyu, expecting him to produce another cup. After waiting in vain, he couldn't help asking, "In mine?" "Huh?" Su Chaoyu looked at him blankly. "Your Majesty wants some too, but I only made 1 cup and my mother made it for sister." Chu Yuanji scowled, calling him out. "You said you made it just now." "Did I? I must have misspoken." Su Chaoyu had no intention of giving him fruit tea. The old emperor and the wretched crown prince were mean. No tea for them. Then he glanced at his father, who was staring longingly, and gave him a wink. "Dad, I'll make some for you when we get home." Su Qinggong brightened up, eagerly awaiting his fruit tea. Chu Yuanji was furious, but helpless, staring at Yu Fengxiao with a pitiful look. Yu Fengxiao understood Su Chaoyu's intentions perfectly. She found him refreshingly different from the noble sons she had met. Vivid and lively, even daring to defy the emperor. His impression on her was quite favorable, and as long as he didn't cross her bottom line, she didn't mind protecting him. Disregarding Chu Yuanji, Yu Fengxiao took a sip. The tea was icy cool with a fruity sweetness, and something burst in her mouth, like alcohol, but not. Xiaoyu's fruit tea is really delicious, sour and sweet, icy cold, instantly dispelling the summer heat. "Wonderful." Su Chaoyu, seizing her good mood, exchanged a few more words, and then asked to leave the palace. Yu Fengxiao cheerfully let him and Su Qinggong go. Left behind, Chu Yuanji watched her with a resentful expression. "Try it. Be nicer to Xiaoyu in the future, and you'll surely get your share." Chu Yuanji took a sip. It was indeed delicious, just as she had said. The summer heat vanished, and his whole body felt cooler. "That brat is infuriating. His thoughts are practically treasonous. I spared his head out of grace." Yu Fengxiao snatched the fruit tea back. "You're too petty. Xiaoyu isn't plotting to usurp the throne. As an emperor, can't you be a bit more magnanimous?" "I can't. He's already won you over, and now your heart is entirely with him. I'm angry." Yu Fengxiao ignored him and continued drinking the fruit tea, making Chu Yuanji even more furious. "I can't. He's already won you over, and now your heart is entirely with him. I'm angry." Yu Fengxiao ignored him and continued drinking the fruit tea, making Chu Yuanji even more furious. Su Chaoyu nodded. Otherwise the emperor and the crown prince are always bullying me. I need to find a powerful thigh to cling to so I won't be afraid of them anymore." Su Qinggong marveled at his son's cleverness in finding a strong protector. As long as the empress shielded him, his son's life was secure. Back home, Su Chenggong pestered Su Chaoyu to make fruit tea. Su Chaoyu made a large bowl for him, and Su Chenggong carried it off to share with Lu Shiyu. Remembering his promise to bring the empress some treats, Su Chaoyu ran over, hugged Lu Shiyu's arm, and swayed. "Mother, please make me some delicious snacks." Lu Shiyu, having heard about Su Chaoyu's adventures in the palace, thought to herself how clever he was. "Alright, I'll make some for you later. Mother, you're the best. Love you." Su Chaoyu handed her a jar of fruit candies, even larger than the one he had given Yu Fengxiao. "Mother, I'm going to bed now." Su Chaoyu skipped back to his room to sleep, leaving the couple staring at the jar of candy in bewilderment. Su Chaoyu had spent quite a bit of his points recently. Though he did not need to hoard them for the legendary martial arts lottery, he still needed to save up. And if he wanted to gather gossip, he would have to find a crowded place. The next morning, Su Chaoyu woke up and went to find his good friend Zhao Yunqi to share some gossip. Without that despicable crown prince and the old emperor around, he felt truly at ease. The thought of the legendary martial arts techniques made Su Chaoyu's expression shift instantly. Upon arriving at Zhao Yunqi's home, the first person he encountered was Zhao Yunqi's father, Zhao Jingren. "Good morning, Uncle Zhao." Zhao Jingren had never forgotten that Su Chaoyu had shown him leniency during the morning court session and therefore treated him with double the enthusiasm. "Little Yu has arrived. You are here to see little Qi, I presume." "He is at home. I shall send someone to fetch him." Zhao Jingren dispatched a servant, then asked Su Chaoyu with a warm smile, "Why did you not attend the morning court today?" Hearing the word morning court, most of the smile faded from Su Chaoyu's face. "My dear empress sister is both beautiful and kind-hearted. She ordered me to rest at home." Zhao Jingren understood immediately. Their emperor was notoriously henpecked, and as ministers they were fully aware of this. Hearing Su Chaoyu's explanation about the empress keeping him home came as no surprise at all. "Xiaoyu, your timing is perfect. I have been wondering what I said wrong these past 2 days to upset your aunt. Help me think of a way to make her happy again." Su Chaoyu sighed. Uncle Zhao managed to anger Aunt One at least once every few days. The man possessed absolutely no emotional intelligence. Uncle Zhao first go buy Aunt One a bouquet of her favorite flowers and some jewelry, the kind she usually admires but never splurges on herself. Then apologize to her directly. If she is still angry after one kiss, try to remember saying nothing unnecessary. An uncle should personally handle the shopping. It shows sincerity. Zhao Jingren did not fully understand, but whatever Xiaoyu suggested would certainly work. "Very well, I shall do as you say." "Thank you, Xiaoyu. I will have little Qi treat you to a meal later." "No need for such formalities, uncle. I want to try the signature dishes at Drunken Guest Pavilion." "No problem." With that, Zhao Jingren hurried off to buy flowers and jewelry to win over his wife. When Zhao Yunqi spotted Su Chaoyu, he wrapped him in a bear hug, and the two strolled out arm in arm, like close buddies. "My dad just mentioned you were treating me to a meal. Drunken Guest Pavilion, correct? Since my old man already said it, how could I refuse? Let us go." Zhao Yunqi's eyes curved into crescents as he smiled, his chubby cheeks adding to his youthful charm, his voice crisp and decisive. A perfect match for his appearance. "Let me tell you, I have gathered quite a bit of gossip lately. I shall fill you in soon." "Sure thing. You have been nowhere to be found lately. Do you have any idea how boring it has been? Why do you feel so cool to the touch? How refreshing." "Secret, I will not tell you." The two of them bickered their way to Drunken Guest Pavilion, while at the Su residence, Su Chenggong saw off Chu Guani with a forced smile. His son had barely stepped out the door before the crown prince arrived at his doorstep, demanding to know where his son had gone. How could he possibly know where that reckless boy had wandered off to? The brat had only mentioned going out to play with friends, but never specified whom. It was likely those usual idle companions of his. Chu Guani had no desire to come out in this blistering heat, knowing he would be drenched in sweat, but his father the emperor had insisted he find Su Chaoyu and build some rapport with him, so that Su Chaoyu would not speak ill of his father to his mother. Arriving at the Su residence, he learned that Su Chaoyu had already slipped out somewhere unknown, and no one could tell him where. "Go find out where Su Chaoyu has gone." Chu Guani's guard behind him responded, and set off immediately. Chu Guani chose a nearby tea house to escape the heat. By now it was nearly noon, the hottest part of the day. His father truly had devised a clever plan. He, the crown prince, could endure the heat within the palace, yet here he was baking under the direct sun. After a long while, the guard returned to report, "Your Highness, this subordinate has learned that Master Su is currently at Drunken Guest Pavilion accompanied by the young master of Lord Zhao Jingren's household." Chu Guani set off toward Drunken Guest Pavilion, but at the thought of his mother's relentless instructions a headache formed. Meanwhile, Su Chaoyu and Zhao Yunqi had ordered an abundance of dishes and were eagerly swapping whatever gossip they knew. "Do you know the censor-in-chief?" Zhao Yunqi searched his memory for the censor-in-chief's appearance, then finally shook his head. "I do not. He shares an exceptionally close relationship with his wife." "Do you know her true background?" "Her true background. What is it?" Su Chaoyu went on sharing the latest gossip, and just as he reached the most exciting part, a knock came at the door. "Who is it?" "Master Su, our young master requests your presence." Su Chaoyu and Zhao Yunqi exchanged a glance, confusion evident in each other's eyes. Su Chaoyu rose and opened the door only to find Chu Guani's strikingly beautiful face staring back at him. He thought he was seeing things, so he slammed the door shut with a loud bang. 2 seconds later, he opened the door again. Chu Guani was still there. Seeing the door open, Chu Guani did not even have the chance to speak before it was shut again. Not long after, it opened once more, revealing Su Chaoyu's cold expression, which somehow brought Chu Guani a strange sense of satisfaction. "Su Chaoyu, do you not intend to let this crown prince in?" Su Xiaoyu truly had no desire to let him in. He remained blocking the doorway without budging. You came looking for me. Naturally. Then come in. But you are paying. Chu Guani agreed without the slightest hesitation. No problem. The speed of his agreement made Su Xiaoyu suspicious. He hesitated at the threshold. Zhao Yunqi walked to the doorway, surveyed Chu Guani, and finding no familiar face asked Su Xiaoyu in a low voice, Xiaoyu, do you know him? Su Xiaoyu very much wished he did not. I do, he whispered to Zhao Yunqi. Let him treat us to a meal. Upon hearing that someone else would foot the bill, Zhao Yunqi had no objections. All right. Next time I will treat you to a meal. Chu Guani entered the private room and sat beside Su Xiaoyu. Soon the oppressive heat gave way to a refreshing coolness. An awkward silence fell upon the group. Su Xiaoyu refused to speak with him and ate in a sullen mood. Zhao Yunqi was unfamiliar with Chu Guani and naturally had little to say, so he ate in silence as well. Eventually Su Xiaoyu could no longer bear it and spoke up. Why did you bother coming to find me? Can you not let me have 2 days of peace? Chu Guani calmly picked out the fish bones, noting the tender flesh and fine flavor. Your courage has grown increasingly bold over these past 2 days. Su Xiaoyu shot him a withering look. And your persistence has grown increasingly unwelcome. Chu Guani chose not to rise to the bait, focusing instead on his meal. After all, he had paid for this. He might as well eat a few bites. You two carry on your conversation. Pretend I do not exist. You are a living person standing right here. How am I supposed to pretend you do not exist? I shall go complain to the Empress sister another day, you despicable crown prince. Chu Guani saw through Su Xiaoyu's thoughts at a glance. He had done nothing wrong this time, and feared no complaints. When the time came, he would simply say he had sought him out in hopes of building a good relationship. He did not believe his mother would scold him for that. Zhao Yunqi curiously asked, Xiaoyu, who is he? The crown prince. Zhao Yunqi's mind began to race. The crown prince, who was that? Which young master would bear the name crown prince? As he pondered, the realization finally struck him. He was the crown prince Chu Guani, the emperor's son. The chopsticks in Zhao Yunqi's hand clattered to the ground, bounced off his plate, and fell onto the floor. CC crown prince. Just pretend I do not exist. Zhao Yunqi with trembling legs stood up, then knelt on the ground with a thud and kowtowed deeply to Chu Guani. I pay my respects to your highness the crown prince. May your highness live 1,000 years, 1,000 times 1,000 years. Chu Guani gave a look to the attendant beside him, who stepped forward and helped him up. Don't be so formal. Eat. This meal is on me. Zhao Yunqi now knew Chu Guani's identity. How would he dare let him pay? No. It was originally my treat. Let me pay this time. It is my honor to be able to invite your highness to a meal. Su Xiaoyu nudged him with his elbow. Are you stupid? He wants to spend the money, but you're rushing to spend yours. Are you an idiot? Zhao Yunqi didn't know how Su Xiaoyu usually got along with others, but from what he saw, it was too rebellious and disrespectful. He asked Su Xiaoyu in a low voice, little fish, if you talk to him like that, won't he chop off your head? He can't. Don't worry. He said that as long as I don't usurp the throne or betray the country, he won't kill me no matter what I do. Zhao Yunqi's pupils dilated in shock. His brother was amazing. Then if you hit him, will he flog you or punish you? Su Xiaoyu glanced at Chu Guani beside him. I don't know. Probably not. After all, they had signed a written agreement. If he hit him once, he probably wouldn't find an excuse to hit him back, right? The two thought they were speaking very quietly, little knowing that Chu Guani had heard every word clearly. Zhao Yunqi silently gave a thumbs up. His brother was awesome. The two of them had indigestion after the meal. As Su Xiaoyu and Zhao Yunqi talked about gossip, they became so excited that they forgot there was another person beside them. And Ning, and the son of Grand Tutor Ning, do you know him? Of course I do. That guy is famously stupid in the capital. He believes whatever anyone says. Could he have been tricked? Su Xiaoyu took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. You're right. These were all things Chu Guani had heard, and some he had even heard on the spot. He wanted to hear something he hadn't heard. How do you know so much gossip? Zhao Yunqi naturally knew the reason, because he could also hear Su Xiaoyu's inner thoughts. At first he thought he had been possessed by evil spirits, so he went home and found a Taoist priest to exorcise them. Later he discovered that he was different from others. He could hear Su Xiaoyu's inner thoughts. And during this meeting there was a chilly aura around Su Xiaoyu, definitely, because of that system named Xiaoba. No wonder they were good brothers. I found out through grapevine. After we finish eating, I'll take you to get some gossip. Okay, I'll buy a pack of melon seeds, and a watermelon on the way. You get me, bro? The two brothers exchanged a lewd grin. After Zhao Yunqi finished laughing, he remembered Chu Guani beside them, and his smile froze on his face. After the meal, Su Xiaoyu led Zhao Yunqi toward the Prime Minister's house, with Chu Guani following alongside. The Prime Minister had recently returned to his hometown to pay respects to his ancestors, so he hadn't come to the morning court. His son had been locked in the prison, beaten once a day, and was only released yesterday. A few days ago at my father's birthday banquet, do you know what his son did? Zhao Yunqi actually knew. My father told me when he came back. He said Meng Ji found a woman from a brothel to frame you. Why? He has it in for me. Zhao Yunqi let out an incredulous sound. Just because of that? Yeah. My father took him to the Dali temple and gave him a severe beating, making him cry for his father and mother. Zhao Yunqi cursed, serves him right. When we have time another day, let's put a sack over his head and beat him up again. Don't wait for another day. Let's do it tonight. All right. Chu Guani saw the excitement of mischief in their eyes. He secretly calculated, and in the end found that he was rather looking forward to it. The three of them quietly hid behind the back door of the Prime Minister's residence, pricking up their ears to eavesdrop. We can't hear anything hiding here. We need to go inside. Su Qiaoyu looked at the walls around them. They weren't too high, so they should be able to climb over. If it really didn't work, there was still Chu Guani as their tool. Chu Guani didn't give Su Qiaoyu a chance. He directly leaped onto the wall, stood on top of it, and looked at Su Qiaoyu provocatively. Little fish, the door isn't locked. Chu Guani, who had jumped down from the wall, watched helplessly as Zhao Yunxi gently pushed the back door, which creaked open. Su Qiaoyu laughed madly in his heart. Ha ha, Xiaoba, look at him. Doesn't he look like a big fool? He does. Zhao Yunxi desperately held back his laughter, lowering his head to avoid looking at Chu Guani, afraid that if he laughed out loud his head would also fall to the ground. Chu Guani was speechless, feeling that he too was like a big fool. No one was at the back door. The three of them sneaked furtively toward their destination, finally finding a suitable place to hide and wait for the gossip. Su Qiaoyu glanced at the person behind him and lowered his voice. I never expected that the crown prince would sneak into someone's home and eavesdrop on their secrets. Chu Guani pretended not to hear. To avoid being discovered, he moved closer to Su Qiaoyu. The floral and fruity fragrance on Su Qiaoyu brushed past the tip of his nose and slipped away, making Chu Guani unable to resist taking a deep sniff. Su Qiaoyu muttered a low curse, pervert. Zhao Yunxi pretended to be blind, acting as if he hadn't seen the interaction between them. The crown prince was nothing like what he had imagined. He must be a fake, right? You go check over there. You follow me over here. The sound of patrolling guards came from afar. The three shrank back their necks and pressed tightly together to avoid being discovered. Zhao Yunxi wished he could gouge out his own eyes at that moment, so as not to see the ambiguous scene before him. As Su Qiaoyu shrank back, Chu Guani lowered himself towards Su Qiaoyu, and the two successfully kissed. Xiao Ba's chubby paw covered his eyes, peeking at Su Qiaoyu and Chu Guani kissing. Su Qiaoyu's mind instantly crashed, going completely blank, and he stood there dazed. Chu Guani hadn't expected this to happen either. This was their second kiss, and not much time had passed since the last one. Su Qiaoyu's brain, which had run away from home, returned. He angrily pushed Chu Guani, but the latter grabbed his waist, and while releasing his mouth, covered Su Qiaoyu's mouth. Su Qiaoyu pushed for a long time, but couldn't move him, and his mouth couldn't speak. Before he could exert himself, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The patrolling guards approached their hiding spot. Check here. Zhao Yunxi floundered on the spot, screaming silently. Hey, if you two are leaving, take me with you. I'm still here. Then his throat tightened, his body lifted into the air, and he left the spot where he was about to be discovered. Zhao Yunxi looked to the side and saw the guard beside the crown prince. Thank you, big brother, for saving my humble life. The guard answered in a muffled voice. No need to be polite, young Master Zhao. This is the crown prince's order. Then thank his highness for me. The crown prince was truly kind, remembering to have his guard save him. Su Qiaoyu belatedly realized that they had almost been discovered by the patrolling guards, and that Chu Guani had taken him away from that place. After finding a safe place to hide, Su Qiaoyu vigorously wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, his disgust evident. Chu Guani gnashed his teeth. He hadn't even disliked Su Qiaoyu, yet Su Qiaoyu had the audacity to dislike him first. What? If it weren't for him bringing Su Qiaoyu away, Su Qiaoyu would have been discovered by now. How ungrateful. Chu Guani pressed his lips together, and there was a faint sweetness on them. It was from Su Qiaoyu's lips. He had secretly eaten a fruit candy just now, so his mouth had a sweet, fruity flavor. You disdain me. Su Qiaoyu's mouth was rubbed red, and he was puffing angrily like a pufferfish. Su Qiaoyu wanted to curse him a couple of times, but hearing footsteps, he had to swallow his words and curse him in his mind. Is he insane? Why does he have to stand so close to me? He even kissed me. Is my mouth something he can just kiss? Xiaoba nodded vigorously. Host is right, your mouth is not something just anyone can kiss. Chu Guani's gaze fell upon Su Qiaoyu's red lips. Did he really think I enjoyed kissing him? The footsteps faded away. Su Qiaoyu dared not make a sound, fearing it would attract the patrolling guards. He sat on the tree and looked down. The dense green leaves completely concealed the four of them, and the cicadas chirping on the trees drowned out their voices. It had to be said the location was truly excellent. Standing high and seeing far, they could also watch the gossip they wanted to see. The guard lifted Zhao Yunxi and leaped onto the tree. Zhao Yunxi saw Su Qiaoyu's swollen lips and began to fantasize a 1,000-word kissing scene in his mind. Su Qiaoyu saw a man in the distance sneaking over. Comparing with the photo Xiao Ba had given, it was one of the gossip protagonists. Here he comes, here he comes. Su Qiaoyu reached out and poked Zhao Yunxi, signaling him to look at the man not far away. Zhao Yunxi nodded, indicating he understood, and began to enjoy the gossip while fantasizing. The man below walked behind a rockery, occasionally looking out. Before long, a lady dressed somewhat luxuriously crept behind the rockery. Seeing the man, a shy expression appeared on her face. The Chancellor's wife is cuckolding the Chancellor online, ha. Does Meng Ji know he's not the Chancellor's biological son? The other three inwardly exclaimed, holy shit, not expecting such a big piece of gossip right from the start. The two secretly meeting were unaware they were being watched clearly. They were already kissing passionately. TSK tisk, look how lost they are in the kiss. That guy's kissing skills are quite impressive. Look at the Chancellor's wife, her legs have gone weak. Chu Guani's gaze shifted from the two below to Su Qiaoyu, finally landing on his swollen lips. Zhao Yunxi's attention was entirely on the two below. He completely failed to notice that Chu Guani was looking at his good brother. The guard beside him noticed it. Their highness has changed. They're taking off their clothes. They're taking off their clothes. Su Chaoyu's inner voice suddenly became excited. Chu Guanyi looked over his face, instantly darkening. He reached out and covered Su Chaoyu's eyes. Don't look. Su Chaoyu was watching with great interest when suddenly darkness fell before his eyes. A pair of warm large hands had covered his eyes. Warm breath sprayed on Su Chaoyu's ear, and he couldn't help shrinking his neck to avoid it. Chu Guanyi whispered to remind him, "Aren't you afraid someone will find you?" He stopped trying to pull away his hand and angrily swung his arms to hit him. "Xiaoba broadcast the scene for me. That dog prince thinks he can stop me from watching by covering my eyes." Chu Guanyi stiffened. That Xiaoba actually had such a function. It could broadcast scenes from elsewhere. Host, we do not allow the broadcast of explicit images. If you insist on watching, you can only see scenes above the neck. After hearing that, Su Chaoyu grumbled and agreed. Chu Guanyi unconsciously smiled at the corner of his mouth, not expecting Xiao Ba to be such a civilized Xiao Ba. On the other side, Zhao Yunqi also had darkness before his eyes. He reached out to pull away the hand covering his eyes, but after struggling for a while he couldn't. Finally defeated, he let that hand cover his eyes. "Guard brother, can you leave me a tiny little slit? I'll only watch them kiss." The guard replied in a muffled voice, "No." He added at the end, "This is His Highness's order." Chu Guanyi heard this and glanced sideways at them. The guard avoided his gaze. An offensive sound invaded his ears in the gap when the cicadas' chirping stopped. Su Chaoyu pricked up his ears to listen carefully. The next second, he was turned around to face Chu Guanyi. Chu Guanyi covered his ears, not letting him listen. Listening to everything is not a good thing. Su Chaoyu angrily bit Chu Guanyi's arm. Not letting him watch was one thing, but not letting him listen either. He shouldn't have brought him along. Always spoiling his fun. I'm a man, not a woman. Besides, I'm grown up. Why can't I listen? It dirties your ears. Chu Guanyi was not annoyed by the bite. Su Chaoyu bit through the clothes, so it didn't hurt much. He would remember this debt. There would be plenty of opportunities to settle it later. The sounds below continued, but fortunately, the cicadas' chirping covered them with only occasional snatches. Su Chaoyu was extremely frustrated. In his mind, Xiao Ba was playing the kissing scene. No sound and nothing below the neck. Zhao Yunqi was also frustrated. Was the crown prince being a bit too controlling? Besides, they were all men. What was wrong with watching? They waited until it was over before Su Chaoyu regained his freedom. He shot a fierce glare at Chu Guanyi. Meddler. Chu Guanyi pretended not to hear. Su Chaoyu had been cursing him for quite some time. This was still mild. Zhao Yunqi was also regretting that he didn't see the exciting scene. He looked at Chu Guanyi and sighed inwardly again. His Highness is really a good person. Indeed, he was also quite meddlesome. The two in the distance had already gone far. Chu Guanyi directly wrapped his arm around Su Chaoyu's waist and flew out of the Chancellor's mansion. Zhao Yunqi behind them was about to climb down the tree when his throat tightened, while the guard brother had grabbed him by the collar again. The four of them left the Chancellor's mansion. Su Chaoyu sidled up to Zhao Yunqi and gossiped with him about the Chancellor's scandal. The Chancellor's son is not his biological child, and neither are his several concubine-born sons. They were all fathered by other men. Zhao Yunqi was stunned. No way, how many green hats does the Chancellor have to wear? Su Chaoyu corrected him. The point is not the green hats. It's that the Chancellor is very capable, but he has no seed. The other three tried to parse Su Chaoyu's words, very capable, but no seed. Very capable means he can do that thing, and is very skilled, but he has no seed. You mean the one who can't have children is the Chancellor? Exactly. To have a child, both the man and woman must be healthy. If one party is not, there will be no child. As it happens, the Chancellor is one who has great ability but no seed, or rather his seeds are all defective, so he cannot make a woman pregnant. Zhao Yunqi silently mouthed, "Holy shit. Does the Chancellor still not know?" Su Chaoyu said excitedly. If he knew, would the harem still be so peaceful? He would have kicked up a fuss long ago or directly disposed of the wives and concubines who cuckolded him. Chu Guanyi asked, didn't he notice the children don't look like him? He did notice, but those women of his are good at making up stories and fooled him. Besides, he has several sons, both legitimate and illegitimate. Could he ever imagine that he has no seed, and that all the sons are from other men? Chu Guanyi thought for a moment. It seemed he really couldn't imagine it. What normal person would think that his wife and concubines had all cuckolded him? If they don't look like him, they can say they take after the mother, which is a perfect excuse. Those women of the Chancellor are quite impressive. They all gave birth to sons. Su Chaoyu explained to him, whether a child is male or female is determined by the man, not the woman. Zhao Yunqi let out a surprised "ah," with eyes full of confusion. Su Chaoyu explained some knowledge about having boys and girls. Zhao Yunqi obviously didn't believe it, so he didn't elaborate further. Let's go. We'll discuss tonight's matter back. Chu Guanyi followed behind the two, listening to their murmured discussion about the sack ambush tonight. Seeing the arm on Su Chaoyu's shoulder, he felt a wave of displeasure. This feeling was strange, as if his most cherished possession had suddenly been taken by someone else. Chu Guanyi himself couldn't understand why this feeling arose. In short, seeing Su Chaoyu and Zhao Yunqi with their arms around each other's shoulders ignited an inexplicable fury within him. Don't go back tonight. I'll have the kitchen prepare your favorite chicken wing rice, and then tonight we'll sack Meng Ji and beat him up. Alright. I don't know why, but the chicken wing rice made in my kitchen never tastes as good as yours. It's always lacking something, right? I also feel that other people's cooking always tastes better than one's own. Chu Guanyi gave a glance to the guard beside him. Go separate them. The guard somewhat understood his master's intent. Seeing young master Zhao monopolizing young master Su made him unhappy. Yes. As Zhao Yunqi was speaking, his neck tightened again, and a muffled voice came from above. His Highness has matters to discuss with young Master Su. Hey, no, wait. Without giving Zhao Yunqi a chance to speak, the guard directly lifted him and moved him aside, and Chu Guani stepped over to Su Chaoyu's side. Su Chaoyu found him utterly annoying and wished he could avoid him, let alone having him cling like sticky candy. Are you this idle? Why aren't you handling your government affairs in the palace? What are you doing hanging out with me? Chu Guani reached out and plucked a tiny leaf from Su Chaoyu's head. Handling official business in the palace all day is exhausting. I need to relax a bit. Su Chaoyu quickened his pace, thinking that once he got home Chu Guani would stop bothering him. Then go find your friends. Why come to me? Because you know many things I don't. Su Chaoyu walked home with his head down. Behind him Zhao Yunqi, who was farther away, was sweating profusely from the heat and dearly missed walking beside Su Chaoyu. At the doorstep Su Chaoyu's face showed smugness. I'm home. Please return. Su Chaoyu beckoned the sweltering Zhao Yunqi to come in, but Zhao Yunqi took 2 steps and found he couldn't move at all. The guard brother was still holding his collar. Chu Guani stepped through the gate, as if entering his own home, without any reservation. What do you mean? This is my home. What can I visit you? At this moment Su Chaoxing's voice rescued Su Chaoyu. Xiaoyu, you're back. Su Chaoxing saw Chu Guani walking ahead, paused for a second, then knelt to pay respects. Chu Guani stepped forward to support him. Rise. Su Chaoxing quickly greeted him. Seeing this, Su Chaoyu slipped away with Zhao Yunqi. By the time Chu Guani remembered Su Chaoyu, he had already returned to his room and lay down with Zhao Yunqi beside him. Sleep. I'm exhausted. Zhao Yunqi thought about the day's events and felt no drowsiness at all. He lay in bed pondering Su Chaoyu's attitude toward the crown prince. I need to ask my father how Xiaoyu usually gets along with his highness. Just as drowsiness was about to overcome Zhao Yunqi, a soft knock dispelled some of his sleepiness. Xiaoyu, are you asleep? Zhao Yunqi got out of bed to open the door and saw Su Chaoxing and the crown prince standing at the entrance. Brother Su, your highness Xiaoyu is asleep. Chu Guani stepped past Zhao Yunqi and entered the room. I have matters to discuss with Su Chaoyu. You go rest in the guest room. Zhao Yunqi didn't want to go to the guest room. Where could it be cooler than beside Su Chaoyu? But he couldn't argue, so he followed Su Chaoxing to the guest room. Chu Guani sat by the bed looking at Su Chaoyu. When awake he was like a little wildcat. If provoked he would bare his claws and bite you. When asleep he was quiet, his claws sheathed docilely, allowing you to stroke him. His gaze fell on Su Chaoyu's slightly swollen lips, and his thoughts drifted to the accidental kiss between them at the Prime Minister's mansion. Chu Guani's slender fingers lightly touched his own lips. A trace of sweetness still lingered on them. As he drew closer, he could also smell the floral and fruity fragrance on Su Chaoyu, which was pleasant and made one unconsciously relax. Waking up, Su Chaoyu opened his eyes and saw the person he least wanted to see. He looked around for Zhao Yunqi, but he wasn't in the room. Awake. Drink the medicine. Su Chaoyu's mind was still fuzzy. What medicine? I'm fine, I'm not sick. When living in the Eastern Palace with his supervision, Su Chaoyu never missed his medicine. But after returning home he had stopped. Today, having left the palace, it was the perfect chance to make him drink it. It's the tonic medicine you took at the Eastern Palace. I brought it today. Hearing about drinking medicine, Su Chaoyu's face scrunched up, expressing full resistance. If you don't drink it, I won't let you go out tonight. I will also stay here to supervise you. Su Chaoyu couldn't help cursing, then picked up the bowl and downed it in one gulp. The moment he set down the bowl, a piece of candy was popped into his mouth. Chu Guani's gaze once again fell on Su Chaoyu's moist, glistening lips, and his thoughts began to spiral out of control. Su Chaoyu got out of bed to find Zhao Yunqi. It was already dinner time. Su Chaoyu acted as if Chu Guani wasn't there, while the Su family ate nervously, afraid that Su Chaoyu's inner thoughts might utter something treasonous. Fortunately, Su Chaoyu's mind was focused on eating, and his inner voice was quiet. Zhao Yunqi was also quiet. Dad, Mom, I'm going to Xiao Qi's house to play. Alright, don't cause trouble for Uncle Zhao. Okay. After dinner, Su Chaoyu and Zhao Yunqi asked the servants for 2 sacks and sturdy wooden sticks, then went outside the flower tower. The 4 of them wore ordinary clothes, as ordinary as could be. They smeared foundation Su Chaoyu had bought from the marketplace on their faces, making their skin several shades darker. Their eyebrows were drawn like crayon shinchons, their lips smeared with a thick ring of lipstick, and their faces had 2 huge blobs of blush. Even their own parents wouldn't recognize them. Xiaoba, are you sure Meng Ji will come to the flower tower? Yes, he has an appointment with friends tonight to discuss how to deal with you. He still dares to provoke me. Today I'll make him taste the consequences of angering me. Chu Guani heard that Meng Ji still dared to harm Su Chaoyu, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Zhao Yunqi rubbed his hands together eagerly. How dare he bully his brother? He would pay him back tenfold. After waiting half an hour, Meng Ji finally arrived late. He walked with a swaggering gait. Actually, he was injured and in pain. Su Chaoyu and Zhao Yunqi exchanged a glance, and the 2 brothers quietly rose and followed him. It was just getting dark, and there were still many pedestrians on the street. Su Chaoyu following behind Meng Ji wasn't too conspicuous. The 2 seized the opportunity, threw the sack over Meng Ji's head, and dragged him into a nearby alley. Meng Ji was walking normally when suddenly a sack was thrown over his head. Like a lamb to the slaughter, he struggled and kept spewing threats. Who are you? I am the son of the Prime Minister. If you dare touch me, my father won't let you off. Su Chaoyu pinched his throat, imitating a villain from a TV drama, and let out a sinister laugh. Your father? What is he? Today I'm beating you up. You've bullied us plenty just because your father is the Prime Minister. To tell you the truth, we were sent by young master due to teach you a lesson. I'm beating you up today. You've bullied us plenty just because your father is the prime minister. To tell you the truth, we were sent by young master due to teach you a lesson. Mengji heard that it was young master Du who had sent them. He searched his memory, but could not recall offending anyone surnamed Du. Good men spare my life. I will pay double, no triple the price. Let me go. Zhao Yunqi mimicked Su Zhaoyu's high-pitched tone. We are men of our word. Young master Du asked us to teach you a lesson, so we will. We cannot let you go. After saying this, he struck Meng Ji twice more fiercely with his stick. Meng Ji screamed in agony, crying out for mercy. Brother young master Du and young master, you only told us to give him a beating. They didn't specify how harsh. What should we do? Zhao Yunqi lowered his voice and asked Su Zhaoyu. Su Zhaoyu swung his stick and dealt a few more blows. Beat him until he cannot rise. Young master Du said to properly teach him a lesson. The two men swung their sticks relentlessly at Meng Ji, who wailed for his parents. The more he cried, the harder they struck. Chu Guani watched from the sidelines, itching to join in, and finally, could not resist kicking him a couple of times. A guard chimed in from the side. See, this is what happens when you provoke the young masters. Meng Ji racked his brain thinking of his two friends. Could it possibly be them? Impossible. They would never send someone to beat him. Meng Ji's cries of pain and pleas for mercy echoed through the entire alley. Passers-by hurried away in a flurry, terrified of getting involved. Good men spare my life. I will pay 4 times the amount. Oh, please have mercy on me. Tell me which young master Du it was, and I will avoid him for the rest of my life. Su Zhaoyu paused, panting heavily from exhaustion. This damn kid really could take a beating. Why would we tell you that it was Duke Du Liang who sent us? Chu Guani's gaze drifted involuntarily to Su Zhaoyu, watching him stand with hands on hips like a victorious rooster, chest puffed out. A stone dropped into the depths of his heart, sending ripples across its surface. Brother, stop wasting words with him. After we're done, let's go enjoy ourselves. Bang bang, the sounds of sticks clashing and desperate cries for mercy filled the alley, continuing for a long while before finally ceasing. After finishing their beating, the two brothers quickly fled the scene, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the alley. Meng Ji lay on the ground for what felt like an eternity before crawling out, his head spinning and vision blurred. He gazed around for a long time, but could not make out who had beaten him. Finally, teeth clenched in pain, he limped toward the pleasure quarter. He needed to have a serious word with Du Liang about whether or not he actually wanted people to beat him up. Su Zhaoyu dashed to a sugar water stall and ordered 2 bowls. He and Zhao Yunqi each took one, completely ignoring Chu Guani. I'm heading home soon. Want to sleep at my place? Su Zhaoyu spoke these words to Zhao Yunqi, but his eyes were fixed on Chu Guani, the unspoken message clear as day: we are about to sleep. Why haven't you left yet? In an instant, an inexplicable anger flared within Chu Guani, leaving him deeply irked. Why could Zhao Yunqi stay at the Su residence while he was the one being shooed away? Before Zhao Yunqi could even open his mouth, a pair of hands covered it. Someone answered on his behalf. Young Master Zhao says he is heading home and will not be staying at the Su residence tonight. Zhao Yunqi made muffled protesting sounds. He desperately wanted to say he was going to sleep with Su Zhaoyu, but the hand covering his mouth refused to budge no matter how hard he pulled at it. Su Zhaoyu had not noticed Zhao Yunqi at all. His furious gaze landed squarely on Chu Guani. I have matters to discuss with Lord Su. The implication was clear: he would remain at the Su residence under legitimate pretenses, and there was no way he would be driven away. Su Zhaoyu finished his sugar water in 3 swift gulps. He already knew the dog crown prince would not easily return home. He had backup plans. Since your highness has business to discuss with my father, please take your time. I will go play at Xiaoqi's place. Zhao Yunqi was about to nod eagerly, but a pair of large hands forced him to shake his head instead. Young Master Zhao says it is inconvenient for young Master Su to visit today, and will invite him another time when circumstances are more suitable. Su Zhaoyu glanced between the guard and Zhao Yunqi, who was rendered speechless, then pushed the guard's hand aside so Zhao Yunqi could speak for himself. Zhao Yunqi opened his mouth, but found he could not produce any sound. His eyes widened in terror as he pointed to his throat, then to Su Zhaoyu. Zhao Yunqi, little fish, I have lost my voice. The guard beside him spoke up for Zhao Yunqi. Young Master Zhao's throat is uneasy. I will take him to see a physician. Without further hesitation, he grabbed Zhao Yunqi and departed, leaving the other two staring at each other in stunned silence. Let us go. It is getting late. Return home quickly, or your parents will grow concerned. Su Zhaoyu clenched his fists. Xiao Ba, can I just punch him? Host, given your current abilities, you cannot defeat him. Su Zhaoyu grew even more agitated. If only his peerless martial arts were truly peerless. That would mean he would have no reason to fear Chu Guani, nor the burden of knowing he could not overcome him. At this thought, Su Zhaoyu became even more exasperated. He rose to his feet and began walking home, with Chu Guani trailing behind at a leisurely pace. Upon arriving home, Su Zhaoyu gathered clean clothes and went to bathe while Chu Guani conversed with Su Qinggong. When Su Zhaoyu returned to his room, he found Chu Guani seated on his bed, dressed only in inner garments. Su Zhaoyu froze for a moment, then retreated 2 steps before stepping out to verify. He had not taken the wrong turn. So why was that dog crown prince sitting on his bed clad in nothing but undergarments, as though planning to sleep there? What are you doing in my room? And isn't it past midnight? Shouldn't you be back at the Eastern Palace by now? I have already arranged with Lord Su that I shall spend the night at the Su residence. Xiao Ba, is he insane? What right does he have to occupy my room? Host, he is the crown prince. Who among us dare oppose him? Please calm yourself. Su Xiaoyu could not quell his fury. He set off toward the guest quarters, but after 2 steps he remembered. This was his room, and he had every right to remain. It was the dog crown prince who should leave. Su Xiaoyu returned to his room determined. He refused to believe Chu Guani could force his way into sharing his bed. He threw himself onto the bed, spreading out in a starfish position to claim most of it, leaving no room for Chu Guani. I am not convinced you can still sleep here after I have taken up all the space. Chu Guani's lips curved slightly as he lay down directly on Su Xiaoyu's arm, meeting his gaze with open defiance. Su Xiaoyu, what is wrong with him? I have taken up the entire bed, and he still has the audacity to rest on my arm. Why doesn't someone turn his shamelessness into body armor? Xiaoba cowered in the corner, too afraid to speak, secretly scanning the mission displayed on the screen. He dared not reveal this task to Su Xiaoyu under any circumstances. One word, and the boy would storm the palace. Post simply matches thick skin. Eventually he will feel ashamed and depart. Su Xiaoyu found merit in Xiaoba's words. He simply could not fathom any decent man tolerating such physical closeness with another. Xiaoba, you are right. I refuse to believe he can endure a man's harassment. Hearing Su Xiaoyu's thoughts, Chu Guani raised an eyebrow. He was quite curious to witness exactly what kind of harassment Su Xiaoyu intended. Su Xiaoyu fought the urge to yank his arm free, then rolled over to face Chu Guani, draping one hand across his body and resting a leg over his thigh. I toss and turn when I sleep. Are you certain you wish to remain here, your highness? Chu Guani remained motionless. It's fine, I sleep soundly. Su Xiaoyu, in a desperate attempt to drive him away, went all out. His hand placed on Chu Guani's chest slowly moved down to his pectoral muscles and squeezed twice. He had to admit the texture was quite pleasant. Chu Guani had anticipated being kicked off the bed or cursed at, but he never expected Su Xiaoyu to lay hands on him. What are you doing? Hearing his voice deepen, Su Xiaoyu felt a flicker of satisfaction that this tactic was working, and he squeezed the other side with even more force. I just wanted to appreciate your highness's fine physique. I refuse to believe you can tolerate a man groping you. Reading Su Xiaoyu's thoughts, Chu Guani remained as steadfast as a mountain lying still on the bed. Chu Guani reached out and grasped the hand on his chest, gently kneading it. It was cool and soft, slightly smaller than his own, and felt quite tender. Turning his head to look at the startled Su Xiaoyu, a glint of cunning flashed through his mind. He curled his lips into a mischievous smile, rolled over, and propped himself above him. Su Xiaoyu had intended to make Chu Guani back down from the difficulty, not to rise to the challenge. Now seeing him look as if he had coveted him for a long time, his heart began to race. Xiaoba, didn't you say he doesn't like men? What's going on now? Xiaoba dared not tell him the truth and bluffed. He's definitely doing it on purpose, trying to make you go sleep in the guest room. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu's anger flared. This is my room. If anyone should go to the guest room, it's him. Why should I? I'm not leaving. Let's see who can outlast whom. Chu Guani saw through his panic and found it somewhat amusing. At the same time, he silently praised Xiaoba. Well done. His desire to sleep with Su Xiaoyu stemmed from 2 reasons. First, he wanted to understand his own feelings towards Su Xiaoyu. Second, Su Xiaoyu's presence was cool, saving him the trouble of using ice, and even more effective than ice. From what he could tell, he didn't dislike intimate contact with Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu suppressed his panic, trying to steady himself. Wasn't Chu Guani trying to make him vacate the room? No way. Not even a window. Su Xiaoyu stretched out his arms, wrapped them around Chu Guani's neck, and steeled himself, ready to sacrifice his third kiss to disgust him. He puckered his lips and slowly leaned in toward Chu Guani, hoping the gesture would disgust him enough to leave. Chu Guani's Adam's apple bobbed as the memory of that accidental kiss with Su Xiaoyu today surfaced, sweet and fragrant, intoxicating. Su Xiaoyu, with his puckered mouth, looked like a koi fish in the imperial garden pond, opening its mouth to feed. Are you trying to kiss me? He phrased it as a question, but his tone was affirmative. Just as Su Xiaoyu was about to make contact, Chu Guani remained motionless, his expression unchanged, and even asked, Are you trying to kiss me? Su Xiaoyu's composure crumbled. Remembering his goal to drive him away, he controlled his expression and replied with bravado, Yes, I'm going to kiss you. What about it? Scared, Su Xiaoyu waited for Chu Guani to say something like, You're disgusting, or, I never knew you were a sodomite. But what Chu Guani said next shattered his defenses. Go ahead. Su Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. His brain scrambled to parse the meaning of those 2 words, staring blankly at Chu Guani above him. He knew each character individually, but together they made no sense. The crown prince, seeing his confusion, explained, You said you wanted to kiss me, didn't you? Go ahead. Su Xiaoyu immediately kicked out, whether out of anger or to provoke him, and roared in fury, Are you out of your mind? Chu Guani pressed down on Su Xiaoyu's leg, lowering his body to prevent him from kicking him, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Look, I agreed, but now you're the one backing out. Su Xiaoyu was so angry he could spit blood. He had been trying to disgust him to make him leave, not actually kiss him. Couldn't this man tell the difference between genuine and feigned? You lunatic. Can't you see I was just trying to annoy you into leaving my room? Did you get hit on the head or kicked by a donkey? Seeing Chu Guani still smiling even after being cursed, Su Xiaoyu found him even more deranged. Get off. Sleep by yourself. He got out of bed, put on his shoes, and prepared to crash at his brother's place for the night. Could it be that you're afraid? Su Xiaoyu's competitive spirit flared. Afraid? I, Su Xiaoyu, am afraid of nothing. Chu Guani's voice was laced with amusement. If you're not afraid, then why are you running? A truly fearless person would lie in bed, not flee in panic. Su Xiaoyu, rising to the challenge, retorted, I'm just going out to relieve myself, not fleeing. After saying that, he dawdled outside for a while before returning. Determined to ignore Chu Guani, he climbed into bed and immediately closed his eyes to sleep. He refused to believe Chu Guani would actually lay a hand on him. He had clearly been playing him for a fool. Su Xiaoyu was not about to be scared off by some old fossil. After waiting for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Chu Guani heard not Su Xiaoyu's thoughts, but the sound of steady breathing. He turned to face Su Xiaoyu, who was curled up in the farthest corner of the bed, his body rising and falling with each breath. Over the past couple of days, Chu Guani had been pondering one thing: he had been too kind to Su Xiaoyu. This was hardly like the person he used to be. He had wrestled with the reason for a long time, and until just now he had been uncertain. Now he was beginning to realize that his feelings for Su Xiaoyu were different. When Zhao Yunqi had slung an arm around his shoulder, he had felt a strong urge to cut off that hand. When he had shared a bed with Zhao Yunqi, he had found reasons to separate them, even making excuses to stay at the Su residence and sleep in Su Xiaoyu's bed. Today's accidental kiss with Su Xiaoyu hadn't angered him. Instead, the memory kept replaying in his mind. This emotion was abnormal, far surpassing the feelings he held for others. At this moment, with Su Xiaoyu right before him, he longed to hold him close. Had he truly fallen for Su Xiaoyu in just a few days? As his eyelids grew heavy, Chu Guani drifted off to sleep, but not before pulling Su Xiaoyu into his embrace. The scent of flowers and fruit lingered at the tip of his nose, bringing an inexplicable sense of peace. The next morning, Su Xiaoyu opened his eyes and immediately remembered that Chu Guani had slept in his bed. He rolled over to check, but the bed held no one but himself. He figured Chu Guani must have gone to the early morning court session. It was a relief that he wasn't there. After eating what might have been breakfast or lunch, his ever-present attendant Changqing brought him a bowl of medicine. "Young master, His Highness the Crown Prince instructed that you take your medicine." Su Xiaoyu didn't even glance at it and told Changqing to pour it out. "I'm perfectly healthy. I don't need it. Dump it." Why would he want to drink that bitter herbal concoction? It left a sour, bitter, and even slightly spicy taste in his mouth. Besides, who knew if it contained some animal's dung? The thought alone made it hard to swallow. But His Highness said he left someone in the shadows to watch you. He said if you don't drink it, he'll do what you wanted to do last night. That one sentence turned Su Xiaoyu into a firecracker ready to explode. Su Xiaoyu burst out cursing. "He's insane, utterly insane. He has nothing better to do than fixate on me, whether I take my medicine or not." Mid-sentence, Su Xiaoyu abruptly fell silent. Changqing turned in confusion and saw Chu Guani standing just outside the door. No wonder his master had stopped cursing. The very subject of his ire had arrived. Chu Guani had just finished the morning court session. After discussing matters with his father, the emperor, he hurried over to the Su residence. Chu Yuanji mused to himself that his son seemed unusually eager today. "Go on, keep cursing. Why did you stop?" Su Xiaoyu fell silent, then awkwardly changed the subject. "Weren't you at court?" Chu Guani took the medicine bowl from Changqing's hands and approached Su Xiaoyu with a nonchalant air. "Court is over. Drink your medicine." Su Xiaoyu stared at the dark, murky liquid in the bowl with undisguised disgust. "Only a dog would drink that. Drink it, and I'll tell you something." Su Xiaoyu hesitated, eyeing the medicine in his hand. "What news?" Chu Guani pushed the bowl closer. "Drink it first, then I'll tell you. Otherwise you'll run off the moment you hear the news." "Forget it then. I don't need to know that badly." After all, he had Xiaoba. He could learn anything he wanted. "Xiaoba, do you know what he's talking about?" "I don't know, but there's a mission." "Does the host want to take it?" "Tell me about it." "The Grand Chancellor is returning today. The host must inform him that he cannot father children and that his women have cuckolded him. Reward 50 points. Chu Guani had intended to tell Su Xiaoyu that the Grand Chancellor was returning today and might learn of his wife and concubine's infidelity. But Xiaoba already knew and had even assigned such a mission to Su Xiaoyu. "I must take it. I want to see the Grand Chancellor's face when he finds out he's been cuckolded, and that Meng Ji will also be in trouble. This mission is perfect for me. How long do I have to complete it?" 2 days. "Okay." Thinking of the mission, Su Xiaoyu's mood lifted considerably and his voice carried a hint of cheerfulness. "Your Highness, I have matters to attend to. I can't keep you company. Feel free to stay or go." Chu Guani grabbed Su Xiaoyu as he tried to leave, and one sentence made him obediently drink the medicine. "If you don't drink it, I can always feed you myself." Meeting Chu Guani's meaningful gaze, a thought flashed through Su Xiaoyu's mind. The feeding Chu Guani mentioned was mouth to mouth. A premonition told him that Chu Guani was fully capable of such an act. Xiaoba egged Su Xiaoyu on. "Host, don't be afraid. He wouldn't dare do anything. He'll just force feed you the medicine." Chu Guani silently commended Xiaoba. After much deliberation, Su Xiaoyu decided that Xiaoba's reasoning made sense. He straightened his back and looked up at the prince. "I'm not drinking." He refused to believe Chu Guani would actually feed him mouth to mouth. But Chu Guani did just that. He took a mouthful of the now cooling medicinal liquid, hooked his other arm around Su Xiaoyu's waist, and pressed his lips against Su Xiaoyu's. Changqing, standing nearby, stared in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yet he still had the presence of mind to take the medicine bowl from Chu Guani, making it easier for the prince to restrain Su Xiaoyu. Chu Guani held Su Xiaoyu's waist with one hand and cradled the back of his head with the other. His tongue pried apart Su Xiaoyu's lips, but Su Xiaoyu's teeth were clenched tightly together, refusing to part. The hand on his waist slid down to the small of his back. Rage surged within Su Xiaoyu, and he instinctively opened his mouth to curse. Chu Guani seized the opportunity to pour the medicine down his throat. Caught off guard, Su Xiaoyu swallowed a mouthful of the bitter liquid. The acrid taste flooded his entire mouth. He wanted to spit it out, but he couldn't. He wanted to hit someone, but he was held fast, unable to move. After finishing the first mouthful, Chu Guani released Su Chaoyu, took another sip from the bowl, and prepared to continue. Su Chaoyu seized the chance to free his arm and shoved at Chu Guani. You bastard. Are you out of your mind? You. Regardless of Chu Guani's status as the crown prince, Su Chaoyu let loose a torrent of curses. Chu Guani, utterly unfazed, easily subdued him once more and resumed feeding him the medicine. This time Su Chaoyu was determined not to open his mouth, denying Chu Guani his victory. Xiao Ba, where's my stun baton? I'm going to electrocute him. Xiao Ba, who fervently wished for Chu Guani's actions, had no intention of giving him the baton to use against the prince. Host, using the stun baton will cost points. Fine, even 100 points, I'll buy it. Xiao Ba dawdled, opening the shop, while secretly unplugging the network cable behind Su Chaoyu's back. Host, wait a moment. The connection is bad, it's a bit laggy. Su Chaoyu roared, hurry up. Your host is being taken advantage of, and you're taking your sweet time. Xiao Ba pretended to be aggrieved. Host, a bad connection isn't my fault. I want to be quick too, but the network just won't cooperate. This time Chu Guani gave Su Chaoyu's buttocks a sharp pinch. Su Chaoyu cried out in pain, and Chu Guani used the opening to pour in another mouthful of medicine. Xiao Ba had bought him time, he couldn't afford to lag behind. Forced to swallow the bitter potion again, Su Chaoyu was so furious that his vision blurred. His desire to blast Chu Guani with a cannon reached its peak. What had gotten into that dog prince these past couple of days? Why did he feel that Chu Guani harbored improper intentions toward him? Seizing the opportunity, Su Chaoyu bit down hard on Chu Guani's lip. Considering what the prince had done, he bit with all his might. Soon the metallic taste of blood spread through his mouth, filling Su Chaoyu with a sense of grim satisfaction. Chu Guani winced in pain, let out a surprised cry, and released Su Chaoyu, quickly stepping 3 paces away. If he continued, Su Chaoyu might not stop at just biting his lip. Now free, Su Chaoyu felt his anger was far from appeased. He bent low and charged at Chu Guani with the force of an ox. A smile crept into Chu Guani's eyes, and Chongqing was convinced that the crown prince must be possessed. I'll fight you to the death. Not only had he been forced to drink the medicine, but he had also swallowed Chu Guani's saliva. Some things could be endured, but this was beyond his tolerance. He was determined to ram Chu Guani to death. Chu Guani sidestepped the charge, at the same time reaching out with a long arm to scoop Su Chaoyu into his embrace, trapping him once more. Su Chaoyu, what if I were to tell your father that you stole this prince's first kiss? Do you think he'd believe me? My father would never believe your lies. My father trusts me, not you. Chu Guani smiled confidently. Let's put it to the test then. With that, he released Su Chaoyu and strode away. Su Chaoyu, unwilling to let him succeed, hurried after him to find Su Qinggong. Halfway there, Chu Guani encountered Su Qinggong approaching. His expression shifted seamlessly to one of grievance and indignation. Lord Su, this prince came to visit him out of kindness, and he kissed me. Chu Guani pointed at his bitten, bleeding lip, turning the tables. Lord Su, take a good look. Su Qinggong examined the wound on the prince's lip, still oozing blood, then looked at the hastily approaching Su Chaoyu, whose own lips bore a faint trace of blood. The truth was obvious. Su Chaoyu thought, why don't you say something? Father, he kissed me. He fed me medicine with his mouth. At this moment, Su Qinggong was uncertain whether to believe his son. Yet he had no doubt about Chu Guani. After all, the crown prince would never voluntarily kiss a man. Combined with the rumors he had heard in the palace, Su Qinggong was now 90% certain that his son was the one who had initiated the kiss. As for the remaining 10%, it was because he had never heard that Su Xiaoyu liked men, and he was still in doubt. Su Xiaoyu, how could you do such a thing to his highness? Su Qinggong's legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees. To ensure he could see the sun tomorrow, he raised his hand to slap Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu's mind went blank for a moment. He received a light slap, and after coming to his senses, he ran toward Lu Shuyu's courtyard. Father, I didn't. It's Chu Guani's nonsense. I'm the one who was taken advantage of. Su Xiaoyu was like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to express his suffering. He tried to awaken his father's love. Father, I'm innocent. He forced me to drink medicine mouth to mouth, and I bit him out of anger. At this moment, Su Qinggong's mind was filled with the thought that his son had been bullied by the crown prince. He was somewhat angry, but more afraid that the crown prince would exterminate his entire family. He had just heard the brat calling the crown prince by name. You unfilial son. Apologize to the crown prince at once. Su Xiaoyu's eyes turned red with anger. He ran into Lu Shuyu's courtyard and burst into loud sobs. Mother, father and the crown prince are bullying me together. Lu Shuyu heard the commotion and came out. Seeing Su Xiaoyu crying so miserably and Su Qinggong chasing after him, she immediately shielded Su Xiaoyu behind her. Mother, boo-hoo. The crown prince is inhuman. Just because I wouldn't drink the medicine, he fed me mouth to mouth. Boo-hoo. My father doesn't believe me and wants to hit me. Mother, I'm in so much pain. Lu Shuyu tried to comprehend what Su Xiaoyu was saying. For a long while, she couldn't make sense of her son's words. Su Qinggong shouted angrily while giving Lu Shuyu a meaningful look. You unfilial son. Come here. You disrespected his highness and even dared to slander him. Don't think I won't dare to hit you just because your mother is protecting you. Lu Shuyu's delicate brows furrowed, and with a single sentence she made Su Qinggong behave. Su, madam, you can't indulge him. He bit the crown prince's lip and broke the skin. We might lose our heads. Lu Shuyu looked at Chu Guani's lips and firmly believed what Su Xiaoyu said. I believe my son. Su Chenggong stomped his foot in anxiety. Do you know what he did to the crown prince during those days he stayed in the Eastern Palace? What could our son possibly do? He's a man who likes women. How could he take the initiative to kiss his highness? Su Chenggong recalled the time he went to the brothel to catch Su Xiaoyu. At that time several women surrounded Su Xiaoyu and his son had almost kissed one of them before he stopped him. Su Chenggong calmed down and began to doubt Chu Guani's words. He remembered encountering 2 palace attendants in the imperial palace who said that Su Xiaoyu had sneaked into the crown prince's bedchamber at midnight and done something unspeakable to the crown prince. Thinking of Su Xiaoyu's inner thoughts during the court sessions, it was not hard to imagine what he had been saying in his mind lately. The emperor and the crown prince had not held it against him, which was already extremely gracious. Feeling guilty, he panicked at the slightest rumor and, grasping at shadows, believed Chu Guani's words were true. Your Highness, is what you said true? Seeing that Su Chenggong was beginning to doubt him, Chu Guani said calmly, a few days ago at Lord Su's birthday banquet, Su Xiaoyu molested me. Yesterday outside he molested me again. Lord Su, Lady Su, tell me, is this true or false? At this Su Xiaoyu flared up. That day you dodged me, causing me to accidentally bump into your mouth. Yesterday you stood too close to me. I stepped back, but you didn't, deliberately making us kiss. Hearing that they had already kissed twice, Su Chenggong wanted to say something, but stopped opening and closing his mouth without uttering a word. Chu Guani dropped another bombshell, stunning the 3 of them, and Su Xiaoxing, who had just returned, beyond recognition. Su Xiaoyu's actions have turned me bent. I have now developed feelings for Su Xiaoyu. For people. It must be that they got up on the wrong side of the bed today, causing them to hear that the crown prince had been turned bent by their son brother. Su Xiaoyu cursed directly. You lunatic. I'm not bent. I don't believe that 2 accidental kisses can make me bent. Chu Guani, stop talking nonsense. Chu Guani replied confidently, facts prove that what I said is true. Su Xiaoyu was so angry that his vision darkened. He thought he had not done any ambiguous actions with Chu Guani. The 2 kisses were not his will, but pure accidents. He saw that this bastard had clearly coveted him long ago, which was why he had taken him back to the Eastern Palace on his father's birthday banquet. The bastard was truly despicable. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, using their eyes to ask each other, what should we do about this? Su Xiaoyu's chest heaved violently. This time, taking advantage of Chu Guani's distraction, he mustered all his strength and charged at Chu Guani. Caught off guard, Chu Guani was hit squarely and fell backward. His hands instinctively protected Su Xiaoyu to prevent him from getting hurt. Ugh! Su Xiaoyu's charge nearly knocked the internal organs out of Chu Guani. He let out a pained grunt, his brows tightly furrowed. Your Highness! Su Chenggong exclaimed in alarm and rushed to support him. Lu Shiyu and Su Xiaoxing went to help Su Xiaoyu, and the scene became chaotic. After checking Su Xiaoyu from head to toe and confirming he was unharmed, they felt relieved. The 3 of them were at a loss. How could he become bent just like that? Could it be that the crown prince himself was already bent and their son brother just happened to be the one? What kind of mess is this? Su Xiaoyu, with the strength of an ox, intended to smash Chu Guani to death. He gathered all his strength and rammed into him. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu was like a pig being prepared for the New Year feast. Lu Shiyu and her son couldn't hold him back. Seeing that Su Xiaoyu was about to charge again, Su Xiaoxing quickly hugged him. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. If you injure the crown prince, our family is finished. Su Xiaoyu transformed into an angry calf, determined to ram Chu Guani to death. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would die together with him. If I don't kill him, I'm finished. Mother, elder brother, let me go. Only one of us can live today. Chu Guani held his stomach, looking at the frantic Su Xiaoyu, surprised that such a small person could have so much strength. Su Xiaoyu, even if you smash me to death today, I will have you accompany me to the grave. You provoked me first, you turned me bent, and I'm sticking to you. What? A cry of surprise came from behind Chu Guani. Everyone's gaze followed the sound, and saw Yu Fengxiao standing there, as if the sky had fallen, staring at Chu Guani. Su Chenggong's head ached. How did the Empress come? And she had to hear the crown prince's words. Wasn't this adding insult to injury? Mother, Empress. Empress. Su Xiaoyu broke free from the 2, ran over, and hugged Yu Fengxiao's leg, wailing, Empress sister, you must stand up for me. I was fine at home, and the crown prince came to my house to force me to drink medicine. Not only that, but he fed me mouth to mouth. My innocence is completely ruined, and he wants me to take responsibility for him. I'm so miserable. Yu Fengxiao looked at Su Xiaoyu, then at her son Chu Guani, whose bleeding had stopped, but whose lips were red and swollen. It seemed as if something incredible had entered her mind. Those 2. Did they do something unspeakable? My son is a homosexual, and he ruined someone else's son. Yu Fengxiao had originally come to the Su residence to see for herself the mother Su Xiaoyu always spoke of. What kind of woman could have raised such a sweet-tongued son? But as soon as she arrived, she heard her son say he had turned gay and intended to cling to Su Xiaoyu. She must have left the house the wrong way today. She must have misheard. Chu Guani stepped forward 2 paces and said firmly to Yu Fengxiao, Mother, your son loves Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu was still waiting for Yu Fengxiao to stand up for him and give Chu Guani a proper scolding, never expecting to hear a confession instead. Wait, does this even make sense? He was straight, and Chu Guani was straight too. He should be marrying a crown princess and fathering a son to inherit the throne, not standing here professing his love for him. Xiaoba, isn't Chu Guani straight? Su Xiaoyu waited for a long while, but received no reply from Xiaoba, and only then realized that Xiaoba had gone offline at some point. I don't like you. I like women, and you don't like me either. You like women too. After shouting this at him, Su Xiaoyu looked up at Yu Fengxiao with pleading eyes, hoping she would say a fair word. Yu Fengxiao finally recovered from the bombshell Chu Guani had dropped and spoke with difficulty. Dear, are you telling the truth? You're not teasing your mother. Chu Guani looked at Su Xiaoyu, his gaze uncharacteristically gentle, his brows and eyes full of smiles, and his voice softened. Mother, your son is telling the truth. I love Su Xiaoyu, and I want to marry him. Every word was resolute beyond measure. As if struck by dreadful news, Su Xiaoyu's vision went black, and he fainted. He fainted from anger. What sin had he committed in his past life to run into a gay guy like Chu Guani? He was straight. He was meant to marry a wife. The moment Su Xiaoyu fainted, Su Qinggong fainted too. The scene descended into chaos once more. Su Xiaoxing was flustered, not knowing whom to carry into a room first, helping one while unable to look after the other. Chu Guani scooped Su Xiaoyu into his arms and hurried towards Su Xiaoyu's room, while ordering the guard Sui Yin to summon the imperial physician. Su Xiaoxing carried Su Qinggong on his back to his room, leaving the two women staring at each other. In the end, it was Lu Shuyu who spoke first. Your Majesty, are you all right? Yu Fengxiao had not yet recovered from the shock her son had given her. Sorting it out, she seemed to know who the real victim was. It was obvious that her son had developed feelings for Su Xiaoyu, but Su Xiaoyu did not like her son. He had come to her to seek justice, and then her son's confession had made Su Xiaoyu faint from anger. Who would have thought? Her son was actually a cut sleeve. It's all right, Xiaoyu. Yu is frail. He must have fainted from anger. Then Lord Su. He fainted from fright. Yu Fengxiao was speechless. Lu Shiyu invited Yu Fengxiao to sit and rest in the main hall while ordering a servant to attend to Su Xiaoyu. If the crown prince kept bustling about like that, her son would be angry enough to die. Unable to reach Xiao Ba and furious and resentful over Chu Guani's sudden confession, Su Xiaoyu managed to make himself faint from anger. The two imperial physicians rushed over in great haste and went separately to the rooms of the father and son. In the end, just as Lu Shiyu had said, one had fainted from fright and the other from anger. Su Xiaoyu was pricked with several needles. When he opened his eyes and saw Chu Guani, he nearly fainted again, but 2 more needles from the physician kept him from losing consciousness. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Seeing you makes me uncomfortable all over, Su Xiaoyu said, shooting him a peevish glare. The imperial physician beside them glanced at the two. His instincts told him there was a huge piece of gossip, and since there was gossip, he absolutely couldn't miss it. He took out 2 more silver needles and was about to stick them into Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu's scalp went numb. This isn't necessary, is it? I'm already fine. The imperial physician replied with the utmost seriousness. Young Master Su may not know this, but you are weak in constitution to begin with. This fit of anger is not good for your health. Su Xiaoyu's eyelids twitched wildly. A silver needle that long piercing into his body. He refused to believe it wouldn't hurt. It's fine, it won't kill me. I won't trouble you, imperial physician. Still eager for gossip, the imperial physician inserted the needle directly into Su Xiaoyu. How can young Master Su joke with his own body? Rest assured it doesn't hurt. Su Xiaoyu felt a sour numbness, but it really didn't hurt, so he let the physician continue needling him. Neither of the two said anything. The imperial physician was consumed with curiosity. He had stayed for the gossip, so how could the two of them remain silent? After the needling was done, the imperial physician had no reason to stay and could only leave with regret. As he stepped out the door, Su Xiaoyu called him back. Imperial physician. The physician was overjoyed inside but kept a calm face. Is young Master Su still unwell? Su Xiaoyu shook his head, glanced at Chu Guani, and asked the physician, can you prescribe some medicine for him to take? To cure his cut sleeve ways. There was no psychiatrist here, so he could only pin his hopes on traditional Chinese medicine. The imperial physician looked at Chu Guani in surprise and asked him, is the crown prince unwell? Chu Guani thought Su Xiaoyu was worried about him. Just now Su Xiaoyu had bumped into his stomach, and it still hurt quite a bit. Su Xiaoyu was definitely concerned about him. No need. I'm fine. Hearing their ambiguous words, the imperial physician became even more tormented by curiosity. He looked at Su Xiaoyu, hoping Su Xiaoyu would spill the tea. Su Xiaoyu got down from the bed and pulled the imperial physician out of the room. Seeing this, Chu Guani moved to follow, but Su Xiaoyu stopped him. You stand right there. Don't move. Chu Guani indeed stood still, and the imperial physician inwardly exclaimed that the two had something going on. Once the two had walked some distance away and confirmed that Chu Guani couldn't hear, Su Xiaoyu asked in a low voice, Imperial physician, is there a medicine that can cure a cut sleeve? For a moment the imperial physician thought he had misheard and reflexively asked, what did you say? Su Xiaoyu explained again, he's a cut sleeve. Is there any medicine that can cure him and make him like women again? The imperial physician remained expressionless. The young Master Su speaks of, who is it? His Highness the Crown Prince. A conflicted look crossed Su Xiaoyu's face. In the end he denied it. It's not him. It's someone else. The imperial physician was no fool. He directly confirmed that he was the Crown Prince. Holy shit. Their Crown Prince was actually a cut sleeve. The one he liked must be this young Master Su. Don't ask him why he was so certain. One look at how the Crown Prince treated young Master Su was enough. Young Master Su, how could such a medicine exist in this world? You might as well let your friend follow his heart. Su Xiaoyu's fair face scrunched into an old bitter melon. Let him follow his heart. Then wouldn't he himself become a meal on Chu Guani's plate? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fine, I understand. Thank you, imperial physician. The imperial physician took his leave and hurried out of the residence, his heart full of the excitement of having obtained juicy gossip. Su Xiaoyu called Xiao Ba in his mind several times. After a burst of static, Xiao Ba came online. Xiao Ba, what happened to you just now? Xiao Ba had long since prepared an excuse. Host, the signal was bad just now, and I dropped offline. Did something happen to you, host? Su Xiaoyu was wilted and listless. Is Chu Guani straight after all? Xiao Ba stared at the data on the screen, his head aching. There was no way to keep hiding it, so he steeled himself and told Su Xiaoyu. Host, he turned gay a couple of days ago. Su Xiaoyu let out a startled cry. What? He turned gay? He was perfectly fine. How did he end up gay? Hearing Su Xiaoyu's startled cry from within the room, Chu Guani emerged, noticing that Su Xiaoyu looked as though he had just learned some staggering revelation. What exactly is going on? How did he become homosexual? I have no idea. A couple of days ago I glanced at him and noticed he had already turned gay. Su Xiaoyu raged inwardly. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Meanwhile, Xiao Ba cowered in a corner trembling and began to make excuses. I thought it didn't really matter whether he was gay or straight, so I didn't report it to the host. In truth, he had deliberately withheld the information. The mission assigned by higher-ups required both him and Chu Guani to complete it. Had he told Su Xiaoyu, the latter would have avoided Chu Guani at all costs, and the mission would never have been accomplished. So he chose silence. Su Xiaoyu's future appeared pitch black, impenetrable, as if blindfolded. He has feelings for me now. What am I supposed to do? Xiao Ba quietly summoned the mission list for Su Xiaoyu to review. Host, perhaps you should take a look at the mission first. Su Xiaoyu focused his eyes and saw that more than half of the mission involved physical intimacy, with Chu Guani kissing earned 10 points, holding hands earned 5 points, sharing a bed earned 50 points, and mouth-to-mouth medicine feeding earned 20 points. This was far more profitable than simply gawking at gossip. He then checked his remaining points and noticed they were noticeably higher than before, over 100 additional points. He did the math. Yesterday's accidental kiss 10 points, today's 2 medicine feeding incidents 40 points, plus sleeping together at night exactly 100 points. Su Xiaoyu's vision blurred again, and he felt faint. What kind of system was this? Wasn't it supposed to be a gossip-gathering system? Then what were these bizarre missions meant for? Chu Guani reached out and pulled him into his embrace, his voice softer than before. Are you still unwell? Su Xiaoyu pushed himself away and sprinted toward the front courtyard, determined to find Yu Fengxiao and demand justice. Afraid something might happen to him, Chu Guani followed behind, urging him to slow down. But instead of complying, Su Xiaoyu ran even faster, nearly tripping halfway there. Empress! Su Xiaoyu slid to his knees and threw himself at Yu Fengxiao's feet, clinging to her legs and wailing loudly. Empress, you can't turn your back on him. I still need to marry and have a granddaughter for my parents. Su Xiaoyu swayed back and forth, clutching Yu Fengxiao's legs desperately, trying to awaken the friendship between them. Seeing his pitiful state, Yu Fengxiao's heart softened. I'll scold him. Please stop crying. You're crying so. She wanted to say it made him look ugly, but upon closer inspection, Su Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with watery brilliance, gazing up at her with such longing that he didn't look ugly at all. In fact, he possessed a fragile, haunting beauty. Wait, is this fair? A boy crying more beautifully than any woman. Is this correct? Yu Fengxiao began to understand why her son had suddenly turned gay. If she were a man, she might have turned gay too. Lu Shiyu, watching him cry, also felt a pang of heartache, and her own eyes began to glisten as she looked at Yu Fengxiao. Yu Fengxiao met her gaze and suddenly felt overwhelming pressure. Su Xiaoyu, still hugging her knees, looked up with such intensity that she could not ignore him. Finally, she glanced at her son, standing at the doorway. How about you let go of this person, Xiaoyu? But Chu Guani's single sentence left her speechless. Then why did Mother Empress fall for Father Emperor? Why didn't you choose someone else back then? Yu Fengxiao realized Chu Guani had a point. Matters of the heart were impossible to explain rationally. Perhaps one day, without warning, she had simply discovered herself falling for him. Su Xiaoyu suddenly rose to his feet, his vision dimmed again, and his body staggered. Chu Guani immediately stepped forward to steady him, genuine concern shining in his eyes. Lu Shiyu suddenly had the thought that her son might end up with the crown prince one day. Su Xiaoyu couldn't understand it. The original host had never even met Chu Guani, and he himself had only known him for a few days. How could Chu Guani suddenly declare his love? I don't like him. Besides, the emperor would never agree. Chu Guani's lips curved into a smile, but the words he spoke sent chills down Su Xiaoyu's spine. Don't worry. I will persuade Father Emperor to grow fond of you. Su Xiaoyu broke down internally, screaming, I don't want the old emperor's favor. I want him to hate me, despise me. The ministers will never approve, Chu Guani replied calmly. I will persuade them. If all else fails, force will suffice. Yu Fengxiao was stunned by Chu Guani's attitude, but after the initial shock, she found it entirely reasonable. After all, Chu Yuanji's own son, he was bound to resemble him. Well, Xiaoyu, how about you give Yi a chance, and try getting along with him? Su Xiaoyu spun around to face her, his pupils trembling violently. His expression seemed to say, Empress with a warm mouth like yours, how can you utter such chilling words? Yu Fengxiao knew she was in the wrong, and dared not meet his gaze, her eyes darting away nervously. Impossible. I still remember everything clearly. He refused to feed me, snatched my food, even deprived me of sleep, tortured me relentlessly, and forced me to drink medicine. His crimes are countless and beyond forgiveness. Yu Fengxiao looked at Chu Guani, signaling her helplessness. If only she had been kinder to him back then, perhaps things wouldn't have escalated to this desperate pursuit. Chu Guani rubbed his nose. Who could have predicted he would fall for Su Xiaoyu? At the time he had only noticed Su Xiaoyu's many flaws and found his inner monologue insufferable. Wanting to tease him had inadvertently led to the current difficult situation. Lu Shiyu decided to fight for her son. Your Highness Xiaoyu has been indulged since childhood. He has numerous shortcomings and lacks proper etiquette. He may not be worthy of you, so I beg you. Chu Guani interrupted her. Madam Su, no one is perfect. He may have many minor flaws, but he is lively, cheerful, bold, and amusing. Being with him is truly relaxing. I am certain I like him. He then turned to Su Xiaoyu. I have never met anyone as bold as you, someone who dares to negotiate with me. At first you always managed to anger me, and in retaliation I wanted to annoy you in return. Seeing you puff up with frustration, yet powerless to respond, seemed quite amusing, which is why I treated you that way. I apologize, it was my mistake. Su Xiaoyu opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss. Chu Guani's words were sincere and full of genuine remorse. There was no excuse he could cling to. Don't think this means I forgive you. It's impossible. With that he bolted outside, hoping to find Zhao Yunqi and vent his frustrations, seeking some advice. Chu Guani was about to chase after him when Yu Fengxiao called out, give Xiaoyu some time to process this. What you did today was indeed inappropriate. Mother Empress, I understand. But now that I know my own heart, I cannot bear to wait another moment. Truly this was very much like Chu Yuanji. He had inherited his father's decisiveness perfectly. Recalling Su Xiaoyu's resistance, Chu Guani obediently refrained from pursuing him further. Lu Shuyu felt an overwhelming headache. What sort of mess was this? Yu Fengxiao had also been deeply affected today, so she escorted Chu Guani and took her leave. After seeing off the two towering figures, she returned to the room to check on Su Qinggong, who remained in a deep coma. Su Xiaoxing comforted her. Mother-father is fine. He'll wake up after a good rest. Have the crown prince and empress already left? Yes, they have. Your father certainly knows how to avoid trouble. Su Xiaoxing smiled. Never mind, father. I almost fainted myself. Mother, you were remarkable. Lu Shuyu glared at him. Stop being cheeky. Xiaoyu ran out. Go find him and make sure nothing else happens. All right. Chu Guani returned straight to the imperial study in the palace, and no matter how hard Yu Fengxiao tried, she could not stop him. Father Emperor. Chu Yuanji saw his son enter so eagerly that he assumed he had some news to report. At this thought he grew excited along with him. For a long while now he had merely been gathering gossip. There were not many useful pieces of information, but the melons he had eaten proved somewhat valuable after all. Does Ear have some news? Chu Guani fell silent for 2 seconds, then instructed the chief steward, please fetch the imperial physician first. To be safe it would be best to have the physician on standby, so that if his majesty fainted the doctor could attend to him immediately. The smile on Chu Yuan's face gradually faded as he carefully asked, has something happened? Chu Guani nodded. Indeed something had happened, something significant. A matter of life and love. Chu Yuanji took a deep breath to steady himself. Go ahead. Father can bear it. Could it be that the borders had fallen and the enemy had breached them? Yet no ill tidings had come from the frontier. Could one of his ministers have betrayed the country? That seemed unlikely, for Su Qiaoyu's inner thoughts had not mentioned anything of the sort. But silence did not necessarily mean no treason existed. Wait, why did his son appear both pleased and disappointed? What could have happened to draw such an expression from his usually composed son? Tell father what occurred. I can endure it. Could it be that Su Qiaoyu had come to harm? Chu Guani looked at him with complicated eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he insisted, Father, please wait for the physician. A dark premonition swelled in Chu Yuanji's heart. Could it be? Something had happened to himself. Had he fallen gravely ill? Yet the imperial physicians had found nothing wrong when they took his pulse. Only able to anxiously wait for the physician, Chu Yuanji's mind conjured no fewer than 100 possible scenarios of what his son might say. Finally, when the physician arrived, Chu Guani stepped back 2 paces and spoke the words his father had been agonizing to hear. Father, this son has fallen in love. Chu Yuanji had expected some misfortune, not this. He laughed heartily, his voice brimming with joy. This is wonderful news. Which family's daughter? Shall I grant a betrothal edict for you? Lost in the delight of soon holding his grandchild, he failed to notice Chu Guani continue. This son loves Su Qiaoyu. Which family's daughter? I was too overjoyed and did not hear clearly. Chu Yuanji watched his son's lips move and heard the name he had been eagerly anticipating, Su Qiaoyu. He did not understand. Were they not discussing the future crown princess, the emperor's future daughter-in-law? Forget about Su Qiaoyu for now. We must discuss your future crown princess, the future granddaughter-in-law of this emperor. This son does not love women. This son loves Su Qiaoyu. This son loves Su Qiaoyu. Those words struck like thunder from a clear sky, leaving Chu Yuanji stunned and frozen. The joy on his face slowly hardened into shock as his mind replayed his son's confession over and over. He tried to comprehend, but the characters before him seemed meaningless. Say that again. Chu Guani stepped back 2 more paces, ensuring he was out of reach, and repeated, Father, this son loves Su Qiaoyu. This son wishes to marry him. Chu Yuanji stood up, grabbed an inkstone from the desk, and was about to hurl it. Then remembered it was a gift from Yu Fengxiao. He set it down gently, and picked up a memorial, instead flinging it at his son. Speechless with rage, he could only throw memorials one after another, his face flushed red, gasping for breath. Thus she was equally stunned by Chu Guani's confession and froze, forgetting to intervene. Chu Guani darted left and right, skillfully dodging every flying memorial. Once all the memorials on the desk were thrown, he snatched up the imperial seal and hurled it, as well, roaring, disgraceful son. You seek to die from angering me. There are countless worthy women in this world, yet you choose to love a man. Fine. If you were but a commoner, I might grudgingly accept it. But you are the crown prince destined to inherit the throne. You must produce an heir to carry on the lineage, not extinguish it completely. Chu Guani caught the imperial seal and explained patiently, Father, this son has several younger royal brothers who will each marry and have children. There will undoubtedly be outstanding princes. This son may adopt one, and the succession will continue uninterrupted. Anger surged through Chu Yuanji's body. His vision dimmed, and his eyes rolled back before he collapsed faintly into his chair. She cried out in alarm and rushed forward to catch him, while Chu Guani hurriedly summoned the physicians waiting outside. The imperial physician had caught fragments of the father-son dispute, but could not make out the details followed by urgent summons. After examining the emperor, he concluded, Your Majesty has fainted from overwhelming anger. Chu Guani had anticipated this. Please, physician, attend to my father. Just then Yu Fengxiao entered, and saw Chu Yuanji collapsed in his chair. She sighed inwardly, at last too late. After returning to the palace, she had grown increasingly uneasy, fearing that her son's news might anger Chu Yuanji beyond control. She had come to persuade him only to arrive one step too late. You should return first. Do not further upset your father. Reluctantly, Chu Guani bowed. Then this son shall return to the eastern palace first. Mother, please persuade father to calm himself. Go quickly. Not long after he left, Chu Yuanji regained consciousness. Seeing Yu Fengxiao, he clutched her waist, buried his face against her chest, and began complaining. Do you know what Chu Guani said? He says he loves a man, Su Chaoyu. Yu Fengxiao had already accepted this reality and remained comparatively composed. I am aware. Chu Yuanji jerked his head up, his eyes wide with shock, his voice cracking. You know. Yu Fengxiao recounted everything that had happened at the Su residence. Chu Yuanji listened in silence, unsure whether to praise or blame Su Chaoyu. Su Chaoyu does not love you. On what grounds does he refuse? Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, Yu Fengxiao said, Consider all the things your son has done to Xiaoyu. It would be abnormal if he did feel otherwise. Your son even frightened Xiaoyu into fainting, and Lord Su himself fainted from shock. Look at the mess your son has made. Chu Yuanji could not help but retort, he is still your son. The facts remain as they are. Handle it as you see fit. Don't just leave it to me. You are his mother. You must also find a solution. Yu Fengxiao's reply left him speechless. How am I to intervene? Your son inherited your stubbornness, relentlessly pursuing Xiaoyu and driving him to despair. I cannot manage this. Chu Yuanji massaged his temples, a splitting headache emerging. He could almost imagine his future grandson sprouting wings and flying away, calling out, Grandfather, we shall never meet again. At this thought, he wished to faint once more, sparing himself this turmoil. No, I must send Su Chaoyu away. If Yi cannot see him, perhaps his affection will fade over time. Just as Chu Yuanji praised his own cleverness, Yu Fengxiao delivered a devastating blow. Does your son lack legs? Will he not go after Xiaoyu himself? Her words were painfully reasonable. Su Chaoyu left the mansion and halfway down the road heard Xiaoba's reminder. Host, don't forget to do the task. Today's opportunity is perfect. The Prime Minister will return home soon and his wife doesn't know he's back. She's having an affair with the steward. Do I look like I'm in the mood to do tasks? How long until the Prime Minister returns home? Half an hour from now. After replying inwardly, Su Chaoyu rushed to the Zhao residence without stopping. He went straight to Zhao Yunxi and had a servant write a few characters. Then the two headed toward the Prime Minister's mansion. I've learned that the Prime Minister will be home soon. His wife is still meeting with the same man as yesterday. Let's have some fun today. The two exchanged a knowing smile, a hint of mischief curling at the corners of their mouths. What do you plan to do? Su Chaoyu waved the note in his hand. Give it to him. Once he sees it, he'll definitely go to that place. Then the Prime Minister will surely see it. Zhao Yunxi was still a bit worried, but then he thought of Xiao Ba's supernatural power and figured everything would be fine. The two disguised themselves near the Prime Minister's mansion, found a child, and instructed him to deliver the note to a servant. The child happily took the silver and went to deliver the note. The gatekeeper of the Prime Minister's mansion tried to shoo him away, but upon seeing the content of the note, his expression changed. He snatched the note and ran into the mansion. At that moment, the Prime Minister had just changed his clothes. The next moment, he received a note from a servant. After reading its contents, he snorted disdainfully, tore it up, and threw it away. Some people really dare to send anything here. With that, he headed toward the garden. His wife loved to admire the flowers in the garden at this hour. He hadn't told her he was back, intending to surprise her. The Prime Minister was a strikingly handsome middle-aged man, even by today's standards. His gaze was deep and imposing, commanding respect without anger. His back was straight, his step steady, and he walked toward the garden at a measured pace. Having circled the garden without seeing his wife, the contents of the note surfaced in his mind. As if possessed, he headed toward the back gate mentioned in the note. He thought, forget it, I'll just go take a look. My wife would never do such a thing. Meanwhile, Su Chaoyu, as he had done the day before, sneaked in through the back gate. He and Zhao Yunxi huffed and puffed as they climbed the tree. No sooner had they hidden themselves than the Prime Minister's wife and the man slipped behind the rockery one after the other. Just like yesterday, the two quickly began their act. The two on the tree watched the explicit scene below with excitement. The next moment their vision went dark, just as it had the day before. Wait, who's covering his eyes again today? If he could make a sound, he would definitely give that person a piece of his mind. A familiar scent reached his nose. First the faint fragrance of ink, then the bitter freshness of cedar, and the subtle sweetness of sandalwood like the dying embers of a brazier on a winter day. The moment he caught the scent, Su Chaoyu immediately guessed it was Chu Guani, who had just recently returned to the palace. Was this man bored with nothing to do? He should be handling official duties in the palace, so why did he come looking for him again? Zhao Yunxi was similarly annoyed. Just as he was about to see the crucial scene, his eyes were suddenly covered, and he was inexplicably furious. Chu Guani again turned Su Chaoyu around and covered his ears to prevent the indecent sounds from contaminating them. Su Chaoyu rolled his eyes at him, then closed his eyes deliberately to avoid looking at him. Xiaoba, can you contact the higher-ups and change Chu Guani's sexual orientation? Can you make him like women and stop bothering me? Xiaoba replied weakly, host, I did find a chance to ask the higher-ups, and they said. The way it stuttered made Su Chaoyu want to slap it twice. Hurry up and tell me, what did the higher-ups say? They said that your and the Crown Prince's romantic storyline was set in advance and cannot be changed. Upon hearing this, Chu Guani couldn't suppress a smile, his lips nearly stretching to his ears. The attendant Sui Yin couldn't help sneaking a glance at him. His Highness was truly trapped in love. A little figure in Su Chaoyu's mind screamed madly, then why wasn't it shown from the beginning? At first the higher-ups forgot to release it. They only released the task after finishing their busy work 2 days ago. Su Chaoyu wanted to strangle Xiaoba, and that higher-ups. He was a perfectly good straight man, and now they wanted him to turn gay for the task. It was simply inhuman. Some were delighted, some were furious, and some were shocked. Zhao Yunxi, who overheard Su Chaoyu's inner thoughts, thought he had misheard. He pinched himself hard, and the pain proved he had heard correctly. So that means Xiao Yu and the Crown Prince are a couple. Xiao Yu is going to turn gay. How long has it been? Xiao Yu is going to turn gay. Xiaoba reminded Su Chaoyu, host, the Prime Minister is coming. Zhao Yunxi was still in shock when a furious roar came from below. What are you doing? A scream followed. Master Yu, how are you back? Listen to me, it's not what it looks like. Su Chaoyu pushed away Chu Guani's hand and turned to look down. He saw the Prime Minister's wife standing there with her clothes in disarray, while the man hurriedly pulled up his pants and fell to his knees begging for mercy. The Prime Minister's face was ashen. All his composure had turned to rage. He could not believe what he was seeing. His wife was fornicating with another man, in broad daylight. At that moment, all his beliefs collapsed. His wife, whom he had always respected, had cuckolded him. He didn't know how long this cuckolding had been going on, nor whether his son was his. He shook off his wife's hand as she tried to grasp him, suppressing his rage as he asked, when did you start doing this with him? The Prime Minister's wife fell to the ground. The exposed skin was covered in bruises, some from days ago, some from today. It was evident how intense the affair had been. At the sight, the Prime Minister's eyes were bloodshot, almost popping out of their sockets. He raised his hand high, but it never fell on his wife. He lowered his hand, closed his eyes, and calmed his inner fury. After a long moment, he asked in a hoarse voice, is Jura my child? The Prime Minister's wife's gaze flickered for a moment before she answered firmly, he is your child. Jira is your child. But the Prime Minister did not miss the flicker in her eyes and understood instantly. He had long suspected that Meng Zhi was not his son. Every time he had doubts, she would say that Meng Zhi resembled her that a son takes after his uncle, and he foolishly believed her. He had raised another man's son for 20 years. His wife had cuckolded him. What in this world was still worth believing? I will give you a letter of divorce. Take that bastard and go back to your maiden home. He could no longer tolerate his wife's actions. He never wanted to see her again. The Prime Minister's wife wept, tears and snot streaming down her face. She grabbed the hem of his robe and begged, husband, you can't do this. I was momentarily bewitched and made this foolish mistake. Please give me one more chance. The man on the ground was trembling, terrified that the Prime Minister would deal with him. In the end, the Prime Minister divorced his wife, and the adulterer, a servant of the household, was sold off directly. Su Xiaoyu had no time to care about the rest, for Chu Guani was right behind him, pressed against his back, one hand resting on his waist, suspiciously taking advantage of him. Right now he had to deal with this wretched man. The people under the tree had all left. Su Xiaoyu pried the hand off his waist and hugged the trunk, preparing to climb down. The next instant another hand wound around his waist again. I'll take you out. Su Xiaoyu wanted to say no need, but before he could open his mouth, Chu Guani lifted him and flew over the wall. Zhao Yunxi glanced at Sui Yin, who promptly grabbed him by the collar and followed behind Chu Guani. After landing, Zhao Yunxi said weakly, guard brother, you could hold me like His Highness did, but could you please not grab my collar? It makes it hard for me to breathe and hurts my neck. Sui Yin glanced at him and gave a faint The first thing Su Xiaoyu did upon landing was pry off Chu Guani's hand. The moment he pried it away, that hand wrapped around him again like a ghost. Su Xiaoyu lost count of how many times he peeled it off, yet the man persisted, relentlessly clinging on without fail. In the end, Su Xiaoyu was exhausted and stopped bothering. Can you just go back to your imperial palace? The palace has no you in it. It's boring. Xiaoba, isn't he supposed to be cold and aloof? Isn't he breaking his persona right now? And who taught him to say such sweet words? Host, his aloofness is reserved for others. With outsiders, yes, he's cold. But with you, his beloved, it's different. Think about it. Growing up with parents of such temperaments, how could he be cold to everyone? Also, when one falls in love, there's no need to be taught. Sweet words come naturally. Su Xiaoyu hadn't spent much time with the emperor, but he could tell that even in his youth the old emperor had been quite the restless spirit. The empress was gentle and beautiful, clearly reliable. Growing up in such an environment, his temperament should be similar to his parents. No, I have to ask my mother to arrange a blind date for me. I refuse to believe that if I date a woman and plan to marry her, he would still come harass me. The faint smile on Chu Guani's face faded, replaced by a layer of frost. The hand coiled around Su Xiaoyu's waist tightened slightly. Marry a woman? Impossible. Su Xiaoyu could only marry him. Even if Su Xiaoyu didn't like him now, that didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. Xiaoba advised him, "Host, you'd better drop it. Do you think the crown prince will let you go on a blind date smoothly? Once he learns of it, he'll only obstruct you even more." Su Xiaoyu realized Xiaoba was right, and instantly wilted like an eggplant struck by frost. The hand Chu Guani had placed on Su Xiaoyu's waist loosened a little, and his expression warmed. Zhao Yunqi's gaze darted back and forth between the two. Catching sight of Chu Guani's arm around Su Xiaoyu's waist, his eyes gleamed with the thrill of having stumbled upon a juicy piece of gossip. When he got home, he would ask his father how the crown prince and little fish interacted at court. He was determined to ship Yu Xiaoyu Guani to the very end. Su Xiaoyu was still racking his brains for a way to dodge Chu Guani, unaware that his good friend behind him had already started shipping their CP. Chu Guani shot Sui Nian a look. Sui Nian understood and carried Zhao Yunqi toward the Zhao residence. "Hey, wait, where are you taking me? I still want to play with little fish." Sui Nian answered with only 4 words, "Taking you home." He gave Zhao Yunqi no chance to refuse. Zhao Yunqi wanted to call out to Su Xiaoyu, but found himself unable to speak. He kicked and flailed wildly, but Sui Nian remained as steady as a mountain, carrying him toward the Zhao residence. "I sealed your mute acupoint." Zhao Yunqi resigned himself to fate. How could he, with the strength of a limp chicken, shake a guard who trained martial arts year-round and was immensely strong? Su Xiaoyu hadn't yet noticed Zhao Yunqi's forced departure. Still deep in thought, he unknowingly walked all the way to the palace gate. And how had he gotten there? Wasn't it because that certain someone, seeing him distracted, deliberately steered him in this direction? Su Xiaoyu snapped back to his senses and turned toward home without sparing Chu Guani a single glance. Only then did he remember that Zhao Yunqi had vanished somewhere. Chu Guani noticed his confusion and explained, "I had Sui Nian take him home. Don't worry. Are you sure you want to go back? The imperial kitchen just made some pastries that taste quite good. Would you like to come in and try some?" At the mention of pastries, Su Xiaoyu's feet seemed glued to the ground by strong adhesive, unable to take another step toward home. "Damn, legs move. What's so great about the imperial kitchen's pastries? Can't you be more ambitious?" "But the imperial kitchen's pastries really do taste amazing." "Woo. He wanted to eat pastries, wanted to eat the imperial kitchen's dishes. Going home to eat mother's cooking. Mother's cooking was even better. But it was so hot out, making mother cook would be exhausting for her." Su Xiaoyu stood in place, wrestling with himself for 5 minutes, continuously rationalizing, until at last he turned his steps toward the palace. Eat. Why not? That wretched man had taken advantage of him twice today. Not eating would be a disservice to all he'd suffered. Chu Guani's mood surged and leapt like ocean waves, unable to suppress the joy within him. As expected, food was the way to his heart. It seemed he should have the kitchen prepare all sorts of novel dishes from now on. Su Xiaoyu followed Chu Guani to the bedchamber, where a plate of pastries was indeed set on the table. "It's hot in summer and easy to get heatstroke, so I had the imperial kitchen make these with mung beans. Try them." As he spoke, he took a damp cloth, grabbed Su Xiaoyu's hand, and moved to wipe it for him. Su Xiaoyu pulled his hand back and took the cloth to wipe it himself. He had hands of his own, and no need for others to help him. He picked up a mung bean cake with feigned reserve. The outside was a thin layer of pastry. With one bite, it was cool and refreshing, the sweet mung bean paste melting in his mouth, the sweetness of honey, the fragrance of mung beans, and the rich aroma of milk. It tasted much like the mung bean cakes of the modern world. Su Xiaoyu devoured 2 in a row, his eyes narrowing and bliss cheeks puffed out, just like the squirrel Chu Guani had seen as a child. A bit of mung bean paste clung to his lips. Chu Guani's gaze unconsciously fixed on those lips, and only one thought remained in his mind: he wanted a taste. Su Xiaoyu noticed his stare and quietly shielded the plate of mung bean cakes. They were supposed to be for him. That wretched man had better not steal his cakes. But then again, they were originally his. Would it be rude not to share? And if he didn't, would he still get to eat the imperial kitchen's dishes and pastries in the future? After a difficult internal struggle, Su Xiaoyu picked up a mung bean cake and hesitantly held it out to him. "You said these were for me. Here, have a taste." A smile rose in Chu Guani's eyes, and the curve of his lips deepened. He lowered his head and took a bite, right where Su Xiaoyu had bitten. Su Xiaoyu looked at the mung bean cake with only a tiny bit left and set it down on the table in disgust. It was covered in his saliva. No way he was eating that. Chu Guani froze, not expecting Su Xiaoyu to be disgusted by him. He picked up the tiny leftover piece of cake and popped it into his mouth. "Can't waste it." Su Xiaoyu pretended not to hear and continued eating the cake in his hand. What a lunatic. Ignore him. After finishing the plate of pastries, Su Xiaoyu rose without a trace of hesitation and made to leave. Fu Qiuan, who had been waiting outside, seized the moment and entered with a food box in hand. "Your Highness, the chilled mung bean soup you requested is ready, along with some chilled watermelon." Su Xiaoyu heard there was more food, and his feet slowed to a snail's pace, his eyes darting back repeatedly. Mung bean soup. Sipping a bowl of chilled mung bean soup in summer was pure bliss. And the chilled watermelon. He wanted some of that too. Fu Qiuan took out everything from the food box, including a plate of juju paste cakes. Su Xiaoyu inwardly scorned himself. He could make mung bean soup at home, buy chilled watermelon from Xiaoba, and get juju paste cakes from the street-side pastry shop. He wasn't tempted by that shoe dog's food. That's what he thought, but his feet refused to budge another inch, rooted to the ground as he stood motionless staring at the food. That Chu dog did it on purpose, deliberately luring him with food. Chu Guani barely suppressed his laughter and spoke up to detain him. Would you like some more? Su Xiaoyu should have turned around decisively, sat down, and shamelessly continued eating. He had no idea how hard his brother was searching for him outside. Su Xiaoxing first went to the Zhao residence, but they said the two had gone out and didn't know where, as they hadn't mentioned it. He had to go out and search for them. After searching for a long time, without finding anyone, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through, yet he still hadn't spotted the two figures. Finally, he had to wait at the Zhao residence. The moment he stepped inside, Zhao Yunxi was dragged in by someone. The person who brought Zhao Yunxi was a guard he recognized, the crown prince's attendant. Xiaoqi, where is Xiaoyu? Didn't he go out with you? Zhao Yunxi replied with great uncertainty. He's with the crown prince. He should have gone back, I suppose. Suingyan set Zhao Yunxi down and answered, His Highness has taken young Master Su back to the palace. Su Xiaoxing's vision went dark. He had searched all this time, sweated and dizzy from the heat, only to have the crown prince take him away again. May I ask, sir, when will His Highness let Xiaoyu return? Suingyan gave him a meaningful look, and his words made Su Xiaoxing break out in a cold sweat for his younger brother. He probably won't be able to come back today. Suingyan finished speaking and left, leaving Su Xiaoxing and Zhao Yunxi staring at each other. He supposed he'd better go home and tell his parents. Su Xiaoyu ate and drank to his heart's content, then grew drowsy. He wanted to leave the palace, but his legs refused to move. He sat in the chair, waging a war with his own limbs. In the end, he couldn't persuade his legs to stand up. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chu Guani content scooped Su Xiaoyu into his arms and laid him on the bed. It seemed he would be staying here tonight. How wonderful. He would send someone to the Su residence to inform them, so they wouldn't worry. Just as Su Xiaoyu had dozed off, she came to summon Chu Guani to the imperial study. He didn't need to guess what his father wanted to discuss. It was certainly about him and Su Xiaoyu. In the imperial study, Chu Yuanji paced back and forth. He couldn't understand how his perfectly good son had suddenly turned gay, and of all people had fallen for Su Xiaoyu. What was so good about Su Xiaoyu? What on earth was so good about him? Chu Guani called out to him, Father. Chu Yuanji's face was stern and displeased, with the clear intention of splitting them apart. Why did you bring Su Xiaoyu back again? It seems perfectly normal to bring the person you like home. Chu Yuanji was furious at his lack of ambition. What do you like about Su Xiaoyu? Find someone else. There are countless talented women in the capital, but surely one of them is worthy of you. Chu Guani replied calmly, Father, then why didn't you find someone else back then? Why did you have to love Mother? That's different. How is it different? You loved Mother and married her. I love Su Xiaoyu, and I want to marry him. Chu Yuanji slammed the table in rage, raising his voice. I won't agree. Don't even think about it. Chu Guani dropped another sentence that made Chu Yuanji faint again. Then I shall marry into the Su family and renounce being crown prince. Let my younger brothers take the position. Chu Yuanji fainted once more. She hastily sent for the imperial physician and also dispatched someone to summon the empress. Chu Guani sighed. His father's mental fortitude was as poor as ever. When the imperial physician and the empress arrived after much fuss, Chu Yuanji woke up, and his first words were, Get lost. The sight of you infuriates me. Your son takes his leave. Chu Guani turned around smoothly and left. Yu Fengxiao had to console Chu Yuanji for a long time before he calmed down. He held her and muttered, Do you know what he said? He said if I don't agree to him marrying Su Xiaoyu, he'll marry into the Su family and even give up being crown prince. Look at him. He's determined to anger me to death. Xiaoyu is a good child. If it really comes to it, why not just agree? Chu Yuanji swore he would never agree. He was determined to break them apart, to separate the two. Tomorrow, while he wasn't paying attention, he would exile Su Xiaoyu and send that brat to the military camp for training. He was sure that given enough time, he would no longer like Su Xiaoyu. Chu Guani returned to his bedchamber. He sat by the bed watching Su Xiaoyu sleep soundly, then removed his outer robe and lay down, pulling Su Xiaoyu into his arms to sleep. As for the stack of memorials in the study, whoever wanted to read them could. He certainly had no time now. When Su Xiaoyu woke up, it was already dark outside. Still dazed with sleep, he thought he was at home. He stretched his arms, and his hand touched something. Startled, he kicked the person off the bed with both hands and feet, jumped down from the bed, grabbed a nearby stool, and was about to smash it down. Chu Guani was dreaming of marrying Su Xiaoyu. At the crucial moment of the dream, a great force kicked him awake. Before he could even process it, he was thrown off the bed. In the darkness, he saw Su Xiaoyu raising a stool to strike him, and quickly stopped him. No, no, no. It's me. Su Xiaoyu heard the voice, froze for a moment, then realized it was Chu Guani. After 2 seconds, he set down the stool. I really want to hit him with this stool. Host, if you hit him, you might lose your husband. Say that again, and I'll hit you too. Xiao Ba made a zipping gesture over its mouth, curled up in a corner, and stayed silent, like an invisible cat. Chu Guani got up from the floor and called for Fu Chuan to light the candles. The candlelight flickered, dispersing the darkness, and also illuminated Su Xiaoyu's expression as he stared at Chu Guani like a criminal. Are you hungry? I'll have Fu Chuan bring some food. What would you like? Su Xiaoyu looked at him without speaking. Xiao Ba, don't you think he turned gay a bit too quickly? To be honest, host, the original setting was that he would start to realize he likes you in 2 months, and then pursue you relentlessly. Then why is it 2 months early? Maybe it's because during these few days of getting along with you, he discovered your good qualities and fell for you ahead of schedule. Su Xiaoyu ignored Xiao Ba and kept staring at Chu Guani. Did you do that on purpose? Chu Guanyi knew he was referring to luring him with food, and admitted it generously. Yes. I wanted to spend time with you. Su Xiaoyu felt drained of all strength and means. What do you like about me? I'll change. Chu Guanyi teased him on purpose. I like that you like women. Su Xiaoyu, that really can't be changed. It's getting late. I need to leave the palace and go home. You said it yourself, it's late. The palace gates are already locked. You can't get out. Su Xiaoyu was driven to frenzy. Xiao Ba, can I tear down the palace like Sure Ian next door? Host, he could afford the damages if he tore it down. Could you? Tired of this. Let the world be destroyed. Nobody needs to survive. Boom, a blinding light flashed outside, and seconds later the thunderous roar of a colossal lightning strike shook the entire palace. Looks like rain is coming. Fu Quan, quickly fetch some food, or it'll be difficult to travel in the heavy downpour. Fu Quan received the order and hurried off to instruct the palace servants to bring food. Su Xiaoyu glared viciously at him. The wretched fellow had more schemes than a wasp's nest. For Su Xiaoyu there was little difference between thunder and rain. Rain meant he could curl up at home and sleep, which was rather pleasant. But lately he harbored no fondness for rainy days at all. I'm going to my old room. He refused to sleep in the same chamber as that dog Chu. Sensing his displeasure, Xiao Ba reminded him, Host, 50 points have just been credited to your account. With the lottery draw imminent, Xiao Ba used this as leverage to persuade Su Xiaoyu. Host, you're about to accumulate enough points for the draw. Why not rest tonight and hold hands while you do? That way you can spin the lottery immediately without waiting. Su Xiaoyu would rather wait 2 extra days leisurely gathering gossip and accumulating points. No, he replied. But Chu Guanyi was far too clever. If Su Xiaoyu wouldn't initiate, he'd simply take the lead himself. He reached out and grasped Su Xiaoyu's hand. Soft as a peeled egg, delicate and smooth, utterly enchanting. Su Xiaoyu's grip tightened as he looked down to see another hand clasped firmly with his own fingers interlaced. He tried to pull away, but Chu Guanyi held on tightly. No matter how hard Su Xiaoyu struggled, he couldn't break free. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ba played the notification sound. Host points have been credited. Put in some effort tonight, and you'll be able to draw from the lottery. Get lost. I haven't even settled the score with you over that peerless martial art yet. You're a system, and you don't even know what the so-called peerless martial art actually is. What good are you to me? How could Xiao Ba have known that this peerless martial art was anything but legitimate? It had assumed the best and failed to verify, inadvertently leading its host astray. Host, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Think about it. You wake up each morning, catch your reflection in the mirror, and find yourself even more handsome, dashing, and refined than the day before. How wonderful is that? Recalling his transformation over the past 2 days, Su Xiaoyu could only desire death. With a grim expression he retorted, Don't tell me you have some misunderstanding of what handsome, dashing, and graceful actually mean. You call this handsome and dashing? Whose notion of elegance involves a round, perky rear? And who describes charm as having fingers so weak and boneless? Which gentleman's reputation for grace includes a complexion so delicate it could be pierced by a breath as white and lustrous as jade? Chu Guanyi mused that this explained why Su Xiaoyu's skin had grown paler and his handsome features appeared softer and more supple these past few days. It was all due to that peerless martial art. You mentioned his rear grew rounder and more elevated. Is that truly so? He desperately wanted to test it himself. Tilting his head back slightly, Chu Guanyi lowered his gaze toward that very place. Indeed, it did appear somewhat lifted. Still uncertain, he examined it further. Au's robes hung loosely, completely concealing the shape beneath. There was no way to tell if anything had actually changed. He resolved to commission tighter garments tomorrow, particularly fitted around the hips. He needed to see it for himself. Su Xiaoyu suddenly felt the weight of an intense gaze, and turned to discover Chu Guanyi staring directly at his rear. Humiliated and furious, a blush rose across his porcelain-pale cheeks, and he swiftly delivered a sharp slap with his left hand. Smack! The sound echoed through the bedchamber. Chu Guanyi froze for a moment, then caught the faint floral fragrance clinging to Su Xiaoyu's skin. A gentle sting followed across his cheek, like feathers brushing his skin, ticklish rather than painful, almost pleasing. Vile creature. Though both were men, Chu Guanyi was drawn to his kind, and that predatory gaze was unacceptable. I was merely shooing mosquitoes from the floor. Why strike me? Chu Guanyi refused to admit he'd been admiring his posterior, for Yu would surely retreat to his former chambers. Do you take me for a fool? I know exactly what you were looking at. Move aside. I'm returning to my old room to sleep. Chu Guanyi lied smoothly. That bedchamber is undergoing renovations. It's uninhabitable. Su Xiaoyu would have believed such nonsense if he'd seen a sow climb a tree. There are plenty of other rooms here. One must be livable. Unfortunately, that won't be possible. Aside from this room, all others are being renovated. Annual maintenance falls due these past couple of days. Su Xiaoyu refused to believe him, wrenched his hand free, and strode toward the exit. He'd soon discover whether that dog Chu was telling the truth. Boom! Thunder cracked overhead and torrents of rain poured down in thick drops, forcing Su Xiaoyu to retreat just as he'd stepped forward. Of all times to rain. Not a moment sooner or later, he muttered. Rest assured I won't lay a hand on you. You may stay here tonight. Su Xiaoyu had no choice but to remain. Rainy days were his greatest inconvenience. Clothes would soak through and require changing, far too troublesome. Soon after, the palace servant returned with Su Xiaoyu's favorite dishes. It's rather late now, a lighter fare will digest more easily. Tomorrow I'll prepare your beloved braised ribs and lacquered pig trotters. Su Xiaoyu fumed inwardly. Who in their right mind would stay here tomorrow? Don't think food will sway me. Shu Guanyi smiled. By dawn he'd attend morning court, and upon his return he'd find ample means to keep him. Su Chaoyu devoured his meal voraciously, then obediently followed the servant to bathe. Returning to the couch, he began negotiating with Xiaoba. Shu Guanyi waited patiently for him to fall asleep, but long after Su Chaoyu remained wide awake and full of energy. It wasn't until the late hours of the night that Su Chaoyu finally drifted off. Shu Guanyi rose, carried him to bed, and couldn't resist pressing kisses to his forehead and cheeks. Remembering that holding hands earned points, he took Su Chaoyu's hand and fell asleep. At first light the following day, Shu Guanyi rose for morning court. Moving quietly, he dressed and departed. Though he'd slept barely over an hour, he appeared revitalized, as if rested through the night, his steps brimming with vigor. Scarcely had he left for court when attendants came to rouse Su Chaoyu. Lord Su, His Majesty commands you to depart the capital today and return to your maternal grandfather's estate. Su Chaoyu hadn't slept at all, lying dazed in bed with heavy eyelids. The palace servants dispatched by she swiftly dressed and prepared him, yet even as he boarded the carriage he still hadn't comprehended what was unfolding. Where are you taking me? He asked the accompanying guard. This subordinate follows imperial orders to escort Lord Su to his maternal grandfather's residence. Upon hearing this, Su Chaoyu felt no anxiety whatsoever and promptly fell asleep. He recognized this guard. They had met before. The old emperor's decree to send him to his grandmother's home suited him perfectly. He could evade Shu Guanyi while enjoying escort protection. It was an ideal arrangement. Before drifting off, Su Chaoyu remembered to request, "Please have the guard brother prepare some food. I get hungry quickly." The guard assented. The emperor had already given explicit instructions to care for Lord Su properly. Even without being asked, they would never let him go hungry. Shu Guanyi finished the morning court and prepared to return to the eastern palace. Thinking that Su Xiaoyu was still asleep, his heart stirred with anticipation. Shu Yuanji saw through his thoughts and called out to him, "Your Highness, come with me to the imperial study." "Want to go back to find Su Xiaoyu?" "No way. I'll even seal the windows for you." After discussing state affairs in the imperial study, Shu Yuanji ordered him to go to the military camp. It was summer and the soldiers were prone to heat stroke, so he should also deliver some medicinal herbs. Shu Guanyi didn't want to go, but Shu Yuanji's tone brooked no refutation, so he had to head to the military camp. At this time Su Xiaoyu was sleeping soundly in the carriage. The carriage jolted all the way, but it couldn't jolt him awake. The guards marveled at Su Xiaoyu's excellent sleep quality. Even such jolting couldn't wake him. When Su Xiaoyu woke up, he lifted the carriage curtain and found they had left the city. He didn't know where they were, and Shu Guanyi hadn't caught up. It seemed that Shu Guanyi still didn't know he was no longer in the palace. How wonderful. For this period, I won't have to see Shu Guanyi's face anymore. "Guard brother, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry." The guard took out some food bought on the road and handed it to him. Su Xiaoyu took it, some dry steamed buns and flatbreads. At this moment Su Xiaoyu didn't mind the lack of meat or vegetables. He gnawed on them with water. "I'll have a proper meal when we get to the inn." Su Xiaoyu asked the guard outside. "Guard brother, the crown prince doesn't know I'm going to my maternal grandfather's house, right? His Majesty sent you out without the crown prince's knowledge, so he won't know for a while." Su Xiaoyu was in high spirits. Even the steamed bun tasted sweeter than usual. After a whole day in the carriage, when Su Xiaoyu got off at dusk, he was completely dizzy. The carriage ride was fine at first, but after a long time his body felt like it was falling apart. They happened to pass by a small town and decided to stay at an inn for the night. After booking a room, Su Xiaoyu headed straight for it. Oh, the modern world is so much better. Traveling is convenient and not tiring, and you can order takeout. After dinner, Su Xiaoyu washed up and went straight to sleep. Although the journey was a bit tiring, at least Shu Guanyi wasn't around, so he felt relaxed and carefree. Meanwhile, Shu Guanyi spent the day at the military camp. When he returned to his bedchamber, that evening his big, beautiful spouse was gone. He asked the palace servants and learned that Su Xiaoyu had woken up and returned to the Su residence. So he had to sleep alone. Without Au by his side, it was so boring. After finishing with the memorials, Shu Guanyi bathed and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, he dreamed of Su Xiaoyu. In the dream, Su Xiaoyu kissed him passionately and kept teasing him. Shu Guanyi turned the tables, and eventually they kissed all the way to the bed. Su Xiaoyu stripped off his clothes, his entire body fair as jade, tender enough to squeeze water. Because of arousal, his skin flushed pink like a sweet, juicy peach, irresistible to bite. Shu Guanyi's breathing grew heavy. He kissed Su Xiaoyu's neck, leaving one plum blossom, two plum blossoms. On the pink skin bloomed red plum blossoms paired with Su Xiaoyu's hazy eyes and flushed cheeks, both innocent and seductive. Shu Guanyi's Adam's apple bobbed continuously. He turned over and pressed Su Xiaoyu beneath him. "Au, will you marry me?" "Yes, Crown Prince brother." Your Highness, Your Highness. It's time to get up for morning court." The voice of Fuchuan reached his ears. Shu Guanyi was immersed in the dream and didn't want to wake up. He and Au were doing something wonderful, and they were almost there. However, the Su Xiaoyu in the dream pushed him away. Just a moment ago he was lost in passion, now he turned cold and heartless. Crown Prince brother should go to court. I'll leave first. No matter how Shu Guanyi tried to hold him back, Su Xiaoyu left without a trace of reluctance. So close, just a little more, and he would have been completely united with Su Xiaoyu. If only he had been 2 minutes earlier. No, if only he had been with Au from the very beginning. How wonderful that would be. It was all Fuchuan's fault. If not for him, he would already be with Au now. Shu Guanyi opened his eyes, shooting daggers at Fuchuan. When he tried to get up, he noticed something wrong and reached down to feel. Get out. No one is to enter without my order. Fuqian, utterly bewildered, went out trembling and closed the door. Chu Guani found clean underwear and changed, then burned the soiled ones directly. Such an embarrassing matter must not be known to Fuqian. Fuqian waited until Chu Guani called for him before entering to assist him in dressing. On the way to the morning court, Chu Guani exuded a chilling aura. Fuqian dared not approach and followed behind, pondering if he had done something wrong. Even after the morning court ended, Fuqian couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. Chu Guani originally wanted to go find Su Xiaoyu today, but his father the emperor arranged a pile of tasks for him to handle. If he didn't go, he threatened to arrest Su Xiaoyu, so he had to go attend to business. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyu was sleeping in the middle of the night when he had a terrifying dream. In the dream, he was in Chu Guani's bedchamber looking at him shyly and timidly, then took the initiative to kiss Chu Guani. Su Xiaoyu's face darkened immediately. The one in the dream was definitely not him. He would never do such a thing. He wanted to wake up and end this absurd dream, but his eyes felt as if they were weighed down by a 1,000-pound stone, and he simply couldn't open them. He watched helplessly as Chu Guani turned the tables and kissed him incessantly. They kissed all the way to the bed. Su Xiaoyu cursed loudly, trying to wake the dream version of himself, but the dream self couldn't hear him. Su Xiaoyu was stark naked, straddling Chu Guani's waist and abdomen. That bastard Chu left one hickey after another on his body. His seductive appearance made even Su Xiaoyu himself blush. Just as they were about to proceed to the final step, Su Xiaoyu was so furious that steam was rising from his head. He shouted, "If you dare do it, I'll chop off your third leg." Then he abruptly opened his eyes, staring wide at the bed canopy. The guard on night duty outside heard Su Xiaoyu's voice and immediately entered to check. "Young Master Su, what happened?" Su Xiaoyu then realized he was dreaming. He let out a long sigh and closed his eyes. "Just a nightmare. It's nothing." The guard looked around, found nothing unusual, closed the door, and resumed his post outside. Su Xiaoyu touched his butt. That bastard Chu almost succeeded. Thank goodness his chrysanthemum was safe. After this dream, Su Xiaoyu could no longer sleep. Recalling the events of the past few days, he suddenly remembered there was still gossip he hadn't finished. "By the way, Xiaoba, I recall there was still some gossip from the court that I haven't finished." "Whose was it?" "I remember the surname was Qi. Qi Jiha. He and his son both fell for the same courtesan. In a month his son will marry the courtesan." Xiaoba briefly explained, and Su Xiaoyu remembered. "I wonder if I can come back to watch the live broadcast in a month. If I can't remember, to give me a replay." "No problem, host." After chatting with Xiaoba for a while, the guard called him to get up and travel. It was cooler in the morning, better for traveling. Su Xiaoyu wasn't afraid of the heat, so it didn't matter when they traveled. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he might as well listen to them and get up to travel. As he went downstairs, Su Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something. "That's not right, Xiaoba. That night, when that bastard Chu slept in my room, you told me to compare who had thicker skin with him, remember?" Xiaoba was puzzled. "I remember. What's wrong, host?" Xiaoba realized far too late that it had previously incited the host on several occasions, leading to intimate encounters between the host and the crown prince. Could the host now be coming to settle scores? "No. Were you doing that on purpose back then? You wanted to provoke me into staying in the room so I could sleep with Chu Guani and complete the task. There were other times too when you incited me, Xiaoba. Do you still dare to deny it?" Xiaoba had long prepared a counterargument, anticipating this very moment. "Host, this is all a misunderstanding. I was merely aligning myself with your grievances against the crown prince. Where's the incitement? You're wronging me, host." Xiaoba displayed an aggrieved expression as if falsely accused. Su Xiaoyu sneered coldly. "I don't believe a word of it. Your credibility is zero. I'll never trust another one of your lies." Xiaoba attempted further explanation, but Su Xiaoyu simply ignored him. Thus Su Xiaoyu traveled throughout the day, and when night fell, without passing through any village or town, they were forced to camp in the wilderness. The wilderness was teeming with insects, and within moments, several mosquito bites appeared on exposed skin. Su Xiaoyu purchased mosquito repellent spray directly from the mall, and while the guards were distracted, sprayed them several times. The 6 guards caught a whiff of fragrance, but couldn't locate its source no matter how hard they searched. They finally discovered it was coming from each other. "Xiaoba, how long does one spray of this mosquito repellent last?" 10 hours. It's past 8 at night now, so it should hold until tomorrow morning." Their conversation clarified the guards' confusion. While they couldn't comprehend the term spray, they understood it was mosquito repellent, and the fragrance on their bodies came from it. They couldn't believe Lord Su possessed such a miraculous item. It was far more convenient than the mosquito-repelling powder they had brought. That evening, Lord Su found himself unable to eat the roasted steamed buns, yet the weather made it impossible to purchase other provisions before they spoiled. Thinking of the meat buns stored with Xiaoba, Su Xiaoyu smacked his lips with desire. But would taking them out now raise suspicion? "Xiaoba, do you have anything like a larger insulated container? With ice and food inside, it would keep everything fresh for a full day, sparing me from having to gnaw on steamed buns." The guards listened intently, their eyes widening in shock at the mention of such a device that could preserve food for a day. Truthfully, they were all rough men who cared little for details and assumed food was food. After all, the journey only took 2 or 3 days, so they could endure a bit of discomfort. They had never considered that Su Xiaoyu might have particular standards when it came to his meals. That made sense. Lord Su had been coddled since childhood by Lord Su, and his delicate constitution meant he'd naturally be somewhat particular. "I do have one, but it'll cost you 2 points. Would you like to purchase it, host?" Su Xiaoyu steeled himself and made up his mind. I'll buy it. What about the ice? Does that cost points too? Xiaoba spread its paws helplessly. What else would you expect? As a system I don't eat or drink, so I have no need for a refrigerator or ice maker. I can't produce ice myself. Otherwise I'd have already given it to you, host. The 6 guards were beyond stunned. His Majesty had warned them that Lord Su possessed divine powers, but they never imagined he could produce ice as well. Fine, how many points? 1 point is more than enough. Su Xiaoyu spent 3 points to purchase it, and began considering what excuse he could use to produce it. Xiaoba noticed his agonizing indecision, and reminded him, host, why go through all this trouble? Instant noodles and self-heating hot pot are so much simpler. Su Xiaoyu went rigid all over, staring blankly into nothingness. Crap, he'd just outsmarted him this time. Their entire journey would only take 2 or 3 days, and they'd pass through towns where they could eat at inns or restaurants. Camping outdoors like tonight would be rare, so he could simply buy self-heating hot pot and instant noodles. Buying an insulated box would be pointless, an unnecessary complication. Wouldn't that make him look foolish? Desperate to save face, Su Xiaoyu forced himself to think, of course I knew that, but wouldn't it cost points? I need points for the lottery and other purchases. I can't waste them carelessly. Besides, buying an insulated box and ice is far more economical and reusable. Xiaoba remained puzzled. Host, doesn't buying self-heating hot pot make more sense in this situation? Plus there's a batch of self-heating hot pots near expiration. Just 1 point for a case of 12 boxes, and buy 3 cases get 1 free. Combined with your steamed buns and flatbread, that's more than enough for these few days. Su Xiaoyu fell silent for 3 minutes doing a quick calculation. According to Xiaoba, it was indeed sufficient and convenient. Why didn't you say something sooner? I thought each box cost 1 point. That would have been so many points. Cancel the insulated box. I want self-heating hot pot. Xiaoba swiftly returned the box and purchased 3 cases of self-heating hot pot. Taking the liberty, Xiaoba also claimed a case of instant noodles as the free gift. Su Xiaoyu was quite pleased with this. The outer packaging of the self-heating hot pot was made of wood, unremarkable and inconspicuous. This morning I was strolling through the streets and bought some things. Guards, please wait a moment. I'll go fetch them. Su Xiaoyu pretended to run back to the carriage to retrieve the hot pot, but in truth Xiaoba materialized it right there on the spot. The 6 were utterly curious about the self-heating hot pot that Su Xiaoyu mentioned. When Xiaoba said you all, they wondered whether the plural included them as well. From what Su Xiaoyu had just said, it seemed they would get some too. How embarrassing. Su Xiaoyu brought out the hot pot, 2 boxes per person. He had expected small containers, but these were large. They had hearty appetites, and 2 boxes of hot pot along with buns and flatbread would easily fill them. Su Xiaoyu eagerly opened the boxes and showed them how to prepare the self-heating hot pot. Pour all the ingredients into the small container, add water to both the small and large boxes, place the small box inside the large one, cover it, and that's it. Then they watched with their own eyes as steam hissed from the box, followed quickly by a fragrant, spicy aroma. The 6 men couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes fixed greedily on the container before them. Lord Su, you really know how to shop. We've never seen food like this before. How much does it cost? We'll pay you shortly. His Majesty had instructed them to look after Lord Su, and they couldn't let him bear the expense. Fortunately, the Emperor had given them quite a few silver notes. They should have enough to cover the self-heating hot pot, right? Su Xiaoyu waved his hand. No charge. This thing isn't worth much. It's all payment for your trouble in caring for me. As soon as the time was up, Su Xiaoyu couldn't wait to open it, picking up a slice of lotus root with his chopsticks, blowing on it to cool, and eating it with a roasted steamed bun. The 6 followed suit. One bite and the sour and spicy flavors exploded across their tongues. They hissed and puffed, chewing rapidly. Delicious, Lord Su. The taste of this hot pot is extraordinary. I've never tasted anything better. Su Xiaoyu furrowed his brow slightly, biting his chopsticks as he asked, how do you know this is called self-heating hot pot? After 2 days of travel, Su Xiaoyu finally arrived at Shizhou on the second morning. The servant at the entrance of the Lu mansion spotted him and called out to those inside, young master has arrived, before hurrying forward to welcome him. Finally, young master, you've arrived. The elderly master and madam have been waiting for you for quite some time. Old Tai, these guards are from the imperial palace. They escorted me all the way to Shizhou. Go find the steward and make arrangements quickly. Taiju hurriedly welcomed them and led the 6 men away to make arrangements. Su Xiaoyu rushed into the mansion like a gust of wind. Halfway there, he encountered a young man approaching at a similar pace. Little uncle. Based on the original host's memories, Su Xiaoyu recognized the running youth as his maternal uncle Lu Shufeng. Lu Shufeng wore a black and white brocade robe, black on the left and white on the right, adorned with intricate embroidery. A white jade pendant hung at his waist alongside a vermilion sachet with a silver bell attached, chiming softly with each movement. Little fish, my. Lu Shufeng pulled Su Xiaoyu into a bear hug, and after releasing him, he circled around to examine him from head to toe. It's only been a few months since we last met, and you've grown even fairer. It's still summer. Are you cooped up indoors every day? The smile on Su Xiaoyu's face froze. He despised people commenting on how pale he was. It's truly strange. How have you become even more handsome? He hated that too. Damned peerless martial arts. Su Xiaoyu quickly resumed his pleasant smile. You've changed too, little uncle. Lu Shufeng looked at him expectantly with his peach blossom eyes, their corners slightly upturned, as though holding a pool of spring water whenever he gazed at someone. He wanted to hear Su Chaoyu praise his elegance, his jade-like face, his distinguished appearance, his noble bearing, like a tree in the immortal grove. That was the Lu Shufeng he wanted to be. A mischievous grin appeared in Su Chaoyu's eyes. Little uncle has gotten darker lately. Lu Shufeng's gaze urged him on what else? Other than being a bit darker, you seem to have become a little prettier. Lu Shufeng immediately contorted his face and lunged towards Su Chaoyu to tickle him. Laughing loudly, Su Chaoyu fled, but along the way he spotted a middle-aged man and quickly ducked behind him for refuge. Eldest uncle, save me. Little uncle is bullying me. Lu Shulin blocked his younger brother's attempt to grab Su Chaoyu. His elegant phoenix eyes carried a gentle yet serious air, and his pale moon-white robes were embroidered with simple bamboo patterns with a jade pendant at his waist. Completely opposite to Lu Shufeng. Lu Shulin was already past 40, mature and dignified. In Su Chaoyu's eyes, he was the epitome of a handsome older uncle. Father and mother are still waiting for you. Stop teasing him. As the youngest of the three siblings, Lu Shufeng had been raised by his elder brother and second sister, so the favoritism he received at home was beyond question. And among the younger generation, Su Chaoyu being the youngest ranked first in the Lu family's affection, with Lu Shufeng falling further behind. Brother, I'm your own flesh and blood, and he says I'm dark. Lu Shulin's words struck particularly hard. Isn't he telling the truth? Su Chaoyu stuck out his tongue at him and darted off toward the main hall like a flash of light, with Lu Shufeng chasing after him. That kid. Affection flooded Lu Shulin's eyes as he walked back at a leisurely pace, calling out, "Be careful, don't fall." Su Chaoyu burst into the main hall. His maternal grandfather and grandmother were craning their necks toward the entrance. Before they could clearly see who had entered, they instinctively reached out to catch him. Grandfather, grandmother. Su Chaoyu threw himself into their arms like a kitten seeking affection. I've missed you both. The elderly couple embraced him as if he were their precious treasure, their weathered faces filled with tenderness. The old couple could hardly stop smiling. Oh, my grandmother missed you too. Su Chaoyu chuckled sheepishly as his grandmother gently tapped his forehead. You little rascal, traveling for 2 days must have tired you out. The kitchen has prepared your favorite dishes for lunch today. Thank you, grandmother, you're the best. Hearing this, his grandfather feigned jealousy. So it's only grandmother who is kind to you, not grandfather. Su Chaoyu threw himself onto his grandfather as well. I hadn't finished yet. Grandfather is the best too. Ha ha. Seeing this, Lu Shufeng also ran over to act spoiled. Mother, you can't have little fish and forget about me. Luo Shurchio pretended to glare at him with mock disgust, but her tone was full of affection. You rascal, you've always been the most spoiled at home. Little fish only visits once in a while, and still you compete with your nephew. Su Chaoyu produced a red peony from his sleeve, as if by magic. Grandmother, I'm your precious one too. Look, red flowers match beautiful people. His words made Luo Shurchio laugh until her teeth showed. She wrapped both boys in her arms, showering them with terms of endearment, cherishing them dearly. Laughing and chatting, they proceeded to the dining hall for lunch with the whole family surrounding him. Throughout the meal, Su Chaoyu's bowl never went empty. Satisfied and full, he returned to his room and took a nap, sleeping until late afternoon. The fiery red sunset cast its afterglow, gilding everything in soft gold, a scene of serene beauty. Su Chaoyu strolled lazily beneath the fading sunlight. How wonderful life was without Dog Chu around. Little fish, if you don't swim faster, you'll miss dinner. Lu Shufeng had come to fetch him for the evening meal. Seeing Su Chaoyu ambling along at his leisure, he couldn't resist calling out. Upon hearing this, Su Chaoyu quickened his pace and followed behind Lu Shufeng. Little uncle, what are we having for dinner tonight? A table full of dishes I love. Oh, everything you love I love too. The Lu family was not surprised that Su Chaoyu had slept through to this hour. When they had first learned that Su Chaoyu was fighting for his life, the entire family had rushed to his side in panic, praying fervently for his survival. Lu Shufeng had cried until his eyes were swollen like walnuts, never leaving Su Chaoyu's side for a moment. Though they were technically uncle and nephew, they were closer to brothers. Whenever one plotted mischief, the other would provide the tools and keep watch. In their childhood, they had taken turns shifting blame onto each other countless times. Why hasn't little Dinkai come along? I was exiled here by the old emperor, packed straight from the palace. My brother naturally couldn't come. The reason for Su Chaoyu's arrival at the Lu mansion had been explained in a letter from Lu Shiyu delivered just yesterday morning. The letter lacked sufficient detail, leaving them still unclear about the circumstances. Now that Su Chaoyu had arrived, he was determined to ask thoroughly. What's going on? Spill the details. I'm not telling you. That's my gossip, and I'm not sharing it with you. Lu Shufeng watched in astonishment as Su Chaoyu's lips barely moved, yet his voice rang clearly in his ears. He kept his composure and did not speak. Recently his sister had mentioned this matter, and at the time they had not believed it. How could one possibly hear another person's inner thoughts? Yet now, experiencing it firsthand, he could only find it inconceivable. Lu Shufeng suppressed the surging emotions within him and pretended not to have heard the thoughts. Could it be that you angered the emperor and he sent you here because he didn't want to see you anymore? Su Chaoyu was not foolish. A moment's thought was enough for him to guess the old emperor's intention in sending him to the Lu mansion, to separate him from Chu Guani. Dog Chu might have already told the emperor that he liked him. The old emperor disagreed, so he secretly sent Su Chaoyu to the Lu estate to drive a wedge between them and used this opportunity to straighten Chu Guani's inclinations. Su Chaoyu defended himself. It's not true. He found me annoying, which is why he sent me here. The whole family enjoyed a joyful dinner, chatting merrily. The conversation turned to Su Chaoyu's sudden arrival at the Lu residence. Luo Shirqiu asked him, "Your mother said the emperor sent you here. How does this involve the emperor?" Su Chaoyu dared not tell the truth, so he used the same excuse he had given Lu Shufeng to brush it off. Lu Shufeng gazed at him meaningfully, his eyes clearly saying, "I don't believe you." Lu Shulin asked curiously, "The emperor finds you annoying. But weren't you staying in the mansion? How did this involve the emperor?" He briefly recounted how Chu Guani had taken him back to the Eastern Palace during his father's banquet. "So he finds me annoying, can't stand the sight of me, and wanted me to stay away, hence sending me here." The excuse sounded rather unconvincing. They exchanged glances, and with mutual understanding chose not to press further. "Did the emperor punish or beat you?" "No, but I have someone powerful protecting me. He wouldn't dare touch me." Luo Shirqiu gently patted Su Chaoyu's head, her voice full of tenderness. "Oh, what kind of powerful figure did you find, little fish?" Su Chaoyu proudly raised his head. "Queen's sister, and I have a good relationship. Naturally she sides with me, so the old emperor wouldn't dare punish me." Upon hearing Su Chaoyu refer to the queen's sister and the old emperor, everyone finally understood. He must have said something inappropriate, and when the emperor intended to punish him, the queen dowager objected. Hence his relocation to Shizhou. Still, they found it hard to comprehend. Why not simply order him confined to the residence? What was the necessity of such elaborate arrangements? Never mind, the emperor's mind was too unfathomable. After conversing for quite some time, Su Chaoyu felt drowsy and retreated to sleep. Once he left, the remaining Lu family members began discussing in hushed tones. "You said you could hear Su Chaoyu's thoughts. Why couldn't we hear them?" It was Lu Shulin who spoke. Lu Shufeng had found an opportunity to reveal that he could hear Su Chaoyu's thoughts, and had been talking with him ever since, hoping to experience these so-called inner voices himself. Lu Shufeng was equally baffled. "When I called Xiaoyer for dinner, I chatted with him midway and heard his thoughts. His lips didn't even move. If not inner voices, then where did those sounds come from?" Furthermore, Xiaoyer felt noticeably cool to the touch, an unsettling chill that could be sensed upon approach. How was that to be explained? It had to be the divine artifact mentioned by second sister. Xiaoyer hadn't shed a single drop of sweat all day, which was far from normal. Their grandfather Lu Maosher stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Could it be that Yuer isn't actually speaking in his thoughts?" "That's possible. We can test it again tomorrow." Agreed. The Lu family, burdened with heavy thoughts, tossed and turned in bed pondering Su Chaoyu's inner voices. Eventually fatigue overpowered them, and they fell asleep. Su Chaoyu slept soundly until late morning. Opening his eyes, he saw someone sitting by his bed with their back to him. In that instant, all his drowsiness vanished. "Damn it, did Chu go track me down?" The person by the bed turned around, suppressing his suspicions, and looked at him with a warm smile. "You're awake." Seeing it was Lu Shufeng, Su Chaoyu breathed a relief. "Scared me to death. I thought he actually chased me here." Hearing Su Chaoyu's inner voice, the corners of Lu Shufeng's mouth rose. "Did you have a bad dream? You looked frightened." Su Chaoyu forced a grin. "Worse than a nightmare. I had a bad dream." "Little uncle, did you come for something?" Of course he had come for something, Lu Shufeng thought. Was verifying his ability to hear inner voices not enough of a reason? Now confirmed he indeed could hear Su Chaoyu's thoughts. The remark about Chu Go tracking him down clearly referred to a person, though its identity remained unknown. Surname Chu combined with yesterday's comment about the emperor finding him annoying. Could it be someone from the imperial clan? "I came to play with you. Are you going?" "Your eldest cousin returned this morning. Would you like to go find him?" "Sure, I'll get up right away." Su Chaoyu tidied himself and went with Lu Shufeng to find his cousin Lu Xingji. Lu Xingji had returned to the Lu residence a few days prior with his wife Jiang Weihan and had only come back that morning. Su Chaoyu's cheerful voice carried from afar, "Cousin, sister-in-law." Lu Xingji and Jiang Weihan looked out. Su Chaoyu bounded toward them, hopping along joyfully. "Little you." Lu Xingji smiled and stepped forward, embracing Su Chaoyu. "What brings you here? When Aunt returned some days ago, why didn't you come with her?" "I indulged in cold foods those 2 days and gave myself an upset stomach. That's why I couldn't come." Su Chaoyu recalled the suffering he had endured and vowed never to eat so much cold food again. He had intended to come as well, but the night before his stomachache had been severe. After consulting the imperial physician and drinking bitter herbal medicine, he had gradually recovered. At that time, Lu Shiyu had said she would not come to Shizhou, unwilling to leave Su Chaoyu behind. After much coaxing and pleading on his part, she had agreed to come alone. "See if you dare indulge yourself again." I won't." He then turned to Jiang Weihan. "It's been a while, sister-in-law. You've grown even more beautiful." Jiang Weihan smiled and greeted him warmly. "Cousin, you've grown handsome as well. Where's my little niece? Where's my sweet, soft, adorable little niece?" Lu Xingji and Jiang Weihan had married 2 years prior and had a daughter now 2 years old, a chubby little girl with dimples when she smiled and eyes as black and bright as grapes. "The weather has been scorching these past days. You couldn't sleep well and was only just settled a moment ago. I'll play with her once she wakes." Xiaoba, I want to buy dolls, cute adorable ones." Xiaoba brought up all the dolls available in the shop for him to choose from. This one, and this one. I want them all. Total 10 points. Only 10 points. Buy them." Xiaoba stared at him as though he were a monster. "Aren't points more precious to you than your own life? You spent 10 points so casually." Su Chaoyu rolled his eyes at it. "It depends on who it's for. Would I hesitate to spend them for my little niece? She's so adorable. I'd spend 100,000 points without a second thought." Also check if there are other toys suitable for little girls. Xiaoba never imagined that points meant nothing when it came to the little niece. Previously asking him to spend 2 points was like killing him. He had to carefully weigh whether it was worthwhile. Now he seemed desperate to spend every accumulated point. Just now your sister-in-law mentioned your niece couldn't sleep due to the heat. We have an item here, a garment made of special material. Wearing it feels pleasantly cool, similar to your fan's function, but with automatic temperature regulation. It costs 100 points as well. Bye. How many pieces can my points cover? This time they had clearly heard Su Xiaoyu's inner thoughts, leaving everyone in utter shock. Fearing he might discover their secret, they quickly pretended nothing had happened. They could genuinely hear little Yu's thoughts. There was also a mysterious artifact named Xiaoba of unknown origin, along with some kind of point system for purchasing goods. And everything was bought for little Yu, spending over 400 points without hesitation simply because she was too hot to sleep properly. Jiang Weihan's eyes immediately grew moist. She could tell that Su Xiaoyu had spent all his points on Yu. He truly doted on her. Moreover, he rarely spent points on himself, yet for his daughter's sake, he had done so without a second thought. Lu Xingji's eyes also grew warm, and he pulled him into a tremendous bear hug. Su Xiaoyu was utterly bewildered by the embrace and awkwardly patted him on the back. Cousin, what's wrong? Nothing at all. I just missed you. So cheesy, Su Xiaoyu shivered. You should say that to Andy. Lu Xingji chuckled, suppressing the surge of emotion in his heart as he released his cousin. You rascal. Hey, everyone's gathered today. I have gifts for all of you. Please wait here. I'll go fetch them. On his way back to the room, Su Xiaoyu purchased more items from the mall. Fortunately, they were all affordable, leaving enough points for his purchases. He found a large cloth bundle, wrapped everything neatly, and carried it back over his shoulder. Back in the side hall, Su Xiaoyu distributed the gifts one by one. These are for Grandpa and Grandma. These are for eldest uncle and eldest aunt. This one is for youngest uncle. And this is for cousin's family of 3. Everyone held their gifts with delight, their faces split in grins as they kept calling him precious child. Thank you, Jier. We all love what you've given us. Thank you, cousin, for buying this for Yu. On her behalf, I thank you. Su Xiaoyu beamed with joy. There's no need for such formality. We're family. Xiaoba rolled his eyes at the blatant double standard. Forget it. In a few days the crown prince would surely notice his host was missing and come looking. Once that happened, there would be ample opportunity to interact, and points would flow freely again. The family chatted away when shortly after a maid approached carrying Yu announcing that the child had awakened. Su Xiaoyu hurried to his feet and gently lifted Yu into his arms. The little one was tiny, her round eyes red as if she had just finished crying. Her tiny arms and legs were soft and creamy, carrying a sweet milk fragrance. Upon seeing it was Su Xiaoyu holding her, she seemed unsure, staring at him intently with wide eyes. Good. After surveying Su Xiaoyu, the little one broke into a wide grin. Dimples appeared on her cheeks as her large eyes squinted happily. Her chubby little hands immediately wrapped around his neck while she chirped, brother. Su Xiaoyu felt overwhelmed by cuteness, nearly suffering a nosebleed. He couldn't resist nuzzling her cheek, soft, smooth, and bouncy. He simply could not put her down. How can human cubs be this adorable? Su Xiaoyu pitched his voice high to tease her, making everyone burst into laughter. Ha, Lu Shulin teased him. You love children so much. When do you? Su Xiaoyu bounced Yu in his arms, not even looking up. Uncle, you don't understand. Children are far more fun when they belong to someone else. That's nonsense. Once you have your own child, you'll naturally love them more. I'm still young, no rush. Su Xiaoyu leaned close to Yu and sniffed enthusiastically, looking rather peculiar. Yu smells so sweet, like a little milk candy. Yu giggled delightedly, her clear baby voice making everyone smile warmly. Brother. I'm not your older brother, I'm your uncle. Call me uncle. Brother. Fine, then calling me brother is acceptable. It keeps me looking young. His words drew another round of laughter from everyone. Xiaoba was utterly baffled. Children, while cute, were such a hassle. Why did the host enjoy such trouble? Host, should I give her a biscuit? I noticed she's teething. Probably. Su Xiaoyu was uncertain, but a baby who was teething should be able to eat something by now. Host, I have biscuits here. Give them to her. Xiaoba produced a packet of infant biscuits for Su Xiaoyu. Fearing she might not be able to eat them, Su Xiaoyu asked Jiang Weihan. Annie, can Yu have biscuits? Since everyone could hear Su Xiaoyu's thoughts, Jiang Weihan immediately answered affirmatively. Su Xiaoyu unwrapped the oil paper and offered a finger biscuit to Yu. She grasped it with her tiny hand, babbling, Biscuit, brother, eat. The biscuit is for Yu to eat. Yu reached out with the biscuit towards Su Xiaoyu's mouth. He pretended bite it. This biscuit is delicious. Thank you, Yu. She revealed her small teeth and slowly pushed the biscuit into her mouth. Crunch. The little one ate leisurely while Su Xiaoyu and Xiaoba launched into an intense discussion about Yu eating biscuits. Host, should you buy more biscuits for her? No need. Biscuits are fine as an occasional snack, but too many aren't good. These biscuits are very healthy. They're not like the ones you used to eat. Still no. Meals are what matter most. It's fine to have a little biscuit now and then. Then I'll save up more points and buy some later. Xiaoba glanced at the points displayed on the screen. A large lonely 0 standing all by itself. His heart ached slightly. What should he do? Host, your points are depleted. Remember to gain points by eating melon. Oh, I know already. Su Xiaoyu's affection for Yu reached its peak as he held her close, unable to bear letting go. Xiaoba, what if I sneak Yu home with me when I leave? Hearing these thoughts, Jiang Weihan sat upright straight. Was her cousin attempting to kidnap her daughter? Host, if you take the cub away, what about your cousin and cousin-in-law? What if the child looks for them? What about hunger, thirst, or needing to relieve herself? I have my mother. My mother will take care of her. Xiaoba was speechless. You truly are your mother's son. Jiang Weihan nudged Lu Xingji and whispered, won't my cousin really take you away? Lu Xingji observed Su Xiaoyu's glowing eyes and the way he kept sniffing and cuddling his daughter, and his certainty wavered. Probably not, though. We must keep a close watch. Agreed. The child was still so young, and entrusting her to him felt unsafe. Yet Su Xiaoyu genuinely might do such a thing, leaving them no choice but to stay vigilant. However much the elderly couple doted on Su Xiaoyu, neither dared let him take Yu home. Lu Shulin privately resolved. He had to keep a close eye on him and must not let him steal away his precious granddaughter. Su Xiaoyu was completely unaware that his casual passing thoughts had caused everyone to raise their guard against him stealing Yu away. At lunchtime, Su Xiaoyu held Yu in his arms, watching her grip a small wooden spoon and carefully scoop egg custard bit by bit. Her tiny hands were uncoordinated, however. Most of the custard ended up either up her nose or smeared across her face. Her pale little face quickly became coated. Su Xiaoyu abandoned his own meal, taking a cloth to wipe her face from time to time. How can little Yu be this cute? Would you like to go home with your uncle? Jiang Weihan grew alert once again, unable to stop glancing at Su Xiaoyu throughout the entire meal. In the following days, Su Xiaoyu stayed with Yu day and night. When Lu Shufeng suggested going to the street together, Su Xiaoyu flatly refused. No. Lu Shufeng like a monkey hopped around Su Xiaoyu restlessly, but Su Xiaoyu remained unmoved, focused on playing with building blocks with Yu. Why not bring Yu along? Su Xiaoyu didn't even look up. It's sunny outside, hot and scorching. Lu Shufeng glanced at the not-so-bright sunlight outside. It was hot, but not scorching, was it? It's a bit overcast outside. I'll hold an umbrella for you, ensuring you won't get burned. Only then did Su Xiaoyu look up and glance outside. After a moment of thought, he replied slowly, all right then. Thus Lu Shufeng successfully went to the street with Su Xiaoyu holding an umbrella and walking beside him. It couldn't be more comfortable. On the street, Su Xiaoyu bought every interesting thing he saw for Yu. Before long, Lu Shufeng's hands were laden with bags of all sizes. There's a monkey show up ahead. Let's go take a look. Su Xiaoyu holding Yu was quite conspicuous in the crowd, turning heads 100%. That young master is so handsome, and he's holding a little baby. The baby is beautiful too. Are they father and daughter? The look in his eyes when he gazes at his daughter is so tender. And the young master beside him holding an umbrella for the father and daughter and carrying all those bags. Could they be a couple, eh? Come on, let's follow and see. All along the way, a large crowd trailed behind Su Xiaoyu, mostly women with a few men among them. Su Xiaoyu approached the monkey show where a sparse circle of onlookers had gathered. In the heat, few would venture out unless necessary, and with the gloomy weather threatening rain, no one lingered on the street. Yu's round eyes fixed on the monkey jumping through a fiery hoop on the ground, a cookie in her hand. Yu, this is a monkey. The little monkey is jumping through the fiery hoop. Yu extended her little hand with the cookie toward the monkey. Monkey, eat cookie. The little monkey spotted Yu, ran over and looked up at her. The monkey's owner tugged at the rope, and the monkey kept glancing back as it returned to its master, still gazing at Yu. Yu tossed the cookie to the little monkey. The monkey picked it up and tried to return it to Yu. Su Xiaoyu, regardless of whether the monkey could understand, told it, "You eat the cookie." Yu gave it to Yu. He then handed the remaining cookie to Yu, who again threw it to the little monkey. The monkey, having received the cookie, made a gesture of gratitude toward Yu. The monkey owner also said to Yu, "Thank you, miss." Yu say, "You're welcome." Yu couldn't articulate it fully, but still mimicked, "Welcome." Haha, the little miss is so adorable, so lively. May the little miss enjoy peace, enjoy safety, and happiness. Su Xiaoyu immediately took a silver coin from his bosom and gave it to the monkey owner as a reward. The owner was overjoyed and kept uttering auspicious words. After watching the monkey for a while longer, Su Xiaoyu led Yu onward. "Xiaoba, is there any gossip to enjoy today?" Xiaoba had been urging Su Xiaoyu to have some gossip in the past couple of days, but Su Xiaoyu refused, focusing solely on amusing Yu. Now that the cookies were gone and no points remained, he finally wanted to have some gossip. "Yes, right ahead, not far. Follow the map, host, and wait for a quarter of an hour, and you'll get your gossip." Su Xiaoyu changed direction following the map provided by Xiaoba. Lu Shufeng, unaware of the meaning behind their gossip, assumed they were going to eat watermelon. They followed Su Xiaoyu to a tavern. Su Xiaoyu casually chose a table and sat down. The waiter came over and Su Xiaoyu ordered a pot of tea and a few plates of snacks, waiting for the gossip. Su Xiaoyu suddenly remembered the person he had been ignoring for the past 2 days and asked Xiaoba, "Has that bastard Chu not noticed I'm not in the capital these past 2 days?" Xiaoba's eyes flickered briefly, but his tone remained casual. "The emperor has been piling him with a mountain of tasks every day. When would he have time to care about you?" Su Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, his attention entirely on Yu, not noticing Xiaoba's peculiar behavior. Lu Shufeng beside him grew increasingly curious about the bastard Chu and Su Xiaoyu's thoughts. Was he one of the princes or the crown prince residing in the Eastern Palace? And weren't they supposed to eat watermelon? Su Xiaoyu hadn't ordered any watermelon. What melon were they going to eat? Lu Shufeng, seeing Su Xiaoyu's lack of urgency, patiently waited for the so-called melon. Xiaoba had said to wait a quarter of an hour, so they waited. When the time came, Xiaoba, hidden from Su Xiaoyu, grinned mischievously. "Host, your destined one has arrived." At that moment, 2 men walked into the tavern, both tall and strikingly handsome. The scattered patrons in the tavern all looked up shocked by the men's appearance, yet intimidated by the formidable aura they exuded, not daring to stare openly. An abrupt silence fell over the tavern. Lu Shufeng, bold as ever, stared directly at the newcomers, scrutinizing them from head to toe. Little fish, look. The one who just walked in has such a powerful presence. It's like approach and die vibes. Lu Shufeng's voice rang clear in the hall, drawing everyone's gaze to him, as if to say, young brother, you've got guts, we salute you. Su Chaoyu instinctively looked up and met the scanning gaze. The smile and tenderness on his face froze instantly, his eyes widened slightly, pupils trembling violently. He instinctively hugged Yu tighter and averted his gaze. Lu Shufeng now noticed something off about Su Chaoyu's mood. His intuition told him something was up, and the next second Su Chaoyu's thoughts gave him the answer. Damn, Xiaoba, get over here. You said there was gossip, but the gossip is about me. And didn't you say that bastard Chu was swamped in the imperial palace? So what's this now? Did he teleport here? Oh, so this imposing young master is the bastard Chu, in Little Fish's thoughts. He's handsome and elegant, nothing like a dog, right? Chu Guani heard Lu Shufeng's voice and instinctively looked over. To his surprise, the person he was looking for was right there. His icy face instantly softened into a smile upon seeing Su Chaoyu, the frost melting into water. Hearing Su Chaoyu's thoughts, he immediately understood that Xiaoba, knowing he was coming here, had tricked Su Chaoyu into coming for gossip to arrange their meeting. Xiaoba was practically a matchmaker. He should burn incense and offer sacrifices to Xiaoba in the future. But when he saw the child in Su Chaoyu's arms and the man sitting across from him, the smile on his face froze back into ice. His Yu had a child. Who was the man opposite him? Why had Yu been smiling so happily? And whose child was this? All these questions swirled in Chu Guani's mind, circling endlessly. All reason was about to burn to ashes. A Yu. The single address made Lu Shufeng sense something unusual. Su Chaoyu played ostrich, pretending not to hear Chu Guani calling him, and stood up to leave. Chu Guani's gaze softened slightly when he saw Yu in Su Chaoyu's arms. A Yu's baby was so beautiful. Su Chaoyu failed to leave the tavern. Chu Guani blocked his path, his cold gaze settling upon Lu Shufeng. Lu Shufeng was grinning widely, eagerly consuming the drama, when he suddenly met Chu Guani's piercing stare. A chill ran down his spine, every hair on his body bristling as cold sweat began to trickle down his back. Why was he looking at me? I'm just an onlooker. Keep your eyes on Xiaoyu instead. Su Chaoyu tightened his grip on Yu, spotting an opening to slip past, but Sui Nian had already positioned himself at the doorway, blocking their escape. Chu Guani approached Su Chaoyu and pulled him close, his gaze shifting to Yu with a subtle softening. Whose child is this? Lu Shufeng remained rooted in his seat, eager to witness whatever confrontation unfolded between Su Chaoyu and Chu Guani, steadfast despite the murderous glare directed his way. Chu Guani approached Su Chaoyu and pulled him close, his gaze shifting to Yu with a subtle softening. Whose child is this? Those four words had everyone leaning and exchanging knowing glances. One whispered, what's their connection? Another replied, clearly something extraordinary. Probably the young master's child with another woman. This one's here to catch him in the act, someone speculated. Su Chaoyu had finally found a few days of peace, and now Chu Guani had tracked him down so quickly. He cursed the old emperor under his breath for failing to keep even this one guard. I'm holding the child, so of course it's mine. Whose else could it be? Chu Guani's mind raced. The child appeared to be around 2 years old. Su Chaoyu was 20 this year. 18 2 years ago, 17 the year before that. Had he already loved someone and gotten them pregnant at 17? He found it hard to believe, but the child existed now, and there was nothing he could do about it. If Su Chaoyu wanted to keep the child close, he would allow it. And the man sitting with you, who is he? Even with all his intelligence, Chu Guani struggled to comprehend the connection between Su Chaoyu and Lu Shufeng. Surely they hadn't abandoned the child's mother and ended up together. Su Chaoyu deliberately provoked him, shooting Lu Shufeng an annoyed look while speaking with affectionate reproach. Why are you still sitting there? The child is hungry. Let's go home. Lu Shufeng sensed something was off, but couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. He rose from his seat and headed toward the door. Chu Guani had been considering that the man might be his friend, but hearing that tone of voice made it clear they shared a different kind of intimacy. His composed exterior crumbled, and his previously gentle expression hardened into cold detachment. Pointing at Lu Shufeng, he barely contained his hurt and anger. If you can love him, why can't you love me? And who is the father of this child? Lu Shufeng didn't dare approach Su Chaoyu, afraid Chu Guani might strike him in his rage. He stepped back silently. Something about that question sounded wrong. What did he mean by you can love him, but not me? What was going on? This man in front of him liked Little Fish, and thought Little Fish liked him back. Looking back at those words and expressions from earlier, it was basically saying, he's my partner. Little Fish was asking for a beating. He was the real uncle. How could he be used as a shield? Trying to distance himself from the man before him, Lu Shufeng quickly clarified, Little Fish, But Su Chaoyu cut him off. Can you act like a man and stop them? Lu Shufeng's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. He pointed at himself, incredulous. You're talking to me. Stop them. Do you think your little uncle can take a single punch from them? Chu Guani seized on those 3 words, little uncle, and studied Lu Shufeng with suspicion. His features bore some resemblance to Lady Su, and Lady Lu did have a younger brother. Could this be him? Realizing this, Chu Guani's expression softened instantly, even carrying a hint of joy as he looked at Su Chaoyu. Now it all came down to the child and its mother. Yu had been watching Chu Guani closely, noticing how his demeanor shifted from icy coldness to warm sunshine. She giggled delightfully, reaching up to be held. "Daddy, hold me," came the soft babyish voice. Those two words, the tender "daddy" and "hold me," melted Chu Guani's heart, completely turning it to cotton. Su Chaoyu tried to pull away from Chu Guani's embrace, but he held on too tightly. Chu Guani then took the child from him, mimicking the way Su Chaoyu usually held her, cradling her carefully. Yu laughed continuously, her small arms wrapping around Chu Guani's neck. She puckered her lips and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Daddy, pretty." Su Chaoyu reached out to take Yu, but Chu Guani turned away, refusing to let him. "What's our daughter's name?" Lu Shufeng had pieced together what was happening, and when he heard Chu Guani say, "our daughter," he couldn't help but show his admiration. This guy truly loved, even if it was someone else's child. Su Chaoyu was exasperated. "What do you mean, our daughter? That's not your child." Chu Guani retorted confidently, "The child calls me daddy, so she's naturally our daughter." "What the hell? Is he crazy?" "I'm embarrassed for him. Xiaoba, get him out of here. Have the old emperor take him away." Lu Shufeng, eager to stoke the flames, added, "The child's name is Yu, like the call of a deer. She's hungry, perhaps we should return home and let the mother feed her." Su Chaoyu shot deadly glances at Lu Shufeng, who merely shrugged and continued leading the way ahead. Chu Guani followed behind Lu Shufeng, carrying the child. He was curious to meet the mother. If necessary, he'd keep the child and send the mother away. Su Chaoyu stamped his foot in frustration and tried to catch up to retrieve the child. "Give me the child." But Chu Guani held firmly, saying, "I'll carry her. You've been holding her all day. You must be tired." There was no stopping him now, and his supposed ally was useless. No hesitation in undermining him. "Aya, tonight I'm cutting off all my uncle's hair. I'll shave him bald. I'm so angry." Lu Shufeng wasn't worried. He planned to sleep with his eldest brother tonight, who would protect him. Lu Shulin hard pass. Lu Shufeng jogged ahead, while Chu Guani strode behind with his long legs, giving him a distinct advantage. Su Chaoyu trailed behind, unable to keep up, bending over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath as he struggled to catch the pair ahead. Sui Nian followed discreetly behind, Su Chaoyu offering protection, while thinking to himself how devoted their lord was, willing to hold another's child, so tenderly displaying such magnanimity that he was truly a role model. Following Lu Shufeng to the Lu residence, Chu Guani's first sight was the child's mother. Mother. Yu called out, reaching toward her. Chu Guani didn't let go, instead studying Jiang Weihong carefully. Jiang Weihong was completely bewildered. Why was her daughter in the arms of a strange young man? Where was her cousin? Hadn't he been watching over the child? Jiang Weihong, braving Chu Guani's murderous glare, spoke with a trembling voice. "Young master, could you return my child to me?" The child had been in Su Xiaoyu's care, but now he was in this man's arms. Jiang Weihong was slightly worried, but not overly so. Since her uncle had brought the man home, he couldn't be a problem. Though her uncle seemed unreliable, he was always cautious when it came to serious matters. "So you're the child's mother?" Chu Guani asked, coldly scrutinizing Jiang Weihong. Her appearance was passable, her temperament passable. Su Xiaoyu's taste was rather decent. "Yes. Young master, please return the child to me. He's hungry." Seeing that he was unwilling to hand over the child, Jiang Weihong cast a pleading look at Lu Shufeng. Lu Shufeng reassured her, "Don't worry. He's little fish's friend and he won't harm Yu. Then he led Jiang Weihong aside and explained, "This man is fond of little fish. He thinks Yu is little fish's child and you're the mother. You get what I mean, right?" Jiang Weihong understood, her pupils contracting and her lips parting slightly in a silent, "Oh. Then what about cousin? Didn't he go out with uncle? And what am I supposed to do now? Clear up the misunderstanding?" Jiang Weihong couldn't understand how he and Su Xiaoyu thought. If that man mistakenly believed the child was her cousin's, why not just explain it clearly? Had her uncle not said a single word all the way back? Now that man was radiating icy menace with a face like he wanted to devour someone. It was terrifying, all right. No need to worry and no need to explain. Let's see how he behaves. After all, he's fond of little fish, so we should vet him on her behalf. Relax. Once he knows the child is little fish's, and he does know, he treats Yu like his own daughter. You should have seen how fast his face changed, quicker than flipping a book. Wait until little fish comes back. You'll be shocked, I guarantee it. Jiang Weihong didn't want to stay near Chu Guani. The way he looked at her was like daggers, and she was a little afraid. "Uncle, is it really okay for us to do this? That man doesn't seem like an ordinary young master. Won't there be trouble?" Lu Shufeng glanced at Chu Guani, who was staring at them with deadly intensity, as if supervising whether they were saying anything they shouldn't. "As long as we don't provoke him, it should be fine." Jiang Weihong felt for the first time that Lu Shufeng was unreliable. She didn't want to be involved, but had no choice. Her child was still in that man's hands. Lu Shufeng, wearing a bright smile, invited Chu Guani inside to sit. "May I ask how I should address you, brother?" "I am Chui." Lu Shufeng racked his brain trying to recall which young prince or commandery prince of the royal family was named Chu Yi, but came up empty. The only name he could think of was the crown prince, which contained the character Yi. It couldn't possibly be the crown prince, could it? Good heavens, the crown prince had fallen for little fish. Then everything before suddenly made sense. That was why little fish had been banished by the emperor. The crown prince was in love with her, but the emperor disapproved, fearing that the two would grow deeply attached in the capital. So he banished little fish to the Lu family to separate them, hoping their feelings would fade. It had to be said, Lu Shufeng guessed right. Su Xiaoyu came running back, panting hard, and collapsed onto a chair drenched in sweat. Before his breathing even steadied, he grabbed the teapot and drank straight from the spout. Why the hell did those two run so fast? I'm exhausted. Are they picking on me for having short legs? Su Xiaoyu drained the entire pot of tea and took a long while to recover. Seeing Yu still in that man's arms, his brows knitted into a knot. Xiaoba, is he sick? He likes other people's children so much he won't let go. Host, he thinks Yu is your child, so he loves him. He wouldn't spare a glance at anyone else's. Jiang Weihan saw Su Xiaoyu return and waited until he had recovered. Hearing his inner thoughts, she looked at Chu Guani and thought to herself, the prince truly loves her deeply. After heaving a silent sigh, she hurried forward and instinctively called out, "Cousin, you're finally back." Chu Guani was baffled once again and began sorting through the relationships, but before he could figure it out, another man walked in. "Husband," Jiang Weihan called out, and her restless heart finally settled back into place. Seeing her father return, Yu stretched out his little hands to be held. Chu Guani's mind was tied in knots, unable to sort out the relations among them. "Hiya, daddy's precious treasure, let daddy hold you." Lu Xingji took Yu back. Confronted with the strange atmosphere in the hall and the unfamiliar man, he whispered to Jiang Weihan. Jiang Weihan pulled him into a corner and quietly explained. After hearing it all, Lu Xingji stood there utterly stunned. Chu Guani, still sorting through the relationships, finally figured it out. This woman and the man who had just arrived were husband and wife, and the child was theirs. It wasn't that Su Xiaoyu had a child with some other woman. Su Xiaoyu had simply taken the child out to play. With that conclusion, Chu Guani's expression immediately softened. The icy aura around him melted like a glacier in spring, turning as warm as a February breeze. The couple sensed his transformation and exchanged a glance. Just as Uncle had said, his face changed faster than flipping a book. Chu Guani began to feel grateful that he hadn't said anything inappropriate to them. If he had offended them, Su Xiaoyu would probably have fought him to the death. "All right, you've returned the child. Now get going." On the road back, Su Xiaoyu had cursed the old emperor endlessly, almost always to the same effect: the old emperor was useless, couldn't even keep his own son in check, and ought to have tied him up with a rope. Far away in the imperial palace, the old emperor sneezed one after another. She thought he had fallen ill and wanted to summon the imperial physician. "Hurry up and leave. Don't tell me I have to keep you here for dinner." The young couple remained silent. Lu Shufeng flashed a grin. A mischievous idea was brewing. "Master Chu traveled all this way to see you. As host, we ought to treat him to a proper meal and drinks, shouldn't we? Master Chu will stay for lunch today. I'll go tell the kitchen to prepare more dishes." Chu Guani raised an eyebrow and his lips curved upward by 2 degrees. "Very well, I shall respectfully accept." Su Xiaoyu was so furious he wanted to punch Lu Shufeng, but Lu Shufeng dashed out in a flash, then quietly sneaked back and hid by the door to eavesdrop. The young couple also made their excuses and left, leaving only Su Xiaoyu and Chu Guani in the main hall. Chu Guani hadn't seen Su Xiaoyu for days, and his longing had grown like wild vines. It wasn't until yesterday morning, when he went to the Su residence to find him, that he learned from a servant that Su Xiaoyu wasn't home at all. He had already left for his maternal grandfather's home in Shizhou. With a little thought, he understood what had happened. He was both annoyed and amused, but mostly heartbroken. So he immediately mounted his horse and rushed over. When he met them at the tavern today, he had just arrived in Shizhou. The moment he saw Su Xiaoyu, all his longing turned into substance. But before he could even rejoice, he noticed Su Xiaoyu holding a little baby. There was even a man sitting across from him. At that moment, he was filled with blazing anger and grievance. He could like another man, so why couldn't he like him? What did that man have that he didn't? Later, when he learned the man was his little uncle, most of the grievance and anger in his heart dissipated, and the remaining anger vanished completely just now. While Su Xiaoyu was still thinking about how to drive away Chu Guani, the entire Lu family already knew that an honored guest had arrived at their home, a young man who had come specifically to see Su Xiaoyu. Upon learning that a guest had arrived, the Lu family hurried out to receive him. Seeing everyone come out and warmly greet Chu Guani, Su Xiaoyu was utterly stunned. The elderly couple directly invited Chu Guani to stay for a meal. Su Xiaoyu wanted to shoo him away, but simply couldn't, and he was so furious he puffed up like a blowfish. "Xiaoba, come out. I need to have a serious talk with you." Xiaoba knew full well that Su Xiaoyu was angry, so he burst into loud theatrical sobs. "Host, I had no choice. A mission came down from above, and I have to complete it quickly, or my performance metrics will be deducted. A system whose metrics are all deducted gets destroyed. Host, I don't want to die." Xiaoba wailed so hard that Su Xiaoyu's initial fierceness faded. "Then you should have told me earlier. It's not like I'm unreasonable." Xiaoba wiped away tears that didn't exist. "I was afraid you'd be troubled, and I didn't want to leave you. Where could I ever find a host as good as you? So I lied to you, host. Don't be angry. It was all my fault." Most of Su Xiaoyu's anger dissipated. All right. Now that you've done your mission, hurry up and find a way to get rid of him." Xiaoba thought to himself, if they got rid of him, how could he complete the mission? Still, he feigned distress and mulled over solutions with Su Xiaoyu. The Lu family exchanged glances with one another. Why did Yu treat this young Master Chu with such obvious disdain and hostility? Could it be that young Master Chu had bullied Yu? What if I just tell everyone that he likes me? They'd get angry and drive him away, wouldn't they? Chu Guani sighed inwardly. If only he had known this would happen, he would never have done it in the first place. Could he go back to the day he first met Su Xiaoyu? He wanted to start winning his wife's heart all over again. When the Lu family heard that young Master Chu liked Su Xiaoyu, their pupils constricted in shock. They looked at one another then turned to gaze at Chu Guani. Chu Guani took in their expressions at a glance and understood everything instantly. So they could hear Su Xiaoyu's thoughts too. Now it was clear they all knew he harbored feelings for Ayu. Host, I have a small suggestion. What is it? Look, right now you don't want to eat melons, but your points are all gone. Since the crown prince is right here, why not use this chance to accumulate some points? Su Xiaoyu refused outright. No way. He glanced at the points on the screen. The big round 0 had already turned into 10. His resolve wavered slightly, beginning to sway back and forth. Chu Guani's lips curved upward. It seemed getting intimate with Ayu was actually within reach. As for the Lu family, everyone except Lu Shufeng nearly collapsed to their knees the moment they heard the words, Crown Prince. Good heavens, this man was actually the Crown Prince. Just as everyone was wondering whether they should kneel, Chu Guani broke the silence. I came in such haste that I failed to bring gifts to your door. It was truly discourteous of me. The presents I prepared are still on the way and will arrive tomorrow. The old patriarch quickly spoke up. Not at all, not at all. We're all delighted that a friend of yours came all this way to visit him. Might I ask how long young Master Chu plans to stay in Shizhou? If you don't mind, please stay at our residence. Chu Guani did not reveal his identity, clearly wishing to keep it hidden, and Patriarch Lu chose not to expose him, either pretending not to know. How could I possibly mind? Thank you for taking me in, grandfather. When Su Xiaoyu heard that his grandfather was going to let Chu Guani stay in the house, he immediately exploded. No, he can't stay here. I don't agree. That dog Chu has a face thicker than a city wall. Can't someone just come and drag him away? Every member of the Lu family thought the same thing. No, we can't. Luo Shirqiu patted Su Xiaoyu's head to soothe him. Little fish, your friend came all this way to see you, and he has nowhere to stay. We have plenty of guest rooms. Letting young Master Chu stay here won't be a problem. Setting aside the fact that the Crown Prince liked Su Xiaoyu, his status as Crown Prince alone meant they could not afford to be negligent. Su Xiaoyu was furious to the point of explosion, but there was nothing he could do. Not just his family. Even Chu Guani's sheer shamelessness was beyond his ability to handle. Chu Guani successfully took up residence in the Lu household, casting a slightly smug look at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu gripped the cup in his hand, tightly wishing he could fling the hot water right into his face. Xiao Ba, when will the old emperor send someone to take him away? What Xiao Ba said next chilled Su Xiaoyu's heart to the bone. Host, the emperor originally did intend to send someone to bring him back, but the empress stopped him. She pleaded and persuaded, talked until her lips were worn thin, and finally convinced the emperor to allow him to stay with you. Su Xiaoyu closed his eyes in despair, never imagining that his greatest ally would turn out to be Empress Sister. His original intention had been to ask Empress Sister to reign in Chu Guani, not to help Chu Guani pursue him. Chu Guani's mouth nearly split from ear to ear with joy. He never expected Mother to actually persuade Father. Long live Empress Mother. The Lu family exchanged helpless glances. Were they happy? Not at all. Because Su Xiaoyu wasn't happy. The Lu family worried themselves sick until they suddenly recalled that the emperor had personally sent Su Xiaoyu to Shizhou. In the end, they reached exactly the same conclusion as Lu Shufeng. Am I doomed to be stuck with that dog Chu no matter what? Host, this is a mission handed down from above. You don't have to do it, of course, but when the time limit arrives, there will be a punishment. As for what kind of punishment, it refreshes at random. It includes, but is not limited to, electric shocks, needle pricks, flogging, and so on. Whether you want to do the mission, Host, is entirely up to you. Su Xiaoyu no longer had the strength to be angry. In a calm voice, he said, unbind me. Xiao Ba pulled up the punishment notice issued from above and showed it to Su Xiaoyu. The time was the middle of last night, the very moment Su Xiaoyu had been sleeping soundly. Host, I didn't want this either. It's a new rule from above. Plenty of hosts refused to complete their missions and just gave up entirely. After a meeting, the higher-ups decided that anyone who fails to finish a mission within the set time will be punished. Give me a bomb. I'll go blow them all up. Hearing that there would be punishments, everyone looked at Su Xiaoyu with worry. They didn't understand electric shocks, but needle pricks and flogging they understood all too well. Su Xiaoyu was the treasured jewel they held in the palms of their hands. That so-called higher-ups were utterly heartless. How could they resort to such punishments? Would fines be acceptable? They could pay money to offset the punishments. Host, there's no mandatory requirement right now. All you have to do is complete the mission. As for the future, who knows? Maybe you'll fall for him and do the missions with enthusiasm. Su Xiaoyu flipped through the missions. Most of them were simple physical contacts, holding hands, princess carries, and the like. He could even choose one out of two options for each mission. At least for now, it was manageable. As for the future, just as Xiao Ba said, who knew whether he might actually fall for him someday. Fine, let's leave it at that for now. If anything changes in the future, tell me immediately. If you dare hide anything from me again, I'd rather be electrocuted to death than stay bound to you. Xiao Ba raised his paw and swore, rest assured, Host, I will never hide anything from you again. When Chu Guani learned that Su Xiaoyu's missions were related to him, his heart swelled with joy, but even more than that, it was filled with worry. He was afraid that Su Xiaoyu wouldn't want to do the missions, and that failing to complete them would bring punishment. If that were the case, he would rather the missions had nothing to do with him at all, and find his own way to win Su Xiaoyu over, instead of relying on missions. He still had to win Su Xiaoyu's heart, so that in the future Su Xiaoyu would do his missions happily, not reluctantly, and would never fail to complete them. The family had lunch with each harboring private worries and deep concern. Throughout the meal, Chu Guani kept piling food into Su Qiaoyu's bowl, always choosing dishes he knew Su Qiaoyu loved to eat. The family had lunch with each harboring private worries and deep concern. Throughout the meal, Chu Guani kept piling food into Su Qiaoyu's bowl, always choosing dishes he knew Su Qiaoyu loved to eat. Back in the room, Su Qiaoyu was about to close the door when Chu Guani swiftly stepped inside. Su Qiaoyu ignored him. He had discovered that the more he acknowledged Chu Dog, the more persistent he became, so ignoring him was the best approach. Perhaps with time, he would find it boring and stop liking him altogether. Su Qiaoyu threw himself onto the bed, closed his eyes to sleep decisive, and without saying a single word. Xiaoba, are there any effective Taoist temples or Buddhist monasteries around here? Xiaoba scratched his head in confusion. Host, are you looking for a temple to exorcise ghosts? I'm not exorcising anything. Are you stupid? I want to visit a Taoist temple or Buddhist shrine to make a wish. Oh, there's a Taoist temple on Ashang Mountain outside the city. The abbot is quite accomplished, and everyone who's been says it's effective. Alright, I'll go pay respects this afternoon. He wanted to pray to the founding master, asking him to let Chu Guani like someone else. Meanwhile, Chu Guani thought to himself, since the temple is effective, he should also go pay respects. Outside the door, Lu Shufeng was holding Lu Shulin, eavesdropping for quite some time, but hearing nothing. Lu Shulin gave his younger brother a light tap on the back of the head, his expression saying, "Didn't you say His Highness would make improper advances toward fish? Not a sound at all. Is this what you called improper conduct?" Lu Shufeng was equally puzzled. At the tavern, Chu Guani's demeanor had clearly shown he was deeply in love with little fish. Logically, when two people are alone in a room with such mutual attraction, even if they don't go all the way, at least some kissing should happen, right? Now everything is so quiet, it feels wrong. Could he have misjudged the situation? Lu Shulin turned and walked away. Eavesdropping on the young one's affairs. Could a senior really behave like this? Lu Shufeng was still young, but was he really that young? Why was he engaging in such frivolous behavior with his younger brother? After Lu Shulin left, Lu Shufeng listened a little longer, heard nothing, and departed with regret. Chu Guani looked up toward the door. How worried was he about leaving Au alone with him? Still eavesdropping outside. After ensuring the two had walked far away, Chu Guani got onto the bed, hugged Su Qiaoyu, held his hand, squeezed, gently kissed it, released, then held it again, continuing to squeeze and kiss repeatedly. Xiaoba sat before the screen, small paws supporting his chin, watching the points climb rapidly, all from holding hands. "Tisk, Your Highness, are you capable of more? Dare to give the host a French kiss. After all, the host is sleeping so deeply right now and won't know." After saying this, Xiaoba remembered something. Wait, the host will still discover it. After all, the source of points is marked. If you kiss the host will notice. Sigh. Chu Guani thought it over and finally placed a kiss on Su Qiaoyu's forehead. He didn't understand the French kiss. He had a vague idea of what a tongue kiss meant, but he didn't do that. As Xiaoba had said, Au would get angry if he found out. Better to just kiss the forehead and hold hands. Au's points are depleted. Would this help accumulate more points? Au's hands felt softer and fairer than before. His lips were more alluring. He wanted to kiss them. When he looked at him today, it seemed as though a feather was hidden in his eyes. A single glance made his heart itch uncontrollably. His face was also smoother and softer, like a baby's skin. Xiaoba continued staring at the screen. When a new mission was issued, after reading it, Xiaoba wailed. "Boss, are you mistaken?" Making the crown prince touch the host's buttocks. "Do you think I'm not dying fast enough?" Chu Guani, hearing Xiaoba's wail, suddenly stopped squeezing the hand, his gaze falling on Su Qiaoyu's buttocks. While Au was lying flat, so no buttocks visible, only a little bird. As if sensing Chu Guani's gaze, Su Qiaoyu turned over, facing away from him. Chu Guani's eyes lit up, his gaze fixed tightly on Su Qiaoyu's buttocks. They seemed rounder and more perky than before. His large hand slowly descended onto Su Qiaoyu's rear, giving a gentle squeeze. The soft yet resilient feel instantly captivated Chu Guani. He gave a light slap, the flesh bounced twice with a soft sound, and Chu Guani's eyes widened slightly before he slapped again. He seemed to have found an amusing game. Slap once, watch it bounce twice, then pinch twice. Xiaoba saw the points climbing faster than ever on the screen. Checking the source, his cat-like eyes bulged. Meow. How did the crown prince start touching the host? But is it a coincidence, or can he hear me speak? Impossible, impossible. It must be a coincidence. Xiaoba comforted himself thus. Glancing at the nearly 300 points, Xiaoba felt speechless. In less than half a shirch in 2 hours, 300 points. Based on the host's sleeping habit, he could sleep for 2 full shirch in 4 hours. At this rate, upon waking, the points would skyrocket. Over 1,000 points. Wouldn't the host explode? It's hard to imagine what cruel treatment the crown prince had inflicted. Xiaoba thought for 3 seconds, then finally decided to wake Su Qiaoyu. After all, once the host wakes and realizes he was taken advantage of and Xiaoba hadn't woken him, he'd certainly be angry, and Xiaoba would get scolded. Better to wake the host. Host, wake up quickly, you're being taken advantage of. Chu Guani, hearing Xiaoba shout hoarsely, softly, sked. Wouldn't it be better to help complete the mission? Why wake Au? Host, stop sleeping, your innocence is about to be lost. After shouting for a long time, Xiaoba still couldn't wake Su Qiaoyu. Seeing this, Chu Guani shamelessly squeezed again. Su Qiaoyu, in his half-asleep state, heard Xiaoba calling him, mumbled, "Shut up," and fell back asleep. Seeing this, Xiaoba was completely at a loss. Host, it's not that Xiaoba won't wake you, you're sleeping too soundly, and told me not to disturb you. Chu Guani slapped Su Qiaoyu's buttocks repeatedly, while one hand pulled Su Qiaoyu's hand, gently kneading it, and the other hand continued slapping. Chu Guani's slapping hand paused. Remembering Su Chaoyu's fair and delicate skin, which would bruise and redden from even a slight bump, he wondered if his hour of slapping would cause redness or swelling. Shu Guani's slapping hand paused. Remembering Su Chaoyu's fair and delicate skin, which would bruise and redden from even a slight bump, he wondered if his hour of slapping would cause redness or swelling. With a guilty conscience, he withdrew his hand, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep. Xiaoba noticed the points rising more slowly. Apart from hand-holding, the buttock slapping points stopped accumulating. Could Chu Dog's conscience have kicked in stopping the slapping? After a while, the points rose slightly again, this time from sharing the bed. No wonder Chu Dog fell asleep. Fortunately, the host's buttocks are safe. Chu Guani's lips curved upward as he continuously kneaded Su Chaoyu's hand to gain more points. He wondered how many points he had now, whether it would be enough for AU to use. If absolutely necessary, could he slap the buttocks a bit longer? No, what if they truly became swollen? AU might actually take a knife to him. Su Chaoyu opened his eyes to find a maddeningly handsome face looming right before him. You dog. Taking advantage of me again. Xiaoba hurried to complain upon seeing him finally awake. Host Chu Go took the opportunity while you were. Before Xiaoba could finish, Chu Guani slowly woke up and interrupted his report. You is awake. Chu Guani, taking advantage of his slight daze, kissed his forehead. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Xiaoba waited for him to finish before continuing. Host, he took the opportunity while you. Or are you hungry? What would you like to eat? He touched. When I arrived, I heard there is a restaurant nearby that serves excellent cuisine. Shall we go and try it? Get up and I will take you to eat. Su Chaoyu felt a splitting headache from their bickering. Not going. Go ahead, I am listening. I am not saying anything anymore. Xiaoba had realized that Chu Go was doing this intentionally, even though Chu Go had no knowledge of their existence. Fearing Chu Go would interrupt again, Xiaoba directly pulled up the point source information for him to see. Chu Guani let out a long sigh of relief when Xiaoba stopped talking, narrowly avoiding exposure. As Su Chaoyu read through each point source entry, his anger rose like a brewing storm. So Chu Go had taken advantage of his sleep to do those despicable things to his buttocks and hands. Glancing at the 1,000 points displayed on the screen, Su Chaoyu erupted like an overflowing volcano. Su Chaoyu kicked Chu Guani off the bed, jumped down, and straddled him, pounding on him with all his might. You bastard, you think I did not notice you spanking mine, but while I slept. Today I will beat you to death, you scoundrel. Chu Guani shielded his face with his right hand to prevent Su Chaoyu from injuring it, allowing the punches to rain down without resistance. He had not expected Su Chaoyu to discover the truth so quickly. That traitor Xiaoba. Well, perhaps not entirely a traitor. Su Chaoyu's small fists rained down fiercely, but to Chu Guani the force was negligible, no more than a kitten's scratch. I was wrong. Be gentle, do not hurt your hand. Halfway through his beating, Su Chaoyu froze as if struck by an acupoint, his pupils trembling as he stared at Chu Guani. The bastard actually, shameless. Vile rogue. Chu Guani turned his head away awkwardly and guiltily. He truly had not meant it. With his beloved straddling him, grinding back and forth, and being at the prime age of youthful vigor, it would have been abnormal not to react. Su Chaoyu's fair face flushed crimson. He quickly scrambled off him, his gaze falling upon. His face burned completely red. Xiaoba, I am going to castrate him. Host, do not be angry. If all else fails, hit him again. Doing that would earn you execution by the emperor. You will never have marital bliss again. Chu Guani rose from the floor, adjusted his clothes, and covered himself. He intended to apologize, but Su Chaoyu had already turned and fled. He had no choice but to sit on the bed and slowly suppress the rising heat within him. Only after ensuring he was composed did he rise to find Su Chaoyu. Meanwhile, Su Chaoyu walked with his head bowed and collided straight into Lu Shulin's embrace. Lu Shulin had not noticed Su Chaoyu either, and the two collided. Great Uncle Lu. Su Chaoyu's face was flushed red. Lu Shulin immediately grew concerned, reaching out to check Su Chaoyu's forehead and cheeks, discovering his skin was hotter than normal. Are you running a fever? Is there anywhere else that discomforts you? I am fine. I am merely warm. I do not have a fever. Do not worry, uncle. Lu Shulin, seeing that Su Chaoyu indeed did not appear ill-relaxed. Then he remembered something, and his gaze towards Su Chaoyu grew hesitant, words caught in his throat. Could you or have done something improper with the crown prince? Lu Shulin pulled Su Chaoyu to a secluded corner, glanced around left and right to confirm they were alone, and asked softly. You are you, and Lord Chu. You have not done anything inappropriate between you, have you? Su Chaoyu was puzzled for a moment, but upon meeting Lu Shulin's gaze, he understood instantly. His already flushed face grew even redder. Su Chaoyu jumped in indignation and explained, Uncle, what do you take me for? How could anything happen between me and Chu Go? It is all Chu Go's fault. If not for him, my uncle would not have misunderstood. I will never forgive him for slapping mine, but while I was asleep. Hearing Su Chaoyu say that nothing improper had occurred, Lu Shulin's anxious heart settled back to its place. But before he could relax for 2 seconds, Su Chaoyu's voice sent his heart soaring once more. His anxious heart finally gave up. How could the crown prince behave like a lecher? He dared not imagine what expression Chu Guani wore when he slapped Su Chaoyu's bottom. You truly did not do anything with him? Absolutely not. Su Chaoyu was not inclined to elaborate, and Lu Shulin knew not to press too directly, so he let it go. If anything happens, you must tell your uncle, understand? Su Chaoyu nodded. Rest assured, uncle. By the time Chu Guani found Su Chaoyu, he was holding Yu and playing in the room. This room was specially prepared for Yu, filled with many toys. All the sharp corners were wrapped in layers of fabric to prevent Yu from bumping into them. Several layers of blankets were spread on the floor, so Yu could sit and play freely. Yu. Chu Guani saw the neat shoes placed by the door. Su Chaoyu, wearing only socks, was playing in the room with Yu and some toy whose name he did not know. Su Chaoyu pretended not to hear. Yu heard the voice and wobbled over to him. Dad. Chu Guani seemed to have grasped the little one's pattern for addressing people. Any unfamiliar man was addressed as Dad. Yu pulled him into the room. Chu Guani took off his shoes and sat opposite Su Chaoyu. Brother, Dad, play. Su Chaoyu corrected him. Yu, I am your uncle. Yu picked up a building block and handed it to Chu Guani, deliberately ignoring Su Chaoyu's words. Hearing Yu's address for Su Chaoyu, Chu Guani suddenly felt that the age gap between him and Su Chaoyu seemed to widen considerably. Yet they were only 5 years apart, which was not so significant. Su Chaoyu had originally intended to visit the Taoist temple, but seeing it was too late, he decided to go tomorrow instead, so he came to play with Yu. Are you still angry, Yu? Su Chaoyu snorted coldly and did not answer, busying himself with building blocks. Try someone touching your butt while you sleep and see if you would not be angry. Chu Guani thought to himself it was unacceptable for others to touch, but with Yu he could touch however he pleased. Why do not you get to touch back, Yu? The expression on Su Chaoyu's face cracked instantly. Go get yourself treated if you are sick. Is he sick, or am I? Who wants to touch someone's, but anyway? Xiaoba chimed in from the side. Exactly, one cannot even find fault with words like that. Chu Guani's feelings toward Xiaoba swung between love and hate. At this moment he wished he could throw Xiaoba outside. Was not Xiaoba supposed to be on his side? Now why had it switched to Su Chaoyu's camp? Does Yu like children? Su Chaoyu gave him a withering look to let him figure it out himself. Liking children came with conditions. He would only favor clever, cute, pretty, and well-behaved children like Yu, who would enjoy bratty kids. Su Chaoyu remained silent, but Chu Guani was not discouraged and pressed on with renewed vigor. Until he woke up the next morning, Su Xiaoyu had not forgiven Chu Guani. Chu Guani tried every possible way to appease him, but Su Xiaoyu refused to acknowledge him. When pushed too far, Su would simply headbutt him to make him shut up. The Liu family even urged Su Xiaoyu not to use his head, saying they couldn't afford to compensate if he broke it. Heedless of anything, Su Xiaoyu mustered all his strength and charged at him. This morning after waking up, Su Xiaoyu opened the door, fell silent for 2 seconds, then slammed it shut with a bang. After a moment, he opened it again. I dare not open my eyes, hoping it's all an illusion. Xiaoba proactively played the background music. I stand at the edge of the earth watching the snow cover the street where you came from. Su Xiaoyu, who had closed his eyes, opened them once more, yet the person before him still stood in place. He couldn't believe that the person standing before him was Chu Guani. What on earth are you doing? Su Xiaoyu had been so tormented that he had lost all his temper. Chu Guani propped one hand against the doorframe, crossed his left leg behind his right, balanced on his left tiptoe, and cast a flirtatious wink at Su Xiaoyu with an air of affected gallantry. His voice was as greasy as the oily tones of the male leads in the short dramas Su Xiaoyu had watched in the modern world. Ayu, this prince commands you to come dine with me. Su Xiaoyu was disgusted to the point of retching. What sin had he committed in his life to encounter such a thing? Ugh, you're insane. Read fewer of those trashy novels. Get out of my way. He pushed Chu Guani aside and fled as if a dog were chasing him, leaving Chu Guani standing there, his toes curling in embarrassment. Does Ayu not like it? Last night he had binge-read storybooks and found that all the crown princes in those books acted this way, and the male and female leads all adored it. So why doesn't Ayu like it? Sui Nian popped out from some unknown corner and spread his hands toward him. As I said, young master, Su doesn't like this kind of thing. Even he felt as if he had drunk 2 caddies of lard, let alone young master Su. Then tell me, what should this prince do? Sui Nian took out a storybook he had treasured for years from inside his robe. Your Highness, this is the authentic version. Your subordinate lends it to you for study. Chu Guani opened it and quickly glanced at the content at the dog-eared corner. It was different from what he had read before. This one looked more normal. He would study it carefully when he returned at night. Because of Chu Guani's greasy behavior, Su Xiaoyu ate one less bun at breakfast. Seriously, what was he on this morning? Where did he learn such greasy lines? He sent his men to the bookstore to buy best-selling storybooks and studied them overnight. Are you crazy? A perfectly good crown prince, and he's learning to be a greasy prince. I mean, many modern short dramas don't even act like this anymore, but he's actually learning it. Xiaoba was also disgusted by him, his filter for Chu Guani shattered into pieces. Today they were going to the Taoist temple. Su Xiaoyu got up a little earlier. Last night he had asked everyone apart from Lu Shufeng. No one planned to go. After all, it was scorching hot. Halfway through breakfast, Chu Guani, having returned to normal, reappeared before Su Xiaoyu. The moment Chu Guani opened his mouth, Su Xiaoyu knew what nonsense he was about to spew and immediately stopped him from speaking. Shut up. I'm eating. Chu Guani had no choice but to wait until he finished his meal, then led him to the main gate. I had the carriage outfitted with 2 extra quilts so the ride won't be too bumpy. I placed a basin of ice inside so it won't be too hot on the way, and I also prepared your favorite fruits and pastries. Everything was prepared to the utmost, ensuring Su Xiaoyu would not be put to any hardship. The first to board the carriage was Lu Shufeng, who had been waiting at the gate since early morning. Growing impatient, though he had only waited 5 minutes, he boarded the carriage and waited for them inside. Little fish, come quick. This carriage is more comfortable than the one at our house. Lu Shufeng patted the seat beside him, his peach blossom eyes brimming with excitement. As expected of the crown prince, Even the carriage is magnificently arranged. It was clear he had put real effort into wooing little fish. Su Xiaoyu boarded the carriage and after feeling it began to complain inwardly. The old emperor could clearly have arranged the carriage like this, but he chose to make me suffer. Chu Yuanji said, I am not your father, I will not indulge you. Chu Guani on the other hand regretted not having noticed earlier that Su Xiaoyu had left the capital so that Su could have suffered less. The carriage ambled unhurriedly along the road. As they left the city and headed up the mountain, the road grew rougher and the bumpy ride made everyone drowsy. Su Xiaoyu had eaten too much breakfast to eat much of the pastries and fruit, so after a bit of fruit, he started watching the TV drama Xiaoba had found. The two of them listened to the drama's audio, yet neither understood a word. Xiaoba, what do you think he's thinking? When his wife is wronged, he doesn't help her get back at the offender, but instead sides with his mother to blame her. What kind of person thinks like that? Post-human beings are very complex animals, it's hard to comment. That person, the official who blew up the cesspit, look at him. Now that's a good husband. The one human in his system began comparing Chun Jingji with certain other men. After the comparison, they found that Chun Jingji was still too ahead of his time. Lu Shufeng, overhearing Su Xiaoyu's inner thoughts, was consumed by intense curiosity. Finally, when Su Xiaoyu finished complaining with Xiaoba, Lu Shufeng hurriedly asked him, Little fish, what fun or interesting things happened in the capital? Su Xiaoyu immediately began spilling the gossip. There's an official surnamed Chun in the capital. Su Xiaoyu told him everything about Chun Jingji blowing up the cesspit. After listening, Lu Shufeng exclaimed, Awesome. Then Su Xiaoyu spilled all the other gossip about several high officials in the imperial court. When he mentioned that Qi Ji and his son both liked the same woman, and that a huge scandal would break out in a month, Lu Shufeng immediately made a decision. Any more? Give me a few more or I'll tell my parents when I get back. Before Su Xiaoyu could speak, Chu Guani reminded them, We've arrived at the foot of Aisheng Mountain. The rest of the way we have to walk up on our own. Lu Shufeng had no choice but to give up. He got out of the carriage, and Su Xiaoyu's face fell at the sight of the steps before him. Was this endless stretch of steps that vanished into the distance really for real? Was it too late to turn back now? Little uncle, let's go back. Lu Shufeng saw through him at a glance. Don't chicken out. We're already here, so let's just go up slowly. The food at the Taoist temple is quite good. Are you sure you don't want to try it? Since his transmigration, Su Xiaoyu had spent almost all his time sleeping and eating, rarely going out for a stroll, let alone exercising. Now at the sight of the steps, his calves began to twitch. Ayu, let's go. If Ayu gets tired, I'll carry Ayu up on my back. Su Xiaoyu wanted to go worship the patriarch, but didn't want to climb the steps. After much deliberation, he still decided to go up and take a look. After climbing fewer than 100 steps, Su Xiaoyu plopped down on the steps and refused to climb any further. Tisk, little fish, your stamina is really lacking. When you get married later, Lu Shufeng glanced at Chu Guani, then said, making Su Xiaoyu, his legs trembling, chase after him. Will you even be able to get out of bed? Chu Guani immediately understood what he meant. On reflection, he realized that Su Xiaoyu's stamina might indeed be insufficient in the future. If they really married after one round, Su Xiaoyu would probably faint from exhaustion. That won't do. Ayu's body needs to be nourished, and he must exercise regularly. For the sake of Ayu's future sexual happiness, he could no longer allow Ayu to continue like this. Su Xiaoyu ran for about 10 steps before his legs gave out, sitting on the stone steps, and letting Lu Shufeng taunt him, refusing to get up. Xiaoyu, can you be a little more manly? You've only climbed a handful of steps, yet you're as exhausted as a dog. Look at that kid over there. He's far more capable than you. Lu Shufeng pointed at the child skipping up the stairs beside them, breathing steadily, as if walking on flat ground. Su Xiaoyu panted like an ox, deeply regretting his decision to come to the Taoist temple. Chu Guani trailed behind, watching them chase and shove each other until he finally stopped in front of Su Xiaoyu with his back turned. Hey, let me carry you. Su Xiaoyu did not want any contact with him, but when he turned and saw that 99.999% of the steps remained, he fell silent. He glanced at Lu Shufeng, hoping the man would offer to carry him. Lu Shufeng understood the look instantly and turned to sprint upward. Why are you looking at me? Those stairs were so long that he himself struggled to climb them. Who was going to carry him if he carried Su Xiaoyu? Su Xiaoyu cursed Lu Shufeng for being disloyal in his heart. With no other choice, he could only rely on the man before him. He pushed himself up on trembling, sore legs and, fueled by the desire to exhaust Chu Guani, threw himself onto his back with all his strength. Chu Guani caught him as steadily as Mount Tai, unmoving, and began carrying him upward. Each of his steps was perfectly steady, as though the weight on his back were no heavier than a feather. Su Xiaoyu lay against his back, his nose filled with a faint cedar scent, cool and crisp, just like the man's cold expression. Setting aside Chu Go's initial hostility and bullying, the man was handsome, came from a good family, and had harmonious family relations. If forced to choose a boyfriend, he supposed Chu Guani would actually do. But the bastard had bullied him, so that was completely out of the question. The child who had run ahead returned for some unknown reason, spotted Chu Guani carrying Su Xiaoyu, and tilted his head in thought. Big brother, why do you need someone to carry you? Are your legs and back hurting? Su Xiaoyu had an inexplicable fondness for well-behaved children and softened his voice. Yes, my legs are sore, and I can't climb these steps anymore. The child's face lit up with sudden understanding. He pointed at Chu Guani and asked Su Xiaoyu, I get it now. Does this big brother hit you at night? Su Xiaoyu couldn't fathom the child's train of thought. Children's minds were wildly imaginative, and you could never guess what was going through their heads. Why do you ask that? Because my dad beats my mom at night. Su Xiaoyu instantly lost all goodwill toward the child's father. Any man who struck his wife was no good. My mom kept saying at midnight that she couldn't take it anymore, begging my dad to spare her. But he wouldn't listen and kept hitting her harder. The more Su Xiaoyu listened, the stranger it sounded. The child spoke with feigned anguish. Then the next morning my mom couldn't get out of bed, constantly complaining about her back and legs. My dad had to wait on her, and she'd scold him. You fool, I told you no, but you never listen. The two of them fell silent upon realizing what the child was describing. Kid, you shouldn't spread that around. The child didn't understand and asked, why can't I tell people about it? Because if your parents found out, they'd beat you with a willow branch. I'm not like your parents. I sprained my ankle. It hurts, and climbing these steps made my legs ache too. The child merely said, oh, and turned to see his parents catching up. He ran over to them. Su Xiaoyu watched the couple. The man carried the woman on his back, the woman tenderly wiping sweat from his face, and the man beamed from ear to ear. Seeing this, Chu Guani grew even more convinced that he and Su Xiaoyu now looked like a married couple. Su Xiaoyu tried holding it in, but couldn't. Excuse me, brother, could you keep it down at night? Your child already heard everything. At first the couple did not understand, but when they met their knowing glances, their faces flushed crimson. I see. Thank you for the reminder, young man. The child still had no idea what was happening. His father flicked him on the forehead. Don't go spouting nonsense wherever you go. The boy, confused and stung, protested grievously. I was just telling the truth. You beat my mom every night until she cries. Su Xiaoyu and Chu Guani exchanged amused expressions. The couple, torn between shame and anger, dragged their child away from the embarrassing scene as fast as they could. Su Xiaoyu chuckled inwardly. Xiao Ba, will that kid get beaten when they get home? I don't know, but he just exposed all his parents' secrets. Ha! Chu Guani walked at a leisurely pace. With the person he cared about most on his back, the feeling was simply wonderful. He could not bear to quicken his steps. He wanted to carry Su Xiaoyu for as long as possible. After observing for a while, Su Xiaoyu noticed that those who had arrived later had already overtaken them, and anxiety began to well up. Hurry up, the people behind us are catching up. If we're late, it won't work. Chu Guani had no choice but to speed up. Along the way they encountered Lu Shufeng, who was sitting on the steps resting. Seeing Chu Guani carrying Su Xiaoyu with not a hint of breathlessness or trembling legs, Lu Shufeng gave him a thumbs up. His Imperial Highness's stamina was suspiciously exceptional. If Xiao Yuer followed him around from now on, would there ever be a chance to get out of bed? Wouldn't he just end up permanently bedridden? Su Xiaoyu had no idea what he was thinking, but excitedly gossiped with him about the earlier encounter with the child. At last they reached the summit. Su Xiaoyu hopped off Chu Guani's back and mockingly laughed. Ha ha, second uncle, you're not so great after all. You can't even match half of Chu Go. Lu Shufeng shot him an exasperated look. Did he really think everyone possessed the crown prince's stamina? Look around at all the mountain climbers. Wasn't everyone exhausted? Su Xiaoyu surveyed the Taoist temple. The vermilion doors stood wide open, the bronze rings polished bright by generations of pilgrims, the threshold worn into a dip by countless footsteps. The characters on the plaque above the lintel were faded, lending the place an air of mystery. Following the crowd of worshippers inside, Su Xiaoyu entered the courtyard where ancient pines and cypresses cast deep, impenetrable shadows. Standing beneath them, dappled sunlight fell across his body, gilding him in fragments of gold. Chu Guani took his hand. Su Xiaoyu, who had been glancing around constantly, failed to notice as they made their way toward the more crowded areas. Inside the main hall, numerous worshippers knelt on cushioned mats with their eyes closed. Before them, the divine statues of the three pure ones stood amid swirling incense, smoke, their expressions solemn and majestic. Su Xiaoyu had never been to a Taoist temple before and was unfamiliar with the rituals, so he stood to the side and observed the other worshippers. Would he call himself a believer in gods and spirits? Not exactly. As a child, he was perpetually ill and medicine seemed useless, until he visited a fortune teller, after which he recovered instantly. Yet he had also been to temples praying for overnight wealth, and nothing had ever come of it. So he neither blindly revered nor outright dismissed such things. Xiao Ba, you claim this place is effective. Just how effective? You say you want a husband, and it'll deliver one. Get lost. What do I need a man for? Men only slowed down my sword-drawing speed. That was just an example, host. Don't get worked up. Ignoring the spirit, Su Xiaoyu spotted the couple from earlier and approached to greet them. Brother and sister-in-law, do you come here often? Upon recognizing Su Xiaoyu, the couple's faces flushed again. Yes, we're here quite often. You seem unfamiliar, though. You don't come around much, do you? Su Xiaoyu patted Lu Shufeng. Come to my uncle's place to play. First time here, I heard it's very efficacious. Is it true? The couple looked at Lu Shufeng, thinking your uncle is really young, your grandparents are impressive. I see, it is indeed very efficacious. Young brother, are you seeking a marriage match? Su Xiaoyu shook his head vigorously. Not seeking marriage, I want something else. As long as it's efficacious. Seeking marriage. To get that bastard Chu Guani. The queue was too long. Su Xiaoyu didn't want to wait here. He planned to come back later. Since he came all the way here, he might as well look around. Lu Shufeng had nothing to seek either. He came along purely for fun and to gossip about Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu walked and stopped his nose, sniffing constantly, finally arriving at a courtyard. The aroma here made his mouth water uncontrollably. Little uncle, I believe you now that the food here is delicious. Does it cost money? When can we eat? Lu Shufeng knew that Su Xiaoyu's mouth was only for eating, nothing else. No need to pay, just don't waste. You can eat freely, but you have to wait a while. It's not time yet. Hearing that it was free, Su Chaoyu's eyes lit up. That's really great. Su Chaoyu then found a nearby tree and sat down, planning to be the first to eat when it was time. Xiaoba, find some gossip to eat. Sitting here is so boring. Host detected nearby gossip in the adjacent courtyard. Su Chaoyu, having suffered losses twice, asked Xiaoba warily, that's not my gossip, is it? Xiaoba, knowing he was at fault, repeatedly assured him it wasn't his gossip, so Su Chaoyu got up and walked to the adjacent courtyard. When Lu Shufeng heard there was gossip next door, he had already run over to enjoy it. When Su Chaoyu arrived, he had thoughtfully saved a spot for him. The door of the adjacent courtyard was not closed, just slightly ajar. In the yard there were two people, a man and a woman. They seemed to be arguing, both red-faced. Little Taoist eavesdropping on others' conversation is very unethical. A sudden voice from behind startled Su Chaoyu. He turned to see a Taoist priest holding a whisk standing behind them with squinted eyes. Master, what do you mean by eavesdropping? We are listening openly. After hearing Su Chaoyu, the Taoist stroked his beard and said, Little Taoist makes sense. This is not eavesdropping. Count me in. Thus the number of eavesdroppers became 4, all crouching by the door frame to look inside. Are you even human? Your brother died without leaving a child, and you want to be the heir and have a child with your sister-in-law. I disagree. Shilon, my brother is gone, leaving my sister-in-law alone. How difficult will her life be? Besides, my brother had no children, so it's like my elder brother has no heir. Can't you be less ruthless? The woman's eyes were full of disbelief. She seemed not to understand. They had been so loving, how did it suddenly become like this? It seemed to have started from the time the sister-in-law entered the family. Not knowing what she thought of, the woman asked suspiciously, You don't actually like your sister-in-law, do you? Otherwise, why have you been so attentive to her since she came in? The man, as if struck on a sore spot, jumped up and shouted in explanation, What nonsense are you talking? How could I have such thoughts about my sister-in-law? You are my wife, of course I love you. Su Chaoyu had watched too many short dramas and was extremely familiar with this trope. Indeed, reality comes from life. I didn't expect to eat a live version of gossip. I dare say that man definitely has something going on with his sister-in-law. Su Chaoyu's tone was certain. 2 of the remaining 3 believed him, and the last one hesitated for a second before decisively joining in. No, don't you have any doubt. Chu Guanyi adhered to the principle of blind obedience to his wife's words, resolutely implementing it. He said to blindly follow the wife's words, so no matter what Ayu says, I believe and obey. Su Chaoyu thought for a long time and didn't remember saying that. Only when he talked about the 3 obediences and 4 virtues with the Empress sister, there was a phrase, if wrong, blindly follow. According to Chu Guanyi's words, it was clearly that phrase. The Taoist glanced at them. Clearly there was gossip. Seizing the opportunity, eat the gossip. The couple over there was still confronting each other. The woman sneered and mercilessly exposed him. You know, whenever you feel guilty, you raise your voice like this. The man's eyes darted a few times. He took the woman's hand and softened his voice. Shilon, I really don't have anything with my sister-in-law. My emotional agitation is because you slandered me. You have to believe me, I am innocent with my sister-in-law. The woman said she didn't believe him, left the sentence, let's divorce, and turned away. Woohoo, she should dump that scumbag. It's an outrage that such a man has a wife. Su Chaoyu had worried that the woman was love-struck and would eventually reconcile with the man, but she was quite decisive. Xiaoba, what's up with this man? Host, his elder brother has been in poor health since birth, taking medicine all day. Last year he finally got married, but couldn't consummate the marriage. Recently his elder brother died, leaving his sister-in-law alone. This man, under the seduction of his sister-in-law, had already had an illicit relationship. Today the couple came here to pray for a child, and the man took the opportunity to bring up this matter. What followed is what the host saw. Tisquire, there's scumbags everywhere. Host, isn't this kind of thing normal everywhere? After finishing the gossip, the 4 people had an extremely bad impression of that man. The Taoist was only slightly surprised that he could hear Su Chaoyu's thoughts. After the surprise, he immediately accepted it and joined in eating the gossip. The man not far away heard his wife say divorce and flew into a rage. He Xiaolon, do you think a divorced, worn-out shoe like you can still find a good family? The woman, who hadn't gone far, heard these words, turned around smoothly, and returned to the man. The man thought his words worked, and she regretted. A smile began to form on his lips, but then a crisp, loud slap sounded. Slap. How, you still want children? Dream on. You think it's me who can't have children because of my body. Actually, it's you who are impotent. Pa, scumbag. Slap. The woman still didn't feel satisfied, so she gave him 2 more slaps and finally kicked his crotch, then turned and left gracefully. A bitched. The man covered his crotch in pain, fell to the ground, and wailed miserably. The 4 of them couldn't help but cross their legs. Hua Xiaoba, you didn't tell me that. Host, what's the fun in me telling you? It's more interesting to hear it yourself. Makes sense. These days there are so many impotent men and so many cuckolds. Host, there are many cuckolds where you can't see, you just don't know. Now with me the cuckolds have all surfaced, so you think there are many. The Taoist stroked his beard, very much agreeing with Xiaoba's words.